Chapter 1: Longevity, Marriage, and Freedom. Chapter 1. Ethereal morph the sun star beneath the grand fusor tree with its 10 great spiritual roots, the spirit of the sun star Fugh Wangsit in meditation, embodying Thermofa striking lie handsome atoman his proforode, revealing gammery doth thights that the cold not conceal. After a long while, Fugh Wang glutter deep sigh. Since I have arrived, isha fine peace in my presence. Having received our name from the heavens and gained the acknowledgement of the primordial universe, I am neither soul golden crow of this world. With this tort, I'll his troubles fader way. Originally, Hugh's an outsider from beyond the heavens, at the dawn of creation, her descended into the sun star, consuming that wo golden crow state were a mean to born, thus embarking on a space of cultivation. When he attained the realm of true immortality, that divine and Sophie's own path grey shed him with the heavenly name Fugh Wang, from that momentum he became the lion a divinity upon sun star. Moreover, he was standingly golden crow within this vast primordial universe. Though I ever a solve to accept mifit, Fugh Wang mears his mind no clee, my aspirations differ greatly from those of Emperor Jun and Taiyi. The brothers, Emperor Jun and Taiyi, with lofty ambitions and fragile destinies, soar to become the sovereigns of the primordial universe, commanding the order of countless beings. Thus, upon taking form, they hastily ascended into the shadows of the primordial realm to establish their renown and gather formidable lees. These ways understandably fdral, both were reborn as natural sovereigns, endowed with the prestigious 9-9 destiny. Their pursuit of dominion over the universe was entirely reasonable. However, they foreseed formidable opposition the established powers of Eastern King and the Western Queen, the leaders of the male and female immortals, along with the defiant descendants of Pangirth Wu clan. Furthermore, the 6 revered suggest capable of traversing the primordial realm and return to their rightful places. Among the sages, aside from newer Woti needs sinship threat creation of humanity, Theotherpy Visato spread their teachings and gather the fortunes of the old beings. With celestial court imposing its authority, what he suggests permits circumambitions to flourish? Certainly not. Tanifi the primordial universe before the sarge ascertained their enlightenment might have been feasible, but after their ascension, the dream of unification would be at all impossible. If our norterpin parent had true fault of Emperor Jun and Taiyi, it willed morella betterming. Yet, Fugh Wang's tides diverged significantly from those of the brothers. He understood well the impending calamity of and Yara clans that would soon unfold, and he harbored no desire to become the ruler of the universe, heisenly wish way so find a companion tolevi freely and harmoniously, and to embody thesan so a transcendent being. The lofty path of the saints was indeed desirable, beautiful eluded him, it was so fleetly consequence. Before his transmigration, he had been diagnosed with amyotrophy collateral sclerosis in his teenage years. Enduring 8 cudi of suffering before ultimately coming to his brief life, he had never experienced loving or savor temeria joys of existence. Now, having traversed into the realm of innate divinity, Fugh Wang desired little. His solitary obsession way so. Live a little longer. Take her wife. And endure a free life. The primordial realm is perilous, hurrah for med the lingering obsession that decided in his shirt since his arrival. Fugh Wang reflected. Any momento finatantian cord liter car microtribution, while future powerhouses my shemi against me's light misstep cold and snarman their apps. Therefore, apart from possessing sufficient strength, one must always be prepared and remain vigilant in encounters with people and situations. In addition to strength as a safeguard, prudency and caution were a vital thesis retwuft three essential elements for enduring gracefully within the primordial realm. Dornet mock the cautious longevities the true measure of success. Moreover, Fugh Wang struck adhesion, hises a light with contemplation. The merits of the heavenly door ein indispensable shield. In the primordial realm, Ernie must never lack virtue nor shoulden habakurmer. With the merits of the heavenly deoition aside, one cold tread with greater confidence. Not only will Doan's endeavours be smoother, but heaven one faced with talent and time so others, when he cold withstand the bar clash of terror in heaven limerits. To consider a hypothetical scenario van nepresest the merits of heavenly Tao, even even terverfeld shems, when he cold still bereborn into fortuner existence upon the emergence of 6 parts of reincarnation. I have only juster conform, Fu Guang stated. I am early at the initial stage of the great low golden immortal realm, possessing limited strength and only half of the Chautikbal, the river diagram, and the book of laws mere accompanying measures. While I have devised some plans to acquire the merits of heavenly Tao, it would be unwise to venture into the primordial realm with such feeble strength. It is better to enter seclusion first to solidify my own realm before proceeding. Had truly felt himself to Bowiak. With the strength of a great low golden immortal and lie 3 treasures at his disposal, how could he possibly fit to traverse at the treacherous primordial chows? It would be wiser to remain within the comfort of his own domain, and diligently cultivate her strength and his foundation. As forth a detailed plan had formulated prior to taking form to acquire the merits of heavenly Tao, he could always implement him later when his strength had grown more formidable. Chapter 2 Concealing Talents and Cultivating Wisdom, Heeding the Path of Self-Reflection. Chapter 2 As the Zune and Moon cyclethratai eternal dance, time flows unceasingly, in the blink of Fani, 3 celestial gatherings developed. Within the tranquil world of Ace merged on Sunstar, there stands a celestial palace known as Golden Crow Palace. One sea towering recant of the divine Fusang, the sacred tree has no transformed into modestized fairy red sapling, just slight lighted at hand the surrounding walls nestled in the palace courtyard. At this moment, within the Golden Crow Palace, after 3 celestial gatherings of seclusion and cultivation, Fu Guang, having grabbed the fruits of his labor, is now preparing himself for the journey ahead. Dressed in a flowing robe of the guard, he carries in his back a sword forged from the branches of Fusang tree, imbued with the celestial gold of the Suna treasured artifact known as Golden Crow Sword. In his hand he wields a refined artifact, the Golden Crow Whisk, crafted for his use. His carry is bound with a wooden harpin, and as it from his strikingly handsome and masculine appearance, he could is an eye of humility and restraint. Toes curie effort hold and establish my destiny. Satisfied with his attire, Fu Guang nods in self-approval. One must conceal on his brilliancy and cultivate wisdom, practicing self-restraint. Traveling across the vast expanse of the primordial world in an ostentatious manner could attract unnecessary troubles. Thus, thighs and sem blaze quite fitting. Do not underestimate the potential consequences of Phony's demeanor. In the old had traversed before, a venison plethras like Watereo looking at, could ignite a violent altercation. And in the perilous realm of the primordial, such provocations could lead to even graver angers. Forget about tuttering Watereo looking at, there are those who might take offensive tamerglance, reacting with hostility. After all, cultivation is as much about offending the heart as it is about enhancing honest bearer. Many cultivators in the primordial realm adhere to simple principle. If it displeases you, act. Preparation is complete. Having thoroughly ensured totalize in order and having made ample preparations, Fu Guangdi puts the Golden Crow Palace with anticipation in his face. A mountsy clouder for auspicious energy departing from the sunster and descending through a starry expanse of the primordial realm, heading toward the boundless wilderness below. Upon arriving in the primordial land, Fu Guang does not wonder aimlessly has set forth with the clear mission and objectives of his own making. Beyond his task, he shall not meddle in any of affairs. Upon his cloud, Fu Guang sees him with determination as reflects. The myriad races of the primordial realm stand tall, each possessing their own unique written legacies, yet known were mutually intelligible. The natally beings seek carry their own heavenly inheritance, directly embodying the celestial inscriptions of the universe. From the dawn of creation until this very now universal written legacy table for all sentient beings shays merged. It was no tuntal. With your eyes of the relatively unified demon race, that the demon meister compung synthesize the myriad script of countless recessor created demon script, thus introducing universally applicable written form into the primordial realm. Following the emergence of demon script, humanity, having become their principal actors of the celestial realm, Sorthasage Kangji creation Evan Marie universal script for the human race. From that point onward, The heaven limerits opten a bleth rut creation of fritten language literally claimed. At this juncture, fuguing spurpose for liavink sunstaren venturing into the primordial realm becomes abundantly clear. His imisto akirithi heaven limerits associated with the creation of written language. Edo es not intend ta tret hapethu fibres, nordish zigtauni fither myriad races of the primordial realm dot the chance of kunping grasping the opportunity to understand the creation of demon scriptureslim. Thus, the merits of creating written language. Perhaps they can be within his grasp. Heavenly Tao is impartial and unselfish. As long as one undertakes actions that contribute to the evolution of the universe and the growth of all beings, itis in lineatural to the merits of the heavenly path. Creating universal written language benefits demises, facilitating their gradual growth and transmission of knowledge. This indeed is a meritorious act. If he succeeds, the bestowal of heaven limerits is almost guaranteed. The creator of written language called Karanpung, other future arthlasage Zangir. So, why can't it be he, the natalai being born of Sun Star Fuguang? Let us proceed according to plan. Fuguang grazes his finger to calculate his next steps. First, Isha visits some races with Terran written legacies, and then he wild journey to Thethri and Racerster Borth Dragon Script, Phoenix Text, and Shalene Scroll. My first target. The Fox Clan. As the leisurely clouds drift and the Zune waxy sandwarns, seasons change, and time flows in Fuguang's journey to visit various races of the primordial realm says been the blinkophony. In a anche glorious realm of Eastern Sea, home to Murphok, Fuguang hers up to net their written legashine spent a century imparting wisdom to them. A shepherd peresto takey his leave, the Murphok leader, no 8 initial stage of Tai golden immortal realm comes forth to be farewell, heard amino rexceeding lie gracious. Holding the golden crow whisk in her hand, Fuguang humbly nods an acknowledgment. The race no need for such farewells. Having bore Redio clans written legashine toward for a century, our kermic tisa reblanced and we are cathernething. With these matter concluded, I shall take my leave. Ash's words resonate, Fuguang flourishes eyes whisk and a golden cloud rises beneath him, allowing him to depart with us. Watching Fuguang's retreating figure, the Murphok leader lets out a sigh, bowing in the direction he departed. I bid farewell to the esteemed elder. Initially hoping to forge a connection with a powerful being gath great low golden immortal level, Shfeel Sasensi of regretha this might I figures dies inclined to establish even a small bond of goodwill. Yet, Shido es not leaving tie-handed. During the century of teachings, several of Harry and Jerkin have made significant breakthroughs and adventure self has gained insights. Perhaps thy's experience will propel her further, solidifying her own early stage tie golden immortal realm. In any case, it is Nautilus. Her regret stems only from her desire for more. Chapter 3, The Abundance of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 3, Above the auspicious clouds. Fuguang calculated the number of ancestral scripts he had acquired. There are already 2,997 types. The Great Tao comprises 3,000, neither excessive nor deficient. 3,000 is the optimal number. The remaining 3 ancestral scripts must belong to the primordial 3 clans. With that thought, Fuguang turned his gaze like a blazing torch. It is time to pay a visit to the primordial 3 clans. With this resolve, he adjusted the direction of the auspicious clouds, heading swiftly towards the eastern sea. Before long, as the sole golden crow of heaven and earth, endowed with the rapid divine ability of the golden crow's rainbow technique, Fuguang arrived at the eastern sea. Transforming into a golden rainbow, he plunged into the waters of the eastern sea. Being a primordial divine being, he was impervious to water and fire. Upon entering the eastern sea, Fuguang faced no hindrances until he reached the exterior of the Dragon Palace. Even though it had once been the realm of ancient overlords, now diminished due to the heavy burden of karma, the Dragon Clan still possessed substantial depth. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace was indeed magnificent, its grandeur reminiscent of its former dominance. Casting a glance at the Dragon Palace, Fuguang silently marveled at the Dragon Clan's prosperity. Subsequently, he conveyed through magical means, "I am Fuguang of the Sun Star, here to pay my respects to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea." May I inquire if the Dragon King has the time for an audience? As he introduced himself, a faint aura of the great Luo emanated from Fu Guang, not overwhelming, devoid of any pressure, and certainly not offensive. This was merely to inform the Dragon King within the palace that he was not a weakling to be easily disregarded. In the world outside, it is prudent to be composed and humble. Yet, this did not imply that Fu Guang would allow others to perceive him as solely understanding without any martial prowess. Within the Dragon Palace, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, who had been indulging in the company of beautiful concubines, savoring fine wines, and watching numerous enchanting pearl maidens dance, was suddenly roused upon hearing Fu Guang's words and sensing the presence of that great Luo aura. He quickly rose, exclaiming, "Fu Guang, the Daoist of the Sun Star, the esteemed figure whose name has resonated throughout the land during this Yuanhui period, quickly, let us go and invite him in." During this Yuanhui, although Fu Guang had a clear objective and refrained from engaging in matters beyond his intent, his reputation gradually spread across the vast wilderness as he traversed various clans. This was primarily due to his status as a primordial divine being born of the Sun Star, possessing extraordinary roots. Furthermore, following the previous calamities, in an era where the great primal golden immortals had become scarce, any great Luo golden immortal had already become a top-tier practitioner within the wilderness. Shortly thereafter, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, having tidied himself, accompanied by his tortoise prime minister, emerged from the Dragon Palace to meet Fu Guang. He clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Ao Guang, humble dragon, and I apologize for my lack of proper reception upon your arrival, esteemed immortal. Please forgive my shortcomings." Observing the polite Ao Guang, Fu Guang nodded and smiled in return. "No need for such formalities, Dragon King." As the leader of the Four Seas, the current patriarch of the Dragon Clan, Ao Guang's strength was not particularly formidable, merely at the perfected realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. This was entirely understandable. The primordial three clans had been punished by the Heavenly Tao, and all ancestral elders and powerful beings were tasked with suppressing the clan's heritage, remaining hidden unless absolutely necessary. After their introductions, Ao Guang warmly invited Fu Guang. "Might I inquire what brings you here, esteemed immortal? Please, enter the Dragon Palace. I have arranged a banquet in your honor." After a moment of contemplation, Fu Guang replied, "There is no need for a banquet. I have come to visit the Dragon King to request a glimpse of the Dragon Clan's script. I shall repay the Dragon Clan with a benefit in return. I wonder if the Dragon King could accommodate this request." To borrow the Dragon script, Ao Guang was not taken aback upon hearing this. After all, it was no secret that during this Yuanhui, Fu Guang had traversed numerous clans, seeking to peruse their ancestral writings. "Since it is your request, esteemed immortal, how could I refuse?" Ao Guang responded without hesitation. "Please, come inside. I shall have someone fetch the Dragon script immediately." Regardless of Fu Guang's intentions for the Dragon script, it was merely a borrowing. The Dragon Clan would not refuse such a favorable opportunity to forge a good relationship with a great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, Fu Guang's exceptional lineage and profound roots clearly indicated he was a powerful figure among the great Luo Golden Immortals. Not long after, Ao Guang, having organized himself, presented the Dragon Clan's original ancestral text to Fu Guang. It was inscribed upon a peculiar stone slab that resembled both gold and jade, possessing an aura of a rare treasure. Without dwelling on the origins of the stone slab, Fu Guang swiftly memorized and comprehended the Dragon Clan's original ancestral script. After reviewing it, he returned the script to Ao Guang. Fu Guang then rose to take his leave. "Thank you for your generosity, Dragon King. As I previously mentioned, this borrowing shall be repaid with a favorable outcome." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang beamed with delight. "It would be a great honor to assist you, esteemed elder." Nodding, Fu Guang expressed his desire to depart. "With this matter concluded, I shall take my leave." Thus, accompanied by Ao Guang, Fu Guang exited the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and journeyed southward towards the Immortal Fire Mountain, the abode of the Phoenix clan. After spending some time there, he acquired the Phoenix script and later obtained the Chilean seal from the Chilean clan. As he soared upon his auspicious clouds, Fu Guang's face radiated with anticipation, his mind clear. "I have now acquired 3,000 types of ancestral scripts. Next, it is time to return and enter seclusion to derive a universal script for all beings of the wilderness." As his words fell, a golden rainbow streaked across the heavens, and Fu Guang departed from the vast wilderness, heading straight towards the sun star. Chapter 4, I have succeeded, I have achieved my aspirations. Chapter 4, the creation of written language is no simple task. Moreover, Fu Guang aspires to devise a script that caters both to the innate beings and those cultivated through experience. The magnitude of work entailed in this endeavor can only be described as colossal, yet, where there is will, there is a way. In a moment following 5 gatherings of the Yuan, a resounding laughter echoed from within the Golden Crow Palace. Har har har, I've done it. I, the Daoist master, have succeeded. As the voice resonated, the tightly shut doors of the Golden Crow Palace swung open. Subsequently, much like the years spent in seclusion, Fu Guang emerged from the palace, his visage adorned with anticipation. 3,000 characters of the ancestral script, and 129,600 derivative characters. Stepping out, Fu Guang made his way to the sacred Fusang tree, grinning as he proclaimed, now. All that remains is to acquire a spiritual treasure capable of bearing these characters, and I can present my merits of creating written language to the heavenly Tao. As for the spiritual treasure meant to carry these characters, Fu Guang had already devised a plan in his mind. While speaking, he gazed at the Fusang tree and cheerfully stated, I shall take a segment of your trunk. Once my task is complete, I shall return you a share of the merit. Rustling, upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the leaves of the sentient Fusang tree trembled gently. Crack, then, a small segment of the trunk, which would become immensely large once its restraints were released, detached from the sacred tree and floated before Fu Guang. Upon receiving this piece of the Fusang tree, Fu Guang smiled and clasped his hands. Thank you. Without hesitation, he seated himself upon the ground, producing from his robes a plethora of spiritual wood, bamboo, and various materials. He then spread out an array of divine water. These items were all treasures he had collected during his journeys among the myriad clans of the primordial wilderness, as the sole great sun Golden Crow, one being embodied an entire clan, and as the spirit of the sun star, Fu Guang basked in the boundless fortunes bestowed by the ancient solar energies. Roaming the primordial wilderness, naturally, opportunities abounded. Extracting these items, Fu Guang also summoned a multitude of tools and spiritual treasures he had crafted. Should another traveler of time and space be present, they would undoubtedly recognize that these tools were those employed for papermaking, typesetting, ink production, and all necessary implements for crafting a book, all laid out before him. The creation of written language is a monumental merit. Similarly, enhancing the means for postnatal, non-magical beings to learn and write is also a valuable contribution to merit. As for the extent of this contribution, it remains uncertain. Nonetheless, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Who could possibly deem the merits of the heavenly Tao excessive, although the process cannot be neglected, as a deluo, utilizing certain celestial techniques to produce paper, ink, and printing tools is quite effortless. Before long, sheets of paper crafted from the pulp of the Fusang tree, supplemented by various spiritual woods and bamboos, emerged. A brush fashioned from solar gold for its handle and the feathers of his own plumage for its bristles. A block of glossy, sentient ink. An entire set of printing tools, everything materialized in Fu Guang's hands. Once all preparations were meticulously checked and confirmed without error, Fu Guang's expression turned solemn. With a flick of his golden crow whisk to purify himself, he raised his gaze to the heavens, channeling his magical energy. He proclaimed aloud, O heavenly Tao above, I, the spirit of the sun star, Golden Crow, Fu Guang, observe the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness, finding no universal written language or writing tools, rendering communication and legacy among them futile. Thus, I traversed the clans of the primordial wilderness, borrowing ancestral scripts from various sources, and today I have created 3,000 ancestral characters and 129,600 derivative characters. The writing tools are pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. The printing tool is the movable type. Today, the merit is complete, and I especially report to the heavenly Tao and inform all beings that from this day forth, the legacy shall be facilitated, benefiting the primordial wilderness. I beseech the heavenly Tao and all beings to witness. As the final words fell from Fu Guang's lips, a magnificent will descended, sweeping over Fu Guang and the array of tools surrounding him. Moments later, a resounding chime of the heavenly Tao echoed, a mighty force casting Fu Guang's figure against the celestial dome of the primordial wilderness, attracting the attention of many powerful beings and the common populace. Within the Kunlun Jade Void Palace, the three purities of Pangu paused in their discourse, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they gazed toward the direction of the sun star. Lazi of the supreme purity wore a neutral expression, Yuanshu of the jade purity appeared somewhat surprised, while Tongtian of the upper purity bore a curious countenance. In the boundless sea of blood, the figure of the ancestor of the dark river, clad in crimson, furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the figure of Fu Guang manifesting in the heavens, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. 5. The Spirit Mountain. A certain place within the unending mountain S sanctum. Within these primordial sacred sanctuaries, gazes of curiosity, disdain, and indifference flow toward Fu Guang's figure. Simultaneously, the various clans Fu Guang had visited in the primordial wilderness wore expressions of shock. Within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Guang's face radiated delight. Could it be that the senior intends to gain merit through written language? If so, when Fu Guang came to borrow the dragon script, he had mentioned the benefits of reciprocity. If all goes as expected, this should indeed be the merit of the heavenly Tao. The thought of this possibility sent Ao Guang into a frenzy of excitement. Likewise, the chieftains of the Phoenix and Shaolin clans began to share in this exuberance. This was the merit of the heavenly Tao, and even a shred of it would be the most coveted boon for the heavily burdened three clans. Understanding that at this moment, they were being graced by the great power of the heavenly Tao, Fu Guang's expression turned grave. He then earnestly picked up the ink block, poured some divine water into the inkstone, and began grinding the ink. Once the ink was prepared, Fu Guang lifted the brush and began to write upon the paper. Throughout this process, the intricate steps of producing paper, ink, brush, and inkstone were vividly replicated by the power of the heavenly Tao, imprinted in the hearts of all beings, ensuring they understood how to create their own writing tools. Simultaneously, the 3,000 ancestral characters imbued with great power and the 129,600 derivative characters devoid of power began to disseminate through the heavenly Tao. Every stroke, every pronunciation, and the meanings conveyed were comprehensively understood and precisely grasped by all beings. It did not take long for Fu Guang to inscribe all the characters. He also demonstrated the method of utilizing the movable type printing technique. Thus, Fu Guang had completed the entire process of achieving the merit of creating written language bestowed by the heavenly Tao. After accomplishing all this, he laid down the brush in his hand and bowed respectfully toward the heavenly Tao and all beings, signifying the completion of his demonstration. Chapter 5, The Abundance of Gifts is not to be taken lightly. Chapter 5, Thunderous Roars. The heavens trembled with a resounding roar. In an instant, a plethora of auspicious celestial lights descended from above, accompanied by an immensely vast torrent of heavenly merit cascading down from the firmament. This divine stream swiftly bifurcated. 3 exceedingly slender streams of heavenly merit descended from the 9 skies, directly merging into the primordial ancestral texts of the 3 innate clans, causing these ancestral texts to blossom forth with a radiant aura of merit, suffused with divine wonder. In contrast, the ancestral texts of other clans were deprived of such fortune. The reason was simple. During the borrowing process, Fu Guang had already severed the causal ties with them. Thus, the heavenly merit that should have adorned their ancestral texts naturally belonged to him. The 3 innate clans, lacking for nothing, similarly had no desire for the benefits of Fu Guang's teachings. Hence, Fu Guang did not even broach the subject of compensation when he sought to borrow. Given the wealth of the innate clans, the meager compensation he might offer would likely be deemed insignificant. The allocation of merit was far from over. More streams of heavenly merit cascaded down. One particularly massive stream directly enveloped the sheets of paper upon which Fu Guang inscribed the ancestral and derivative texts, transforming them into 2 tomes. The upper volume of ancestral texts and the lower volume of derivative texts. When these 2 volumes were united, they coalesced into a complete and exquisite acquired treasure of heavenly merit, the 10,000 character classic. Another substantial stream of heavenly merit descended, merging into the brush that Fu Guang wielded for writing, thereby creating a supreme acquired treasure of heavenly merit. The autumn hair brush point. 2 equally grand streams of heavenly merit fell upon the ink block and inkstone, respectively forging a high-quality acquired treasure of heavenly merit, the black ink stick and the ink sea. Subsequently, numerous smaller streams of heavenly merit trickled into various tools, transforming them into objects of merit. Even the Fuser Divine Tree, which contributed a portion of its main trunk material, received a commendation of heavenly merit. Before long, once all objects associated with Fu Guang's creation of writing had received their due share of heavenly merit, there still remained 60% of the merit bestowed by the heavens. With a thunderous roar, the 60% surged forth, directed resolutely toward Fu Guang. However, Fu Guang chose not to absorb this heavenly merit for the enhancement of his cultivation and realm. Instead, he opted to transform this heavenly merit into a golden wheel of merit, condensing it around his being. As the auspicious golden light radiated forth, it became evident to all that Fu Guang was a favored child of the heavens. Dare to challenge me, let us see if you can endure the retribution of the divine. Once everything concluded, a gentle smile adorned Fu Guang's countenance. He then offered a respectful bow toward the heavens. Though the Tao of Heaven possessed no consciousness and merely operated with the fundamental programmatic will of the primordial world, it would not respond to such gestures of courtesy. Yet, as the saying goes, too much courtesy does not offend heaven. Being a celestial being is akin to being human. A touch of humility and steadiness is invariably beneficial. As the will of heaven receded, all anomalies in the skies dissipated. However, sentient beings endowed with intelligence in the primordial world now possessed a complete methodology for the creation of writing tools such as brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, alongside a newfound script. Although the vast majority of innate beings showed little interest in this novel script, they were nonetheless quite intrigued by the tools of writing. The reason was simple. Under the radiance of heavenly might, Fu Guang, seated beneath the Fuser Divine Tree, effortlessly inscribing the 10,000-character classic, exuded an air of ease and grace that captivated all who beheld him. Moreover, perceptive individuals perceived a subtle essence of mental refinement emanating from the act of writing. Thus, for the many innate beings in the current primordial realm, who primarily relied on jade slips to preserve information and the luminescent bloodlines for communication, the prospect of refining their mental state through the fresh novelty of writing piqued their interest. In a brief moment, the trend of writing began to flourish throughout the primordial world. Consequently, surges of literary fortune ascended, eventually converging predominantly upon Fu Guang, situated upon the solar star. Several epochs later, within the Golden Crow Palace, feeling the accumulation of literary fortune that had become increasingly significant, Fu Guang bore an expression of satisfaction. He spoke, as I anticipated, the creation of writing and the crafting of tools for dissemination not only yield merit but also bestow the enhancement of literary fortune. This was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. The protection of merit ensures continuous blessings, alleviating concerns about other schemes. Moreover, robust fortune allows for smooth cultivation, favorable circumstances, and even the realization of one's desires. Thus, merit is of paramount importance, serving as a vital means of self-preservation. Equally significant is fortune, which fortifies the path of one's Tao, rendering it more stable and unimpeded. The merit of creating writing is now secured, Fu Guang mused inwardly. Next, I shall diligently enter seclusion upon the solar star, earnestly cultivate the solar Tao, and strive for the earliest possible recognition by the solar star, thereby attaining the fruition of the solar deity. Additionally, I shall meticulously refine and perfect the measurements of years, months, days, and hours, delineating a detailed temporal framework for the primordial realm. This will yield substantial heavenly merit. Beyond this, Fu Guang awaited another grand opportunity. After the Tao ancestor Hongjun attained sanctification, the 3 teachings at the Zixie Palace were not to be missed. Furthermore, there remained a matter of great significance concerning his second deep-seated desire, taking a wife and seeking multiple Tao companions. His primary target was the moon goddess, born of the supreme celestial body, the Yin star. However, despite his prudence, Fu Guang, as a solitary golden crow, lacked experience in courting, even among mortal women, let alone in pursuing true goddesses. He found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. Coupled with his current meager strength, he recognized the necessity of diligent cultivation. Thus, he had not considered engaging with the 2 moon goddesses on the Yin star. Chapter 6, The Attainment of Tao by Hongjun. Chapter 6. With the substantial merit acquired from the creation of written language safeguarding his existence, Fu Guang became a rather reclusive cultivator, deeply immersed in solitude. Whenever enlightenment struck him, he would retreat into seclusion. As time passed during these periods of introspection, he would emerge within the Golden Crow Palace to tend to the spiritual roots he had previously obtained from the primordial wilderness. He would pluck some fruits to brew wine and savor the taste of the innate fire mulberries. This life, lived in serene contentment, was truly fulfilling. During his moments of respite from seclusion, he also busied himself with various pastimes, Go, chess, international chess, and other delightful games to entertain himself. Though he had no opponents to play against, he found joy in competing with himself. Furthermore, as the creator of characters and the architect of writing implements, he was regarded as a progenitor of the literary path. He took to compiling classic texts and even devoted himself to crafting a variety of literary works, including novels and lyrical compositions. In pursuit of this, Fuguang self-studied the art of music, mastering ancient instruments such as the suoner, erhu, and bianzhong, as well as modern instruments like the piano, guitar, and saxophone from his previous life. The emergence of these varied creations enriched the corresponding great Tao, attracting a subtle influx of heavenly merit, which not only brightened the golden glow of Fuguang's accumulated virtue but also endowed these small objects with a touch of transformation, turning them into vessels of merit. While Fuguang leisurely embraced his tranquil and carefree days, the vast expanse of the primordial world began to stir once more after the previous calamity had left it desolate. Innumerable innate divine beings emerged from their sanctuaries, traversing the primordial realm, earning great renown, and accumulating spiritual treasures and resources. Among them, the most illustrious was the figure emerging from the eastern Kunlun, the Pangu Yuanshan, who fused with pure qi, claiming the title of true Pangu. The primordial heavens and earth were birthed by the great deity Pangu, and with the formidable strength of the three pure ones, the name of true Pangu resonated throughout the primordial realm. Additionally, from a corner of Mount Buzhou emerged the renowned siblings Fuxi and Nuer, whose fame was equally resounding. Fuxi's calculations were unparalleled, and Nuer's mastery of the Tao of creation was exquisite. Even the most formidable Da Luo golden immortals would find themselves at a disadvantage against this sibling duo. The boundless sea of blood, the 12-petaled fiery red lotus beneath their feet, and their hands wielding the guiltless, causeless slaughtering blades, the two supreme innate spiritual treasures, the abyssal and the abysmal swords, marked them as formidable adversaries. Mastering the Blood Sea divine ability, the ancestor of the Nether River, known for his unending Blood Sea and undying Nether River, garnered immense prestige. The duo of Hongyun from Fire Cloud Cave and Jinyuanzi from Mount Wenshou were also not to be trifled with. The swift Kunpeng of the Northern Abyss outpaced all others in the primordial universe. The lunar deities Shihar and Changxi, sisters of the moon, were celebrated throughout the primordial realm. In that moment, the vast primordial world was alive with the clamor of 100 schools of thought, as innate divine beings took the stage. It was utterly splendid as the years flowed by. A decade of Yuan Hui passed amidst such lively commotion. On this particular day, within the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang was diligently writing, capturing the bizarre and fantastical thoughts swirling in his mind in the form of essays. Suddenly, a resonating hum filled the primordial sky, where light cascaded down, purple chi arose from the east, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. A transformation of the heavens and earth unfolded, bestowing countless blessings. A towering and exalted figure stood between heaven and earth, causing all beings to gaze in reverence. Subsequently, amidst the profound resonance of the Tao, a voice echoed in the ears of all beings, I am Hongjun, having comprehended the supreme Tao. Today, I have attained the primordial fruit and achieved sainthood. In 10,000 years, in accordance with the mandate of heaven, I shall expound the Tao for all beings in the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens. Those with affinity may come to listen. As the voice faded, the overwhelming pressure of the saint dissipated, and the celestial phenomena gradually subsided. Sensing the release of the saintly pressure, the beings collectively sighed in relief, their faces lighting up with exhilaration. There was no greater opportunity than the chance to hear a saint expound the Tao, a prospect too enticing to resist. In an instant, figures soared upon clouds, wielding spiritual treasures and ascending towards the chaotic heavens to attend the teachings. Among these eager seekers of wisdom were cultivators of varying strengths. Some were formidable Da Luo golden immortals, while others were mere fledgling golden immortals, unaware of the vastness of the heavens. Within the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang poised his writing, exuding an air of scholarly refinement that effectively concealed his two fundamental paths, the solar Tao and the Tao of fire, rendering him akin to a scholar dedicated to the literary arts, rather than a naturally dominant innate divine being born from the supreme solar star. No one would suspect that he, Fu Guang, bore the prestigious 99 supreme fate. This was precisely what Fu Guang desired. As the saying goes, to obscure one's brilliance, using obscurity to reveal clarity. Fu Guang believed that by concealing more of his capabilities and safeguarding his methods, he could unleash unexpected effects when truly needed. After all, he was not pursuing the path of an emperor, so he paid little heed to issues of dominance. He sought not comparison with others, but rather to fulfill his own aspirations, to live longer, to find a spouse, and to enjoy a carefree life. Beyond these thoughts, he entertained no further considerations. Chapter 7, Live in harmony with the heavens and reign with the world. Chapter 7 Buzz, just as he appeared at the dawn of the primordial chaos, clad in a robe of mysterious gold, wielding the golden crow longsword, and brandishing the golden crow whisk. Fu Guang, riding on auspicious clouds, departed from the solar star, proceeding steadily towards the chaotic void beyond. The primordial starry sky approached the chaos. Beyond the primordial cosmos lay a natural barrier, akin to a delicate membrane, formed from the skin of the great Pangu, encompassing the entire primordial firmament and shielding it from the direct encroachment of the chaos. However, this barrier was not a complete isolation. Rather, it functioned like a filter, allowing only the diluted chaotic energies that could transform into nourishing primordial essence to permeate, which, after a secondary filtration through the primordial starry sky, would descend into the primordial realm, nurturing all things and expanding the universe. Thus, it could be said that the primordial starry sky was immensely desolate and perilous. Even the average great Luo golden immortal would hesitate to venture into its depths. Firstly, the dangers here were exceedingly grave. Secondly, the starry sky possessed an innate repulsion towards the beings dwelling upon the earth. Only Fu Guang, the two lunar goddesses, Shihe and Changxi, and the ancient moon goddess Wangshu, who had long since fallen, could navigate the primordial starry sky unimpeded, drawing upon the powers of the stars. Moon goddess Wangshu. As he journeyed towards the chaos, Fu Guang cast a glance in the direction of the gentle and cool light of the lunar star. His gaze remained tranquil. She attained the unparalleled position of the moon goddess, yet still perished in the tribulation. The reason lies in her deep entanglement with the tribulation. The solar star and the lunar star, as the two supreme celestial bodies illuminating the primordial realm, were unmatched save for the occasional flicker of the Ziwei Emperor star. After all, these two stars were manifestations of Pangu's eyes. In the primordial universe, any existence with even a slight connection to the great Pangu was extraordinary. Moreover, the sun and moon had bathed the primordial earth for countless epochs, accumulating immense merit and fortune that could be deemed boundless. Just based on these 2 points, no other stars could even compare. The status of these two celestial bodies was indeed exceptional. Thus, two celestial positions naturally arose. The lunar position of the moon goddess had already been claimed by the great Wangshu, leaving Shihe and Changxi as mere spirits of the lunar star, also referred to as its sovereign, but certainly not the moon goddess. The position of the moon goddess belonged solely to the fallen, with the true spirit awaiting rebirth in the vast sea of true spirits, anticipating the return of the great Wangshu after countless tribulations. Meanwhile, the solar position of the sun god, remained unclaimed. No one was more suited for this position than Fu Guang. However, his current strength and status did not match the grandeur of the sun god's position. Yet, he was not anxious. Being unworthy of one's position was a significant taboo in the primordial realm. Until his fall, he would always remain the closest innate divine being to the position of the sun god. Thus, once he transcended to a higher realm, it would not be too late to pursue the sun god's position. Of course, even if Fu Guang were to attain the position of the sun god, he could not afford to be complacent, for the tribulation was indeed terrifying. If the moon goddess Wangshu could fall amidst the tribulation, so too could the sun god Fu Guang. One must not be arrogant, must not be impetuous, must not be careless. After repeatedly admonishing himself, Fu Guang further solidified his resolve. Steadfast and cautious, he aspired to share longevity with the heavens and coexist with the world. On this foundation, he sought a partner, to share a journey of unity, freedom, and leisure soon, with renewed determination. Fu Guang reached the edge of the chaos. He gazed upon the terrifying and perilous expanse outside. Yet, he did not falter, setting aside his protective treasures, even his physical form, as the golden crow could venture into the chaos. Nevertheless, he harbored no desire to seek unnecessary suffering. Buzz, he raised his hand to retrieve the resplendent golden light of the superior postnatal treasure, the Wujue, which he typically used for writing and painting, a limitless inkstone. The Wujue radiated celestial light, effortlessly enveloping Fu Guang, allowing him to traverse the chaos unhindered. It is worth noting that although treasures are classified as innate or postnatal, some postnatal treasures possess powers even more formidable than those of innate treasures. The distinction between innate and postnatal treasures lies solely in whether they contain innate spiritual light. If they do, they are innate treasures; if not, they are postnatal treasures. The potency and efficacy of a treasure are not significantly influenced by this classification. The reason for mentioning postnatal treasures often stems from their perceived inferiority. Innate treasures possess a baseline of power, with specific functions and considerable strength. In contrast, the strengths of postnatal treasures can vary dramatically, with some renowned examples including the Linglong Pagoda of Heaven and Earth, the Fantian Seal, and the Golden Dragon Scissors, all notable postnatal treasures. At this moment, although the Wujue in Fu Guang's hand was merely a postnatal treasure, its defensive capabilities were remarkably robust, enhanced by the golden light of merit. Its protective strength rivaled that of the finest defensive treasures. Moreover, while it appeared to be a small artifact, it was quite weighty. It could be enlarged or reduced, serving as an excellent tool for both protection and offense. This item was undoubtedly one of Fu Guang's essential treasures for his journeys, and he held it in great favor. After activating the Wujue for his protection, Fu Guang followed the guidance of his heart, plunging into the depths of the chaos. In the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, where chaos knows no measure of time, Fu Guang traversed through the buzz. In the next moment, the treacherous chaos before him was smoothed by a magnificent force, transforming into a tranquil sanctuary amidst the tumult. Simultaneously, an ancient, imposing palace, exuding the essence of saintly wisdom, appeared before Fu Guang. The Purple Sky Palace. He had arrived. Upon beholding this palace, Fu Guang's face broke into a smile. He then, with utmost reverence, bowed before the gates of the Purple Sky Palace. Thank you for the guidance, O Saint. As the saying goes, politeness invites no blame. Regardless of whether the saint cared, such conduct would at least leave no ill impressions. Yet, what if this gesture of courtesy brought him unexpected fortune? The primordial realm is indeed replete with possibilities. After all, it is said, of the great Tao, 50 parts, the heavens manifest 49. One must elude its grasp. This possibility represents a rare opportunity for all beings. Chapter 8, You have truly captivated me. Chapter 8, That must be him. The Lord of the Sun Star, the ancestor of literature and Tao, a formidable figure among the great Luo. He appears quite amiable. Oh no. After our arrival, I forgot to pay my respects to the sage. Let us make amends and not offend the sage. Before the gates of the Purple Cloud's palace, a number of anxious cultivators, with quickened steps, had already arrived. Upon seeing Fu Guang, they immediately recognized his identity. Simultaneously, as Fu Guang performed a gesture of reverence towards the Purple Cloud's palace, each of them experienced a moment of realization, their expressions subtly shifting. When they reached this place, all had experienced some degree of exhaustion, with some of the weaker individuals even sustaining injuries. It was a rare opportunity to find a tranquil sanctuary amidst the chaos, so they promptly settled down to recover their energy and tend to their wounds, lest it affect their forthcoming audience with the Tao. For a moment, they forgot about the importance of etiquette. At this juncture, upon witnessing Fu Guang's actions, they all came to their senses. Subsequently, all those who had come to listen to the sage's profound teachings paid their respects with utmost reverence. After the formalities, some of the great Luo golden immortals who had arrived earlier offered a courteous nod to Fu Guang, acknowledging his subtle hint of etiquette. Fu Guang, not one to be prideful, returned their gestures with kindness. Of course, as with all matters, there are two sides. Some individuals appreciated Fu Guang's adherence to decorum, while many others regarded him with indifference. A very few, self-proclaimed equals of Fu Guang among the great Luo golden immortals, displayed signs of disdain towards him. The reason was simple: when they all arrived, none had performed the customary salutations, yet Fu Guang's actions upon his arrival suggested that the earlier arrivals were uncouth and ignorant of proper conduct. Clearly, it provoked irritation among some, however. In the face of the hostility from these great Luo golden immortals, Fu Guang remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. In fact, he even greeted those who harbored animosity towards him with a warm smile and a cupped fist gesture. This was not out of fear, but rather a principle of courtesy before conflict. Should a confrontation arise, Fu Guang would be in the right, and he would bear no psychological burden when it came to taking action. The more powerful beings tend to place great importance on this principle, adhering to an unspoken rule of having a just course. This was evident in the current calamity. Why did the infamous Witch clan receive even less respect than the Demon clan? The answer lay in the fact that, despite their tyranny, the Demon clan still adhered to some semblance of reason and unspoken rules. In contrast, the Witch clan held steadfast to their own doctrine, considering their progenitor, Pangu, as supreme. They regarded themselves as the second, with all others deemed insignificant. Returning to the matter at hand, after Fu Guang paid his respects, he had effectively greeted the numerous great Luo golden immortals present. He then sought a quiet spot to sit cross-legged. With his treasure by his side and having traversed the chaos without significant energy depletion, he felt it prudent to maintain a low profile at this moment. As for the attention his bowing at the gates of the Purple Cloud's palace garnered, that was a separate issue. Compared to the troubles he could manage, the significance of the formidable figure known as Hong Huang, the collaborator of the Heavenly Tao, the true great boss, and the authoritative Jun, was far more pressing. In summary, Fu Guang's respectful demeanor merely attracted some negative sentiments from a few deeply burdened great Luo golden immortals, who were clearly not of good character. The rest either felt positively towards him or remained unresponsive. Having quietly retreated behind the multitude of great Luo golden immortals, Fu Guang, now inconspicuous, silently adjusted his state of being. Thus, time passed, moment by moment. Gradually, the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud's palace began to arrive. Some came alone, while others arrived in pairs, such as Kuanping, the three pure ones, Jinyuanzi, and Hongyun. Some made grand entrances, while others arrived quietly, like the ancestor of the underworld, who burst through the chaos with his blazing red lotus, or the two lunar goddesses who graced the scene with their ethereal moonlight. In any case, Fu Guang, observing from the back of the crowd, felt somewhat familiar with these future renowned innate powers. He was indifferent to most of them, yet one individual caught his attention slightly. East King Gong. Among the assembly of innate powers, one stood out with an air of authority and the bearing of an emperor, a great Luo golden immortal. Fu Guang discerned the identity of this figure. He was the embodiment of the Supreme Yang, a dual practitioner of the paths of the Emperor and the Sun. Following this first lecture, he would be conferred by the sage as the foremost among the male immortals, establishing the overseas immortal court. However, in the original timeline, East King Gong ultimately met with failure, perishing at the hands of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Taiyi. Although he returned through the cycle of reincarnation after the emergence of the earthly cycle, the East King Gong of that time was no longer the same as the East King Gong of today. I wonder what his fate will be in this life, Fu Guang pondered, curiosity piqued. After all, he had no intention of pursuing the imperial path, and, thus, had no irreconcilable conflict with East King Gong, ensuring he would not take action against him. So, what would be East King Gong's ultimate destiny? This question intrigued Fu Guang immensely. Chapter 9, The Supreme Queen Mother, a Paragon of Excellence. Chapter 9, Time flies swiftly, fleeting in an instant, before the gate of the Purple Cloud's palace. As a multitude of cultivators gathered, the moment drew near for the sage to commence his teachings. At a certain moment, the drowsy Daoist youth, Haoqian, who had been standing at the entrance, suddenly awakened. With a solemn expression, he proclaimed, "The time of 10,000 years has arrived. The Venerable One is about to impart the Tao. Esteemed friends, please enter the Purple Cloud's palace." Upon hearing Haoqian's words, all the cultivators present rose with fervor, their gazes eagerly fixed on the slowly opening gates of the Purple Cloud's palace. Fu Guang was no exception. This was indeed a rare opportunity to witness the sage's teachings. He had traversed the primordial chaos, lacking any guiding system and bearing, to some extent, the original destinies of Emperor Jun and Tai. A careless misstep could lead him astray, thus, Fu Guang had no choice but to seize every opportunity to diligently enhance his cultivation, proceeding with caution and calculation as he walked his own path, ever wary of treading a similar road. For if that were the case, he would surely suffer grave consequences. However, there is one question. While awaiting the complete opening of the gates to the Purple Cloud's palace, Fu Guang unexpectedly turned his gaze towards Hao Qian, who stood alone at the entrance. His heart filled with uncertainty. If the Daoist ancestor has but one disciple, Hao Qian, but where is Yao Kai? Where had the Yao Kai maiden gone? In the original narrative, it was indeed Yao Kai, the Queen Mother, who, alongside Hao Qian, would later ascend as the sovereign of the heavenly court. Yet at this moment, there was no sign of Yao Kai at the entrance of the Purple Cloud's palace. Could it be? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Fu Guang glanced among the numerous great Luo female immortals and spotted a resplendent great Luo female immortal, Shi Wangmu. Despite her tumultuous journey, she was undoubtedly an extraordinarily fortunate being, one whose existence was intertwined with the heavens and the earth. More importantly, in the realm of myth, Shi Wangmu bore many titles, such as Queen Mother, Old Mother of Yao Kai, Golden Mother of Yao Kai, and Mother of the Queen. Moreover, the current Daoist venue was indeed the Yao Kai celestial realm in the western Kunlun. If the future Queen Mother of the heavenly court were truly the disciple of the Daoist ancestor, it would be inconceivable that the ancestor was unaware of Shi Wangmu or her venue's appellation containing the word Yao Kai. The Daoist ancestor could not be so oblivious. Thus, the truth was evident. Hao Qian was indeed the disciple of the Daoist ancestor. However, the Queen Mother was not. Her true identity should be that of Shi Wangmu, a former guest among the 3,000 in the Purple Cloud's palace and the future matriarch of the celestial beings. This was understandable. The heavenly court served as the domain where the Tao of Heaven managed the order of the primordial chaos, and allowing one disciple, Hao Qian, to enter was already a considerable concession. The other half could not be left to his discretion. Shi Wangmu was likely one of the favored administrators of the heavenly court by the Tao of Heaven. After all, she practiced the Purian Tao and the Tao of heavenly punishment, making her particularly suitable for such a role. With this realization, Fu Guang comprehended why only Hao Qian was present as the disciple of the Daoist ancestor. His thoughts flickered like light, and soon after, the gates of the Purple Cloud's palace, which had previously been sealed, swung open completely. The throngs of cultivators who had come to listen hurriedly made their way inside. No one employed supernatural means, nor was there any pushing or shoving. After all, entering the Purple Cloud's palace was akin to stepping into a classroom arranged by a sage. Who among them would dare to act recklessly? Tao of Heaven's mats. Upon entering the Purple Cloud's palace, Fu Guang, like the others, beheld the 6 Tao of Heaven mats at the forefront. However, in contrast to the excitement radiating from the crowd, Fu Guang remained remarkably composed. Those 6 mats were already fated. The first 3 mats were destined for the 3 pure ones, whose essence was derived from Pangu, the one who opened up the primordial chaos. Their immense merits ensured that 3 exalted positions would undoubtedly be conferred upon them. The 4th mat was linked to the birth of humanity, a pivotal awakening of the human will, and was destined to belong to Newer, the foremost figure in the Tao of creation within the primordial realm. As for the remaining 2 positions, perhaps there was room for contention, yet Fu Guang hesitated to determine whether those 2 spots were meant to repay the karmic debt from the past battles that had left the western lands in ruins. If that were the case, occupying one would disrupt the sage's arrangements, and he would surely be targeted. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Guang chose to relinquish the thought, better to err on the side of caution. Reflecting on the tragic fate of Hong Yun, who had once occupied one of those positions, Fu Guang lost interest in the remaining 2. Regardless of whether they were genuinely predetermined or not, he resolved to view such uncertainties as the worst-case scenario. Thus, in Fu Guang's eyes, all 6 Tao of Heaven mats were indeed predetermined and should not be approached. Selection and relinquishment, knowing when to take and when to let go, is a profound wisdom. After abandoning the notion of the 6 Tao of Heaven mats, Fu Guang suddenly felt a subtle pull of energy. Following its guidance, he quickly found a quaint mat positioned closer to the front. With a sense of delight, he sat upon it. At that moment, sitting on this mat, which resonated with the essence of the Solar Tao, perfectly aligning with his own mastery of the Solar Tao, Fu Guang wore a satisfied smile. In his heart, he could not help but marvel. The Tao encompasses myriad paths, yet all lead to the same destination. The most eye-catching may not necessarily be the best. Only that which suits oneself is truly the best. Chapter 10. Mind your own business regarding the affairs of saints. Chapter 10. Not long after Fu Guang took his seat, two breathtaking figures gracefully settled beside him. They were none other than the two lords of the lunar realm, Shihi and Changxi, whom Fu Guang had been observing at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace. Upon seeing these exquisite sisters, Fu Guang's eyes brightened with intrigue. He promptly extended a greeting. I am Fu Guang, the Sun Star, and it is an honor to meet the two lords of the moon. I humbly pay my respects. Just as they had taken their seats, Shihi and Changxi, initially disinclined to engage, found their interest piqued upon hearing Fu Guang's self-introduction. Sun Star Fu Guang? They were instantly captivated. Fu Guang had created the primordial ancestral text and its derivatives, establishing himself as the progenitor of the path of literature, a name that resonated profoundly with them. However, had it merely been this, the two aloof lunar deities would likely have remained indifferent. What was more significant was that Fu Guang hailed from the Sun Star, their neighboring celestial body, and the inherent complementary nature of the sun and moon naturally fostered a mutual fondness. Thus, after Fu Guang's courteous greeting, both sisters turned their gazes toward him, gracefully returning his smile. Greetings, Tao friend Fu Guang. After exchanging pleasantries, Shihi, her enchanting eyes glimmering, remarked, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Tao friend Fu Guang. Though we have yet to meet, it is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Truly, you are as remarkable as the tales have suggested, standing apart from the rest. Regardless of the truth behind her words, Fu Guang chose to accept them at face value, his expression brightening with a smile. Your kindness is overwhelming. Fu Guang, like both of you, is a kindred spirit born amidst the cosmic expanse of the primordial era. I ought to have visited earlier, but I was in seclusion, which may have been somewhat discourteous. Once this discourse concludes, if you do not mind, I would be delighted to host you at the Sun Star. Fu Guang extended his invitation, purely out of goodwill, without any ulterior motives, and he did not even entertain the notion that Shihi and Changxi would accept, given their well-known reticence, particularly towards male cultivators. In truth, Fu Guang considered himself fortunate that Shihi and Changxi acknowledged his greeting and engaged in conversation. After all, their reputation for being frigidly aloof was well established. To his surprise, Shihi indeed accepted the invitation. Your generous offer is greatly appreciated. We shall not refuse. Her face bore an expression of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Fu Guang felt a twinge of surprise but maintained his composure. That would be splendid. After this initial exchange, Fu Guang and Shihi engaged in lively conversation, while Changxi, though not particularly talkative, did not seem averse to interacting with Fu Guang. The atmosphere among the three grew so amiable that it drew the attention of the 3,000 guests within the Zixiao Palace. Little sister, Nezer, seated upon the Daoist mat, turned to Fuxi with a hint of astonishment. Did you not mention that the two lords of the moon are known for their high and cold demeanor, showing little warmth even towards their fellow female immortals, let alone male immortals? Why does this feel rather peculiar? Upon hearing Fuxi's confusion, Newer felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Was it not obvious to a skilled diviner like him? Yet, she too was curious. Having acquainted herself with Shihi and Changxi and having visited the Moon Star, she was well aware of their temperaments. What could account for their differing attitude towards Fu Guang? After some contemplation, she surmised that it could only be attributed to the fact that all three were esteemed beings born of the primordial stardust. Her reasoning was not unfounded, for the sun and moon are naturally complementary, and those born from such celestial bodies are indeed akin to fated partners. It would not be surprising if, one day, Fu Guang were to become a Tao partner with either Shihi or Changxi, let alone merely enjoying an amicable conversation. This notion was not lost on the 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace, who, after their initial surprise, returned to patiently awaiting the saints expounding on the Tao. As time passed, while Fu Guang conversed with Shihi and Changxi, he remained attentive to the happenings within the Zixiao Palace. Just as he recalled, the duo of Jiayin and Junti, the notorious brothers, had arrived late. The incidents involving Hong Yun vacating his seat and Kuan Peng losing his position unfolded as anticipated. Then, At the moment Junti settled onto the sixth Daoist mat, a resounding hum echoed as the previously unseen celestial sage, Dao ancestor Hong Jun, materialized upon the high platform. With a sweeping gaze over the assembly, he declared, "From this point forth, the seating arrangements are hereby established and shall not be altered." Good heavens, Fu Guang could hardly contain his astonishment. After everyone had taken their seats and the sage had remained absent, the moment Jiayin and Junti had cunningly seized the Daoist mat, the sage appeared and calmly proclaimed that the seating was fixed. It was hard not to suspect some trickery involved. This fleeting thought crossed Fu Guang's mind. Asa great Luo Golden Immortal, with his true essence perfected and his thoughts unified, he knew that unless he openly cursed the sage in his heart, it would not elicit any response from him. Yet, he understood that some matters were best left unpondered. He was merely a small, weak, and pitiful golden crow, after all, harboring little more than a modest ambition for longevity and a desire to marry, wishing to maintain his household while attracting admirers from afar. Thus, matters concerning the sage were best left untouched. He resolved to refrain from dwelling on them and to focus instead on ascending step by step along his own path. Chapter 11. A Quest for Inner Peace. Chapter 11. A word determines the seats in the palace. The sage ceased to speak further. Clang, as the grand doors of the purple cloud palace closed, an aura of boundless Tao emanated from the sage's being, and with the opening of his golden mouth, the sounds of the Tao permeated the entire palace. The sermon had commenced. The sage's discourse was nothing short of extraordinary, with an array of Tao sounds and myriad phenomena, from celestial auspicious clouds descending to the earth, manifesting in their entirety. The interior of the purple cloud palace transformed into a vast ocean of the Tao and wondrous occurrences. Fu Guang too found himself immersed in the state of enlightenment and comprehension. Although at the time of transformation, Fu Guang's cultivation was at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, matching that of Di Jun and Tai post-differentiation, his foundational strength far surpassed that of either. After all, he was the singular manifestation of the complete Great Sun Golden Crow, not merely one of the two three-legged golden crows of the primordial chaos. At this moment, Fu Guang directly entered a state of profound understanding of the great Tao of the Sun and the great Tao of Fire, the two fundamental parts most suited to him. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years of sermonizing had passed. Within the purple cloud palace, the sage, who had been passionately expanding, suddenly halted, retracting the Tao aura surrounding him, as the phenomena and true meanings of the Tao dissipated, restoring the initial simplicity and tranquility. The 3,000 listeners gradually awoke from their meditative state, each bearing expressions of lingering desire, evidently still yearning for more. However, with the sage no longer continuing, they found themselves powerless to do anything but regretfully exit the state of listening. Fu Guang too felt a tinge of regret, just a fraction short. If only he had grasped that last fleeting aspect of the great Tao of the Sun and the great Tao of Fire, his primary cultivation could have achieved perfection, along with significant advancements in his secondary studies of time, space, deduction, formations, and other myriad Taos. Nevertheless, there remained a distance to perfection. A period of seclusion back on the Sun Star should suffice to bring his primary and secondary Taos to fruition, then, preparing for the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Tao fruit. Indeed, at this critical juncture of choosing between the path of severing the three corpses and the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Tao, Fu Guang resolved to pursue the latter. There was no other reason, merely a quest for inner peace. It is well known that there are three paths to attain enlightenment. The first, through immense willpower, great magical prowess, and fortuitous destiny, one may cultivate and master a boundless Tao, thereby achieving sanctity. This method of attaining enlightenment has produced the most powerful mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortals, with the sole representative being the departed ancestor Yang Mai. The second involves severing the three corpses to attain the status of a quasi-saint, followed by the unification of the three corpses to achieve enlightenment. Those who successfully navigate this path to become mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortals are slightly less formidable than those of the first method, yet still exceedingly powerful. The sole representative here is the sage on the platform, Tao. The third path is through meritorious deeds. Regardless of the nature of the merit, as long as it reaches a vast quantity, one can directly use merit to bolster their cultivation and attain the status of a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. This method, while the weakest among the three, is only relatively so, Even the weakest saint far surpasses the might of mere mortals. In the present primordial chaos, following his completion of 3 sermons, the Tao ancestor Hong Jun is poised to transform into the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, rectifying it. Thus, while the first path may not be entirely obstructed, it will certainly be fraught with greater challenges than before. As for the second path, although a pioneer exists, the precedent of the heavenly Tao's lotus seat raises doubts about the safety of the method of severing the 3 corpses. Of course, Tao ancestor Hong Jun may not need to resort to any underhanded tactics that would prevent anyone from succeeding through this method yet. Given Fu Guang's cautious nature, upon sensing any doubts, he resolved against pursuing the path of severing the 3 corpses. The mixed Yuan golden immortal path seemed quite adequate. Even in future endeavors to attain enlightenment, he would solely pursue the most reliable path of meritorious deeds. Thus, whether or not the 3 corpses were severed mattered little, for he was destined to rely on the path of merit for enlightenment. Once the 3,000 guests had emerged from their state of listening and cultivation, the sage upon the high platform remained silent, directing his gaze towards the 6 individuals seated before him: Pangu, the 3 pure ones, Newer, Jane, and Joanti. While the 3,000 guests within the Purple Cloud Palace could all refer to him as teacher, his true disciples were solely these 6 before him. The preaching to the 3,000 guests was a task from the heavenly Tao, yet the subsequent clarifications belonged exclusively to the fortunes of his disciples. Upon witnessing this, the 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud Palace were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly comprehend that the 6 special lotus seats indeed held greater opportunities. The forced occupant Hong Yun wore a face of stark rigidity, while the affected Kunping's expression darkened, his resentful gaze shifting towards Hong Yun. Had it not been for Hong Yun, Kunping would not have been displaced from a position where he could engage closely with the sage. Naturally, the reactions of Hong Yun and Kunping went unnoticed. At that moment, the 6 individuals seated on the special lotus seats displayed expressions of delight. The Taiji Laozi was the first to regain composure, promptly posing a question regarding his cultivation. Logically speaking, Pangu and the 3 pure ones were a unified entity, thus Taiji Laozi's inquiry represented the concerns of all 3. The second question was expected to come from Newer, yet it was evident that Yuqing Yuanshe was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity and directly ask the second question. Observing his second brother's initiative, Shangjing Tongtian followed suit with his own query. The questions posed by the 3 pure ones received responses from the sage. However, the sage showed no inclination to continue clarifying for the remaining 3, Newer, Jane, and Junti, who found themselves unable to pose their inquiries. This situation led the latter 3 to furrow their brows in discontent. Had the 3 pure ones become somewhat presumptuous, with the clarification segment concluded, the sage cast a sweeping gaze over the 3,000 guests and proclaimed, "The primordial begins anew, all phenomena are refreshed. The current primordial chaos has been revitalized, life has flourished for some time, yet order has begun to unravel, and chaos shall soon manifest. At this juncture, great powers must emerge to restore order, delineate yin and yang, and govern the realm." The sage's pronouncement sent a tremor through the 3,000 guests, igniting a wave of unrest among them. The meaning of his words was not difficult to decipher. He sought great powers to rectify the order of the primordial world and oversee the myriad beings. This was an immense authority. Naturally, many hearts stirred with agitation. Yet, while some were attentive, others remained unmoved. The assembly awaited the sage's further words. Since he had spoken, it was clear that he had already identified a candidate. They merely needed to listen. Chapter 12, The Grievance in the Heart of the Eastern King. Chapter 12, Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang, therefore, those who govern order must embody both one yang and one yin, one male and one female. The sage raised his gaze, first casting a glance at the calm and composed Fu Guang. Subsequently, his attention shifted to the Eastern King, adorned in robes of purple and gold, exuding an air of nobility. He spoke once more, "Eastern King, you are the manifestation of the primordial pure yang energy of Eastern Hur, and may be deemed the foremost among the male immortals of the primordial realm. I bestow upon you the dragon-headed staff as a token of authority." Henceforth, all mortal men who ascend to immortality in the primordial realm must pay homage at the Purple Mansion and venerate the Wood Lord, entering the immortal register. As the sage's words concluded, an innate spiritual treasure radiating waves of supreme quality, the dragon-headed staff and the Purple Mansion immortal register, descended before the Eastern King. Thank you, sage. Although the Eastern King's demeanor remained placid, the golden light flickering in his eyes betrayed an inner excitement that could not be concealed. This display did not escape the notice of the majority of male immortals among the 3,000 guests, eliciting furrowed brows. Simultaneously, several male immortals instinctively turned their gazes toward Fu Guang, the individual the sage had first regarded. Clearly, Fu Guang was the most suitable candidate for the title of foremost male immortal. Yet, it remained a mystery why the sage ultimately did not select Fu Guang. Of course, the sage must have his reasons. However, when comparing the barely contained excitement of the Eastern King to the composed demeanor of Fu Guang, the distinction became immediately apparent. Fu Guang exuded a sense of comfort far surpassing that of the Eastern King, who, with his overt ambition, paled in comparison. Fu Guang had pioneered the path of literature, providing others with leisurely pursuits to refine their hearts alongside their cultivation. His serene humility and composure contrasted sharply with the Eastern King's evident aspirations. The sentiments of the 3,000 guests were unmistakable. Regrettably, the Eastern King, caught in a state of ecstatic jubilation, appeared oblivious to these nuances. Even if he did notice, he would likely dismiss it, for he was the sage's appointed foremost male immortal. Who would dare to defy him? Who could refuse to comply? Naturally, the Eastern King did not overstep his bounds. The sage, aware of the underlying currents, remained unperturbed, merely shifting his gaze to the numerous female immortals present, resting upon the West Queen Mother. West Queen Mother, you are the embodiment of the primordial Purian energy of Western Hoer, and may be regarded as the foremost among the female immortals of the primordial realm. I bestow upon you the Western Plain Cloud Banner as a token of authority. Henceforth, all mortal women who ascend to immortality in the primordial realm must inscribe their names in the golden register and venerate the Queen Mother. As the sage's voice fell, a resplendent and graceful female immortal, the West Queen Mother, rose to express her gratitude. Thank you, sage. In stark contrast to the Eastern King's barely contained excitement masked by an air of cool indifference, the West Queen Mother displayed an aura of calm composure and grace as she rose to pay her respects and accepted the spiritual treasure and golden register. With the slightly disingenuous Eastern King before her, the West Queen Mother garnered considerable goodwill from the 3,000 guests. Moreover, it was significant that the number of female immortals was far less than that of their male counterparts, and among the great Luo female immortals, the sense of camaraderie was often stronger, leading to less competitive strife than that seen among the male immortals. As the foremost female immortal, the West Queen Mother naturally had no influence over the male side, which constituted a unique circumstance. After appointing the foremost male and female immortals, the sage had no further matters to address. He announced, after the 3 Yuan meetings, the Purple Cloud Palace shall reopen, you may depart now. With that, the sage's figure vanished from sight. The 3,000 guests were left in a state of bewilderment, and soon they began to rise, preparing to leave. Among the crowd, Fu Guang, who had remained an observer throughout, stood up and adjusted his robes. With utmost respect, he bowed towards the sage's speaking platform. Thank you for your teachings, sage. Once again, witnessing Fu Guang's distinctive behavior, the guests who had arrived before him and had been overshadowed felt a twitch at the corners of their lips. Subsequently, they imitated his gesture, bowing towards the platform. At Fu Guang's side, Shi He and Chang Shi exchanged glances and similarly bowed. Even the 3 pure ones, who had already begun to step towards the exit of the Purple Cloud Palace, paused to turn and pay their respects. After the bows, the 3,000 guests regarded Fu Guang with a mix of strange, unexpected, and vexed expressions. This show-off, most of the guests, who had initially been oblivious to the bowing issue, mentally scolded themselves. Particularly the 3 pure ones, having received the sage's enlightenment, they had inexplicably forgotten to express their gratitude. They felt somewhat unsettled. In the face of the gazes from the 3,000 guests, Fu Guang remained unfazed, turning to the slightly bewildered Shi He and Chang Shi beside him. He invited, "Dear friends, shall we proceed together?" Upon hearing Fu Guang's invitation, Chang Shi nodded in agreement. Shi He replied, "Certainly." Soon, the three departed the Purple Cloud Palace, conversing and laughing. Fu Guang summoned the high-grade postnatal merit spiritual treasure, the crowning feather, enveloping himself and the two lunar goddesses in a protective golden light before directly entering the chaos, making their way back to the primordial realm. Among the crowd, as they observed Fu Guang departing alongside Shi He and Chang Shi, the Eastern King, surrounded by several great Luo male immortals, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was well aware that the sage had first regarded Fu Guang, therefore, even though he had now been elevated to the position of foremost male immortal, a twinge of unease lingered within him after the initial exhilaration subsided. It seemed that the title of foremost male immortal was not exclusively his, that Sun Star, Fu Guang, was also a worthy contender. It should be noted that when the sage designated the foremost female immortal, no one else was considered apart from the West Queen Mother. A small break of doubt had subtly embedded itself in the Eastern King's heart. Chapter 13, The Perfection of the Great Tao Fruit. Chapter 13, Returning to the Primordial Chaos under the protection of Fugong. Upon entering the starry expanse, Shiher expressed her gratitude to Fugong, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, my friend." In response, Fugong wore a gentle smile and replied, "We are neighbors, so there is no need for formality." After a brief pause, he looked at Shiher and Changxi and inquired, "Would you two like to visit the Sun Star? I have some celestial brew made from innate fire mulberries from years past, which I would be delighted to offer you both." Upon hearing Fugong's invitation, Shiher and Changxi exchanged glances and then shook their heads. They addressed Fugong, saying, "Having listened to the saint's teachings, you must have gained considerable insights. Now is the perfect opportunity for you to enter seclusion and assimilate them. As for us sisters, it would be inappropriate to disturb you. We shall certainly pay you a visit in the future." Not only did Fugong benefit greatly from this session, but so did the sisters, who also found it essential to retreat and digest their newfound knowledge, aiming to break through their own realms. Thus, a visit to the Sun Star was not on their agenda for the time being. "In that case, I shall await your honored presence at the Sun Star," Fugong said, not insisting further, merely smiling as he took his leave. He then clasped his hands in farewell, stating, "If that is the case, I bid you farewell. Until we meet again, my friends." In response, Shiher and Changxi slightly bowed, saying, "Until we meet again." With no lingering emotions, the three parted ways, each returning to their respective abodes. After spending some time, Fugong returned to the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star, where he promptly entered seclusion for his cultivation. His path of the sun and the path of fire were approaching perfection, and the myriad other paths he had been cultivating were also on the verge of culmination. During this period of seclusion, he was determined to achieve the completeness of his Da Luo Dao fruit before emerging. As for the opportunity regarding the innate spiritual treasure gourd at Mount Buzhou, which was originally meant for him, there was no rush. Once he completed his breakthrough in strength, he could retrieve that opportunity without delay. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, 50,000 years had passed. With a resounding clang, the doors of the Golden Crow Palace slowly opened, and Fugong emerged, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Feeling the fullness of his Da Luo Dao fruit, he mused, "Next, I must diligently refine my magical powers, divine abilities, and physical form, ensuring that I am thoroughly prepared before contemplating a breakthrough into the realm of the primordial golden immortal. It would be best to achieve this after the second session of teachings, thereby deepening my foundation prior to the breakthrough." The content of the first lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace primarily focused on the realm of the Da Luo Golden Immortal, with the levels beneath it receiving secondary attention. The second lecture, as anticipated, would likely center on the realm of the three corpse severing and the primordial golden immortal as a secondary topic. By absorbing the teachings from the second lecture before his breakthrough, Fugong could better identify any gaps in his understanding, thereby avoiding any unforeseen mishaps that might leave deficiencies in his Dao fruit during the breakthrough process. It is about time to head there. Fugong reflected, raising his hand to calculate the timing, a look of anticipation brightening his face. Among the 7 precious gourds on the innate gourd vine at Mount Buzhou, 6 had fully developed into exquisite innate spiritual treasures, while the last remained incomplete, being merely a superior innate spiritual treasure. Though Fugong could only claim one of them, the severing immortal gourd, it was still a remarkable gain. That was indeed a top-tier innate spiritual treasure that could be used openly. While the name of the Severing Immortal Gourd might not carry the same weight, the reputation of the Severing Immortal Flying Knife was quite formidable. By refining the Severing Immortal Gourd with some innate characteristic spiritual materials, Fugong was entirely confident he could elevate the power of the future transformed Severing Immortal Flying Knife to a new level. Naturally, he had contemplated the possibility of seizing the innate gourd vine, the 7 spiritual gourds, and the 9 heavens Ruo while others were unaware. However, upon considering that the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavens Ruo were pivotal to the great event of Newer creating humanity and awakening the will of humanity, Fugong extinguished that thought. Such actions lacked prudence. Who could say whether this would attract the attention of the heavenly Tao or the Tao ancestor Hongjun, and once he possessed these treasures, what could he truly do with them? Ultimately, they would still need to be returned to Newer for her to create and sanctify beings. The karmic repercussions, while not as significant as directly bestowing a holy position, would not be negligible either. What if, after attaining enlightenment, Newer decided not to repay the karmic debt but instead sought to eliminate him? In summary, acquiring the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavens Ruo prematurely would inevitably lead to confrontations with Pangu, the 3 pure ones, and Newer, resulting in numerous future troubles. Thus, Fugong opted for a more cautious and prudent approach. He would not act prematurely, however, should he obtain the spiritual treasures, and Newer, in her ignorance, forsake the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavens Ruo. He would gladly accept them, provided he did not acquire them through forceful means. With this thought in mind, as Fugong sensed the clarity of his destined opportunity growing ever more vivid, he no longer lingered. He mounted a cloud, hastening swiftly toward the towering pillar of Mount Buzhou. Simultaneously, the 3 pure ones sensed that an opportunity belonging to them was about to emerge and departed from their respective abodes. The Red Cloud ancestor of the Fire Cloud Cave likewise followed suit. Nearby, at the Finchi Mountain Daoist Temple, Newer also exited her seclusion early. Upon noticing that her brother showed no signs of emerging, she set out alone from the temple. Chapter 14. Hasn't he accumulated an excessive amount of merits and spiritual treasures? Chapter 14. In the desolate corners of the great wilderness lies a mountain, named Buzhou, that stands in disarray. For the beings of the primordial world, Buzhou Mountain is a place worthy of pilgrimage and reverence, a realm abundant with countless opportunities. At the dawn of creation, the great Pangu transformed into all things within the vast wilderness. Apart from those chaotic demon deities who resorted to self-mutilation to survive, many of the innate deities can be considered as recipients of Pangu's divine legacy. Whenever the beings of the primordial world journey to Buzhou Mountain with sincere hearts and steadfast intentions, they often receive the mountain's bountiful gifts. This has been affirmed throughout the endless ages. To ascend Buzhou Mountain and obtain even a fragment of its true blessings is undoubtedly beneficial for one's future path. As Fu Guang drew near to Buzhou Mountain, his mind was flooded with numerous legends surrounding it. Indeed, even for an innate deity like Fu Guang, the existence of Buzhou Mountain was steeped in tales. Once I acquire the demon-slaying gourd, I shall make my way to Buzhou Mountain, he resolved, gazing at the distant yet still remote mountain. The opportunities that lay at Buzhou Mountain were too enticing to ignore. Who knows, perhaps fortune would favor him, granting him some benefits and guidance. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of convenience. Before long, propelled by the Golden Crow transformation technique, Fu Guang arrived near Buzhou Mountain. The opportunities lie in this direction. Following the clear and undeniable signs of fortune, Fu Guang transformed into a golden rainbow and swiftly made his way toward a certain ridge of Buzhou Mountain. On a certain ridge of Buzhou Mountain, powerful Luo golden immortals congregated. Among them were several formidable figures, Pangu's 3 pure ones of various ages, the proud Newer, and the benevolent Hongyan clad in red. Additionally, there were other Luo golden immortals present. Everyone remained silent, awaiting the complete maturation of 7 radiant, circulating innate treasure gourds that shimmered with colorful light atop the ridge. Though one of the gourds was merely a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, it was still a coveted item for those present, who would disdain having an abundance of spiritual treasures. As the crowd waited in silence, a resonant hum echoed through the air. A golden rainbow pierced the void, and Fu Guang's figure materialized above. He surveyed the scene before him. Those who had acquired the spiritual treasure gourd were already present, including several Luo golden immortals of names he had never heard before. It seemed that a fierce battle was imminent. Noticing the unfriendly atmosphere among the crowd, Fu Guang pondered briefly before greeting them. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." In response to Fu Guang's courtesy, the aloof three pure ones remained unresponsive. The equally indifferent Nuer ignored him, and the unknown Da Luo Golden Immortals paid him no heed. Only the kind-hearted Hong Yun returned a gesture of acknowledgement. Fu Guang, however, was unfazed. Whether he received courtesy was his own affair, while the manners of others were theirs to bear. As he gazed upon the soon-to-mature spiritual treasure, he understood clearly that once the gourd ripened, a fierce conflict would inevitably erupt. With a contemplative demeanor, Fu Guang began to prepare for the impending battle. With a hum, he raised his hand and summoned the top-grade postnatal merit spiritual treasure, Wu Jue, from the ink sea. It was immediately activated. Wu Jue cast a protective golden light around Fu Guang, while an ocean of dark ink poured forth, transforming into a mysterious yellow ribbon that floated beyond the golden barrier. The actions of Fu Guang caused the earlier arrivals to raise their eyebrows, with some even summoning their own treasures, their faces etched with tension as they regarded him. Seeing this, Fu Guang appeared momentarily taken aback, then smiled innocently, saying, "Fellow Taoists, please do not be alarmed. I sensed the presence of fortune and came here, initially believing that acquiring it would be seamless, yet I did not anticipate that I was not the only one destined for the treasure. Since we are all gathered here, it is evident that we are all fated to converge, and I trust that none would wish to relinquish this opportunity. A struggle is inevitable." Upon concluding his words, Fu Guang summoned another top-grade postnatal merit spiritual treasure, the Wanzi Jing. 3,000 ancestral texts and 129,600 variations surged forth from the Wanzi Jing, transforming into a treasure garment that adorned Fu Guang. Continuing, he stated, "I am but a humble scholar, unskilled in the arts of combat, hence I must prepare myself. I hope you fellows will not take offense." Simultaneously, Fu Guang produced the exquisite postnatal merit spiritual treasure, the Qo brush. "I do not possess many offensive treasures, so I beg your pardon, fellow Taoists." Observing Fu Guang arm himself to the teeth, then brandish a brush untainted by the blood of others, the onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips. However, merely this was not enough for them to regard Fu Guang as a serious threat. After all, he appeared exceedingly easy to deceive. Yet, in the next moment, the expressions of the crowd gradually turned into ones of bewilderment. Fu Guang, grasping the Qo brush, continued his actions without pause. A complete set of merit spiritual treasures, a chessboard, pieces, and bowls, was produced. "I hope you do not mind, he. Following this, he revealed yet another set of chess pieces, both traditional and international. "I have quite a few little toys. Better to be prepared." Before long, Fu Guang was surrounded by a dazzling array of merit spiritual treasures, their golden light shimmering brilliantly, causing the countenances of all present to shift dramatically. This fellow, did he possess an excessive number of merit spiritual treasures? Each tiny chess piece surrounding him bore a substantial amount of merit. When had Fu Guang amassed such an abundance of heavenly merit? Chapter 15, The Monk's Proficiency in Elucidating Principles. Chapter 15, The virtues of the heavenly Tao are indeed rare. Among the treasures of merit within the cosmos, those known are few and far between. Yet why does that fellow, Fu Guang, possess such an abundance of these treasures, not to mention the unknown great Luo Golden Immortals, even the aloof Pangu and the three pure ones, as well as the proud NWA, have fallen into a contemplative silence. To speak of it plainly, Fu Guang's ability to effortlessly wield this multitude of treasures is testimony enough to his formidable strength. A true powerhouse. Moreover, he is an absolute powerhouse endowed with great virtues bestowed by the heavens. Such an adversary is undeniably formidable. Engaging him in battle does not guarantee victory. Even if one were to win, facing a being with immense celestial merit would yield no favorable outcome. To slay him, that would be a reckless act indeed. The silence that enveloped the crowd was entirely anticipated by Fu Guang. However, his actions did not cease. Without uttering a word, Fu Guang's thoughts stirred, summoning a vast golden wheel of heavenly merit that enveloped his entire being. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were momentarily bewildered. Ignoring the collective confusion, Fu Guang maintained a warm smile. "With this, I, a humble practitioner, am fully prepared. I hope that when the time comes for us to demonstrate our skills, my fellow Taoists might show me a measure of leniency. After all, I am more adept at reasoning with others." At these words, the expressions of the great Luo Golden Immortals involuntarily twitched. With treasures of merit, sufficient strength, and a vast golden wheel of heavenly virtue, they would be foolish to confront Fugong. Whether they could triumph was debatable, and even in victory, there would be no reward to be gained. That immense golden wheel of heavenly merit practically proclaimed to the cosmos, "I am the favored child of the heavenly Tao." Such an entity, unless driven by a profound vendetta, should be regarded with caution. Merely standing there, they would prefer to keep their distance lest they inadvertently provoke misfortune due to insufficient fortune of their own. Thus, the assembly silently excluded Fugong from their targets. After all, there were a total of 7 treasures. Fugong appeared to be a sincere and honest individual, likely to take only that treasure which resonated with him, assuredly not coveting more. Targeting him was not a prudent venture, as the thoughts of the crowd swirled, buzz, from atop the primordial gourd vine. 6 exquisite treasures of innate spiritual quality simultaneously radiated distinct celestial lights, their aura shimmering, clearly having reached full maturity. The treasures had emerged. In an instant, all present felt a weight of seriousness descend upon them, none daring to make the first move to seize the treasures. Fugong, too, despite his numerous preparations, his cautious nature compelled him to prefer a more reserved approach. The treasures possess spirit. In the absence of any contention among the crowd, the 6 treasures descended from the gourd vine, transforming into streams of light as they flew towards Pangu, the 3 pure ones, NWA, and finally, Fugong. In but a fleeting moment, the 6 individuals each acquired one of the treasures. Concurrently, the last of the superior innate treasures, seemingly aware of its inevitable incompletion, fell directly from the vine and shot towards Fugong, landing in his grasp. Observing the superior innate treasure in his hand, Fugong beamed with satisfaction. "To think there would be another, it appears my fortune is indeed commendable." Simultaneously, he noticed the other great Luo golden immortals, who had not obtained any treasures, gazing at him with avid intensity. Among those present who had claimed treasures and acknowledged their ownership, only Fugong had acquired 2. This undoubtedly stirred envy. With his golden eyes glimmering, Fugong addressed the assembly of great Luo golden immortals. "The treasures have chosen their masters. This contest for fortune should rightfully conclude here. My fellow Taoists, I trust you harbor no unfriendly intentions towards me." As the treasures of merit danced around him, the gentle light emitted by the golden wheel of heavenly virtue grew ever brighter. Fugong smiled amiably at the gathered great Luo golden immortals. Truth be told, should it come to blows, he could certainly dispatch their true spirits to the sea of true spirits of the great Tao before accruing significant karmic burdens. Moreover, each of these great Luo golden immortals bore their own substantial karmic weights and sins. To slay them would not only spare him from karmic repercussions but might even yield rewards of virtue. Of course, such virtues would not be those of heavenly merit, but rather akin to the merits of obscurity. Nevertheless, regardless of the type of virtue acquired, it would be beneficial. Upon contemplating this, a spark of eagerness ignited in Fugong's eyes. The so-called possession of lethal weapons naturally breeds the impulse to strike. Since his manifestation into the world, he had always tread lightly, never engaging with equals in combat. Should the opportunity arise to confront these great Luo golden immortals, it would not be unwelcome. He could afford to bide his time against powerful foes, yet against these minor figures, steeped in bloodshed, he could certainly unleash his might. Observing Fugong's conspicuous treasures of merit and the dazzling wheel of heavenly virtue, the initially bold great Luo golden immortals instinctively took a step back. Soon, some great Luo golden immortals, realizing they had missed their chance at fortune, silently transformed into light and departed. Once their first left, the second soon followed. In no time, the remaining great Luo golden immortals who had not secured treasures began to vacate the scene in succession. Subsequently, the 3 pure ones, maintaining their silence, transformed into 3 beams of pure light and departed from this place. My dear Daoist friends, I shall take my leave as well. Red Cloud, who had obtained the 99 Scatter Soul Red Gourd, bore a satisfied smile as he bowed respectfully to Fugong and NWA before making his exit. In an instant, only Fugong and NWA remained in this location. Chapter 16. Nura felt as if she were being pressed down and hammered. Chapter 16. In the heights. Fugong and NUWA exchanged gazes, both enveloped in a profound silence. After a considerable pause, NUWA took the initiative to speak. I have a deep and abiding friendship with Shi He and Chang Shi. I have never witnessed them exhibit any warmth towards male immortals, let alone journey together. Fu Guang, my friend, you are indeed the first. This truly piques my curiosity. Upon hearing this, a look of realization dawned on Fu Guang's face as he held the golden crow's whisk and smiled, saying, to receive the kind words of both Shihi and Charnshi, I am equally astonished. It stands to reason, this must be due to our shared status as masters of the stars. In the vastness of the cosmos, one seldom encounters kindred spirits, hence the inclination to draw closer. Nuwa nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. She then remarked, that is quite reasonable. Now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. With that, Nuwa transformed into a radiant light of creation and swiftly departed towards Fengchu Mountain. Observing her departure, Fu Guang raised an eyebrow, pondering, did she forget, or does she presume that I would not take what is rightfully mine, only to return for it later? Subsequently, without any qualms, Fu Guang waved his hand and effortlessly collected the innate gourd vine still clinging to the ridge, along with the 9 heaven soil, leaving not a speck of dust behind. After securing these treasures, Fu Guang leisurely ascended to greater heights upon Mount Buzhou. After Fu Guang's departure, several centuries passed before Nuwa returned, gazing upon the barren cliff, her brow furrowed, revealing a visage of regret. I was too hasty in my earlier departure. There are still opportunities one have yet to claim. It appears they have been acquired by Fu Guang. TSK, the thought of having missed out on opportunities that were within her grasp filled Nuwa with self-reproach for her carelessness. However, now that the fortune had been claimed by another, it was no longer her concern. Thus, it would be unwise to pursue it further. Primarily, even if she wished to employ forceful measures, it was highly likely that she would not be a match for Fu Guang. Even enlisting her elder brother would yield similar results, although Fushi possessed profound skills in divination and a remarkable understanding of the path of deduction, excelling in the art of averting calamities. When it came to sheer strength, Nuwa could easily subdue her elder brother with one hand. Yet, against Fu Guang, she felt as though she would be overpowered with a single hand as well. Thus, the likelihood of her victory seemed slim. Despite her discontent, Nuwa could only harbor her grievances in silence, lamenting her own carelessness and the lost opportunities. Nuwa's visit was swift, and her departure was equally so. 10 years after her exit, Fu Guang's figure slowly materialized from the void, sitting cross-legged in the air. He stroked his chin. Indeed, she has returned. Moreover, it seems she has accepted the reality of her lost opportunities. In that case, I shall graciously accept the innate gourd vine and the 9 heaven soil. As a cautious individual, even after claiming the innate gourd vine and the 9 heaven soil, Fu Guang did not leave immediately. He felt it prudent to ascertain Nuwa's attitude before fully committing to his acquisition. After all, these 2 items were of great significance, pivotal to the attainment of the Tao, worthy of fierce contention among any cultivator in the primordial realm. Now that he had confirmed Nuwa's resigned demeanor, Fu Guang could confidently proceed with his claim. With a flash of his form, Fu Guang truly departed. As cultivators ascend Mount Buzhou, the higher they climb, the more they can distinctly sense an overwhelming will, the pressure of an indomitable spirit, neither of heaven nor earth. It is a magnificent will that embodies the essence of defiance, battling against the heavens and the earth, proclaiming one's supremacy. Thus, after reaching a certain altitude, regardless of one's cultivation realm, all must eventually touch the ground, ascending step by step. At this moment, Fu Guang was diligently climbing Mount Buzhou, taking each step with purpose. As he ascended, he relaxed his resistance against the mountain's will, closing his eyes to absorb the pressure and to comprehend the essence of Mount Buzhou. How one might receive gifts and legacy from Mount Buzhou remains a mystery. For the formidable beings who had previously received its blessings, their paths were as varied as the stars. Some merely passed by, drawn by fortune, and attained enlightenment upon reaching the mountain. Others approached with reverence, receiving commendable gifts. Some spent many years in devotion at the mountain's base, eventually rewarded with blessings. The methods were countless. Fu Guang's chosen path was simple: to ascend the mountain. To feel that will. To fathom the depths of Mount Buzhou. As for whether he would successfully obtain its gifts, Fu Guang could not be certain. He could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. As he continued his ascent, Fu Guang's pace fluctuated between brisk and slow, occasionally sitting cross-legged to meditate. Thus, time gradually slipped away. A century. A millennium. 10,000 years. In the blink of an eye, an eon had passed. At this moment, atop Mount Fuzhou, Fu Guang sat cross-legged amidst swirling orbs of light, each orb containing a unique, fantastical world. The worlds circled around him, casting Fu Guang in the guise of an unparalleled deity capable of manifesting 3,000 great worlds. In reality, he was merely a small, innate holy being who had perfected his Tao fruit of the great Luo golden immortal. After a considerable time, the extraordinary aura surrounding Fu Guang dissipated, restoring him to his original humble demeanor. Opening his golden eyes, a look of satisfaction graced his face as he rose. This expedition has yielded immense rewards. It is time to return and enter seclusion for a while, to reassess my great Luo Dao fruit and refine the Slayer gourd and the Primordial gourd. I hope to refine my great Luo Dao fruit and the two gourds before the next opportunity to hear the Dao rises. With those words, a golden light enveloped Fu Guang, transforming him into a golden rainbow that soared towards the sun star. Chapter 17, The Library of Fu Guang. The myriad races are about to face their ancient transgressions. Chapter 17, Within the Golden Crow Palace of the Solar Star, sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat, Fu Guang had 3 ethereal lights suspended before him, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the chaotic gourd, the innate gourd vine, and the 9 heaven soil. The 7 gourds atop the innate gourd vine were capable of becoming exceptional innate spiritual treasures in their own right. The reason the chaotic gourd was not classified as such stemmed from its premature emergence into the world. Now, with the innate gourd vine and the 9 heaven soil in Fu Guang's possession, if he could restore the missing essence of the chaotic gourd, there was a possibility it could regain its status as an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. With the power of the solar star, it should be feasible to forcibly reconnect the 9 heaven soil, the gourd vine, and the chaotic gourd, allowing the latter to grow anew. Fu Guang mused, stroking his chin. Though it may take an exceedingly long time, perhaps by the time Newer attains enlightenment and becomes a saint, the chaotic gourd might still not have ascended to excellence. Regardless, I shall make the attempt. Any restoration, no matter how slight, is worthwhile. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Guang proceeded to merge the 3 entities before him. He replanted the gourd vine, and, through grafting, reattached the chaotic gourd. Once this was accomplished, Fu Guang summoned the power of the solar star, channeling the 3 entities into it to stimulate the flow of their essence. Indeed, it is working. After observing the chaotic gourd beginning to grow once more over the span of several millennia, Fu Guang could not help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Its renewed growth assured him that, regardless of the outcome, he would not incur a loss. Turning his attention away from the chaotic gourd's development, Fu Guang retrieved the mature Slaying Immortals gourd, his expression earnest. Next, I must diligently refine the Slaying Immortals gourd, infusing it with the essence of the solar true fire to elevate its power further. Even among exceptional innate spiritual treasures, its might would surely rank among the foremost. Raising his hand, he summoned a stream of solar true fire essence, akin to flowing magma, from the solar star. As he shifted his hand seals, he simultaneously refined the innate divine seals within the Slaying Immortals gourd while continuously infusing it with solar true fire. Multitasking, Fu Guang also meticulously examined his Da Luo Dao fruit, contemplating the great Dao of the sun, the great Dao of fire, and reflecting upon his own divine abilities. Concurrently, he utilized the chaotic bell and the He Tu and Luo Shu to delve into the myriad laws of the great Tao that he had been honing. Amidst this arduous endeavor, time slipped away, moment by moment. In the blink of an eye, yet another Yuanhui had passed. During this Yuanhui, Fu Guang remained within the Golden Crow Palace, never stepping foot outside the solar star, once again embracing the solitary life of a hermit. After a period of seclusion, he emerged to take a brief respite. Apart from Fu Guang, the Golden Crow Palace housed no other beings. Although he possessed the ability to cultivate a few Daoist youths within his palace, his inherently solitary nature deterred him from doing so. Having but his own company sufficed for him. At this moment, within the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang held a fine brush in hand, fervently inscribing a tome bound with care. On a nearby desk lay numerous works he had already completed. The titles of these tomes would be familiar to any traveler. The 36 Stratagems, The Art of Alliance and Division, Fu Guang's military treatise, game theory, and more. These works, originating from the small world he had traversed before, were enriched with his personal insights during moments of leisure. Fu Guang derived immense joy from this creative process. Within the Golden Crow Palace, a grand hall had been dedicated to his literary endeavors, filled with novels, scripts, operas, comics, and other forms of entertainment literature he had composed during his idle hours. Additionally, there were treatises he had authored on chess, painting, and other arts, such as Fu Guang on chess and Fu Guang on painting. Of course, the majority consisted of various techniques and spells he had devised. While the whole may not encompass every conceivable subject, it certainly brimmed with a wealth of knowledge. This, however, was largely due to Fu Guang's limited free time. Otherwise, he could have easily produced enough works to fill an entire realm. Naturally, Fu Guang's writing was motivated solely by his mood, and the content varied accordingly. The last time he emerged from seclusion, he had even penned several novels centered around dual cultivation, such as The Celestial Woman by Jie and The Male Celestial A Bin, among others, which were best kept in obscurity. During his idle moments, he had also devised and refined several dual cultivation techniques. Returning to the present, Fu Guang set down his brush with a soft thud, glancing at the completed The Thick Black Theory, casually tossing it aside. Stretching languidly, he remarked, "In another 70,000 years, the second lecture at Zhou Palace will commence." Sipping from a cup of tea, Fu Guang pondered, after the second lecture, the hierarchy of top-tier powerhouses in the primordial world will ascend once more, with only quasi-saints and Hunyuan golden immortals able to occupy the apex of the pyramid. The years following the second lecture will mark the true beginning of the calamity. I wonder when Dong Wanggong will establish the celestial court. If he doesn't expedite matters, the witch clan will likely emerge with great force. The mere thought of the witch clan's tyrannical ways sent a shiver down his spine. Once they appeared, everything near Mount Buzhou would be claimed as their own, and the myriad tribes of the primordial world would be seen as mere prey. Such an upheaval would surely plunge the entire primordial realm into chaos. Without any unifying authority, the myriad tribes of the primordial world would face dire consequences. With this in mind, Fu Guang shook his head. What concern is it of mine? He had no intention of leading the charge, nor did he wish to dominate the myriad tribes of the primordial world, let alone confront the 12 ancestor witches directly. The affairs of the primordial tribes held no relevance to him. Chapter 18, Unified World, Not Even a Dog Would Venture. Chapter 18, The Tribulations of the Multitudes in the Primordial Chaos will undoubtedly be harrowing. Yet, all of this bears no relation to Fu Guang whatsoever. The calamity, he must not allow even a trace of its influence to touch him. From the moment his consciousness first awakened after traversing into this realm, Fu Guang has consistently admonished himself thus. Despite bearing the supreme fate of 99, which could be deemed a perfect match for the exalted position of dominion over the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, the crux of the matter lies herein. Aspiring to occupy such a position inevitably entails entering the calamity, uniting the myriad races of the primordial chaos, and engaging in ruthless slaughter against the brutish shaman tribes. Even if one could revel in fleeting joys, such pleasure would not last a lifetime. This stands in stark contrast to Fu Guang's fervent aspiration to coexist with the cosmos for eternity and to reign alongside the world. Therefore, Fu Guang is resolutely disinclined to concern himself with the myriad events destined to transpire in the primordial chaos. Of course, as an innate divine being, Fu Guang is acutely aware that the calamity represents a trial for all sentient beings within the primordial chaos, but it also presents a tremendous opportunity. Those who enter the calamity, should they successfully navigate it, will ascend to remarkable heights, while those who falter will vanish without a trace. This fact is well understood by any cultivator of note within the primordial chaos. Without delving into distant histories, one need only recall the last calamity, which was extraordinarily terrifying, where a multitude of chaos demon gods perished in a fierce conflict, leading to the demise of many renowned primordial golden immortals who had achieved fame since the dawn of creation. This list includes, but is not limited to, the venerable ancestor of heaven and earth, the ancestor of yin and yang, and the moon goddess, Chang'e, among other illustrious ancient figures. The most infamous among them was none other than the demon ancestor, Luo, who, brandishing the innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear, and wielding the unbreakable sword array of the Four Saints, alongside numerous other treasures such as the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus. He was undoubtedly the mightiest being of his time. Alas, his efforts ultimately culminated in failure. He even obliterated the ancestral veins of the Western lands but still could not claim victory over the Tao ancestor, Hong Jun. Instead, he fell prey to the machinations of Hong Jun, creating a vast legacy of slaughter. Subsequently, he was hunted down and slain by Hong Jun, who summoned allies to eradicate a significant menace from the primordial chaos, thus accruing immeasurable merits in the Tao. Not only did he successfully navigate the calamity, but he also achieved the unification of his three corpses, leading to his enlightenment. According to Fu Guang's recollections of the witch-demon calamity, the level of devastation it wrought was not inferior to the destruction caused by the conflict between the Tao and the demon in obliterating the Western spiritual veins. It is therefore evident that this calamity harbors the potential for the emergence of a sage fruit position. Fu Guang is certain of this. Likewise, once the calamity unfolds, numerous powerful beings will grasp this truth. While understanding it is one thing, the difficulty of seizing this sage fruit position amidst the calamity is equally daunting, rivaling the unification of the three corpses for the purpose of attaining Tao. Particularly, should one fail to succeed before the celestial saints achieve their own enlightenment, the consequence will be fatal. In summary, unifying the heavens and the earth is a venture unworthy of pursuit. As myriad thoughts flitted through Fu Guang's mind, pondering the calamity, contemplating what his next tome should encompass, and envisioning a serene future of diligent cultivation, two ethereal beams of moonlight emerged from the direction of the moon star, materializing into the figures of two divine maidens outside the sun star. The visitors were none other than the sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi. Upon manifesting their forms, Shi He stepped forward, declaring, "I, Shi He of the moon star, along with my sister Chang Shi, have come to pay a visit to fellow Daoist Fu Guang. Might I inquire if you are available?" With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Fu Guang's previously relaxed thoughts immediately coalesced into focus. A look of pleasant surprise graced his face. "They have arrived." "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Rising promptly, Fu Guang stepped forth and appeared outside the sun star. Upon seeing Shi He and Chang Shi standing amidst the starry expanse, Fu Guang greeted them with a respectful bow. "Esteemed Taoists, it has been far too long. I am honored to receive your presence." After returning the gesture, Shi He spoke, "I apologize for the intrusion. I hope we have not disrupted your plans." Waving his hand dismissively, Fu Guang replied nonchalantly, "Let us not mention that I am merely enjoying some leisure time. Even if I had arrangements, I would gladly make way for the arrival of esteemed Taoists." As he spoke, Fu Guang stepped aside, gesturing invitingly, "Please, esteemed Taoists, do come in." Upon hearing this, Shi He and Chang Shi expressed their gratitude and followed Fu Guang into the Golden Crow Palace, taking their seats in the courtyard. Glancing at the array of writing instruments and the completed tomes laid out on the desk, Shi He raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, "Esteemed Daoist, you possess a refined taste." In response, Fu Guang offered a tranquil smile, saying, "After all, I am the progenitor of the literary Tao. It is only natural that I hold a fondness for such pursuits." Shi He nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Fu Guang radiated a gentle and cultured aura, exuding the spirit of a true gentleman, making any interaction with him a refreshing experience. Nearby, the usually reticent Chang Shi directed her beautiful gaze towards the books on the desk and inquired, "Esteemed Daoist Fu Guang, may I peruse these tomes?" Since Fu Guang introduced written language and established the literary Tao, the concept of books had become widely disseminated throughout the primordial chaos. Nodding, Fu Guang replied casually, "Of course, you may. If you enjoy reading, you are also welcome to visit the library within my Golden Crow Palace, where you will find my novels, illustrated works, and other entertaining literature, as well as some classical texts, cultivation methods, and treatises on divine abilities." With a gentle nod, the serene Chang Shi picked up Fu Guang's recently completed work, The Art of Subtle Manipulation, and began to read quietly. Observing this, Fu Guang brewed a pot of tranquil tea, imbued with the essence to calm the mind and elevate one's thoughts, and casually placed it before Chang Shi. Immersed in her reading, Chang Shi did not notice, simply lifting the teacup with grace and taking a sip. Chapter 19, Sheher, the humble Daoist understands. Chapter 19, I seek your understanding, fellow Daoist. Observing Changshi's natural movements, a glimmer of indulgence flickered in Cher's eyes. She then offered an apologetic smile to Fugong, saying, "My sister possesses a pure disposition. Her actions are merely a reflection of her treating you as a close friend, not a lack of decorum." Nodding in understanding, Fugong nonchalantly replied, "There is no need for explanations, fellow Daoist. I comprehend completely." As he spoke, Fugong waved his hand, retrieving some innate fire mulberries and innate spiritual fruits from the treasury of the Golden Crow Palace, along with some celestial brew, which he elegantly arranged on the celestial table. He continued, "These are the first batch of innate fire mulberries produced by the Fusang divine tree. Consuming one can refine the primordial spirit and probe the Tao heart, which also has certain benefits for attaining the great Luo Tao fruit. You need not be modest." The prospect of refining the primordial spirit and probing the Tao heart with such spiritual fruits was enticing. Upon hearing Fugong's words, Cher's eye sparkled with excitement, and with a smile, she produced a jar of celestial brew. "This is the brew made from the finest laurel blossoms of the innate laurel tree. I hope you do not find it lacking." With a slight arch of his brow, Fugong accepted the jar of laurel brew with a beaming expression. "This renowned celestial brew, esteemed among the myriad cultivators of the primordial world, is something I seek but cannot obtain. How could I possibly find it lacking?" As he spoke, Fugong retrieved several wine cups and, after inquiring with Cher, opened the jar, pouring a cup for both Cher and Changshi before filling his own. He drank it in one gulp. As the exquisite wine flowed down his throat, Fugong instantly felt his mind clear and enter a state of profound enlightenment. Witnessing Fugong slip into a state of enlightenment merely from a sip of laurel brew, Cher, seated before him, could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. How remarkable! This fellow Daoist Fugong's comprehension was indeed formidable. A single sip of celestial brew leading to enlightenment, one could only feel envy, which also subtly affirmed Fugong's deep-rooted foundation, likely surpassing many great powers of the primordial world. Fugong was not the first to taste the laurel brew. Notable figures such as Jinwu and the Queen Mother of the West had already savored it. However, among them, only Fugong could achieve enlightenment from a single sip. After a century of enlightenment had passed, Fugong emerged from his meditative state, having added a new path of tie-in to his cultivation. With a heart full of satisfaction, he bowed respectfully to Cher, who had patiently awaited the conclusion of his enlightenment, saying, "Thank you for the laurel brew, fellow Daoist. I have greatly benefited." Nodding gently, Cher did not claim credit. "It is merely your own fortune, fellow Daoist. The laurel brew is but a precious wine." After exchanging pleasantries, their conversation soon shifted to the legends and experiences within the primordial world. Cher's beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked, "Do you still remember the foremost male immortal, Dong Wanggong?" Setting down his cup, Fugong expressed a hint of interest. "Of course, I remember. Do you, by chance, know of any recent developments concerning that foremost male immortal?" Nodding, Cher candidly shared, "I have heard that before a recent celestial gathering, Dong Wanggong widely opened the gates of the Purple Mansion, attracting numerous golden immortals and Tai golden immortals to his side, and even several great Luo male immortals have sought his allegiance. Furthermore, Dong Wanggong has ascended Mount Shakuan twice to discuss matters with the Queen Mother of the West. Although everything seems calm for now, it appears that changes will soon unfold in the primordial world. Dong Wanggong has begun to gather followers. This signifies his preparations for a celestial court. It is entirely reasonable to establish connections with the Queen Mother of the West, the foremost female immortal. In such endeavors, most importantly, holding the title of the foremost male immortal bestows only half of the righteous course. Should he ally with the Queen Mother of the West, it would embody the complete and sacred mandate. In this way, when Dong Wanggong calls out, his claim to authority over the primordial world would be justified." A contemplative expression crossed Fugong's face. After a moment, Cher, filled with curiosity, inquired about Fugong's perspective on Dong Wanggong's actions. "What do you think of Dong Wanggong's moves?" Taken aback, Fugong returned to his senses. "My thoughts. I have no particular opinion. It is only natural for Dong Wanggong and the Queen Mother of the West, as the foremost male and female immortals, to aspire to achieve something significant. It has no bearing on us." His words were resolute, imbued with an undercurrent of authority. Could it be that Dong Wanggong seeks to exert control over we, the innate divine beings? If he truly intends to do so, then the position of the foremost male immortal is not solely his to claim. Fugong expressed no interest in such ambitions. However, it is essential to remember, at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, the Dao ancestor Hongjun stands guard, alongside Haojian, who has become the heavenly emperor after the calamity of the Wu and Yao. This indicates that even as a mere Dao boy, Haojian possesses a semblance of imperial destiny, yet, what he articulated reached Sheher's ears in a different light. The position of the foremost male immortal is not necessarily Dong Wanggong's alone. This is indeed true, for when the sages conferred the title of foremost male immortal, their first consideration was not Dong Wanggong, but rather Fugong. Now, as Fugong articulates this sentiment, does it not imply Fugong Daoist harbors aspirations for the position of the foremost male immortal? It seems, however, that the sages did not select him, prompting him to temporarily suppress such thoughts. With this notion in mind, observing Fugong's blatant disregard for Dong Wanggong, even exuding a hint of contempt, Sheher felt her suspicions were likely correct. However, she chose not to disclose her interpretation of Fugong's innermost thoughts. Instead, she smiled and said, "I see, I understand now." Hearing Sheher's words, Fugong was momentarily taken aback. "You understand, what do you comprehend?" A moment later, Fugong realized that Sheher had likely gleaned that they, as innate divine beings, need not concern themselves with the machinations of Dong Wanggong and the Queen Mother of the West. Thus, he nodded in response, "As long as you understand, fellow Daoist." Chapter 20, Lecture 2, Fuxi truly possesses the ability to endure. Chapter 20, within the Golden Crow Palace the atmosphere among Fu Guang and the two others was exceedingly harmonious. Shihi and Fu Guang initially engaged in delightful conversation, yet every discussion must eventually reach a conclusion. As their dialogue dwindled, Fu Guang retrieved various small toys he had crafted during moments of leisure, Go, chess, and international chess sets, and invited Shihi to partake in a match. Simultaneously, upon discovering Shihi's interest in musical tones, Fu Guang introduced her to an array of instruments he had previously fashioned for his own amusement, which delighted Shihi immensely. She even composed several celestial music scores. Meanwhile, Shangxi immersed herself in the diverse tomes compiled by Fu Guang. On occasion, when inspiration struck, Shangxi would pen her own novels, classic texts on Taoism, and even create new techniques inspired by the fantastical spells found. In this manner, tens of thousands of years slipped by unnoticed. On this particular day, within the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang and Shihi were engaged in a game of chess, while Shangxi diligently worked on a novel titled The Legend of the Moon Maiden. Suddenly, 3 deliberate chimes echoed through the palace, breaking the reverie of the trio, their eyes sparkling with renewed focus. The second lecture is about to commence. Upon hearing the tolling bells, Fu Guang set down his piece and turned to the now alert Shihi and Shangxi, inviting, "Shall we attend the lecture together, my friends?" Shihi rose with a radiant smile, responding, "I see no reason not to." Shangxi, having set aside her brush, nodded gently, "I shall accompany you." With both companions in agreement, Fu Guang swiftly tied it up, and the trio departed the Sun Star, journeying towards the boundless chaos beyond. Within the chaos, the Zashir Palace stood resolutely, a bastion of tranquility amidst the perilous void. This majestic palace seemed to have existed since time immemorial. The grand gates of the Zashir Palace remained closed, yet, as during the first lecture, a considerable number of cultivators had gathered. This time, even if Fu Guang was not the first to arrive, the cultivators had finally learned the etiquette of salutation. At this moment, the 3,000 guests before the Zashir Palace had all made notable progress. Compared to their cultivation levels prior to the first lecture, most had advanced to the early stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As the second lecture approached, the majority had at least broken through to a minor realm. Notable figures such as the 3 Pure Ones and newer had even reached the late stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, a remarkable achievement. Unlike the first lecture, among the 3,000 attendees, Dong Wanggong was accompanied by a dozen mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals, and even a few late-stage ones. Clad in a flowing purple robe, Dong Wanggong exuded an air of triumph, unmistakably radiating confidence. Coincidentally, the Queen Mother of the West, the foremost celestial maiden, was surrounded by several prominent female immortals. Though fewer in number than those by Dong Wanggong's side, their quality was superior. These two figures stood out as the most striking sights at the gates of the Zhixiu Palace. One by one, the 3,000 guests crossed the chaotic expanse, arriving at the Zhixiu Palace. Likewise, Fu Guang, Shi He, and Chang Shi arrived neither too early nor too late. Their unassuming entrance was neither ostentatious nor overly modest, however. With the presence of Shi He and Chang Shi, both late-stage great Luo Golden Immortals, Fu Guang's attempts at subtlety were surely in vain. As soon as the two lunar goddesses appeared, many gazes among the 3,000 guests turned towards them. After performing the customary bow towards the Zhixiu Palace, Fu Guang intended to find a corner to minimize his presence, but fate had other plans. Before he could make a move, Nuer, an acquaintance of Shi He and Chang Shi, glanced at him and, with a slight spark in her eye, approached the trio. Observing his sister's actions, Fu Shi, who had little say in the matter, followed suit. On another note, during the previous treasure division at Buzhou Mountain, Hong Yun, who had a brief encounter with Fu Guang, brightened at the sight and urged Jinwu, "Let us greet our friend Fu Guang. He is amiable and quite approachable. I've long desired to forge a connection." Dragged along by Hong Yun, Jinwu wore a bemused expression. Did he truly believe Fu Guang to be so congenial? His own experiences seemed quite contrary. Fu Guang was undoubtedly no ordinary character. Nevertheless, making an introduction seemed harmless, for one who garnered such immense heavenly merit and divine favor could hardly be malevolent. Shi He, Chang Shi. Nuer was the first to approach, greeting her two friends before turning her gaze to Fu Guang. "Fu Guang, my friend, it is good to see you again." In response, a radiant smile spread across Fu Guang's face. "Congratulations, Nuer, on your further advancement in cultivation." During the treasure division at Buzhou Mountain, Nuer had only been at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, yet she had now ascended to the late stage. Furthermore, Fu Guang sensed a completeness in her aura. She must be nearing the pinnacle of her realm. Reflecting on his own arduous journey to achieve the completion of his great Luo Dao fruit, while Nuer seemed to have effortlessly caught up, Fu Guang could only marvel. Truly, she was a destined sage of the heavenly path. "Greetings, my friend," the refined figure of Fu Shi chimed in with a warm smile. Upon seeing Fu Shi, Fu Guang's eyes lit up. He felt an instant camaraderie with him. After all, he was destined to become one of the 4 emperors of the demon race, a former subordinate of great renown. Unlike Kunpeng, who remained loyal until his demise, Fu Shi was genuinely sociable and reliable in times of need. Chapter 21, The Intuition of the Queen Mother of the West. Chapter 21, Cultivation is also the cultivation of the heart. Upon reaching the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, even the most inexperienced among them exist solely as a thought. They act entirely at their whim. Even though Fu Guang has no intention of vying for the position of the supreme sage of heaven and earth or establishing a demon clan and heavenly court, he still harbors a genuine desire to befriend his subordinate, Fu Shi. Thus, Fu Guang took the initiative to engage Fu Shi in conversation. "I have long heard of Daoist Fu Shi's profound mastery of the innate changes of the cosmos, able to glimpse the secrets of heaven and calculate without oversight. I have yearned to make your acquaintance. Should you find yourself with leisure time, I invite you to visit the Sun Star. I shall certainly prepare a warm welcome." After inviting Fu Shi, Fu Guang's gaze turned to Nuer. He spoke, "Daoist Nuer, you too." At this, Fu Shi's face lit up with unexpected delight. "Excellent, I shall certainly come. I have delved into the literary path you have opened, and possess many insights that yearn for discourse. I believe there will be numerous topics of mutual interest between us." Har har har. In response, Fu Guang nodded with a smile. "That would be splendid. To be candid, within my Golden Crow Palace, I have compiled numerous texts. Should you be interested, we may explore them together." With a respectful gesture, Fu Shi's eyes gleamed. "Oh, I shall undoubtedly make the effort to study them." Observing the joyful exchange and Fu Shi's firm intention to visit Fu Guang after the teachings, Nuer couldn't help but twitch her lips. Fu Guang's invitation was primarily aimed at her rather lackluster brother, Fu Shi, while she herself was merely an afterthought. "Esteemed friends, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you all." Soon after, Hong Yun and Jinwu approached, bowing with smiles, joining the lively conversation. Naturally, Hongyun and Jinwu Anzai primarily conversed with Fuguang and Fuxi, and did not engage in the discussions among the three great Luo female immortals regarding the arrival of Hongyun and Jinwu Anzai. Fuguang welcomed them warmly. On the contrary, adhering to the belief that more friends pave the way for more opportunities, Fuguang was quite enthusiastic about forming connections with Jinwu Anzai and Hongyun. 3 reasons influenced this. Firstly, Jinwu Anzai is destined to become a consummate sage, renowned as the progenitor of Earth immortals and a formidable being of great repute. Though Hongyun is likely to face demise, his reincarnation as a human emperor also marks him as a future powerhouse. Both individuals are worthy of friendship with Fuguang, who aspires to reign alongside the world. Secondly, although Fuguang rarely ventures outside, he understands that solitary endeavors in the vast wilderness bear little promise. Even the formidable demon ancestor Luo who fell to a collective assault, did he not? Thus, he requires companions to avoid being left without allies in the event of future conflicts. Fuguang's desire to remain unscathed and reign alongside the world does not negate the need for friends. Hongyun, the affable soul he is, needs no further introduction, while Jinwu Anzai, the honest and good-hearted individual, is also a worthy companion. Thirdly, and most fundamentally, Fuguang harbored no interest in the primordial purple energy that Hongyun might acquire, rendering any animosity unnecessary. Being friends rather than foes seemed a more prudent choice. As Nuer and Fuxi engaged in conversation with Hongyun and Jinwu Anzai, several of the 3,000 guests, with whom they shared a good rapport, gradually joined the exchange. Among them were both male and female immortals. More importantly, these guests were devoid of karmic burdens, some even radiating a glimmer of merit. However, compared to Fuguang's celestial merit wheel, their glow was considerably dimmer. A few friends brought along their acquaintances to expand their social circles, a perfectly natural occurrence, yet, the sight of the multitude of 3,000 guests gathering around Fuguang was undeniably provocative to others. Some ascetics were unfazed, but to the keen eyes of Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, this scene was rather conspicuous, particularly for Dong Wanggong. Upon noticing this gathering, his dignified countenance revealed traces of displeasure and deep-seated apprehension. The reason was clear: the number of great Luo golden immortals surrounding Fuguang far surpassed those by his side. Even when including the great Luo female immortals with Shi Wangmu, he still fell short in numbers. At this moment, Dong Wanggong inevitably recalled the day when the sages determined the leading male immortal. Fuguang was the first to catch their gaze. Was this not indicative that his title as the foremost male immortal was undeserved, merely granted to him in Fuguang's absence? Such a glaring spectacle was indeed hard to ignore. However, being imbued with imperial authority, Dong Wanggong was not devoid of shrewdness. His momentary displeasure and trepidation swiftly dissipated as he regained his composure. Dong Wanggong understood well, even if many gathered around Fuguang, the sages had decreed him, Dong Wanggong, as the foremost male immortal. By aligning with Shi Wangmu, he claimed the legitimacy and righteousness of his position. This vast wilderness ultimately belonged under the governance of Dong Wanggong, the rightful authority, rather than Fuguang, who lacked proper standing and rationale. Few noticed Dong Wanggong's discontent and apprehension. Among them was Shi Wangmu, the foremost female immortal. Upon observing Dong Wanggong's reaction to Fuguang's gathering, Shi Wangmu instinctively sensed unease. An inexplicable intuition warned her that Fuguang was far from the amiable figure he appeared to be. Engaging with him could very well lead to misfortune. Initially, she had contemplated collaborating with Dong Wanggong to establish a celestial court to govern the wilderness. However, witnessing Dong Wanggong's demeanor, she feared that such an alliance might pit him against Fuguang after the celestial court was formed, a prospect she deemed unwise. Caution is imperative. Shi Wangmu mused inwardly, lest I become embroiled should Dong Wanggong confront Fuguang. Of course, upon witnessing certain female immortals leveraging their connections with Shiher, Changxi, and Nuer to converse with Fuguang, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, that was the extent of her concern. They were free to pursue their own desires without her imposing restrictions as the foremost female immortal. To do so would be a blatant act of self-sabotage. Chapter 22, Breakthrough, the Primordial Golden Immortal. Chapter 22. The number of individuals surrounding him had grown somewhat excessive, rendering him slightly conspicuous at this moment. These two aspects, the cautious nature of Fuguang, had already dawned upon him. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the displeasure and wariness emanating from Dong Wanggong, as well as a hint of dissatisfaction from Shi Wangmu. After all, these two individuals were highly regarded by Fu Guang, being exceptional candidates capable of replacing the original fated calamity and embarking on a path of confrontation with the Wu clan. Naturally, Fu Guang's attention towards them increased considerably. Thus, even though the expressions and postures of Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu were rather subtle, Fu Guang effortlessly discerned their sentiments. This time, I may have been a tad too ostentatious. Reflecting upon his lack of caution and composure, Fu Guang chided himself internally. Such a lapse must not occur again. Of course, Fu Guang harbored no regrets regarding his associations with these great Luo golden immortals. Every situation bears its merits and drawbacks. While Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu might bring him minor inconveniences, the presence of these great Luo golden immortals also promised considerable advantages. Every action and reaction carries its own consequences. He remained firmly positioned in the balance, neither overly prominent nor excessively low profile. More importantly, once Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu established the celestial court and commenced governance over the primordial world, the Wu clan, who only acknowledged Pangu and scorned all others, would inevitably approach them. At that juncture, both sides would find themselves at an impasse, and would Dong Wanggong dare provoke Fu Guang, a formidable being endowed with the merits of the heavenly Tao and surrounded by numerous allies? Absolutely not. As for whether the Wu clan would disdain the celestial court and choose to remain hidden, it was certain they would, according to the behavior and logic of the Wu clan. Upon witnessing the audacious establishment of the celestial court, their singular thought would be this: their heavens and earth were created by their father, Pangu. They, as legitimate descendants of Pangu, inherently possess the right to govern the primordial world. Dong Wanggong, Shi Wangmu, the celestial court, the saints and the heavenly Tao are beneath the Wu clan's consideration. What status or standing do you possess to be worthy? Thus, the Wu clan would undoubtedly emerge into the world. With this thought in mind, although Fu Guang remained vigilant, outwardly he appeared oblivious to the states of Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, engaging in lively conversation with the multitude of great Luo golden immortals beside him. Before long, the grand doors of the Purple Cloud Palace swung open once more. Emerging from within, the youthful attendant Hao Qian spoke in a resonant voice. The Lord is about to impart his teachings. Esteemed guests, please enter. Upon hearing this, the previously conversing great Luo golden immortals straightened their expressions. Fu Guang echoed this sentiment. Dear friends, should you find leisure in the future, feel free to visit the Sun Star. As long as I am available, I shall extend a warm welcome to you all. Upon receiving Fu Guang's invitation, the great Luo golden immortals, who held him in high regard after their exchanges, responded with smiles. We shall certainly drop by when we have the opportunity. Grateful for your invitation. I shall definitely pay a visit. I too shall do the same. As they conversed, they made their way into the Purple Cloud Palace, subsequently taking their respective seats on their meditation mats. Fu Guang did likewise, yet as he settled, his gaze turned towards the ethereal Shihi. With a smile, he inquired, Friend, you have been observing me from the shadows, do I possess any shortcomings? In response, Shihi laughed openly, None whatsoever. I merely did not anticipate that you, my friend, also cherished the virtue of fostering friendships. This was entirely unforeseen. With a slight smile, Fu Guang maintained a composed demeanor. I simply prefer not to entangle myself in trivial matters. However, as the saying goes, more friends, more pathways. We are all fellow travelers on the same journey. Forming connections holds no detriment. Hearing Fu Guang's words, Shihi nodded thoughtfully. I see now, I understand. It appeared that although Fu Guang harbored ambitions to achieve great undertakings, he was not the type to act flamboyantly or domineeringly. Instead, he pursued a path of benevolence, guiding all beings with a noble spirit. Such a presence was indeed one capable of monumental deeds. Shihi held him in high regard, though unsure of what Shihi had comprehended. Fu Guang paid it little mind. Their exchange concluded. Moments later, as the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace were closed, the figure of the sage appeared upon the high platform, commencing his discourse without regard for whether the audience below could keep pace. In an instant, the interior of the Purple Cloud Palace transformed into a vast ocean of 3,000 parts, with the 3,000 guests seeking their own truths amidst the waves. Fu Guang, too, experienced a moment of enlightenment within the Purple Cloud Palace. In the brief span of 300 years, Fu Guang, who had already attained the perfection of the great Luo Dao fruit, felt a tremor within him. The previously tenuous barrier separating the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm from the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm naturally dissolved. With a resounding boom, Fu Guang's aura began to surge rapidly, stepping into the realm of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. In the Purple Cloud Palace, with the sage present, Fu Guang's breakthrough did not disturb the others' listening experience. Upon entering the initial stage of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, Fu Guang did not withdraw from his moment of enlightenment. Rather, he delved deeper into it. However, his cultivation did not advance rapidly. Instead, he focused on solidifying his mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Dao fruit. Even in a state of enlightenment, Fu Guang diligently sought to rectify any flaws, refusing to allow even the slightest instability in his path. On the platform, witnessing Fu Guang's early breakthrough into the path of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, the sage Hongjun, who was imparting his teachings, momentarily displayed a flicker of surprise in his otherwise placid gaze. Yet, that was the extent of his reaction. What significance did it hold to be the sole mixed Yuan Golden Immortal of this epoch? Without attaining the status of a sage, one remained merely an insignificant creature beneath the heavenly Tao. Chapter 23, The Sage Takes Disciples. Chapter 23. The sage remained indifferent to Fu Guang's groundbreaking achievements and his ascent onto the path of the mixed element Golden Immortal. At such a lofty realm, the only concern for one of his stature would be whether his own journey could extend further. Schemes and calculations mattered little. The singular purpose remained constant, to ensure the smoothness of his path. Moreover, the appearance of Fu Guang, a unique and fated individual, sparked a flicker of anticipation within the sage's heart. If all in heaven and earth were within his grasp, then, for the sage, the cosmos would become a stagnant pond. Simultaneously, it would serve as a shackle, a fetter confining him. Only through change and upheaval could vitality be restored, and the path to further enlightenment lay within this very transformation. The sage harbored a vague hope that Fu Guang, this small ripple, might one day unleash titanic waves. Thus, atop the high platform, while imparting wisdom to his 6 disciples, the sage also allocated special attention to Fu Guang, providing him with guidance on the path of the mixed element Golden Immortal, how it should be trellised, what to cultivate, and what to heed with care. In this manner, Fu Guang, amidst his epiphanies, meticulously refined his understanding of his mixed element Dao fruit. The time for this discourse remained set at 3,000 years. When the 3 millennia elapsed, the resonances and phenomena of the Dao within the Zhixiao Palace dissipated. The 3,000 guests, who had been immersed in enlightenment and cultivation, gradually emerged from their meditative states. Their expressions reflected a spectrum of emotions, satisfaction, regret, and frustration, illustrating the myriad states of existence. Once all had regained their senses, the sage's gaze shifted to Pangu, the 3 pure ones, and nearer before he spoke. After attaining my Tao, I established the mysterious gate, becoming its progenitor. Under my tutelage, there shall be several disciples. A gasp. Was the sage truly accepting disciples? As the words left the sage's lips, the expressions of the 3,000 guests were momentarily stunned, their gazes filled with incredulity as they turned towards the 6 figures seated upon the special mats. Although the sage had yet to declare who would be his disciples, his gaze spoke volumes. Among the guests, Fu Guang, while equally astonished, felt no real surprise at the sage's decision to accept disciples. He was merely taken aback by the timing. Is he recruiting disciples after the 2nd lecture? Shouldn't that occur after the conclusion of the 3rd lecture, when treasures are distributed? A hint of confusion lingered. Yet, Fu Guang paid it little mind. His recollections of the so-called narrative of the primordial world were muddled, with countless versions influencing his understanding. While the overarching trends remained accurate, many details were unreliable. Furthermore, he had already supplanted both Zhijuan and Tai. The mere alteration of the timing for accepting disciples at the Zhixiao Palace was trivial. He appears unfazed, murmured Sheher, seated beside Fu Guang. After the initial shock, her instinctive glance towards him revealed that, despite his astonished expression, their long acquaintance allowed her to discern the theatricality in his demeanor. She had read Fu Guang's treatise on how an old thespian performs, and thus recognized that, despite his impressive acting skills, Fu Guang did not truly regard the sage's acceptance of disciples with awe, nor did he feel any envy over becoming a disciple of the sage. Even the grand opportunity of becoming a disciple of the sage does not seem to faze Fu Guang, Shiher mused, such a temperament, truly the mark of a true hero. No wonder he is Fu Guang. Casting another glance at the composed Fu Guang, she then observed the now weeping Jane and Junti, fervently beseeching the sage to accept them as disciples. A profound sense of disparity washed over her. It was not to say that Jane and Junti's earnest pursuit of benefits was flawed. After all, it was all in service of their own paths, and there was little to mock. Yet, in comparison, Shiher found herself admiring and appreciating Fu Guang even more. The matter of accepting disciples did not consume much time. The sage first accepted Pangu and the 3 pure ones as his direct disciples, then welcomed Nuer as a closed-door disciple. Finally, after the tearful pleas of Jane and Junti, he conceded to take them as registered disciples. Thus, the sage's agenda for this gathering was complete. With the conclusion of this discourse, the sage declared, 10 yuan meetings hence, on the day of the 3rd lecture, you shall return. Now, depart. With these words, the sage's figure atop the platform vanished without a trace. Throughout the proceedings, the sage had accepted disciples but bestowed no treasures, let alone the primordial purple energy. The distribution of treasures was entirely absent. The 3,000 guests rose, paid their respects, and departed from the Zixiao Palace. Along their way, many approached the newly accepted disciples, the 3 pure ones, to engage in conversation. However, the 3 pure ones, proud and aloof, paid little attention to the overtures of the guests, offering only perfunctory responses before departing. Nuer was somewhat more receptive, yet she remained detached towards unfamiliar great Luo golden immortals. In contrast, Jane and Junti greeted the approaching guests with friendliness, eschewing any sense of superiority, engaging amicably with all. Witnessing this scene, Fu Guang couldn't help but reflect, no wonder Jane and Junti are destined for great prominence in the West. Their rise, regardless of the means employed, is commendable for their indefatigable spirit. The 6 ordained saints, Pangu and the 3 pure ones epitomized the archetypal aristocracy. Nuer had some foundation, having risen through fortunate circumstances. Jane and Junti represented a genuine grassroots ascendance. The West, barren and lacking in resources, stood in stark contrast to the abundant lands of the great Luo golden immortals. While both were indeed top-tier innate divinities, their inherent qualifications and capabilities were not inferior, and some even excelled. Yet, they managed to rise successfully against the odds. Though the arrangement of the saints played a part, their own resilience was equally significant. Chapter 24, The Anxiety of Upholding Radiance. Chapter 24, Return from Chaos. This time, Fu Guang, Shihi, and Changxi are still together, in the starry sky. Fu Guang, with a serene smile, addressed Shihi and Changxi. I presume both esteemed friends have gained much this time and are eager to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. Thus, I shall not impose upon you. When you both emerge from your retreat, you are most welcome to visit the Sun Star. Upon hearing this, Shihi smiled gently. Certainly. But why is it that you always invite others to your Sun Star, yet seldom grace the sanctuaries of your fellow cultivators? Fu Guang had extended invitations to many to visit his Sun Star, yet rarely did he venture to other sanctuaries. This behavior left Shihi feeling somewhat perplexed. Surely, Fu Guang could not be so introverted as to shy away from visiting other sanctuaries. Such a jest is hardly amusing. Har har har. After a hearty laugh, Fu Guang candidly responded, I worry that a sudden visit might offend my fellow friends, and to avoid such a situation, I must invite others to my Sun Star, limiting my own departures. This reasoning seemed quite justifiable. After all, Fu Guang had always exhibited great courtesy, making such concerns entirely normal. Shihi's beautiful eyes shimmered slightly. If you emerge from seclusion first, you may come to the Moon Star for a visit. Having intruded upon your time at the Sun Star, it would be a delight for my sister and me to extend our hospitality. The usually reticent Changxi also spoke directly. Come over. I shall prepare Osman thus cake for you to taste. As she spoke, Changxi's cool, clear gaze remained fixed upon Fu Guang. Even without a change of expression, her enchanting eyes betrayed her anticipation for Fu Guang's visit to the Sun Star. In response, Fu Guang smiled calmly. It seems, I have garnered the favor of both esteemed friends. I shall certainly visit you both at the Moon Star in the future. Receiving Fu Guang's definitive answer, Changxi nodded, while Shihi wore an expectant expression. Excellent. Subsequently, after exchanging farewells, Shihi and Changshi swiftly departed toward the moon star. Fu Guang lingered in the starry expanse for a moment, gazing in the direction of the moon star. The auras of Shihi and Changshi exhibit signs of completion. This retreat will surely lead them to a breakthrough into the great Luo perfection realm. After further consolidation, it is likely they will achieve the severing of the three corpses and attain the status of quasi-saint. The third sermon is to be held after 10 Yuan meetings. Thus, within these 10 Yuan meetings, some top-tier powers will at least be able to sever a corpse and enter the early quasi-saint realm. Should this be the case, his current position as an early Han Yuan golden immortal would soon appear inadequate. Particularly concerning were the disciples of the three pure ones and newer, who, as direct pupils of saints, would surely benefit from the saint's providence, making their cultivation remarkably smooth. It would not be long before they caught up to his current realm. In an instant, Fu Guang felt a sense of urgency arise within. However, before this slight urgency could blossom, Fu Guang suddenly regained his composure, smacking his forehead. How thoughtless! What am I comparing myself to them for? They walk the path of quasi-saints. A moment of enlightenment could allow them to sever three corpses and instantaneously attain the late quasi-saint realm with ease. My path as a Han Yuan golden immortal is one that must be traversed step by step. Moreover, pausing his thoughts, Fu Guang continued internally, moreover, they are destined saints, while I, Fu Guang, merely seek a modest preeminent divine status among the world. What I desire is simply longevity, a companion in the Tao, and a life of leisure. It is not my intention to compete with others for strength or superiority. With this thought, Fu Guang felt his mind clear and his heart lighten considerably. The anxiety stemming from the discipleship of saints and the impending upheaval in the primordial world dissipated in an instant, restoring his original, tranquil pursuit of the Tao. I am still not sufficiently steady. As the ripples within his mind subsided, Fu Guang sighed and remarked, in this return to seclusion, I must thoroughly examine myself. The restlessness and anxiety he experienced, in Fu Guang's view, stemmed partly from the impending calamity that would once again unfold across the heavens, already beginning to affect cultivators entwined with it. As the sole daylight golden crow bearing the supreme fate of 9, he must inevitably face his own tribulations during this calamity, so experiencing some influence was entirely normal. Additionally, it was due to his recent breakthrough. Although he had long prepared, repeatedly refining his Tao fruit, the Han Yuan golden immortal realm was still not the great Luo realm. Many preparations he undertook at the great Luo level were undoubtedly not flawless. Therefore, Fu Guang believed he needed to enter seclusion earnestly to refine his Han Yuan golden immortal Tao fruit. Furthermore, he ought to refrain from stepping outside the Sun Star. Having returned from listening to teachings in the chaos, he had already carried some anxious sentiments. How much more so if he ventured into the vast primordial land? In summary, venturing beyond the Sun Star was exceedingly perilous. Remaining within the Sun Star, as its sole progeny, he would undoubtedly receive its favor. Thus, his safety would be significantly enhanced. With a heart yearning to return, Fu Guang transformed into a golden rainbow, vanishing from his location in an instant, heading toward the Sun Star. Upon returning to the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang directly entered the grand hall designated for cultivation, preparing for seclusion. A few tasks, sitting cross-legged on the mat, Fu Guang's expression turned serious as he outlined the matters to be addressed during this retreat. Firstly, to consolidate my Han Yuan golden immortal Tao fruit. Secondly, to clarify my heart and mind, solidifying my resolve in the Tao. Thirdly, to continue refining the innate divine prohibitions of the chaos bell. Fourthly, to further deduce the cycles of years, months, and days. Now that he had attained the cultivation of a Han Yuan golden immortal, he was fully capable of thoroughly perfecting the temporal moments of heaven and earth, reporting to the heavenly principles, and acquiring vast merits. Simultaneously, he could leverage this to attain the esteemed status of the Sun God, something he had fervently desired since arriving in the primordial realm, a position replete with endless merits and the convergence of fortune. Chapter 25, The Chaotic Bell, to prove the Sun God. Chapter 25. Not only did Fu Guang enter seclusion, but the 3,000 guests who returned from the chaos to the primordial realm also withdrew into isolation. In this second lecture, the sage elucidated the path of quasi-saintship, imparting to the 3,000 guests the means to sever the three corpses using spiritual treasures, guiding them on how to continue their cultivation after attaining the quasi-saint realm. The explanation was both clear and meticulous. Consequently, many cultivators, after the sermon, were fervently determined to sever their three corpses and ascend to a higher realm. In this world, overseas in the Jinwu Purple Palace, the Eastern King led a multitude of great Luo golden immortals back to the Daoist temple. He issued a command: everyone, enter seclusion. The day I emerge from seclusion will mark the time of our great achievement. Upon hearing the Eastern King's words, the numerous great Luo golden immortals beneath him were filled with fervor, their faces alight with anticipation. They bowed in response, yes. In no time, the great Luo golden immortals hastened towards their respective abodes. The Eastern King looked up towards the direction of the sun and furrowed his brow slightly. Without further ado, he turned and made his way to his own cave dwelling. The events surrounding the sermon had a profound impact on the Eastern King, instilling a sense of considerable anxiety within him. Firstly, there was Fu Guang. This seemingly indifferent and desireless figure had naturally attracted a considerable number of cultivators, both male and female immortals, eclipsing even the prominence of the Eastern King himself. This situation made the Eastern King, who was already on the path of an emperor, acutely aware of a looming threat. Secondly, there was the sage taking on disciples. The Eastern King aspired to walk the path of an emperor, to dominate all things in heaven and earth. Yet, it seemed that the sage would soon have 6 more disciples, likely surpassing even the Eastern King, the foremost among male immortals. Although they would not overtly overshadow him, the Eastern King could not afford to disregard the sage's disciples. Even while managing all the primordial cultivators, the disciples of the sage remained figures he had to treat with utmost respect. This, for the Eastern King, was nothing short of a provocation, verging on an insult. Of course, such an insult was not insurmountable. It was quite simple. He could achieve enlightenment. As a practitioner on the Emperor's path, the Eastern King had discerned where his path to enlightenment lay, atop the highest and most revered position governing the primordial realm and the order of heaven and earth. Should he succeed, he would undoubtedly attain enlightenment, and once enlightened, he could rival even the sages, let alone their disciples. Fu Guang, the Eastern King's eyes gleamed with clarity, merely a stepping stone. If he knows his place, there will be no issue. If not, he shall be extinguished. My true adversary should be the sage's disciples. In the West, Kunlun, after returning to her Yaokai Daoist temple and arranging the affairs within, the Western Queen furrowed her brow and sighed. Change is imminent. If my strength is insufficient, I fear I may suffer calamity. Enter seclusion. Until my Dao fruit is perfected, I shall not emerge. As for severing the 3 corpses, the Western Queen was quite self-aware. Quasi-saintship, indeed a realm touched by the essence of the sage, was not easily attained. In the following days, among the cultivators traversing the primordial realm, while the great Luo golden immortals might not remain at the pinnacle, they would still occupy the upper echelon. Thus, the quasi-saint realm was not something to be hastily breached. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, a complete Yuan meeting had passed. In the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun, a crisp chime resonated within the secret chamber. On the meditation mat, Fu Guang wore a satisfied smile. At last, I have refined 37 innate divine prohibitions. Gazing at the chaos clock that floated around him, Fu Guang felt a wave of elation. Since the inception of the universe, he had acquired the chaos clock. After refining it to this day, he had finally managed to assimilate 37 of the 49 innate divine prohibitions, leaving only 12 to completely refine this innate supreme treasure. As for other spiritual treasures, even the exceptional innate treasures, such as the He-Tu and Luo Shu, had been effortlessly refined by Fu Guang. It is time to emerge and take a break. With a thought, he retracted the chaos clock, rising from the mat as the door of the seclusion palace opened effortlessly. He strolled leisurely outside, setting up an immortal table in the courtyard, preparing some fire mulberries and snacks he had made during his idle time. Fu Guang settled comfortably beneath the Fusang divine tree, munching on these delicacies while pondering, during my seclusion, has there been any significant occurrence in the primordial realm? Those with sufficient strength could glean insights into past events by intercepting the celestial mechanisms. However, when Fuguang was still at the Great Luo level, his primary focus was not on primordial numerology, limiting his ability to perceive the celestial mechanisms. Now, however, things were different. He had become a Hunyuan golden immortal. Even with a minor focus on primordial numerology, he could easily intercept and calculate the celestial mechanisms. Soon, Fuguang paused his calculations, a look of realization dawning upon his face. A remarkably tranquil Yuan meeting, but this tranquility surely heralds the turbulence to come. The calm of this Yuan meeting was due to the 3,000 guests still digesting the teachings from the Zhixiao Palace. Now, with a complete Yuan meeting having passed, they must have nearly finished their contemplation. It would not be long before the primordial realm would surely stir. Simultaneously, during this seclusion, although Fuguang had not advanced his Hunyuan golden immortal Dao fruit to a higher level, he had completed the tasks he had set for himself prior to entering seclusion. His Dao fruit had thoroughly settled, ready to advance at any moment. The clarity of his Dao heart was self-evident. The process of refining the chaos clock had also made significant progress, and his most crucial goal, the calculation of the primordial time of years, months, and hours, had likewise been perfected. Now, only a few preparatory tasks remained. Chapter 26, Speed in the Curves is the true essence of swiftness. Chapter 26, After resting for several centuries, the leisurely expression on Fuguang's face was swept away, replaced by a serious demeanor. Let us commence preparations for the day god fruit position and devise the primordial timeline. As for the changes in the primordial world, Fuguang was indifferent. His sole focus was to adhere to his own plans and aspirations, to tread his own path and attain the merits within his reach. The phrase, do one's own thing, walk one's own path, has been uttered by many, yet few can truly embody it. How can one expect life to unfold entirely to their liking? There are not many treasures of time and space that require refinement. Fuguang remarked, as he retrieved a plethora of materials from his storeroom, simultaneously reviewing the artifacts he intended to forge: a sundial, a clepsydra, an hourglass, a amillary sphere. After this round of refinement, my already meager resources at the Golden Crow Palace will dwindle even further. If time permits later, I shall venture into the starry expanse to see if I can acquire some treasures. Fuguang, who preferred the solitude of the Golden Crow Palace, had amassed his current resources during his previous 2 descents into the primordial realm. After several expenditures, he truly had little left. The primordial land was fraught with peril, and Fuguang was reluctant to venture there. However, a journey through the cosmos in search of materials posed little issue. For Fuguang, the art of crafting held no significant challenge. Just as he prepared his materials, intending to forge the spiritual treasures necessary for his ascension to the day god fruit position and the establishment of the primordial timeline, a voice from beyond the sun star reached his ears, a solemn and respectful tone. A disciple from the purple mansion of Jinwu, sent by the Wood Sovereign, seeks an audience with Senior Fuguang. This voice caused Fuguang's crafting motions to pause momentarily. Setting aside the refining materials, Fuguang's golden eyes shimmered. Buzz, on the sun star, the terrifying true fire of the sun surged forth, coalescing into Fuguang's likeness. He gazed at the Tai golden immortal from the Jinwu purple mansion. What business does the Eastern King send you for? Though he inquired, Fuguang already harbored an inkling of the Tai golden immortal's purpose. Most likely, Eastern King and Western Queen were collaborating to establish a celestial court. The arrival of the Tai golden immortal, feeling the oppressive heat of the sun's true fire and the formidable aura emanating from Fuguang's projection, made his scalp tingle with dread, cold sweat trickling down his face, overwhelmed with respect and reverence. He bowed deeply and replied, in response to your inquiry, Senior, the Wood Sovereign shall host a banquet in 3,000 years at the purple mansion of Jinwu, inviting all the immortals of the primordial realm. I have been specifically tasked to deliver the invitation. As he spoke, the Tai golden immortal, with utmost respect, presented an invitation. Not daring to meet Fuguang's gaze within the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang raised a hand, and the invitation floated directly into his grasp. Nonchalantly, he said, "You've gone through much trouble on this errand. I shall accept the invitation. Please inform the Eastern King that I will attend the banquet." With his words, the fiery projection of Fuguang dissipated in an instant, and the once tumultuous true fire of the sun calmed, restoring the ancient tranquility of the sun star. I take my leave. The Tai Golden Immortal, feeling the heavy gaze that had weighed upon him vanish, exhaled a sigh of relief, and with utmost respect, he departed. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang's mind was no longer set on crafting. He examined the invitation in his hand. Its contents were straightforward. The Eastern King would host a grand banquet for the immortals in 3,000 years, during which certain matters would be announced, and Fu Guang was invited to attend and witness. Casually placing the invitation on the table, he retrieved the snacks he had just set aside. The nature of the announcements was unnecessary to elaborate upon. What surprised Fu Guang was the swiftness of this development. Is the celestial court about to emerge? Fu Guang pondered. It appears the Eastern King has likely attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and the Western Queen is probably at a similar level. Once the celestial court is established and recognized by the heavenly Tao, granting them heavenly merits, these two may well use such merits to sever a corpse and ascend to the quasi-saint realm. Perhaps they will be among the first of the great powers of the primordial realm to achieve the quasi-saint status, even quicker than several disciples of saints. This is not impossible, though the Sanqing, Newer, and Jin and Junti have esteemed identities. The Eastern King and Western Queen are, after all, the rulers of the celestial court ordained by heaven, possessing top-tier innate divine roots. It is entirely reasonable for them to become quasi-saints before others. However, as the saying goes, true speed lies in the détours. Even though the Eastern King and Western Queen may achieve quasi-saint status before others, the final outcome remains uncertain. The disciples of saints are destined to become saints. The Eastern King and Western Queen, however, may not share the same fate. One could even say their hopes are slim. Let us set aside the crafting for now. Fu Guang's demeanor regained its leisurely quality. 3,000 years is but a fleeting moment. It would be better to wait until after the banquet to prepare thoroughly. As he spoke, Fu Guang entered a state of reverie, drifting into the void of thought. 8,000 years later, Fu Guang, who had been lost in contemplation, suddenly came to his senses, his gaze reflecting a hint of surprise as he looked beyond the sun star. He rose to his feet and stepped outward, appearing outside the sun star. Observing two beams of immortal light approaching, he smiled and said, "Congratulations to both of you, my friends, on your further advancement in cultivation." Buzz, the cool immortal light drew near, revealing the figures of Shihar and Changxi. Shihar wore a smile. "We were beginning to worry that you would not arrive. Fu Guang. My sister and I thought to visit again. I hope we are not intruding upon your matters." In response, Fu Guang shook his head. "Not at all. I have only recently emerged from seclusion and regrettably could not visit the moon star sooner, causing you both to wait. Please forgive me." As he spoke, Fu Guang gestured invitingly. "Please, come in for a detailed discussion." Together with Fu Guang, Shihar and Changxi comfortably made their way into the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, ready to engage in important matters. Hence, Changxi did not take up reading but joined in the seating. Chapter 27, Shihi, I have come to understand once more. Chapter 27. Having grown somewhat familiar with each other, upon taking their seats, Shihar candidly stated, "A millennium ago, my sister and I received an invitation from the Queen Mother of the West on the Taiyin Star. 2 millennia hence, at the Purple Palace of Jinwu, she and the Eastern Sovereign will host a grand banquet for the celestial beings, inviting us to witness a significant event. It seems you too must have received an invitation from the Eastern Sovereign, my friend." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang calmly nodded. "Indeed, I have received the invitation." As he spoke, a gilded invitation was casually placed upon the table by Fu Guang. Gazing at the invitation adorned with the emblem of the Purple Palace of Jinwu, Shihar lifted her beautiful eyes to look at Fu Guang. "What are your thoughts regarding this grand banquet of celestial beings?" Maintaining a composed expression, Fu Guang's lips curled into a slight smile. "I have no particular opinion. Regardless of the ambitions of the Eastern Sovereign and the Queen Mother of the West, they hold no sway over me. I have already charted my own path and future cultivation plans, and no one can alter that. What opinion could he possibly hold? If the Eastern Sovereign aspires to become the supreme being of heaven and earth, let him pursue it. After all, Fu Guang has no desire to compete with him. Should he succeed, it would merely affirm the Eastern Sovereign's enlightenment. Should he fail, it would result in his demise. In either case, it has no bearing on Fu Guang. For this grand banquet at the Purple Palace of Jinwu, Fuguang harbored but one port: to partake in the festivities, enjoy the occasion, and upon its conclusion, return to the Taiyang star to resume his own affairs. As for the shifting dynamics of the celestial realm, that was indeed a matter of concern for Fuguang. After all, bearing the esteemed destiny of the Nine Supreme, he must tread carefully to avoid being ensnared in tribulations. Thus, it was imperative to remain vigilant of the changes in the celestial order, lest he unwittingly find himself caught in calamity. Fuguang's thoughts were straightforward, and his words bore no concealed implications. However, upon hearing Fuguang's remarks, Sheher contemplated for a moment. In her eyes, the seemingly affable Fuguang actually harbored grand aspirations, destined to achieve unparalleled greatness in the future. When Fuguang eventually began to strategize earnestly, he would inevitably cross paths with the Eastern sovereign, who sought to unify the primordial realm and reign as its sovereign. Thus, Fuguang's seemingly simplistic response, upon reaching Sheher's ears, took on a different flavor. No opinion, this suggested a well-considered plan, indicating he disregarded the machinations of the Eastern sovereign and the Queen Mother of the West. No impact on himself, this revealed Fuguang's profound confidence in his own strength, suggesting he could adequately navigate any surge in power from the Eastern sovereign and the Queen Mother of the West due to the banquet. Future arrangements. It seemed that Fuguang had long since begun preparations, and it was not yet time for him to make his true move. With her beautiful eyes glimmering, Sheher quickly grasped the situation. A smile graced her flawless visage. I see, now I understand. It appears I was overthinking. Observing the worry dissipate from Sheher's brow, Fuguang, though uncertain of her exact understanding, felt it unnecessary to inquire further. The mere fact that she comprehended was already a positive outcome. He smiled and remarked, in this world, there are no troubles, it is the foolish who create their own disturbances. Whether in cultivation or in dealings, once he grows powerful, he may not be content with the celestial beings outside his dominion. Shaking his head, Fuguang displayed no concern. He replied, those who attain the Tao garner much support, while those who stray from it have little. If he truly seeks to oppress the celestial beings, today's banquet guests may become tomorrow's ruins. Should the Eastern sovereign genuinely contemplate such actions, he would not require the Wu clan to give him a taste of retribution. The celestial beings of the primordial realm would certainly deliver a resounding rebuke. Those who can attain the great Tao, are they not all individuals with steadfast hearts? Should pressure mount too heavily, they would rather sacrifice themselves for their beliefs, awaiting the return of the boundless tribulations. Upon hearing Fuguang's words, Changshi nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. After sitting for a while longer, Fuguang turned to the two celestial maidens before him and invited, in 2 millennia, the grand banquet of celestial beings will commence. Shall we journey together? Nodding, Sheher's beautiful eyes sparkled. Since my sister and I have come, we shall naturally accompany you. Do you have prior engagements with others? This was delightful. Although Sheher playfully teased him, Fuguang felt elated. Was it truly a tease? It was clearly a light-hearted banter tinged with flirtation. I misspoke, I shall drink to my own folly. With a smile still on his face, Fuguang raised his wine cup in a gesture towards Sheher and Changshi, then drank it down in one go. In response, Sheher's eyes sparkled with mirth, and Changshi's lips curled slightly in a smile. In truth, the three were well aware, should they wish for it, they would make the most fitting companions in the path of the Tao. From any perspective, Fuguang, along with the sisters Sheher and Changshi, were a perfect match. Thus, the atmosphere among the three was markedly different from that shared with other fellow practitioners. Lacking only the right opportunity, the three could easily unite as partners in the Tao. As for whether the sisters joining Fuguang as partners would sound inappropriate, not at all. In the current primordial realm, there existed no rigid moral codes. When two cultivators found mutual attraction, they would quickly become partners, often engaging in dual cultivation soon thereafter. Such occurrences were far from uncommon among the practitioners of the primordial realm. While Fuguang, Sheher, and Changshi engaged in lively conversation, at the Purple Palace of Jinwu in the Eastern Sea, numerous celestial maidens and mighty beings were busily preparing for the grand banquet of celestial beings, while many celestial beings under the banners of the Eastern Sovereign and the Queen Mother of the West were tirelessly inviting numerous celestial beings from the primordial realm. It was indeed a scene of vibrant prosperity. Chapter 28, The Celestial Court, the newly emerged by Z. Chapter 28, in the courtyard the imposing figure of the Eastern King, seated opposite the dignified Western Queen Mother, bore a satisfied smile upon his countenance. The establishment of the celestial court shall surely garner the recognition of the heavenly Tao. When the merits descend, we shall, through these merits, sever the three corpses, thus advancing ahead of the other immortals and attaining the status of quasi-saint. Subsequently, we shall unify the vast wilderness, with legitimacy and the requisite strength to do so. Moreover, the formation of the celestial court will consolidate the fortunes of heaven and earth. As its sovereigns, we shall be endowed with the court's great fortunes, ensuring that our future paths in cultivation are markedly smoother. Upon hearing the Eastern King's words, the Western Queen Mother merely nodded with an expression of serene composure. After a brief contemplation, she spoke, however, according to our prior agreement, we cannot coerce any female immortals who are unwilling to join the celestial court. The Eastern King nodded, his smile unwavering. That is only natural. To secure the allegiance of the Western Queen Mother, the foremost among female immortals, the Eastern King had invested considerable effort. After solidifying his own attainments in the perfected Great Tao, he ventured to the West Kunlun for the third time, where he and the Western Queen Mother finally conspired to establish the celestial court together. However, her participation came with several stipulations. Firstly, there shall be no compulsion for female immortals to join the celestial court. Secondly, any female immortal who joins must be under her jurisdiction, with the Eastern King refraining from interference, just as she would abstain from meddling in the affairs of male immortals. Thirdly, her authority within the celestial court would be limited solely to matters pertaining to the path of heavenly punishment, which she cultivated, leaving all other affairs aside. There were indeed numerous conditions proposed by the Western Queen Mother, yet all remained within the Eastern King's capacity to accept. Thus, after they swore an oath bound by their shared aspirations, the Western Queen Mother seamlessly ascended to the leadership of the celestial court. Of course, within the celestial court, her authority did not rival that of the Eastern King. Her nature was such, and she understood that the celestial court was a vast vortex. The more one desires, the greater the burdens one must bear. In the courtyard, the Eastern King had not lingered long before departing. Once he left, the Western Queen Mother sat alone, her beautiful eyes shimmering with ethereal light, and she sighed softly. As for the future, we shall take it step by step. Her ascension to the celestial court was not solely due to the Eastern King's earnest invitations, but also stemmed from her own intrigue regarding the court's potential. On one hand, the establishment of the celestial court indeed presented a significant opportunity to receive heavenly merits, assisting her in severing at least one corpse and achieving the quasi-saint realm. On the other hand, the celestial court would aggregate immense human fortunes, and as its sovereign, she would benefit from a substantial share of these fortunes, ensuring her cultivation journey would proceed with ease. Additionally, the path of heavenly punishment, which the Western Queen Mother cultivated, could only witness significant advancement within such a grand organization recognized by the heavenly Tao. Thus, to refine her own path, she chose to engage. Among the great Tao cultivators, barring a select few, the majority held the mindset of to hear the Tao in the morning and die content in the evening. The Western Queen Mother was no exception. The Tao, elusive and ineffable, was enough to drive most cultivators in the wilderness to madness. Time flew swiftly. 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, on the island of Jinwu in the Eastern Sea, myriad immortals gathered in a grand assembly. Although referred to as an island, the Eastern King's choice of Jinwu as the headquarters of the celestial court attested to its exceptional nature. Clouds billowed and mist danced, with radiant celestial light shining forth. Ancient trees, their roots entwined, flourished with vitality, while spiritual herbs sparkled with brilliance. Innate spiritual energy coalesced into serene lakes, where rare birds and exotic beasts frolicked. Divine light illuminated countless majestic palaces, intricately designed with profound meaning scattered across the island. Jade towers and crystal palaces stood in splendid array, their brilliance captivating. Upon receiving invitations, many golden immortals and tiny golden immortals who arrived early were profoundly awed by the sights of Jinwu. In an instant, those who had merely intended to observe began to entertain thoughts of allegiance to the Eastern King, the foremost among male immortals. Given the atmospheric grandeur of Jinwu, it was evident that while it might not dominate the wilderness, it could certainly establish itself as a formidable power. As the saying goes, it is easier to find shade beneath a great tree. Though Tai Golden Immortals were considered powerful beings, and Golden Immortals were also formidable experts, they soon realized that in this vast universe, without achieving the Great Tao, they remained mere ants. At best, they were merely slightly sturdier grasshoppers, who, when faced with true might, could only flail a bit longer. The overwhelming strength of Yingju Zifu suggested that joining it could indeed be a prudent choice. Naturally, while some wished to join, others did not. Furthermore, the astute among them sensed that today's gathering of immortals would likely culminate in significant upheaval. Upon entry, many sought to diminish their presence, hoping to avoid drawing the attention of the formidable beings soon to arrive. Among them was Bai Zi, who had recently emerged and achieved the perfected state of Tai Golden Immortal. He too endeavored to reduce his visibility, seated quietly while surveying Yingju Zifu, reflecting, throughout the palace, there are cultivators at the profound immortal and true immortal realms stationed in standardized celestial armor, holding standardized weapons as sentinels. This assembly of immortals is certainly not a mere occasion for feasting and philosophical discourse. Significant events are poised to unfold. With this thought, a sense of urgency stirred within Bai Zi. His innate talents were commendable, yet he had emerged too late. Now, merely a perfected Tai Golden Immortal, his heart was beset with insecurity. As for joining the Celestial Court, Bai Zi's combat skills might be average, yet he excelled in innate numerology and possessed a life-saving divine ability to avert calamity. His instincts warned him, joining the Celestial Court would surely lead to great misfortune. Chapter 29, A Meeting of Minds. Chapter 29, The Arrival of the Golden Immortals. The Tai Golden Immortals have all gathered. Naturally, the next to take the stage are the formidable beings of the Da Luo Golden Immortal level. Soon, one after another, Da Luo Golden Immortals descended upon Yingzhou's purple palace, treading upon clouds, their bodies resonating with the profound essence of Da Luo, exuding an array of magnificent phenomena. The welcoming party at the entrance transformed into a Da Luo Golden Immortal who had already joined the purple palace. The sounds of ceremony resounded continuously. From Yingzhou a cave, the radiant lamp Daoist arrives, bestowing a top-grade post-heaven spiritual root and 3 medium-grade post-heaven spiritual treasures. From Fire Cloud Cave, the red cloud Daoist arrives, offering a low-grade innate spiritual treasure and a top-grade post-heaven spiritual root. From Wanshou Mountain, the Daoist Jinwu arrives, presenting 3 ginseng fruits and a top-grade post-heaven spiritual root. From Phoenix Nest Mountain, the Newer and Fushi Daoists arrive. From Kunlun Mountain, the Taiching, Yuqing, and Shangqing Daoists arrive. Renowned Da Luo Golden Immortals from the primordial world continued to arrive in succession. Initially, those who came were merely the weaker early and mid-stage practitioners, but gradually, they transformed into formidable beings of the late stage. Ultimately, each was a legendary existence within the primordial realm, representing the pinnacle of Da Luo perfection. The imposing aura of their arrival compelled the earlier Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortal practitioners to lower their heads involuntarily, unable to meet the gaze of such illustrious beings. However, the thoughts and actions of these lower-tier practitioners went unnoticed by the newly arrived Da Luo Golden Immortals. As a multitude of illustrious Da Luo practitioners made their entrance, an announcement echoed from outside the banquet venue, from the Sun Star, the Fuguang Daoist. From the Moon Star, the Shihar Daoist, and the Changxi Daoist have arrived. Upon hearing this announcement, the preceding Da Luo practitioners exchanged astonished glances, yet their expressions were no surprise. The 3 of them, united by the coalescence of the Great Tao, naturally drawing closer together, would not elicit astonishment even if they declared their bond as partners in the presence of the assembly. Among the many Da Luo practitioners, there were quite a few who had their own partners. Is that the esteemed Fuguang from the Sun Star? In the corner of the Tai Golden Immortals seating area, Bai Zi's eye sparkled with curiosity. He was a practitioner who favored tranquility over action, preferring schemes to martial force. In his leisure, he found solace in the art of writing and ink. The path of literature was also a significant aspect of Bai Zi's cultivation. Thus, he held deep admiration for Fuguang, the ancestor of literary Tao, and had long harbored the desire to pay his respects. Yet, his humble cultivation level and the perilous nature of the Sun Star left him with no good reason to intrude upon the elder's presence. Consequently, he could only engage in silent reverence from afar. Today, however, he yearned to witness the grandeur of the esteemed elder he admired, cautiously keeping his head lower to minimize his presence. Bai Zi slightly lifted his gaze upon hearing of Fu Guang's arrival. Clad in a Daoist robe, his hair bound with a wooden hairpin, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding a vigorous aura and a commanding presence, yet his demeanor radiated a sense of peace, simplicity, and tranquility. To the eyes of others, Fu Guang's external image was akin to that of other Da Luo perfection practitioners, with nothing particularly remarkable about him, however. To Bai Zi, Fu Guang embodied an unhurried grace, each gesture and expression seemingly imbued with an indescribable or inspiring quality. Simply put, he was captivating. As Bai Zi gazed upon Fu Guang, he felt an extraordinary impulse to revere him. While others merely glanced and then diverted their gazes, Bai Zi lingered, momentarily lost in thought. Consequently, his gaze naturally attracted Fu Guang's attention. A flicker of warm amusement crossed Fu Guang's eyes as he regarded Bai Zi. Simultaneously, he found it intriguing. Isn't this Bai Zi, one of the wise of the demon tribe? What a coincidence to encounter him here. Fu Guang harbored a favorable impression of Bai Zi. After all, he was a mind of considerable intellect. Should he embark on the path of dominating the primordial realm, Bai Zi and Fuxi would undoubtedly serve as his most capable left and right arms. After all, among the demon tribe, the number of intelligent individuals was quite limited. Bai Zi was undoubtedly among the most exceptional of them. Of course, all of this was contingent upon Fu Guang choosing to tread the perilous path of conquest, in which case Bai Zi would become his trusted aide. For now, in Fu Guang's eyes, Bai Zi was merely an agreeable Tai Golden Immortal Junior. After a brief glance at Bai Zi, Fu Guang prepared to withdraw his gaze. At that moment, Bai Zi realized his rudeness. A hint of panic crossed his features as he was about to rise and apologize, yet a gentle force settled upon Bai Zi, keeping him firmly in place. Simultaneously, a soothing voice resonated in his ear. No need for excessive courtesy. I do not mind. Upon hearing the gentle words, Bai Zi was momentarily stunned. He looked back at Fu Guang, only to find that Fu Guang had already turned his golden eyes away, nonchalantly stepping into the realm of mighty beings. After a while, Bai Zi regained his composure, resolutely affirming in his heart, the esteemed Fu Guang shall undoubtedly achieve great success. Though lacking a solid foundation for such a belief, Bai Zi's intuition urged him that if he were to align himself with a force and follow a powerful figure to accomplish great deeds, Fu Guang would be his unequivocal choice. Disregarding the small interlude with Bai Zi, Fu Guang, guided by the celestial maidens, took his place and greeted the many acquaintances he recognized. After glancing at the numerous Da Luo practitioners who had arrived, Fu Guang calculated silently in his heart, realizing that the banquet was poised to commence. Those who were meant to come had already arrived, those who had not would not be appearing. Before long, the hosts, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, made their entrance, expressing their gratitude for the presence of the assembly. Thus, the grand gathering of celestial beings officially commenced. Chapter 30, The Establishment of the Celestial Court, the Eastern King and the Western Queen on the Brink of Breakthrough. Chapter 30, Musicians played celestial melodies, and immortal maidens danced gracefully. The assembly of immortals watched with rapt attention. Despite being a congregation of diligent seekers of the Tao, their interest in such performances was rather limited. Nevertheless, the lack of entertainment options in the vast primordial world rendered this spectacle a necessity, even if it did not captivate everyone. Moreover, not all powerful beings were disinterested. It was quite natural for the likes of the three purities, or the figures of Jane and Chunti, to remain indifferent. Yet, some were genuinely intrigued, such as the young man clad in blood-red garb, possessing an otherworldly beauty, Ming. This individual, known for his future imitation of Newer in the creation of the Azura race, ensured that every Azura maiden would be exquisitely beautiful. This alone attests to his appreciation for captivating beauty. Another example is Fu Guang. Although these celestial maidens could not compare to the innate sanctity of figures like Sheher and Changxi, he found the celestial music and dance utterly enchanting, pleasing to the eye, delightful to behold, and deserving of greater emphasis. Even with his potential Dao partner, Sheher, and Changxi present, Fu Guang made no pretense of indifference, thoroughly enjoying the performance. In truth, he felt no guilt in his admiration for the enchanting celestial maidens, for he harbored no ulterior motives. As for Sheher and Changxi, they were unconcerned. The disparity in their realms rendered Fuguang's attention to the celestial maidens inconsequential. Furthermore, he was not their Dao partner. Even if he were, how could the illustrious Taijin sisters, famed throughout the primordial realm, be overshadowed by these maidens? They merely enjoyed the dance. Let him watch. Later, each sister would study music and dance, performing a private display for Fuguang, ensuring that he would forever be captivated by the two of them. This is the confidence of the mistress of the moon goddess. Returning to the matter at hand, as the time approached, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu exchanged glances, then rose from their main seats. After bowing to the assembly of immortals, Dong Wanggong proclaimed, "We are deeply grateful to all esteemed friends for gracing us with your presence today. This grand celestial banquet, aside from allowing us to gather and discuss the Tao, serves another crucial purpose, which I wish for all of you to witness." The main event of today's banquet was about to commence. Below, the Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortal practitioners sat upright, their expressions serious and focused on Dong Wanggong. Meanwhile, the many Da Luo practitioners seated above exhibited varying degrees of solemnity, contemplation, and indifference, all awaiting Dong Wanggong's next words. Without further ado, Dong Wanggong declared, "By the grace of the saints, I, a humble Daoist, and my esteemed friend Shi Wangmu have been appointed as the leaders among the immortals. Today, we shall officially assume our responsibilities, living up to the expectations of the saints." As he spoke, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu bowed towards the chaotic void beyond, demonstrating their respect. Observing their actions, Fuguang smiled. Evidently, his earlier initiative in bowing at Zhixiao Palace had been emulated by these primordial powers. Otherwise, given Dong Wanggong's impatient nature, he would have directly reported to the heavenly Tao and established the heavenly court without heeding the saints. Of course, even with proper etiquette, it would still hold little significance. Fuguang was the first to value propriety. Even if the saints were indeed watching, they would certainly take note of the courteous Fuguang. In the primordial realm, the first occurrence of certain events is of paramount importance. As for whether Dong Wanggong's polite gestures might influence his future, to be honest, Fuguang was uncertain. After all, aside from the overarching trends, he could no longer trust the minutiae of the future. What constitutes the overarching trend? The impending struggle for supremacy in the primordial realm, culminating in a colossal calamity that would once again reshape the primordial world, embodies the grand trend. The establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation during this calamity signifies the grand trend. The emergence of humanity and the awakening of the will of the human realm represent the grand trend. The settling of numerous saints in their positions constitutes the grand trend. Under these overarching trends, whether Dong Wanggong survives or not, whether Shi Wangmu persists or not, all of these are merely minor trends. Similarly, whether the demon race or the celestial court engages in war with the witch race remains a relative minor trend, and the establishment of the demon race is also a comparatively minor trend. After all, if the demon race does not come into being, the celestial court could absorb all the powers that would have otherwise aligned with the demon race, thereby launching a fierce confrontation with the witch race. In the ensuing conflicts, it is ultimately the witch race, along with the former members of the demon race, who will meet their end. Although the nomenclature for this calamity may differ in later accounts, the calamity itself is destined to erupt. Returning to the main topic, after Dong Wanggong's introductory remarks, he stood alongside Shi Wangmu. Both wore serious expressions as they bowed to the heavens. Heavenly Tao above, we, Dong Wanggong, Shi Wangmu, under the mandate of the saints, in service to the blessings of the heavenly Tao, shall govern the order of heaven and earth, harmonizing the yin and yang of the universe, and overseeing the growth of all beings. Today, we hereby establish the celestial court, to facilitate the administration of the creation of the primordial realm and all living beings. We beseech the heavenly Tao to bear witness. Celestial court, established. As their words resonated, a resounding sound of bells and drums echoed from the heavens. Subsequently, radiant light descended from the celestial dome, enveloping the entirety of Yingzhou's purple mansion, with boundless auspicious energy flowing in from the east, and the vast merits of the heavenly Tao gradually converging. Ultimately, like the Milky Way pouring forth, it cascaded down from the celestial vault. 3/10 of this merit bestowed upon the many immortals who had already followed Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, either cleansing them of their karmic burdens, elevating their cultivation, or being preserved as golden light of merit to safeguard their beings. They all reaped considerable benefits, the remaining 7/10 split in two, directly descending upon Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu. The two absorbed their respective portions of heavenly Tao merit, utilizing it to elevate their own cultivation. Under the nourishing influence of the heavenly Tao's merit, the auras of Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu surged, propelling them towards the profound realms beyond Da Luo. Chapter 31, The Ascendancy of the Celestial Court. The Great Tao of the Grand Unity, Chapter 31. Upon witnessing the movements of the Eastern Lord and the Western Matron, along with the profound and enigmatic auras circulating above the Great Tao surrounding them, the expressions of all the great Luo golden immortals at the banquet shifted subtly. Even the typically unresponsive Tai Ching Laozi displayed a flicker of his eyelids. There was no other reason. At this moment, the Eastern Lord and the Western Matron had already taken the lead in entering another realm, surpassing the rest by a considerable margin. The extraordinary phenomena surrounding the Eastern Lord and the Western Matron did not last for long. Shortly thereafter, two figures resembling them by 7 parts materialized beside them, gradually solidifying into existence. Once these two figures transformed entirely into corporeal forms, the Eastern Lord and the Western Matron opened their eyes, respectively summoning the dragon-headed staff and the ethereal cloud banner, two exquisite innate spiritual treasures bestowed by the saints, before entrusting the 3 corpses they had severed to these treasures. With a resounding boom, at the moment of completing the severance of their corpses, the auras emanating from the Eastern Lord and the Western Matron surged dramatically, transcending the great Luo realm, imbued with an ineffable saintly essence. The realm they entered upon severing their 3 corpses, being termed as a quasi-saint, indeed contained its own intricate mysteries. Hence, as the Eastern Lord and the Western Matron emerged as the first among the 3,000 guests to sever their 3 corpses and step into the quasi-saint realm, the countenance of every great Luo cultivator at the grand banquet grew exceedingly solemn. The appearance of cultivators breaking through the upper limits was indeed a momentous occasion. At this juncture, not only the weaker cultivators in the early and mid-stages of Great Luo but even some of the more formidable ones who had perfected the Great Luo realm began to lose their composure. Only those Great Luo cultivators with profound self-confidence, who firmly believed they would soon step into the quasi-saint realm, managed to maintain their calm demeanor. Naturally, regardless of who they were, all the great Luo cultivators present were profoundly shocked by the spectacle of the Eastern Lord and the Western Matron severing their 3 corpses in situ to achieve the quasi-saint realm. This included the 6 disciples of the 3 purities, Newer, and the saints of Ji Yin and Zhu Yi. However, among the many top-tier great Luo perfectionists present, expressions of enlightenment began to manifest. It was evident that, having witnessed the profoundness of severing the 3 corpses, they, too, might soon succeed in severing one of their own 3 corpses and step into the quasi-saint realm. All the celestial beings were in a state of astonishment. Only Fu Guang remained blissfully unconcerned, indulging in delicacies and sipping celestial brews, showing little reaction to the Eastern Lord and the Western Matron's breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. One reason was that Fu Guang had long anticipated this scene, the other was that he was treading the path of the primordial golden immortal and had already traversed a significant distance within this realm. Even if the Eastern Lord and the Western Matron, as quasi-saints, joined forces, Fu Guang remained unperturbed. Of course, Fu Guang held a degree of curiosity regarding the intricacies of the quasi-saint realm, particularly concerning the 3 corpses severed, which bore a striking resemblance to the original, as if they were entirely different individuals. If I were to form a Tao partner with Shihi and Changxi, Fu Guang mused silently, after they sever their 3 corpses, each of their 3 corpses would also be genuine cultivators. It would be as if I suddenly had Tao partners resembling 6 siblings. And with their original forms, that would mean 8 in total. Hiss! Fu Guang inhaled sharply, feeling an immense joy blossoming within him at this thought. At this moment, the Eastern Lord and the Western Matron, having completed their breakthrough, greeted their 3 corpses before drawing them into their Tao flowers. Subsequently, the Eastern Lord, unable to conceal his elation, casually saluted the assembly of great Luo cultivators. Esteemed friends, please forgive my exuberance. In the presence of the beaming Eastern Lord and Western Matron, the great Luo cultivators comprehended their sentiment. Had it been them, they would have exhibited the same exuberance. The pivotal matters of establishing the celestial court had been successfully accomplished. Following this, music resumed, and the dance continued. The multitude of Tai golden immortals and golden immortals below began to engage in animated discussions. They had witnessed the celestial court's grandeur, as well as the remarkable achievement of the Eastern Lord and Western Matron, who had led numerous great Luo powerhouses into the profound and enigmatic quasi-saint realm. Many cultivators who had initially contemplated joining the celestial court became resolutely determined, and those who were indecisive also made up their minds to join. They approached their peers, who had already joined the celestial court, to express their intentions. To this, the celestial court welcomed all comers, accepting them all. Only a small fraction remained indifferent to the idea of joining the celestial court. Not only were the lower Tai golden immortals and golden immortals restless, but many of the great Luo cultivators above were also stirred. However, being great Luo cultivators, they required a semblance of dignity. They could not simply approach the celestial court shamelessly. Thus, those great Luo cultivators wishing to join subtly conveyed their intentions. Following this, the Eastern Lord would send invitations, encouraging them to join the celestial court. Although this was merely a formality, it was a necessary one. With the establishment of the celestial court, recognized by the heavenly Tao and sanctioned by the two saintly rulers, it had become the sole, official, institution of the Hongguang realm. Naturally, procedures had to be observed, and they could no longer accept people on a whim. A dignified process was essential, as the celebrations continued, and after the guests had feasted and enjoyed the festivities, the Western matron, as the host and ruler of the celestial court, spoke up. It is a rare occasion for esteemed friends to gather. Why not engage in a discussion on the Tao? What are your thoughts, esteemed friends? Upon hearing the Western matron's suggestion, the multitude of great Luo cultivators present did not refuse but rather accepted with delight. Even the three purities, who had initially intended to depart, decided to stay for the moment. The reason was simple: discussing the Tao with two quasi-saint powerhouses could potentially aid them in severing their three corpses in the future. Matters concerning the Tao could not be missed. I shall demonstrate for my esteemed friends, the Western matron declared, and as her voice fell, she directly invoked the great Tao she primarily cultivated. In an instant, the celestial court resonated with the sound of Tao, and myriad extraordinary phenomena unfolded. In response, the smiling Eastern Lord also initiated the invocation of his own great Tao. The other great Luo cultivators followed suit. The three purities radiated pure celestial chi and auspicious clouds. Newer manifested the profound mysteries of creation. Jin and Junti gathered their resplendent golden forms. Jinwu exuded a rich and stable aura of the Tao. Shihe and Changshi jointly manifested a cool and luminous moon. Fu Guang's behind transformed into an endless sea of flames, accompanied by the manifestations of literary and scholarly pursuits, as well as the inherent principles of change, swordsmanship, and artifact crafting, all showcasing the great Tao at the pinnacle of perfection. In an instant, the celestial court was adorned with 3,000 manifestations of the Tao, extraordinary sights abounding, golden lotuses blooming, and Tao flowers flourishing. It bore a striking resemblance to the grandeur of the saints' teachings within the Purple Heaven Palace. Chapter 32, An Opportunity for Baizi. Chapter 32. Above, the great Luo cultivators were continuously evolving their own Tao, the resonant sounds of their teachings permeating the air and enveloping the entire celestial court. Below, a group of Tai golden immortals, who had been engaged in conversation, promptly settled down, each immersed in a state of attentive listening. They were still quite weak. Even the opportunity to hear the Tao sounds of the great Luo cultivators was a momentous chance for them. Seated in his place, Baizi's eyes sparkled with clarity. He understood well that the evolution of the Tao sounds by the great Luo cultivators at the banquet was, in essence, a rare opportunity bestowed upon the many lower-tier cultivators of the primordial world, and they would not mind these lesser beings seeking enlightenment. However, while the opportunity was indeed splendid, it required discernment. Such chances were scarce. If he were to listen to the Tao sounds of numerous great Luo, he would gain some insights, but not to an overwhelming extent. Baizi, having attained the perfect realm of Tai Golden Immortal, was acutely aware of this. To truly benefit from listening to the Tao, one must align with their own path. Baizi's primary expertise lay in the primordial art of Weisher. Among the great Luo cultivators above, two particular Tao sounds resonated with him, both embodying the evolution of Weisher. One emanated from Fuxi, who specialized in Weisher, focusing on discerning the grand trends of heaven and earth, adept at understanding the heavenly mechanisms and their fluctuations. The other was from Fu Guang, who, while not primarily focused on Weisher, had nonetheless achieved a profound mastery of it, rivaling Fuxi's expertise. Fu Guang's Weisher was particularly skilled in predicting celestial phenomena and the transformations of the stars, possessing an acute awareness of the changes in the cosmos. Although both paths pertained to Weisher, they diverged significantly in their nuances. Regardless of the distinction, both were immensely beneficial to Baizi. Thus, he settled his mind and earnestly listened to the two Dao sounds of Weisher, continually refining his own path in accordance with them. Once he thoroughly grasped his Dao, he would be poised to blossom the three Dao flowers atop his head and ascend to the great Luo realm. Fu Guang, casually evolving his main Dao alongside several auxiliary paths, took note of Baizi's focused attention on the Weisher he was unfolding and that of Fuxi. He felt a twinge of surprise. With a moment's contemplation, Fu Guang directed some of his intent towards Weisher, enhancing the clarity and brightness of the Dao sounds he was producing, making them more comprehensible and insightful for Baizi. This subtle shift went unnoticed by the many great Luo who were absorbed in their discourse. However, Baizi, deeply attuned to the two Weisher Dao sounds, perceived the change. In the next moment, he instinctively opened his eyes, his gaze meeting Fu Guang's, who smiled back and nodded slightly. In an instant, Baizi understood that this transformation in the Dao sound was a gift from the esteemed Fu Guang above. After expressing his gratitude with a glance, Baizi once more immersed himself in the state of listening to the Dao. A millennium passed. Within the celestial court, the grand discussions among the great Luo gradually came to a close. With the conclusion of the discourse, the three Pure Ones were the first to rise, bidding farewell to the Eastern King and the Western Mother before departing. Following suit, many great Luo cultivators, having no intention of remaining in the celestial court, also took their leave. With a soft clink, Fu Guang set down his wine cup, feeling satisfied with the feast he had partaken in. He stood and casually gestured to the Eastern King and the Western Mother. The banquet has concluded, and I have gained much from our discussions, dear friends. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality. Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the Eastern King and the Western Mother smiled and waved him off. Travel safely, dear friend, we shall not see you off. As Fu Guang announced his intention to depart, the sisters Shihir and Changxi among the assembly of female great Luo immortals also rose to their feet. They called out to Fu Guang, "Wait a moment, we shall accompany you." To which Fu Guang readily agreed. After the sisters exchanged farewells with the two celestial rulers, the three departed the celestial court together. In quick succession, as Fu Guang exited, the group of renowned great Luo golden immortals who had previously engaged in lively conversation with him at the Zashir Palace also began to leave. Simultaneously, Niu beckoned to Fuxi, while Han Yun called out to Jinwu. The four also made their exit. With their departure, the once vibrant great Luo seating area had significantly thinned, leaving behind only a handful of attendees, and among them, the powerful were even fewer. Observing the multitude of Niu, Fuxi, Han Yun, Jinwu, and other formidable figures trailing closely behind Fu Guang, the smile on the Eastern King's face dimmed considerably. Meanwhile, the Western Mother remained unperturbed, for she had anticipated such an outcome. Even after breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, the Western Mother still found Fu Guang to be unfathomable, convinced he was not as humble and sunny as he appeared on the surface. He likely harbored untold secrets. Perhaps the great Luo perfection he displayed was merely a facade. It was possible he had broken through the quasi-saint bottleneck long before they did. Let us not forget that Fu Guang possessed immense merit in the Dao. Just because he had not utilized it previously did not imply he would not use it to breach the quasi-saint realm. In essence, the Western Mother's view of Fu Guang could be summed up in one phrase: do not provoke him lightly. Indeed. Among the group of Tai golden immortals below, Baizi observed as Fu Guang departed, followed by several renowned great Luo powerhouses and a number of great Luo cultivators. He pondered inwardly, an existence like senior Fu Guang is truly worth following. Baizi discerned that Fu Guang had not established any faction nor gathered followers. The great Luo golden immortals accompanying him seemed to genuinely wish to follow him. What kind of character, vision, strength, and capability could inspire a group of resolute great Luo cultivators to follow him wholeheartedly? Baizi found it hard to fathom. In contrast, the celestial court's ruler, who had employed numerous means yet failed to retain many powerful figures, seemed somewhat lacking. Chapter 33, Scheming for the Position of the Sun God. Chapter 33. At this moment, Fu Guang, who had taken the lead in departing with the sisters Shihi and Changxi, remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the celestial court after his departure. Even if he were aware, he would not have cared. One could only describe Dong Wanggong, that old scoundrel, as a lunatic. Originally, everyone had planned to leave, yet merely because Fu Guang took the first step, other Da Luo golden immortals subsequently followed. He presumed they were all in his wake. Utterly ridiculous. After leaving the celestial court, Fu Guang was not particularly eager to return to the Sun Star. Instead, he chose to explore the eastern shores with his companions. Having depleted much of the resources within his Jinwu palace, he felt a resonating sense of opportunity in the East Sea and was determined not to let it slip away. As the saying goes, heaven bestows blessings, neglecting them invites chaos. After casually reveling for what felt like an eternity, Fu Guang, now brimming with rewards, extended an invitation to the equally fortunate Shihi and Changxi. Esteemed friends, I implore you to accompany me back to the Sun Star, for there lies a grand opportunity to acquire heavenly merit that requires our deliberation. If my scheme succeeds, he continued, it could very well lead to the emergence of 2 more quasi-saints. Upon hearing Fu Guang's proclamation, Shihi's beautiful eyes flickered with contemplation, while Changxi's previously expressionless face revealed a hint of surprise. A chance to attain heavenly merit of such magnitude, and it could assist both sisters in ascending to the quasi-saint realm together. Fu Guang's unwavering confidence in this opportunity piqued their curiosity, and they found no reason to suspect him of boasting. In the vast wilderness, such declarations regarding great opportunities are not made lightly. Failure to realize them could result in dire consequences. Thus, Shihi and Changxi held no doubts. Shihi spoke up, "We are grateful for your guidance." After exchanging smiles, the trio transformed into a radiant light and set forth towards the Sun Star. The grand opportunity Fu Guang mentioned was indeed related to the establishment of the prehistoric calendar. This matter could not be sidestepped by Shihi and Changxi, the sovereigns of the Moon Star. After all, to delineate years, months, days, and hours, and to bring about the cyclical rhythm of day and night, along with the seasonal changes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, cooperation between the sun, which illuminates the day, and the moon, which governs the night, was essential. Moreover, elements such as the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 4 seasons, and the 24 solar terms, all by the influence of the Sun Star and Moon Star. It could be asserted that by virtue of their identities as the sovereigns of the Moon Star, Shihi and Changxi were poised to claim a significant portion of the heavenly merit associated with the establishment of the prehistoric calendar. Once the prehistoric calendar was set, the status of the Sun Star and Moon Star in the realm would undoubtedly rise, enhancing their significance to all living beings. This elevation would signify a marked increase in the authority wielded by the Sun Star and Moon Star within the cosmos. Such merit could potentially lead to the Sun and Moon bestowing blessings upon the wilderness, accumulating merit over time, and securing the rightful positions for these celestial bodies, while the Moon God's position had already been claimed by the ancient great power. Wen Shu, Shihi and Changxi could only aspire to gain merit and the dominion over the Moon Star. Nonetheless, even so, the 2 portions of heavenly merit from the establishment of the prehistoric calendar, combined with the accolades from the Moon Star, would suffice for Shihi and Changxi to sever their 3 corpses and ascend to the quasi-saint realm together. Thus, Fu Guang had not deceived them. Upon returning to the Jinwu palace of the Sun Star, Fu Guang wasted no time and spoke directly. Dear friends, the reason I have not visited the Moon Star previously is that I have been devising and refining this grand opportunity. This opportunity has been tailor-made for me, the Lord of the Sun, and for you, the 2 Lords of the Moon. I shall name this opportunity the prehistoric calendar. Before the 2 moon sovereigns, Fu Guang spoke with earnestness. Upon hearing the term prehistoric calendar, Shihi and Changxi's minds cleared, their hearts raced. As innate divine beings and perfected Da Luo cultivators, their simultaneous reaction was enough to affirm that Fu Guang's words indeed pertained to a matter of great relevance to them. Consequently, the 2 sisters, who had been serious from the outset, became even more earnest. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Fu Guang had elucidated the intricate details of how to establish the prehistoric calendar, acquire heavenly merit, and expand the dominion of the Sun Star and Moon Star. After taking a sip of laurel wine, he continued, by assisting me in establishing the prehistoric calendar and setting the temporal order for the cosmos, you shall undoubtedly gain 2 portions of heavenly merit. This endeavor will expand the dominion of the moon star, which will yield a corresponding response from the moon star, granting further merit. Combined, this shall pave the way for your ascension to the quasi-saint realm. Though the process had yet to commence, Shi and Changshi nodded in agreement upon hearing Fu Guang's assertions. They were not naive. After a brief calculation, they understood that Fu Guang was not exaggerating. After a moment's pause, Fu Guang continued, "The benefits do not end here. As the dominion of the moon star expands, it will gradually accumulate blessings and merits from the cosmos, channeling the fortunes of heaven and earth back to you, facilitating your cultivation in the future." Alas, the position of the moon god has already been claimed by that ancient being. Otherwise, the benefits available to you would be far greater. Upon hearing this, Shi and Changshi nodded, feeling a twinge of regret, yet more so, they embraced the acceptance of fate. With an open heart, Shi remarked, "To be able to acquire heavenly merit is already a stroke of luck. We sisters do not seek more. However, dear friend, this time, it seems congratulations are in order for you." Though the position of the moon god was lost, the position of the sun god remained. The immense merit derived from establishing the prehistoric calendar and setting the temporal order, not to mention the achievement of expanding the dominion of the sun star and moon star, combined with Fu Guang's identity as the spirit of the sun star, made his acquisition of the sun god position an almost certain outcome. Har har har, with a hearty laugh, Fu Guang feigned modesty. It would be prudent to wait until all is settled before offering congratulations. Do my esteemed friends have any uncertainties? If so, I would be glad to provide further clarification. If not, it may be wise to prepare without delay. Upon hearing this, Shi and Changshi exchanged a serious glance before nodding in agreement. In that case, we shall return to the moon star to prepare and await your news. Without further ado, after bidding farewell, Shi and Changshi departed. Fu Guang, after a brief moment of recuperation, began his crafting. Chapter 34, The Celestial Court's Actions, Do Not Dare to Oppose Them. Chapter 34. As Fu Guang, Sheher, and Changshi roamed the vast expanse of the primordial world, deliberating the formulation of the primordial calendar, the world itself began to undergo gradual transformations. The establishment of the celestial court could not rely solely on the merits of the heavenly Tao without taking action. A span of 10,000 years had proven sufficient for Dong Wanggong to consolidate the rapidly expanding powers of the celestial court. As for Shi Wangmu, true to their agreement, she commenced her stewardship over the celestial punishments and the affairs concerning the female immortals, resolutely refraining from interfering in Dong Wanggong's administration of the celestial court. With an increasingly substantial aura of fortune, all of the celestial court schemes unfolded with remarkable ease. At long last, the internal restructuring of the celestial court reached its conclusion, and the immense ambition to dominate the primordial world could no longer be contained. In the Zafu celestial court, within the expansive celestial palace, 2 thrones, representing the masters of the celestial realm, were positioned prominently. The quasi-saint Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu sat regally upon them. Below, a multitude of venerable Da Luo Jingxian stood in an orderly fashion, flanked by numerous Taiyi Jingxian, while Jinxian practitioners were relegated to the palace's periphery. Observing his subordinates below, Dong Wanggong wore a spirited smile. He then proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I, the celestial sovereign, have established the celestial court to maintain order, delineate the yin and yang of the cosmos, and provide protection for all beings. However, presently, the primordial races are numerous and in constant conflict, resulting in a pervasive atmosphere of slaughter and chaos throughout the heavens and the earth, disrupting the balance of yin and yang. This state of affairs fundamentally contradicts the very purpose for which the celestial court was established. Henceforth, this situation must be reversed." After a brief pause, a thunderous force erupted from Dong Wanggong, emanating the terrifying aura of a quasi-saint, reverberating throughout the Yangju Zafu. He sat imperiously upon the celestial sovereign's throne, issue a decree to the various celestial islands of the East Sea and to all races. "I shall select the most talented individuals from each island and race to form the celestial court's grand army, commanding their active cooperation. Any disobedience shall be met with severe punishment." Upon hearing Dong Wanggong's words, the assembly of Da Luo Jingxian, Taiyi Jingxian, and Jinxian within the celestial court responded in unison, "We shall faithfully adhere to the emperor's decree." On that day, over 20 Daeluo practitioners, hundreds of Taiyi Jingxian, and nearly 1,000 Jinxian led the burgeoning, magnificent army of the celestial court, emerging from the Yangju Zifu, heading towards the vast East Sea. On that day, the East Sea erupted into boundless turmoil. On that day, the celestial court began to unfurl its claws. On that day, the myriad mighty beings of the primordial world and numerous races became aware that great chaos was imminent. As time flowed inexorably onward, a span of 10,000 years elapsed. During this time, Fu Guang, who was engrossed in refining weapons and adequately preparing for the establishment of the primordial calendar, remained oblivious to the significant movements within the celestial court. Of course, even if he had noticed, it would not have concerned him. These events were inevitable. What was there to be concerned about? Within the Jinwu Palace, in a certain chamber, Fu Guang gazed at an hourglass emanating the essence of time before him, a smile gracing his face. It is finally complete. Over the course of 10,000 years, he had successfully refined all the spiritual treasures necessary for establishing the primordial calendar and defining the primordial sequence. Everything related had been forged by his hands. After all, who could ever have enough merits from the heavenly Tao? Even a mere low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, when accumulated over time, would undoubtedly possess profound significance. After a bit of adjustment, I can commence preparations. Observing the numerous spiritual treasures before him, Fu Guang's expression grew solemn. He then closed his eyes and began to meditate. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Once Fu Guang had thoroughly adjusted his state, he rose from the meditation cushion. He carefully stored away his refined sundials, hourglasses, and calendars, and with a flick of his hand, summoned for low-grade innate spiritual flowers. The orchid, the lotus, the chrysanthemum, and the plum blossom, these for low-grade innate roots, acquired during Fu Guang's earlier travels through the primordial world, could represent the 4 seasons. They were of utmost importance in validating the primordial calendar. With all his belongings in tow, Fu Guang stepped forward, appearing just beyond the sun star. Adjusting his robes and sleeves, he assumed a serious demeanor and bowed respectfully towards the heavens. "In the name of the heavenly Tao." His voice, amplified by his immense magical power, resonated around the sun star. "I, Fu Guang of the sun star, have perceived the disorder within the primordial sequence, where time is unclear and indistinct, which, if allowed to persist, would hinder the flourishing of life and the regulation of order within the primordial realm. Therefore, I hereby establish the primordial sequence, allowing for the cyclical change of the 4 seasons and the continuous flow of the 24 solar terms. I decree the 10 heavenly stems. I create the 12 earthly branches." With a grave expression, Fu Guang began to articulate the detailed contents of the primordial calendar he had meticulously devised, omitting nothing. The moment he uttered the words of the calendar, a resounding boom echoed. Thump, thump, thump. The heavenly Tao's drumbeat reverberated throughout the primordial universe. Subsequently, boundless might of the heavenly Tao manifested Fu Guang's figure across every corner of the primordial world, allowing all beings to clearly behold him. In an instant, actions ceased among the myriad beings of the primordial realm and numerous practitioners, including those engaged in battle. The arrival of the heavenly Tao's might instilled a sense of reverence. Who would dare to act recklessly? Those mighty beings, deep in seclusion and striving to sever their 3 corpses to break through to the quasi-saint realm, were awakened at this moment. Observing the figure of Fu Guang displayed by the heavenly Tao, their expressions varied widely. At Fengchi Mountain, Nuer and Fuxi, the sibling pair, gazed at the projection of the heavenly Tao. Nuer furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of envy in her voice as she remarked, "This fellow has stirred up such a great commotion. I fear he will gain considerable merits from the heavenly Tao. He has already amassed a substantial amount of heavenly Tao merits. He is bound to surpass Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu in stepping into the quasi-saint realm. This time, his strength may become even more formidable." The refined Fuxi, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, smiled and remarked, "Truly, Fu Guang is remarkable." He had long perceived Fu Guang as an extraordinary individual destined for great achievements. Now he felt increasingly confirmed in that belief, having previously mentioned a desire to visit Fu Guang. Perhaps he could soon use this opportunity to extend his congratulations. At Wuzhuangguan, Hong Yun, who had not secluded himself in his fiery cloud cave, had been spending some time with Jinyuanzi. Upon witnessing the projection of the heavenly Tao, a look of envy appeared on Hongyun's face. To receive a response from the heavenly Tao and have one's image projected across the heavens and earth, Fu Guang's harvest must be immensely significant. Beside him, the honest Jinwu nodded gently, truly enviable. Of course, Jinwu could only express his envy. At Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones displayed varied expressions. Laozi remained impassive, Yuanxia furrowed his brows, while Tongqian exhibited curiosity. In the boundless sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld river wore a face of agitation, his piercing gaze fixed upon the projection of Fu Guang in the heavens. Within the celestial court, Shi Wangmu, who had been secluding herself in her palace, staying uninvolved in the celestial conflicts and solely managing celestial punishments and the affairs of the female immortals, raised an eyebrow as she observed the projection of the heavenly Tao. Internally, she mused, once again, this disturbance is far greater than when the celestial court was established. It is indeed unwise to provoke him. At this moment, Shi Wangmu increasingly affirmed one thing in her heart: Fu Guang, the Daoist, was not one to be trifled with. Chapter 35, Sheher and Changxi achieve the status of a sage. Chapter 35, Among the mighty ones, if one were to ponder who harbored the greatest reluctance to witness Fu Guang attaining the merits of the heavenly Tao, it would undoubtedly be the emperor of the celestial court, Dong Wanggong. With a discontented gaze, he fixed his eyes upon the projection of the heavenly Tao featuring Fu Guang. At this moment, the emperor, who had been in high spirits listening to the reports of his subordinate Daluo cultivators regarding the celestial court's achievements over the past millennium, found his good mood entirely dissipated upon catching sight of Fu Guang. As the celestial court grew increasingly formidable, it gradually established itself as the undisputed ruler of the Eastern Sea. The path of kingship for Dong Wanggong became ever more favorable, and he himself adopted an even more domineering demeanor. A tyrannical sovereign, naturally, his tolerance for an existence like Fu Guang, which posed a potential threat to his own authority, was not high. Even though Dong Wanggong had not encountered any direct conflict with Fu Guang, nor had Fu Guang shown any intention to undermine Dong Wanggong's position, the animosity Dong Wanggong felt towards Fu Guang was entirely unfounded from the outset. Regardless, Dong Wanggong's apprehension towards Fu Guang only intensified, growing increasingly intolerant. Witnessing the commotion Fu Guang had stirred up in pursuit of great fortune, his displeasure was palpable. On the Taiyin star, upon catching a glimpse of the projection of the heavenly Tao, Sheher and Changxi, who had long been prepared, exchanged glances and smiled in unison, exclaiming, "It has begun." Even the typically aloof Changxi could not suppress her excitement and anticipation. After all, this matter pertained directly to the paths of the two sisters. Should they succeed, it would almost certainly lead them to sever their three corpses and step into the realm of quasi-sainthood. Such an opportunity was indeed something that Sheher and Changxi could hardly help but look forward to. Outside the Sun Star, Fu Guang spoke with grave seriousness, meticulously detailing the chronology of the primordial era while simultaneously showcasing various timekeeping treasures such as sundials, hourglasses, and celestial armillary spheres. He guided the representation of the four seasons with orchids, lotuses, chrysanthemums, and plums, establishing the 24 solar terms. He delineated the 10 heavenly stems and the 12 earthly branches. In the heavens above, the merits of the heavenly Tao began to coalesce, an auspicious phenomenon manifested, with ethereal purple mist enveloping the entire starry firmament. With each refinement of the time chronicle and the temporal sequences, the lake of merits formed by the heavenly Tao grew larger. After a thorough demonstration, Fu Guang concluded, daylight signifies the day, while moonlight heralds the night. The rotation of the sun and moon constitutes a day. 30 or 31 days comprise a month, with 12 months forming a year. February is exceptional. In a common year, it comprises 28 days, while every 4 common years, February gains an additional day, resulting in a leap year. A year is divided into the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each displaying its unique splendor. As spring arrives, throughout the year, there are 24 solar terms, commencing with the onset of spring. The year, seasons, months, days, and hours have been firmly established. From henceforth, the primordial era shall possess a clear chronology. As his words echoed, Fu Guang casually raised his hand, invoking his authority as the sovereign of the Sun Star to unleash a radiant brilliance that illuminated every corner of the primordial realm as if it were midday. Simultaneously, the Taiyin star, resonating with the Sun star, released a cascade of moonlight that was no less brilliant than the sunlight. In the next moment, both the Sun star and the Taiyin star began to operate under the rotational rules dictated by the newly established chronology of the primordial era. In an instant, the realm transitioned between day and night, seasons shifted, and solar terms changed. This was a procedure of validation. The assistance of the heavenly Tao facilitated an evolution, and through calculation, the duration of the test for the primordial chronology lasted the cycle of a leap year. Ultimately, the heavenly Tao responded to Fuguang's establishment of the primordial chronology and the determination of temporal sequences. Boom! Above the heavens, the immense lake of heavenly Tao merits, which had already formed, suddenly expanded to twice its size. Subsequently, vast merits cascaded from the heavens. First, they descended into numerous temporal treasures, transforming those ranging from top-tier postnatal treasures to inferior postnatal treasures into treasures imbued with postnatal merits. It was not that Fuguang was incapable of refining a complete set of top-tier postnatal treasures. Rather, the heavenly Tao is just an orderly, and excess can be detrimental. Some temporal treasures, if refined to too high a grade, would result in an imperfect establishment of the chronology and greater loss. Fuguang had precisely calculated the grades of all treasures, ensuring they were within the permissible range for optimal results. After a batch of temporal merit treasures was formed, various entities associated with the 4 seasons and the 24 solar terms received significant transformations. Among these, the spring orchid, summer lotus, autumn chrysanthemum, and winter plum, representatives of the 4 seasons, were bestowed with the greatest merits by the heavenly Tao. The 4 inferior innate spiritual roots awakened their consciousness under the irrigation of these merits, successfully transforming into 4 distinct female celestial forms that appeared beside Fuguang. After bowing to their heavenly Tao, the 4 floral immortals then bowed to Fuguang in unison, saying, "We are immensely grateful for your guidance and the blessings you have bestowed upon us." Casting a glance at the 4 floral immortals, who possessed superior innate spiritual roots, Fuguang nodded and casually remarked, "You may withdraw for now." Upon hearing this, the recently transformed 4 floral immortals, after their bow, swiftly retreated to the side, gazing at Fuguang's figure with reverence. Once all treasures and entities related to the chronology received their corresponding merits from the heavenly Tao, the vast lake of heavenly Tao merits had diminished by a full 30%. Soon after, the lake of merits underwent further division, with another 20% of the heavenly Tao merits splitting off and directly descending into the bodies of Sheher and Changxi, the 2 sovereigns of the Taiyin star. Simultaneously, the Taiyin star quivered gently, and 2 equally vast columns of merit light surged forth, infusing the 2 Taiyin goddesses. Each sister received a portion of the heavenly Tao merits, as well as a gift of merits from the Taiyin star. With this influx, Sheher and Changxi experienced a rapid elevation of their auras. In mere moments, they transcended the zenith of Da Luo and stepped into the realm of quasi-saints. Subsequently, beside each sister, the silhouette of a female celestial being solidified, conjured by them with a top-tier innate treasure. Thus, the sisters, who had not participated extensively, effortlessly severed their 3 corpses and ascended to the quasi-saint realm with the aid of the 2 streams of heavenly Tao merits. Upon completing their breakthrough, Sheher and Changxi opened their eyes, exchanged smiles, and then bowed toward Fuguang within the projection of the heavenly Tao, saying, "Thank you for your invaluable assistance, fellow Taoist." In response to their gratitude, Fuguang felt a slight resonance. After nodding toward the direction of the Taiyin star, he gazed intently at the remaining 50% of the heavenly Tao merits in the heavens above. His joy was inescapable, for all of these remaining merits rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 36, Radiating with Golden Luminescence. Chapter 36. Under the watchful gaze of all beings in the primordial chaos, a thunderous sound resonated. The remaining 50% of the heavenly merit cascaded down towards Fuguang like a torrent. Just as everyone anticipated that Fuguang would employ this celestial merit to sever the 3 corpses and ascend to the quasi-saint realm, an astonishing sight unfolded. Fuguang's entire being radiated with the golden wheel of heavenly merit, subsequently merging all that heavenly merit into the already dazzling golden wheel. Not only that, the once calm solar star erupted once more, releasing brilliant solar rays as a tremendous surge of heavenly merit surged forth from within, intertwining with the descending merit and directly infusing it into Fuguang's merit wheel. Originally, Fuguang's merit wheel shone with the brilliance of a miniature sun. At this moment, with the influx of vast heavenly merit, the golden light enveloping him began to rival the very sun itself. Just when everyone thought the spectacle had reached its conclusion, a thunderous boom echoed as the solar star trembled again, unleashing an immense amount of merit. This, combined with the celestial authority of the stars, manifested an illusory great sun, which gradually diminished as it descended towards Fuguang. Simultaneously, with a resonant chime, a circular treasure, exuding the aura of a supreme innate spiritual artifact suffused with merit, materialized from the solar star and landed directly before Fuguang. After a brief moment, having accepted the position of solar deity and the full authority of the solar star, Fuguang opened his golden eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. Excellent, excellent indeed. As he spoke, Fuguang did not forget to bow to the heavens, paying homage to the will of the celestial order that had responded to him. To those who harbored grievances against Fuguang, his action seemed somewhat ostentatious. Nevertheless, Fuguang persisted. After all, as the saying goes, the more one bows, the less the heavens will fault one. He feared not the heavens' indifference to his politeness, but rather their potential disdain for any lack of decorum. As the formidable power of the celestial order gradually dissipated, Fuguang's silhouette was captured in the moment he waved to accept the supreme innate merit treasure, the solar wheel. At this juncture, while the projection of the celestial order faded, the repercussions of Fuguang's establishment of the primordial calendar and the temporal order began to profoundly influence the entirety of the primordial chaos and its inhabitants. Of course, the enlightened beings would feel the impact as well, albeit significantly lessened. Ultimately, Fuguang's endeavors, whether in creating script or in establishing the primordial calendar, were aimed at the masses, the myriad beings, rather than the enlightened. As for the effect on the populace, an array of innate divine beings fell into silence. They understood that Fuguang was on the brink of obtaining an extraordinary opportunity, yet the magnitude of this opportunity seemed almost excessive. One could surmise this would likely suffice for a great Luo perfection cultivator to sever all three corpses, not to mention the solar deity position and the authority of the solar star. A supreme innate merit treasure, free from karmic retribution, a multitude of post-heaven merit treasures associated with the primordial calendar and temporal order. Most importantly, how could one attain the solar deity position without the strength of the quasi-saint realm? In other words, Fuguang had unwittingly crossed into the quasi-saint realm long ago, with a merit wheel as radiant as the sun, a plethora of merit treasures untouched by karmic ties, and a cultivation level that was at least at the early quasi-saint stage, coupled with the terrifying existence of the heavenly fruit position. Merely contemplating this made one's scalp prickle. Fortunately, those in the primordial chaos who qualified to encounter Fuguang had a general impression of him. Though Fuguang was powerful, he was known as a kind and gentle figure, fond of reasoning. As long as one did not deliberately offend or provoke him, they would not find themselves at odds with him. On Kunlun Mountain, among the three pure ones, the most exuberant and youthful in demeanor, Tongqian, after contemplating the primordial calendar, broke into a smile. What a remarkable Fuguang! What a marvelous primordial calendar! Har har har, splendid, splendid, splendid. Upon hearing his boisterous laughter, the middle-aged Yuansha couldn't help but frown. What a ruckus, what a display of decorum. Tongqian, chastised, felt his expression stiffen slightly, then subdued his laughter, falling silent. Beside them, Laozi also contemplated the timeline, stroking his beard and remarking, truly remarkable. This Fuguang Daoist has indeed garnered the favor of the heavenly order through his own merit. Yet, my brothers, we are not lacking in talent. Dear brothers, it is time for us to enter seclusion and break through. Upon hearing Laozi's words, both Yuansha and the somewhat aggrieved Tongqian straightened their expressions. First, the Eastern King and the Western Queen, followed by the lunar deities Sheher and Changxi, had all stepped into the quasi-saint realm, coupled with Fuguang, who had inevitably advanced ahead of all. This indicated that the current celestial hierarchy of the primordial chaos no longer culminated in the great Luo perfection. If the three pure ones did not break through soon, would they not become a laughingstock? They would not only be ridiculed by numerous cultivators, but also risk losing their status as direct disciples of the saints, bringing shame upon the saints themselves. Given the pride of the three pure ones, such an occurrence was utterly intolerable. On Fengqi Mountain, Nuer's face displayed the anticipated expression. She spoke. Fu Guang did not sever the 3 corpses, yet he attained the solar deity position. Just as I surmised, he has long since stepped into the quasi-saint realm. He is the first to reach the quasi-saint realm under our teacher. How ridiculous that the Eastern King and the Western Queen were completely oblivious to this. Upon hearing Nuer's words, Fuxi paid little heed. At this moment, he was engrossed in continuously calculating the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches, savoring their exquisite intricacies. Merely responding to Nuer, he said, millimeter, 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 sister is indeed correct. Observing Fuxi's engrossed demeanor, Nuer's lips twitched, a hint of irritation sparking in her eyes. Bang! With a swift motion, her jade hand raised and struck Fuxi squarely, sending him reeling into his dwelling, barely managing to emit a cry. R. Having delivered her customary punch to Fuxi, Nuer exhaled in satisfaction, declaring, brothers should seriously enter seclusion. With the chaos of the heavens about to unfold, if we do not break through our current realms, we shall surely encounter endless troubles. Furrowing her brow, Nuer cast a glance at the solar star and then towards the eastern sea. Feeling a sense of pressure, she turned and headed towards her own dwelling, intending to enter seclusion and attempt to sever the 3 corpses to achieve a breakthrough. In this increasingly tumultuous primordial chaos, the cultivation of the great Luo realm was no longer sufficient to attain true freedom. Chapter 37, Attending the 4 Immortals, The Rules of the Golden Crow Palace. Chapter 37, The Purple Palace of Jinwu. The smile on the face of the Eastern King completely vanished, and within his gaze, there flickered a hint of cold brilliance. In his eyes, the might of the Daoist Fu Guang was simply overwhelming. If this continued, the beings of the primordial chaos would likely only recognize the sun god Fu Guang, oblivious to him, the lord of the celestial court, Eastern King. Meanwhile, the Western Queen Mother, having withdrawn her gaze, resumed her own affairs. The affairs of Fu Guang Daoist bore little significance to her. Should the Eastern King seek out Fu Guang, she would certainly refrain from intervening. There was no other reason. The Western Queen Mother simply did not wish to become adversaries with Fu Guang. In the Golden Crow Palace, within the courtyard, Fu Guang wore a satisfied smile. He had attained the position of sun god and secured the merits of Heaven Estao. He had reaped the fruits of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Path. From this moment forth, Fu Guang would merely need to quietly reside within his Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Star, observing the tumultuous rise and fall of the primordial chaos and the myriad beings. Given his contributions to the universe, the favor bestowed upon him by Heaven Estao, coupled with the merit-laden golden will that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, even if the Saint of Heaven sought to plot against him, they would have to weigh their options carefully. As for cultivation, with the adoration of Heaven Estao, the fortune derived from the sun star and the position of sun god, along with the blessings of literary and temporal auspices, it was not guaranteed that he would attain the Saint of Heaven's position. However, being promoted to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Path, and becoming the foremost figure beneath a saint was undoubtedly within reach. Since his arrival in this realm, the status he had meticulously planned for himself was beginning to take shape. Thus, at this moment, Fu Guang radiated an inner sense of ease and contentment, which infused the vast world contained within the Sun Star and the Golden Crow Palace with a gentle breeze, stirred by his good spirits. After a while, as Fu Guang regained his composure, he lifted his gaze towards the 4 flower immortals before him, who stood with utmost reverence. His expression softened. You 4 have received remarkable fortuity, and your innate qualities are commendable. From now on, diligently cultivate and assist the beings of the primordial chaos in their seasonal cycles, and you shall receive a steady stream of fortune and merit, with a promising future ahead. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 flower immortals were suffused with gratitude. In unison, they exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed Elder, for your kind words. Elder, if I may be so bold, we, the 4 sisters, owe our current achievements to your benevolence, and this favor cannot be repaid. We wish to serve you faithfully, without ever turning back. We humbly ask for your grace to accept us." As they spoke, the 4 flower immortals knelt before Fu Guang, their faces filled with earnest supplication. Though they had only just taken form, the 4 flower immortals were quite astute. They were fully aware that despite receiving the merits of heaven and their newfound transformation, they were merely at the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Yet, in the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, a golden immortal was but an insignificant insect. Without a powerful patron to support them, they might face peril one day. There were indeed many cultivators in the primordial chaos who would dare to slay a golden immortal of merit. Before them stood Fuguang, undeniably a formidable ally. Coupled with the favor he had shown them, it was far more prudent for the four sisters to follow him now rather than face potential tribulations in the chaotic realm. Observing the four flower immortals imploring his permission to follow, Fuguang pondered briefly. He was naturally aware of their thoughts. The matter of protecting the four sisters did not concern him, for after all, it was merely the safeguarding of four golden immortals. Moreover, there was indeed a bond of cause and fate between the flower immortals and himself. Rather than allowing them to venture into the chaotic realm to encounter numerous misfortunes, it would be more beneficial to take them in and entrust them with the management of his domain. Furthermore, the potential of the flower immortals was considerable. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were bound to attain the great Luo Dao fruit. Whether they could ascend to the quasi-saint realm remained uncertain. However, that mattered little. Great Luo golden immortals would not tarnish his dignity and could accomplish many tasks on his behalf. You four sisters indeed share a connection with me. After a moment of contemplation, Fuguang made his decision. Since you sincerely wish to follow me, then stay. From this day forth, you four shall be my attendant immortals. Upon hearing this, the faces of the four flower immortals lit up with joy, and they respectfully bowed to Fuguang. Thank you, esteemed lord, for your gracious acceptance. With a casual nod, Fuguang waved his hand, and several treasures of merit associated with time, seasons, and cycles were casually tossed before the four flower immortals. He spoke, these treasures of merit are linked to the seasons and time. I entrust them to your stewardship. The path of seeking enlightenment is fraught with difficulties and dangers. Once you are under my guidance, remember, do not recklessly commit acts of killing, do not bully the weak, do not engage in violent mischief, do not seek to show off your courage, do not recklessly entangle cause and effect, and do not harm one another within the same sect. In your future endeavors, you must bear in mind, a series of regulations for the Golden Crow Palace were clearly articulated by Fuguang to his four attendant immortals. Should any of them violate these rules and entangle themselves in karmic disasters of such magnitude, he would not hesitate to sever ties with lightning speed, never allowing anyone to drag him down. One must never doubt Fuguang's resolve to evade karmic tribulations. The four flower immortals listened intently, committing the regulations of the Golden Crow Palace to memory. They harbored no grievances. After all, they had chosen to follow Fuguang, and thus should adhere to his rules. After discussing the regulations, Fuguang began to explain the benefits of the Golden Crow Palace. Following me, you shall not be treated poorly. Whenever I have leisure, I shall impart some teachings to you. I have numerous powerful allies. When they visit and discuss the Tao with me, you may listen attentively. Within the Golden Crow Palace, the spiritual roots, immortal herbs, and other opportunities, aside from reserving some for brewing and pastry making, may be freely utilized by you. Yet, remember, do not deplete resources excessively. Pursue a path of sustainable development. Before long, Fuguang had elucidated all the benefits. He then inquired, are there any areas that remain unclear or misunderstood? With rules established, and a touch of resources and benefits provided, this represented Fuguang's approach to managing the Golden Crow Palace. Of course, when Fuguang was alone, there had been no management system in place for the Golden Crow Palace. However, with the addition of the four attendant immortals, it was essential to establish some regulations. Primarily, Fuguang was concerned that without rules, the flower immortals might inadvertently attract karmic disasters, dragging him down along with them. That would be quite unfortunate. After hearing about the benefits, the four flower immortals were immensely excited. Reporting back to you, esteemed lord, we have understood everything clearly. In reality, the benefits Fuguang could offer were limited to protection, guidance in cultivation, and a share of the resources available in the Golden Crow Palace. While it might seem modest, the protection of a powerful figure was of paramount importance to the weak, and guidance in cultivation was invaluable. A single word from a grandmaster could propel them, as low-tier cultivators, to new heights. Not to mention, they would frequently receive teachings and guidance. These benefits were simply beyond compare. Chapter 38. a distinguished visitor arrives. Chapter 38. The bestowal of spiritual treasures and the establishment of regulations. In the tranquil absence of instructions, Fu Guang waved his hand, signaling the four celestial attendants to retreat into seclusion to assimilate their recent gains. Shi He and Chang Shi will likely enter a period of retreat to solidify their respective realms. Sitting alone beneath the Fusang tree, Fu Guang poured himself a drink, his countenance adorned with contemplation. It would be imprudent to seek out friends in the primordial chaos at this juncture. After all, everyone is exerting their utmost to sever their three corpses, and my presence would only serve to disrupt their endeavors. Thus, I shall also enter seclusion. Taking advantage of this relatively peaceful interval to further refine the innate divine prohibitions of the chaos bell is indeed a prudent course of action. As for the exquisite innate merit spiritual treasure, the sun wheel. This artifact, akin to the now vanished moon wheel from the primordial realm, is exclusively associated with the sun deity. Upon attaining the fruit of the sun deity and seizing the sun wheel, Fu Guang found that it automatically released 48 innate divine prohibitions, which he promptly refined without expending any additional time. After spending a millennia in meditation within the courtyard, Fu Guang, feeling somewhat restless, rose and stepped into the Golden Crow Palace to commence his retreat. His existence revolved around this, entering seclusion for cultivation, emerging for respite, indulging in small pleasures of life, and then resuming his meditative practices. Other matters, Fu Guang remained indifferent to them all. This included the strife and upheaval across the vast primordial lands. He refrained from inquiry, harboring no interest. Simultaneously, he could surmise the progress of the celestial court, envisioning its trajectory. In the absence of the birth of the demon race and the emergence of the demon heavenly court, the campaigns of the Eastern King in the primordial expanse would undoubtedly commence with remarkable ease, perhaps even surpassing the previously charted course. There was little of significance to warrant his attention, since Fu Guang established the chronology of the primordial realm and delineated its temporal sequence, save for the blessed lands and the sanctuaries of enlightened beings, as well as a few exceptional locations. The majority of ordinary territories in the primordial realm now experienced the cyclical changes of the four seasons. Gradually, the method of timekeeping evolved from the commonly employed Hui Yuan to the more precise delineation of years, months, days, and hours. The common folk have already come to regard the rise and fall of the sun and moon as a day, the passage of winter and summer as a year. Time flows like a gentle stream, with seasons shifting and stars relining through the passage of many autumns. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years had elapsed. On this particular day, within the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, clad in a flowing robe, his ink-black hair cascading freely, Fu Guang wielded a fine brush, inscribing upon a sheet of white paper. Beside him stood the eldest of the four flower fairies, Chunlan, dutifully attending to him, her demeanor suffused with respect. A century of service had furnished the four flower fairies with an intimate familiarity with the workings of the Golden Crow Palace. Naturally, they had not been prohibited from perusing the vast library, and they had ventured within to read. The myriad tomes that Fu Guang penned were a source of awe and wonder for the still youthful four flower fairies. Many of the texts, though merely tales, contained countless esoteric teachings on cultivation methods, divine abilities, and mystical spells. Their exposure to even a fraction of this knowledge had yielded them considerable benefits. It is easy to imagine the formidable prowess and astonishing talent of Fu Guang, the creator of such transcendent techniques and godly abilities that could provoke the weeping of deities and spirits alike. In summary, after a century of dedicated service, the four flower fairies increasingly regarded their choice to follow Fu Guang as sagacious. The friends from the Moon Star, Shi He and Chang Shi, have arrived. While continuing to draft his narrative, Fu Guang spoke. They are esteemed guests of mine. You should go and welcome them. On second thought. Prepare 6 banquet tables in the main hall and have Shi He, Qiuju, and Dong Mai greet them. Besides the 2 esteemed guests from the Moon Star, there are additional notable visitors to come. We must not be negligent. Upon hearing this, Chunlan's expression grew serious. She promptly responded, understood. After respectfully departing, Chunlan swiftly relayed Fu Guang's directives to her 3 sisters and began diligently preparing the celestial banquet, with meticulous attention to detail, not daring to show any lapse in diligence. The reason was simple: these were esteemed guests. As per Fu Guang's words, the sisters were well aware that the two lunar goddesses were indeed formidable quasi-saint beings. The only other guests worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as these two would also have to be of similar extraordinary caliber. In other words, 6 quasi-saint powerhouses were soon to grace the Golden Crow Palace. How could these for modest golden immortals afford to be careless? Beyond the realm of the Sun Star, at Fu Guang's behest, a pathway materialized, forged from the essence of solar flames, where Xiehe, Xiuju, and Dongmai, the 3 modest golden immortals of the 4 flower fairies, awaited with utmost reverence. Before long, 2 beams of moonlight descended from the direction of the moon star, landing before the 3 sisters. The figures of Xiehe and Changxi materialized. Upon the appearance of these 2 formidable beings, the 3 flower fairies performed their customary greetings. Xiehe, Xiuju, Dongmai, pay homage to the moon star sovereigns. Their eyes shimmered with astonishment. Xiehe regarded the 3 flower fairies with recognition. It is you. It appears you are cultivating under the guidance of Fu Guang, my friend. The 3 flower fairies had once dedicated themselves during the establishment of the primordial chronology, representing the floral deities of the 4 seasons. Xiehe remembered them. In response to Xiehe's inquiry, Xiehe, the second among the 4 flower fairies, spoke with utmost respect. In response to the inquiries of the 2 moon star sovereigns, we, the 4 sisters, are honored to serve under the esteemed Fu Guang, and upon our transformation, we have accompanied him as his celestial attendants. Nodding in understanding, Xiehe took no heed of such trivial matters. Glancing at the 3 flower fairies before her, her heart stirred with insight. She inquired, might there be other friends visiting Fu Guang today? In reply, Xiehe bowed respectfully. In response to the Moon Sovereign's inquiry, Master has indeed mentioned the presence of additional esteemed guests, though we are unaware of their specific identities. With a gentle nod, Xiehe looked at Xiehe, smiling. It seems we may encounter some old friends today. Lead the way. Thus, Xiehe guided Xiehe and Changxi along the solar flame pathway, and within a few steps, they had entered the grand expanse of the Golden Crow Palace, making their way toward the main hall, while Xiuju and Dongmai continued to await on the pathway. Chapter 39, The Invitation from Lord Dongwen. Chapter 39, Within the grand hall of the Golden Crow Palace. 7 celestial tables adorned with spirit fruits, delicacies, and divine brews served as delightful snacks to quell any cravings during the gathering. Fu Guang casually occupied the main seat, pouring himself a drink as he awaited the arrival of Xiehe and Changxi. It was not long before the exquisite sisters entered the hall, beaming as they approached Fu Guang. Upon witnessing the arrival of these stunning sisters, Fu Guang warmly raised his hand in invitation. Esteemed friends, I have been waiting for some time. Please, take a seat. He refrained from rising. Given his current rapport with Xiehe and Changxi, such excessive politeness would seem rather contrived. Likewise, Xiehe and Changxi did not stand on ceremony, comfortably settling at one of the celestial tables, expressing their gratitude. Thank you. Observing the now transcendent sisters, Fu Guang raised his cup in a toast. Congratulations to both of you on your advancement to the realm of quasi-saint. Har har har. In response, Xiehe smiled with her enchanting eyes. We owe our gratitude to your support, dear friend, otherwise, we might still be in seclusion, unable to achieve such swift breakthroughs. Nodding, the cool and aloof Changxi turned to Fu Guang and said, Thank you. It is worth noting that the sisters were no longer in the state they had been 100,000 years ago when they first obtained heavenly merit and severed one of their 3 corpses. Throughout the past 100 millennia of seclusion, Xiehe and Changxi not only solidified their quasi-saintly attainment but also severed their second corpse. Though they remained in the initial stage of quasi-saint, the distinction between having severed 1 corpse and 2, or even 3, in this realm is profound. During their time at the Purple Cloud Palace, the sage had elucidated many mysteries of the quasi-saint realm, one notable point being that while severing 3 corpses is essential to enter the quasi-saint realm, not every quasi-saint can sever 3 corpses. Whether one is in the early, mid, late, or perfected stages of quasi-sainthood, the number of corpses severed does not have a direct correlation. Hence, Xiehe and Changxi, now in the early stage of quasi-sainthood, having severed 2 corpses, were indeed remarkable. Returning to the matter at hand, after a brief exchange, curiosity danced upon Shihye's face. I wonder which four esteemed friends are coming to visit. While Fu Guang had numerous acquaintances among the great Luo cultivators, it seemed unlikely that many would come to visit the Sun Star. Hearing this, Fu Guang chuckled, his gaze drifting toward the hall's entrance. They have arrived. As he spoke, Fu Guang, who had been casually seated, stood and raised his hand in salute toward the doorway. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Welcome, esteemed friends, to my humble abode on the Sun Star. I beg your pardon for not greeting you properly. As his words fell, hearty laughter resonated from the entrance. Har har har, you are too courteous. Fushi and my sister have come to intrude, and we hope for your forgiveness. With that, the refined Fushi and the proud Newer stepped through the threshold. Following them were the cheerful Hongyun in crimson robes and the stout-hearted Jinwu, who also entered. Hongyun wore a broad smile. Dear Fu Guang, my friend Hongyun and elder brother Jinwu have come uninvited. I hope we have not disturbed you. The honest Jinwu also offered a bow, saying, I apologize for the unexpected visit, please forgive us. Observing the four newcomers, Fu Guang's eyes narrowed slightly. Remarkable, all had already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Truly, they embodied the pinnacle of innate sacred roots in the primordial wilderness, if not for differences in opportunity, fortune, and destiny, based purely on innate talent. Most of these top-tier innate sacred beings would undoubtedly attain sainthood. Your presence here is an honor for me. How could it be considered an intrusion? Fu Guang's face radiated warmth as he gestured for them to take a seat. Once everyone was settled, he resumed his own seat and cheerfully proclaimed, Congratulations to you all on your advancement. The great path is promising. Upon hearing this, the newly arrived four wore smiles. Nothing brings greater joy than a leap in one's cultivation, especially the acknowledgement from fellow practitioners. Even the proud Newer displayed a hint of a smile. After a positive start, the atmosphere around the 7 celestial tables, arranged in a round format, became lively with casual chatter. The ambience remained delightful. Before long, Fu Guang casually glanced at the four who had just arrived and inquired, It is quite a coincidence that all four of you have come to visit me today. Might it be that there are matters in the vast cosmos that you wish to avoid? If only Fushi and Newer had come to visit, or perhaps just Hongyun and Jinwu, Fu Guang would believe there was no significant issue at hand. They were merely here as guests, however. Now that all four had gathered, it could not simply be a coincidence. Who among the great powers of the primordial wilderness would not have the ability to read the signs? Especially Fushi, who was renowned as the foremost diviner of the primordial realm, even more so than Fu Guang. Would he come to visit only to join others? Clearly not. Thus, it was evident that something significant must have transpired on the primordial land, prompting their collective visit. In truth, it would be simple for Fu Guang to discern the recent events on the primordial earth by merely gleaning some insights from the heavenly secrets, yet, there was no need. What could rival the grandeur of hearing it from others? As soon as Fu Guang's question hung in the air, the four who had just arrived fell into thoughtful silence. With a light thud, Fushi set down his wine cup, his expression clouded with displeasure. This matter stirs a fire in my heart. That Dong Wangong has established the celestial court, seeking to unify the myriad beings of the primordial realm. We, in our pursuit of the great path, have no desire to contend with him, nor do we wish to entangle ourselves in such trivial affairs. Yet, that Dong Wangong has repeatedly sent envoys requesting my sister and me to join the celestial court. Despite our repeated refusals, he continues to send people, which is truly vexing. However, as he is the legitimate ruler of the celestial court and has shown proper courtesy, it would be inappropriate to respond with harsh words. We could only find a quiet place to escape. Thus, we have come to visit you, dear friend. As Fushi spoke, Newer's expression mirrored his discontent, her smile fading, her delicate face clouded with frost, her beautiful eyes flashing with cold light. It was evident that she too felt quite perturbed by Dong Wangong's persistent invitations. On another front, Hongyun, momentarily taken aback, spoke up, have Fushi and Newer also been disturbed? How audacious of the celestial court! Newer, after all, is the esteemed disciple of a saint. Raising an eyebrow, Fu Guang held his wine cup, remaining silent while he took a sip of the divine brew, attentively listening to Fushi, Hongyun, and the forthright Jinwu as they voiced their grievances regarding Dong Wanggong's persistent invitations. A slight smile crept onto his lips. So, Dong Wanggong has taken such a bold step. Is he not clearly provoking many great beings of power? Or does he truly believe he can subdue so many quasi-saint powers and great Luo cultivators? Chapter 40. Foretelling the impending catastrophe. Chapter 40. Soon, under the articulate narration of Fuxi and Hongyun, Fugui gradually grasped the myriad events that transpired across the vast realms in the nearly 1 Yuanhui period since the establishment of the Celestial Court. It must be said that with the orthodox identity sanctioned by the saints and recognized by their heavenly Tao, the growth of the Celestial Court has been remarkably swift and effortless. Presently, the 4 seas have already come under the dominion of the Celestial Court. Once the decree of the Celestial Court is issued, the islands of the 4 seas, myriad races, and countless beings dare not defy, nor fail to show their respect. After unifying the 4 seas, the ambitious Dong Wanggong has taken the coastal shores of the Eastern Sea as a springboard, initiating a sweeping advance towards the eastern lands with an insatiable appetite. The East is blessed with exceptional talents, numerous supreme beings and Da Luo practitioners. This constitutes an immensely formidable force, and even with the current might of the Celestial Court, they do not dare to exert excessive pressure. Thus, Dong Wanggong has adopted certain measures. Some are courted, some are suppressed, and others are simply ignored. Fuxi, Nuer, Hongyun, and Jinwu belong to the faction that Dong Wanggong seeks to attract. Those being suppressed are naturally the less capable Da Luo practitioners who have just broken through but are unwilling to join the Celestial Court. As for those ignored, figures like the 3 Pure Ones, the ancestor of the Underworld River, and Fugui, who are fundamentally unafraid of the Celestial Court and would never bow to anyone else. After this series of maneuvers, the power of the Celestial Court has become unprecedentedly vast and formidable. Such is the current state. Hongyun sighed, a hint of dissatisfaction etched on his face. Once Dong Wanggong truly unifies the chaotic realms, will we still be able to enjoy peaceful days? Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Fuxi furrowed his brow in silence. Jinwu wore a worried expression, and Nuer's countenance turned stern. Meanwhile, the aloof and indifferent Changxi remained as usual, refraining from interjecting and showing little reaction to the topic at hand. It was Shiher, however, who raised her brow and instinctively shifted her gaze towards Fugui. What insights do you have on this matter, my friend? Shiher's inquiry immediately drew the attention of everyone at the banquet, eager to hear Fugui's perspective on the affairs of the Celestial Court. Maintaining his relaxed demeanor, Fugui replied, "Do not concern yourselves with it." The gathering fell momentarily silent at his response, with only Fuxi appearing contemplative. Hongyun, somewhat perplexed, directly sought clarification. "Could you elaborate a bit more?" Fugui, exuding an air of leisure, casually remarked, "To unify the chaotic realms and command all beings, such grand endeavors can hardly be achieved without turbulence. Indeed, the Celestial Court is currently on a strong upward trajectory, yet there are always limits. Their heavenly Tao is impartial. If the Celestial Court seeks to dominate the chaotic realms and govern all beings, it must inevitably endure trials and tribulations. Should they overcome all adversities, Dong Wanggong may succeed, and the Celestial Court will rightfully claim its status. But if they cannot withstand these challenges, no matter how resplendent the present glory, it would merely be a fleeting illusion." Upon hearing Fugui's words, Fuxi's gaze sharpened, and his expression turned grave. "Are you suggesting that?" Observing Fuxi's solemn demeanor, the others wore expressions of confusion, while Fugui appeared somewhat surprised. He then nodded. "As you surmise, if the Celestial Court continues to develop at its current pace, it will eventually encounter a formidable adversary that it cannot easily overcome, or perhaps cannot vanquish at all. At that time, Dong Wanggong will inevitably be overwhelmed, leaving him no room to concern himself with you. The Celestial Court, coupled with a rival potent enough to challenge it. Do you all not comprehend this?" His words awakened those in a stupor. Initially, they perceived the Celestial Court's supremacy as a potential threat to themselves, for Dong Wanggong's current actions indicate a tyrannical ruler. Should he truly unify the chaotic realms, it seems unlikely that he would tolerate the existence of rogue immortals beneath his rule. However, after Fugui's elucidation, They realized, indeed, they had only considered the adverse transformations that would follow the celestial court's unification, neglecting to recognize the immense challenges that accompany such ambitions. The heavenly Tao is impartial. Should the celestial court aspire to achieve such hegemony, it must face trials that will not be trivial. As Fugui aptly stated, the celestial court is bound to confront a tremendously powerful opponent, leading to a clash of titans. When two great forces collide, war is inevitable. Consequently, blood will spill, and lives will be lost in the ensuing chaos. Weaving together these considerations, all present reached their own conclusions. Han Yun inhaled sharply. The calamity of the ages. The usually composed Jinwu was now agitated. The proud Nuer's expression turned grave. Fuxi's eyes blazed with intensity. Shihir and Changxi, the two sisters, furrowed their brows, their countenances darkened. How terrifying is the calamity of the ages! Had it not been for the emergence of the primordial three races during the calamity of the fierce beasts, the chaotic realms would have likely been overrun by those mindless and ferocious entities. During the Great Tribulation of the three races, the chaotic realms were rife with conflict, battles erupting everywhere. In the previous calamity of the Tao and the Demon, renowned figures such as the ancestor of the universe, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the moon goddess Changxi perished, with even the ancestral veins of the western lands obliterated. How long has it been since then? Is the calamity of the ages about to unfold once more? In that moment, a sense of urgency gripped the hearts of all. Although their current powers were vastly superior to before, they understood that in the face of the calamity, even the strength of a quasi-saint would be but a trifle. Chapter 41, Fuxi, he aspires to ascend to greatness. Chapter 41, speaking of the cataclysm, the assembly fell into a profound silence. The ancient cultivators turned pale at the mention of the cataclysm. This was no mere hyperbole. With a faint smile, Fu Guang maintained an air of composure, casually offering reassurance. You need not fret so, although the cataclysm is indeed terrifying. As long as you focus on your own cultivation and refrain from stirring trouble, you shall surely weather this tribulation unscathed. What is there to frown about? Upon hearing Fu Guang's comforting words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Yet, simultaneously, they felt a peculiar disquiet. Though Fu Guang's words were not erroneous, his demeanor suggested a perspective of one who had transcended the tribulation, as if he were entirely detached from its implications. Despite the vast distances of the cosmos, for cultivators of their caliber, it was merely a matter of course. Should the celestial court indeed seek Fu Guang's involvement, it would hardly pose a challenge. Did they not observe the solemn expressions of Shihi and the ethereal Changxi? Fu Guang's nonchalance was, to say the least, rather unexpected. It was as if he held dominion over the cataclysm itself. Having delved deeply into the principles of innate divination, Fuxi regarded Fu Guang's seemingly genuine ease with a measure of contemplation. Could it be that Fu Guang's mastery of innate divination surpasses my own? Fuxi pondered. Has he glimpsed greater cosmic trends and already devised a plan, thus instilling him with confidence to navigate the cataclysm successfully? Perhaps. Yet, it must extend beyond that. Fu Guang's fate is invaluable, exalted and unattainable. He possesses an innate imperial disposition, and his schemes must certainly transcend mere survival through the cataclysm, likely encompassing far grander ambitions. What those ambitions are remains uncertain, but it is likely that Fu Guang's desired outcome is. As Fuxi engaged in a mental exercise, he calculated the results of Fu Guang's plans. The pursuit of enlightenment is, after all, a universal aspiration among ancient cultivators. Fuxi too is a seeker of truth. His thoughts wandered to the celestial court currently waging war in the primordial realm and to the domineering Dong Wangang, who sought to encompass the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace under his banner. A spark ignited in Fuxi's eyes. Could it be that Fu Guang's ambition is to claim the throne of the Supreme One? It must be so. Fuxi was resolute in his conjecture. For this hypothesis was exceedingly plausible, the first point being that Fu Guang possessed the supreme and rare 99 supreme fate, born of the overwhelmingly potent sun star, and concurrently, he was the sun deity. Such an entity, not vying for the throne of the Supreme One, would indeed be a regrettable waste. The second point lay in Fu Guang's prior establishment of written language that garnered him renown across the primordial expanse, and subsequently, his formulation of the primordial calendar to define the temporal order, further amplifying his reputation. What were these actions if not a means of creating momentum? He was orchestrating a foundation for his dominion over the primordial realm. As the adage goes, to initiate a venture, one must first create momentum. To achieve success, one must first attain fame. Fu Guang had already surpassed the stage of creating momentum and establishing fame. A grand scheme was undoubtedly forthcoming. The third point, was it not discernible through my calculations? It could not possibly be false. Fu Guang was indeed plotting for the position of the Supreme One and had likely secured considerable assurance in his endeavor. I see. With his conviction in Fu Guang's intention solidified, Fuxia's visage broke into a mysterious smile. He spoke, truly, Fu Guang, I have learned much this time. As he spoke, Fuxi raised his hand in a gesture of respect towards Fu Guang, exhibiting a demeanor of having received enlightenment. The others, including Jinwu, who was well acquainted with her brother, found themselves momentarily taken aback. Fu Guang raised an eyebrow. What have I taught him? Regardless, it mattered not. As long as Fuxi could comprehend, it sufficed. Thus, Fu Guang nodded slightly, addressing Fuxi. It is sufficient that you understand, my friend. Indeed. Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, a look of realization spread across Fuxia's face. Observing the two enigmatic figures, Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi remained puzzled but refrained from inquiry, acknowledging that some matters were better left unexamined. Jinwu furrowed her brow, contemplating a future conversation with her brother upon returning to Fengqi Mountain. Charmed, she remained indifferent. Meanwhile, Shihe's gaze flickered, casting a glance at Fuxi, her mind brewing with vague suspicions, yet she withheld her thoughts. Gentlemen, Fu Guang effortlessly steered the conversation away from the celestial court and the cataclysm, his expression brimming with anticipation as he declared, we are all friends, and it is rare for us to gather. In my idle years, I crafted a few trinkets for amusement. Now that you all have come, how about we engage in some playful activities together? As he spoke, Fu Guang casually waved his hand, unleashing a silent force of spatial energy. In an instant, before anyone could react, the gathered individuals found themselves transported to the Jinwu Palace, within the courtyard Fu Guang often frequented for recreation. The abrupt transition left the group in stunned silence. They exchanged glances, bewildered. Simultaneously, their gazes towards Fu Guang now bore a weighty seriousness. After all, they were 6 quasi-saint level powers. They were not mere Luo cultivators, nor were they insignificant Tai golden immortals. Yet, what transpired, when Fu Guang moved them, not a single one of them had reacted. What did this signify? Fu Guang's prowess far exceeded their expectations. While they all understood that Fu Guang was formidable, none could have anticipated the extent of his might. To be candid, it was somewhat unsettling. Fu Guang, you are truly a master of concealment. Fuxi quickly regained his composure, speaking with a weighty undertone. He accepted this revelation readily. Without such strength, how could Fu Guang dare to scheme for the throne of the Supreme One? Rather, this level of power was to be expected. Hearing Fuxi's remark, Fu Guang appeared momentarily taken aback, and upon observing the expressions in the room, he quickly realized that his earlier display had likely left them rather astonished. With a smile, he remarked, I apologize if I have caused any amusement. As the Sun Deity, I possess certain modest powers within this vast realm of the Sun Star. It is hardly extraordinary. His statement, delivered with such conviction, was accepted as truth by all present. Chapter 42, The affairs of the world are like a game of chess, ever-changing and varied. Chapter 42, Let us not dwell on trivial matters. With a sweeping gesture, Fu Guang addressed the assembly of companions, this way, please. As he spoke, Fu Guang had already taken strides towards the area adorned with various pastimes such as Go and chess. These were not mere trinkets. Over the years, while delving into the art of strategy, Fu Guang had also crafted mahjong, playing cards, and other related diversions, developing numerous ways to play them. Previously, he had struggled to find companions to engage with, and even when the 4 flower immortals joined the table, the atmosphere was rather restrained, preventing any genuine enjoyment. Now, with a multitude of like-minded individuals gathered, it was the perfect opportunity for merriment. Before long, under Fu Guang's guidance, everyone grasped the rules and gameplay of the assorted amusements he had presented. Unsurprisingly, the most intrigue was captured by Go, a game that epitomizes the essence of strategy. It is said, A life is like a game of Go, with the universe full of uncertainties. A Go board resembles the cosmos, where all beings are but pieces, and the shifts of fate and circumstance unfold upon it. The profound strategies contained within Go encompass an array of possibilities. Even before the game officially commenced, the participants could glean insights from it. The path of change is encapsulated within, remarked the proud Newer, her interest piqued as she observed the Go board. The Go you have designed is indeed remarkable. Newer and Hongyun were quite familiar with the Go board, the black and white stones, and the bowls, having witnessed Fu Guang's usage of them during the treasure contest at Buzhou Mountain. However, at that time, they were unaware of the myriad nuances of the game, perceiving it merely as a manifestation of Fu Guang's divine merit. Upon hearing Newer's words, Cher smiled and suggested, "If you are curious, dear Newer, why not engage in a game yourself? I would be delighted to play against you." At that, Newer's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Very well, let us have a match." Although she was well versed in the Tao of creation, she possessed a fair amount of skill in stratagems as well. Her curiosity regarding Go was palpable, and she felt an irresistible urge to partake. Thus, she readily accepted Sheher's invitation. As Newer and Sheher commenced their game, the onlookers were equally eager. Once the four flower immortals had arranged the board, Hongyun eagerly pulled Shen Yuanzi into the fray. Meanwhile, Fuxi turned his gaze towards Fu Guang, extending an invitation. "Fu Guang, would you do me the honor?" Seeing the eager anticipation in Fuxi's eyes, Fu Guang, feeling a touch of excitement himself, smiled gently and took a seat opposite him. Sitting cross-legged in a relaxed manner, Fu Guang placed his hands into the sleeves of his robe, saying, "You may make the first move, my friend. After all, this is your initial encounter with Go. While you may be well acquainted with the rules and variations, it is, after all, a creation of mine, and thus it is only fitting that you take the lead." Fuxi, aware of the importance of the first move and understanding the rules, hesitated briefly before conceding, "Then I shall shamelessly accept your generous offer to go first." As he spoke, Fuxi picked up a white stone and placed it upon the board. With a decisive sound, Fu Guang mirrored his action, and initially, both players made their moves with remarkable speed, hardly pausing at all. However, as time passed, Fuxi's pace began to slow. Eventually, Fu Guang's moves also started to wane in speed. Though he was still a tad quicker than Fuxi, his pace was not significantly better. In the early stages, they played swiftly, but as the game progressed, each move began to take hundreds, even thousands of years. In the later stages, a single move might require tens of thousands of years, or even more. Fortunately, for beings of their caliber, time held little value. As nearly 2 epochs passed, within the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, only Fu Guang and Fuxi remained engrossed in their game, while the matches between Hongyun and Jun Yuanzi, as well as Newer and Sheher, had long concluded. With a firm placement of his stone, Fu Guang raised his gaze to Fuxi, who, after contemplating the board for several millennia, his expression shifting multiple times, finally sighed and said, "Countless intricacies, myriad transformations. Alas, the only dead end was deftly seized by you. In this match," he conceded with a bow, "I have lost." Fu Guang responded with a warm smile, "Thank you for the match. Do not be disheartened, my friend. Victory and defeat are but fleeting moments, and this is merely a game. In truth," he continued, "had it not been your first time playing, I would likely not have stood a chance against you. When it comes to the art of strategy, you undoubtedly excel." This statement held truth. While Fuxi's combat prowess was mediocre and his treasures rather ordinary, his mastery of innate divination was unparalleled, and few could rival his calculative abilities. Of course, Fu Guang's lack of depth in the study of innate divination stemmed from the understanding that no matter how astutely one could calculate, it would be futile against overwhelming strength. A powerful being who fell victim to calculation could only be so due to one reason: they were simply not strong enough. As their game concluded, the others showed no inclination to continue playing, and the group began to engage in casual conversation within the courtyard. Thus, nearly 10 millennia slipped by. After this epoch, in the courtyard, Hongyun exchanged glances with Shen Yuanzi before taking the initiative to rise and bid farewell. The affable Hongyun offered a respectful bow to Fu Guang, saying, "We have imposed upon you for quite some time. We shall take our leave. Thank you for your gracious hospitality, Fu Guang." Following suit, the earnest Jinwu also bowed in gratitude. I appreciate your generous welcome. With a casual nod, Fu Guang replied, safe travels, dear friends. There will be ample time for another visit, I shall not see you off. Yet, despite his words, Fu Guang still summoned the four flower immortals to escort Hongyun and Jinwu on their way. In truth, Fu Guang felt a pang of reflection. Had he not traversed into this realm, it would have been quite the feat for Hongyun to even visit the Sun Star, let alone avoid falling to the grasp of the brothers Dejuan and Tai. Truly, it exemplified the saying, life is like a game of Go, ever-changing and unpredictable. Chapter 43, NWA, Fu Guang is a sincere and upright celestial being. Chapter 43, as the red clouds dissipated and Jinwu departed, Fuxi and Nuer, having spent an extended period as guests on the Sun Star, felt a lingering concern for Fengqimentan and thus took their leave. Before departing, Fuxi extended an invitation to Fu Guang, dear friend Fu Guang, when you next visit Fengqimentan, my sister and I shall undoubtedly prepare a warm welcome for you. Upon hearing this, Fu Guang cupped his hands in acknowledgement. I shall certainly make a visit next time. Safe travels to both of you. Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, Fuxi and Nuer departed directly from the Sun Star, returning to their sacred abode. Within the Golden Crow Palace, only the two sisters, Sheher and Changxi, remained as guests. Observing Fu Guang recline leisurely once more, Sheher smiled and remarked, this time, the arrival of the four esteemed guests at your Golden Crow Palace will surely reach the ears of that one in the Celestial Court. If that is the case, are you not concerned that Dong Wanggong might become infuriated and take drastic measures against you? In response, Fu Guang shook his head, not at all. Dong Wanggong will soon find himself overwhelmed. What spare energy does he have to target me? Furthermore, given that he has already drawn criticism from all quarters due to his own actions, how could he dare to act against me? Seeing Fu Guang's unwavering confidence, Sheher pondered briefly before inquiring again, are you truly convinced that the adversary facing Dong Wanggong can restrain the increasingly powerful Celestial Court? With a mysterious smile, Fu Guang fixed his gaze upon Sheher. We shall see. After a brief pause, Fu Guang suggested, since we have some leisure time, you two have attained the quasi-saint fruit. Why not engage in a discussion of the Tao? What do you say? In truth, Fu Guang harbored curiosity regarding the distinctions between the path of the primordial golden immortal he traversed and the quasi-saint path followed by the beings of the Honghuang. Upon hearing Fu Guang's invitation for a philosophical discourse, Sheher readily agreed, that sounds splendid. She too was curious to ascertain whether Fu Guang was currently in the mid or late stages of quasi-sainthood and how many of the three corpses he had severed. After all, Fu Guang had previously demonstrated a glimpse of his power, which had left her and Changxi, both in the early stage of quasi-sainthood with two severed corpses, utterly astonished, affirming that Fu Guang's strength was indeed formidable. As the discourse commenced, Fu Guang unleashed his aura, manifesting the great Tao of the sun that he had mastered. A torrent of golden light erupted, and the resplendent sun emerged behind Fu Guang, illuminating all creation, bestowing blessings upon all beings while simultaneously resonating with the profound sounds of the great Tao, elucidating Fu Guang's teachings. At the same time, he posed an inquiry to the heavens and to his fellow practitioners, Sheher and Chang 11.in response. Sheher and Changxi straightened their expressions, releasing their own great Tao of the moon, which swiftly manifested a full moon and a crescent moon, respectively, as their lunar parts resonated in harmony with their own. Soon, the Golden Crow Palace was filled with the melodies of the great Tao, accompanied by a plethora of wondrous phenomena. The various spiritual roots and flora within the palace underwent a transformation, flourishing even more vibrantly. Naturally, those who benefited the most from this fortuitous encounter were the four flower immortals, who had already taken form and possessed the cultivation of golden immortals. While discussing the Tao, Fu Guang, Sheher, and Changxi elucidated the profound mysteries of cultivation at the golden immortal realm, yielding significant insights for all involved. Before long, they anticipated advancing further into the mid-stage of golden immortal cultivation. Meanwhile, upon returning to Fengqimentan, Fuxi and Nuer chose not to enter seclusion. Within a pavilion, the two siblings engaged in light-hearted conversation over tea. Nuer gazed at her brother and directly inquired, brother, what was that riddle you exchanged with Fu Guang? Might you share it with your little sister? Upon hearing this, Fuxi momentarily paused, recalling the extensive scheme he had deduced from Fu Guang, a smile spreading across his face. To Fuxi, it was evident that he understood Fu Guang well, just as Fu Guang understood him in return. Otherwise, how could he discern Fu Guang's thoughts, and how could Fu Guang fathom that he had grasped his intentions? Such mutual understanding indicated a deep camaraderie between them. Noticing Fuxi's prolonged silence and his somewhat foolish grin, Jinwu furrowed her brow slightly and tapped her teacup lightly on the celestial table, producing a gentle sound. This sound jolted Fuxi from his reverie of companionship. Upon meeting his sister's gaze, he was suddenly alert and spoke rapidly. Fu Guang is orchestrating a grand scheme. The Celestial Court and Dong Wanggong have already been reduced to mere pawns in his game. Although I am yet unaware of Fu Guang's specific plans and intentions, I can assert with certainty that his ultimate objective is to become the supreme of heaven and earth. Apologies, dear Fu Guang, your true aspirations will inevitably come to light, and it seems permissible for me to share them with my dear sister at this juncture, given our profound understanding of one another. Fuxi mused internally. Moreover, Jinwu is known for her discretion. Such matters, likely entwined with great karmic implications, would certainly not be spoken of lightly. He seeks to become the supreme? Upon hearing Fuxi's words, Jinwu's beautiful eyes sparkled with incredulity. The image of Fu Guang as a genial and courteous scholar, seemingly ill-suited for combat, made it difficult for her to reconcile such ambitions. How could this be possible? An existence treading the path of emperors could hardly resemble that of an earnest and unassuming cultivator, could it? It seemed implausible. Fuxi's expression turned serious. Sister, I must tell you, do not underestimate Fu Guang. You are well aware of my ability to discern fates and read individuals. In my humble opinion, Fu Guang possesses a fate of unparalleled supremacy, a fate destined for greatness. A fate destined for greatness. Who, the earnest and unassuming immortal Fu Guang? Jinwu found this hard to believe, yet, as Fuxi had noted, his acumen in reading fates and assessing individuals was profound. Thus, if her brother claimed Fu Guang's fate to be one of supreme potential, then it must indeed hold true. Chapter 44, Fuxi, my sibling and I are destined to cause utter chaos. Chapter 44. After a moment of silence, Jinwu's tone carried a hint of surprise. It seems that Daoist Fu Guang harbors such thoughts. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. Beside her, Fuxi nodded in agreement. Indeed, who would have thought? After sitting for a while longer, Jinwu rose to her feet. Brother, I shall retreat for seclusion. Do not remain idle yourself. Go and refine your strength. Previously, at the Golden Crow Palace, Daoist Fu Guang revealed a glimpse of his prowess. If we were to engage in battle, with our capabilities as siblings, we would surely suffer severe injuries in an instant. We are still too weak. Upon hearing Jinwu's words, Fuxi smiled and nodded, replying, Sister, go ahead and seclude yourself. Rest assured, I will take care. After he spoke, Jinwu nodded and turned to leave, heading towards her cave abode. Fuxi sat alone in the pavilion for a century, then gathered some materials to casually craft a set of go pieces. Delighting in his own company, he began to play against himself. A retreat? I have yet to feel the stirrings of a breakthrough, nor do I possess the inclination to sever my second corpse. Seclusion would bear little fruit. It would be better to hone my skills in the game. After all, with my sister around, we siblings are destined to wreak havoc. There's no need to rush. Time swiftly passed, and lives unfolded across countless epochs. Amidst numerous formidable beings who had inadvertently joined the Celestial Court, the Da Luo cultivators remained secluded, refraining from engaging in the myriad affairs of the primordial world. During this time, the power of the Celestial Court grew increasingly formidable. When it was first established, the Celestial Court consisted solely of the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother, two quasi-saint beings, along with several dozen Da Luo cultivators. Now, aside from the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother, a former Da Luo cultivator had severed their corpse and achieved quasi-sainthood. Furthermore, two additional quasi-saint beings had joined after the Eastern Prince personally extended an invitation, promising substantial benefits. In an instant, the Celestial Court boasted 5 formidable beings. Additionally, the number of Da Luo cultivators within the Celestial Court surged tenfold due to subsequent additions. As for the ranks below, such as the Taiyi Golden Immortals and the Golden Immortals, their numbers soared as well. With the expansion of the Celestial Court's dominion, the diversity of races under its rule multiplied. The Celestial Court had become a force to be reckoned with. As its influence expanded, so too did the ambitions of the Eastern Prince, growing at an alarming rate. Under the Celestial Court's decree, races without Luo ancestors faced either submission or annihilation. Even those with Luo ancestors found their negotiating power severely limited. Under the overwhelming pressure of the Celestial Court's forces, bowing down was the only viable option. In a flash, conquest, slaughter, and annihilation became commonplace across the vast expanse of the primordial world. The might of the Celestial Court was undeniable. Simultaneously, the ominous aura of calamity began to intensify amidst the Celestial Court's campaigns. Many enlightened cultivators sensed the malevolent atmosphere permeating the world, hastily closing their mountain gates, fearful of being ensnared in the impending disaster. Yet, what could be done? Without sufficient strength, even the most fortified gates could not guarantee safety. Some Luo cultivators who had closed their gates were still approached by emissaries of the Celestial Court, who knocked on their sealed doors, delivering invitations on behalf of the Celestial Court. Faced with the overwhelming might of the Celestial Court, this invitation could not be declined. Acceptance was inevitable. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, within the Yunzi Daoist Hall, Bai Zi gazed at the invitation letter from the Celestial Court, silence enveloping him. Eventually, he sighed, alas, in the face of calamity, how can one act according to their wishes? Having evaded several epochs, I find myself unable to escape the grasp of the Celestial Court. From the outset, Bai Zi had no intention of joining the Celestial Court. Especially as it grew increasingly powerful, his instinct to avoid trouble intensified, making him acutely aware of the latent dangers lurking within the Celestial Court. Thus, he had persistently declined the various invitations from the Celestial Court. Even after achieving Luo Dao fruit 3 epochs ago, he had used the need to stabilize his cultivation as an excuse to delay further. Ultimately, he had exhausted the Celestial Court's patience. Now, the letter presented as an invitation was, in truth, an ultimatum, and Bai Zi understood he had no further opportunity to refuse. Entering the Celestial Court is utterly inadvisable. Bai Zi's expression turned grave, yet the Celestial Court's might is formidable. I must avoid its wrath. As for the present course of action, I must abandon the Daoist hole that nurtured me and seek refuge with a formidable being. Only those who can offer protection and are willing to do so. Bai Zi raised his gaze towards the sun star. Only Senior Fuguang held such potential. The vast expanse of the primordial world was not devoid of powerful protectors, beings such as the Three Pure Ones, the old ancestor of the underworld river, the united Jinwu and Hongyun, as well as Fushi and Newer, were all renowned figures. They remained unafraid of the Celestial Court's might. Regrettably, the Three Pure Ones remained aloof, indifferent to the plight of the primordial beings, showing little concern for the affairs between the Celestial Court and the myriad cultivators of the primordial world. The old ancestor of the underworld river, having walked the path of slaughter, was unlikely to protect what he deemed insignificant Luo ants. Fushi and Newer primarily comprised Luo female cultivators, while Jinyuanzi and Hongyun presented a viable option. However, the thought of seeking refuge with a formidable being filled Bai Zi with trepidation, leading him to first consider visiting Senior Fuguang on the Sun Star. Senior Fuguang possesses a compassionate heart. Bai Zi's expression was solemn as he pondered, if I were alone, perhaps he would not take notice. Yet, if I gather many, he may be moved to compassion. Coincidentally, since I possess an invitation that cannot be refused, surely others among my fellow cultivators must have received similar invitations. I shall extend an invitation to them to join me in visiting Senior Fuguang, seeking his shelter. With this thought, Bai Zi's resolve solidified, and he no longer lingered. After tidying up his belongings within the Daoist Hall, he concealed his presence using primordial divination and swiftly departed from the Eastern Sea shores. Unbeknownst to him, while Bai Zi sought refuge with a formidable being, many Luo cultivators and Taiyi Golden Immortals across the vast expanse were also packing their belongings, leaving their Daoist halls in search of protection from the renowned beings of the primordial world. They sought to evade the Celestial Court. To this day, those who had not joined the Celestial Court were mostly wise enough to discern that, with calamity looming, the celestial court was the very epicenter of the impending disaster. Thus, they dared not join the celestial court, for they could hardly afford to be swept into its tumult. Chapter 45, Bai Zi and others visit the Sun Star. Chapter 45, The Solar Star. Within the palace of the Golden Crow, Fu Guang was meticulously refining pills using innate fire mulberries in conjunction with various spiritual fruits and herbs. His brow twitched slightly. "Another visitor," he murmured, then raised his hand to perform a calculation, a look of surprise spreading across his face. "What brings this group here?" At that moment, Bai Zi was leading a cadre of Luo cultivators, including Ji Meng, Ying Zhao, Shan Yang, and Gui Che, towards the Solar Star. Clearly, they were on a quest of significance. After a brief contemplation, Fu Guang set aside the spiritual herbs he had intended to cast into the alchemical furnace, deciding to extend a warm welcome to Bai Zi and his entourage. There was no other reason. Fu Guang found Bai Zi agreeable, and the Luo cultivators accompanying him were indeed connected to Fu Guang in various ways. Had they chosen the traditional path of establishing a demon clan, the group following Bai Zi would have undoubtedly been its backbone, if not its upper echelons. Although Fu Guang currently had no intention of pursuing that old route, he nonetheless felt a subtle bond with these individuals. Otherwise, without Fu Guang's unifying influence, they would not have gradually come to know one another, forged friendships, and journeyed together toward the Solar Star. "Prepare some refreshments for our guests who will be arriving shortly," Fu Guang instructed Qiuju, who was waiting at the entrance. "Set it up in the main hall." Upon hearing her master's command, Qiuju bowed in acknowledgement. Yes. Under Qiuju's guidance, the four flower immortals swiftly arranged various items for entertaining the guests in the hall. Naturally, the standards were not as high as before. After all, their master had specified that this time they were receiving guests, not distinguished guests. The level of hospitality and the accompanying specifications naturally differed. Meanwhile, under Bai Zi's leadership, several Luo cultivators, including Shan Yang and Ji Meng, who had only recently attained their Luo Dao fruit, were accompanied by another 16 or 17 figures who were merely at the perfected Tai Golden Immortal stage, all drawing ever closer to the Solar Star. The nearer they approached, the more palpable the tension became. Among the crowd, the strikingly beautiful Shan Yang, a Luo cultivator in the early stages, visibly exhibited signs of anxiety on her delicate face. "Bai Zi, do you truly believe that esteemed elder will take us in? What if, instead of welcoming us, he strikes us down with a single blow?" Hearing Shan Yang's inquiry, the others cast fearful glances towards Bai Zi, having never encountered the illustrious Fu Guang before. The only time they had glimpsed his esteemed presence was at the grand celestial banquet hosted by the celestial courtiers AGO.AT. That time, aside from Bai Zi, who had managed to establish a tenuous connection with Fu Guang, the rest had not shared such good fortune. As the saying goes, a person's name casts a long shadow. None could fathom the true nature of Fu Guang, a figure renowned for his might. Faced with the inquiring gazes of his companions, Bai Zi, who also felt a twinge of uncertainty, clenched his teeth. "Fear not. Even if Fu Guang were disinclined to take us in, he would not resort to annihilating us. I assure you, I, Bai Zi, stake my life on it." Upon hearing these words, the group regarded Bai Zi's solemn demeanor and fell silent. Should Fu Guang truly refuse them, they would still have time to seek refuge with another powerful being. After all, they had come this far. It was prudent to at least see the Solar Star before making any further decisions. Before long, the 20-strong party of varying strengths arrived at the outskirts of the Solar Star. Gazing upon the magnificent Solar Star, Bai Zi adjusted his attire, preparing to approach Fu Guang with a serious expression. Just as he was about to speak, the solar true fire path extended from within the Solar Star. Shortly thereafter, Qiuju, now a mid-stage golden immortal, approached Bai Zi and his companions. After bowing respectfully, she announced, "Greetings, esteemed guests. Our master is aware of your arrival and has prepared some modest refreshments within the palace. Please follow me inside." As she spoke, Qiuju gestured invitingly and proceeded along the solar true fire path toward the interior of the Solar Star. Observing this, Bai Zi, who had been momentarily taken aback, rallied his companions to follow Qiuju's lead. Although Qiuju did not introduce herself, the four flower immortals possessed a certain renown within the vast wilderness. Many had presumed they were either in secluded cultivation or had joined the celestial court. Little did they know that the four-flower immortals served under the esteemed Fu Guang. However, this was entirely reasonable, as their transformation was a result of Fu Guang's providence, making their service to him quite fitting. Before long, Bai Zi and his party were led by Jiu into the grand hall of the Golden Crow Palace, where they took their seats under the four-flower immortals' direction. As they settled in, none dared to make a move. Curious glances roamed the opulently adorned hall, ultimately converging on the position of the host. At that moment, though the main table was laden with celestial brews, spiritual fruits, and pastries, there was no one seated there. What was the meaning of this? Where was Fu Guang? Would he not make an appearance? Of course, they understood their humble status. They were not worthy of Fu Guang's personal attention, yet his absence left them feeling somewhat awkward. The group's puzzled gazes turned towards Bai Zi, who sat calmly in his place. In response to their scrutiny, he merely shook his head slightly, offering no further words. With Bai Zi's silence, the others naturally refrained from speaking, each one sitting quietly in their respective places, akin to a group of schoolchildren awaiting their teacher. Chapter 46, Bai Zi, the pressure has intensified. Chapter 46. It was not long before, amidst a dazzling array of golden celestial light, Fu Guang appeared nonchalantly in his casual home attire upon the main seat. Upon witnessing this, Bai Zi and the others, who had been waiting, immediately straightened their expressions and prepared to rise in salutation. However, just as they intended to make a move, a gentle yet irresistible force restrained their forms. Simultaneously, Fu Guang's voice resonated. "In no need for formalities. Please, remain seated." In contrast to the equal standing he sought with Fuxi and others, Fu Guang's demeanor took on a significantly loftier posture in the presence of Bai Zi and his companions. This was entirely reasonable. One must serve a portion commensurate with the size of the bowl. Although Bai Zi and his group shared a bond with him, they were, after all, merely a collection of great Luo golden immortals, some of whom had yet to attain the complete fruition of the great Luo Dao fruit. To Fu Guang, merely providing them with fine wine and delectable food, coupled with his own presence, was already a gesture of utmost courtesy. Any further overture would border on presumption. It was not Fu Guang who overstepped, but rather Bai Zi and his companions who might risk such impropriety. In matters of etiquette, the strong may disregard them, yet the weak must adhere to them. For the strong possess the privilege of caprice. Returning to the matter at hand, Fu Guang's demeanor did not render Bai Zi and his group uncomfortable. Instead, it felt entirely appropriate. The assembly took their places and, with clasped fists, bowed respectfully towards Fu Guang, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to Senior Fu Guang." Nodding in acknowledgement, Fu Guang casually lifted a wine cup, which the attendant Jiu dutifully filled to the brim. After taking a sip, his golden eyes, calm yet imbued with an air of dominance, turned towards them. "Speak your minds. You have traversed perilous parts from your respective sanctuaries to arrive here on the Sun Star. What is your purpose? Be forthright. I have little patience for convoluted expressions or guessing games." Though Fu Guang did not follow the path of emperors, his innate status as a supreme fate of the Nine Nines endowed him with the aura of a sovereign, exuding an undeniable authority. Among peers of sufficient strength, this might not be overtly apparent yet. For those beneath him, every action of Fu Guang carried an oppressive weight. At this moment, when confronted with Fu Guang's inquiry, despite his own perspective of being straightforward and disinterested in speculation, Bai Zi and the others perceived an unspoken subtext. "I am aware of your intentions and needs. Spare me the superfluous dialogue. Otherwise, I shall be displeased. And should I become displeased, dire consequences shall ensue." The pressure escalated dramatically. The assembly dared not confront Fu Guang directly. Their gazes gravitated towards Bai Zi, who occupied the closest position to Fu Guang, clearly passing the responsibility to him to elucidate their intentions. After all, Bai Zi was a civilized individual, and this group of primordial beings existed as products of heaven and earth. Were it not so, Bai Zi would surely have unleashed a tirade of expletives. "How is it that you fear, yet I, Bai Zi, am to remain unafraid? Your anxiety is considerable. Does my own not weigh heavily upon me as well? Truly absurd." After a moment of silence, Baizi had no choice but to rise. After all, he had advocated for the collective to seek refuge with Senior Fu Guang on the Sun Star, seeking his protection. Senior, I beseech you, Baizi, with a serious and solemn demeanor, stood and bowed deeply, stating, "We have come to the Sun Star to seek allegiance with the Jinwu Palace, to serve under your esteemed leadership in exchange for your protection and a place to call home." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang's expression remained inscrutable, and he said nothing, merely lifting his wine cup casually as he awaited Baizi's further elaboration. After a brief pause, Baizi continued, "The root of our predicament lies in the recent maneuvers of the Celestial Court. Several Yuan meetings ago, Baizi recounted in detail the repeated invitations they had received from the Celestial Court, culminating in a final ultimatum letter, conveying all pertinent information to Fu Guang. Then, with sincerity etched upon his face, Baizi earnestly implored, "We humbly request your sanctuary." Simultaneously, the other individuals in the Grand Hall rose as well, bowing respectfully towards Fu Guang, pleading, "We beseech you, Senior, to show us mercy." To be so earnestly beseeched by Baizi and his companions stirred something within Fu Guang, an inkling of ambition and fervor. He nearly felt compelled to extend his hand and accept them with grand gestures. However, this fleeting impulse was swiftly extinguished. Accepting them would equate to establishing a power base. Given his fate, once he formed a faction, it could very well spiral into an uncontrollable torrent, leading him inexorably down the path of contention for supremacy. Do not doubt it, once momentum gathers, it will not be swayed by individual will. Just as Baizi and his companions sought tranquility, the overwhelming tide of the Celestial Court forced them to abandon their sanctuaries and seek refuge on the Sun Star. Thus, some matters, once touched, can alter and ensnare one in an inescapable web. Ultimately, unless one possesses the strength to rupture such a web, the outcome shall not be favorable. Especially for one of his stature, he was no mere shrimp that could slip through the net's holes. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Guang raised a hand and gently pressed down, causing the assembly to feel a force that guided them back to their seats. Under the tense and questioning gazes of Baizi and the others, Fu Guang spoke calmly. "I am but a free spirit, a solitary practitioner devoted to the pursuit of the Tao. You have misjudged your target in seeking refuge and protection. The Jinwu Palace. Does not admit guests or retain followers. Do not trouble yourselves with such thoughts here." Fu Guang unequivocally expressed his stance. He would not accept anyone, nor would he readily offer protection. As for the four flower fairies, they were merely his attendants. It was no jest. He, the illustrious sun god, the progenitor of the literary Tao, and a powerful Hunyuan golden immortal, surely deserved a few attendants. The heavenly Tao had nothing to say about it. However, Baizi and his companions were different. Accepting a group of great Luo golden immortals or Tai golden immortals would carry significant implications in the eyes of the myriad beings of the flood desolation. Thus, this assembly was simply not to be accepted. Chapter 47, Senior Fu Guang, there must be profound significance. Chapter 47, the sun god reluctantly declines to shelter them. Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the expressions of everyone present, including Bais, dimmed slightly. Although they had each prepared themselves mentally for all eventualities prior to their arrival, the refusal of their esteemed Senior Fu Guang to take them in inevitably left them with a sense of regret. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Fu Guang remained unmoved. To accept you would likely invite calamity upon myself. Thus, the death of a friend is preferable to the demise of this humble Taoist. Compared to sacrificing my own life, it is far more suitable to preserve yours. Did they truly believe Fu Guang to be a benevolent fool? Were it not for the fear of being unwittingly drawn into a calamity that could cost him dearly, Fu Guang would have long since taken decisive action. Why remain confined to the Sun Star, never stepping beyond its gates? After all, while Fu Guang might exhibit a somewhat reclusive demeanor, he was not entirely averse to venturing out. Let us not forget, there were numerous opportunities worth exploring across the vast expanse of the primordial earth. But now, he was reduced to merely gazing upon the starry sky. How impoverished! With a decisive action, he set down his wine cup, ignoring the despondent emotions of those around him. Fu Guang spoke, "Though I shall not offer you shelter, your brave journey to the Sun Star signifies some connection between us. In that case, I shall not allow you to depart empty-handed." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the expressions of those within the Grand Hall turned to confusion. but they quickly grasped the meaning behind his assurance of not leaving them with nothing. A wave of profound Daoist essence surged through the whole, and various wondrous phenomena began to manifest within. Flowers of the Tao blossomed, enchanting melodies resonated, and an array of dazzling sights flourished. At that moment, under Fu Guang's guidance and exposition, the entire Jinwu Palace transformed into an exceptional venue for enlightenment and cultivation. Of course, in comparison to the grandeur of the teachings delivered at the Zixiao Palace by the saints, there remained a significant disparity. After all, Fu Guang was merely a Hunyuan golden immortal, not a Hunyuan Da Luo golden immortal, yet, recreating a fragment of the saint's teaching spectacle was certainly within his grasp. Witnessing this, the attendees gradually calmed themselves and began to listen attentively to Fu Guang's discourse. Each person gained considerable insights from the experience. Thus, a millennium slipped by in the blink of an eye. As the 1,000 years came to an end, the resonant sounds of the Tao vanished from the Jinwu Palace, and the enchanting phenomena dissipated as well. The individuals within the hall, including Beis, emerged from their contemplative states, feeling a lingering sense of unfulfilled longing. Once they regained their composure, they bowed in gratitude towards Fu Guang, exclaiming, "A thank you, esteemed senior, for your enlightening teachings." In response, Fu Guang waved his hand, weariness evident on his face, and remarked, "Enough, You have had your drink, enjoyed your meal, and listened to the Tao. You may now take your leave." After a brief pause, Fu Guang sighed, as if reluctant to part. He continued, "Allow me to illuminate a clear path for you. There are not many great beings in the primordial realm capable of offering you true protection. The 3 individuals on Kunlun Mountain are indifferent, and that one, the Daoist of Jade Purity, harbors a profound disdain for those born of wetness and eggs. Kunlun Mountain is not a suitable refuge. The old ancestor of the River of Oblivion, with his murderous path, is not a wise choice either. Though the 2 on the Western Spirit Mountain may welcome you, the journey there is fraught with peril. The Kaanping of the Northern Ocean is selfish and will not provide shelter." Having unwittingly cast a shadow upon the beings who bore no connection to him, Fu Guang then recommended to Beis and the others, currently, 2 options lie before you. A Daoist Fushi of Phoenix Nest Mountain is amiable. For his sake, Daoist Newer will likely harbor no objections to your seeking refuge. On the other hand, at Wuzhuang Temple, both Daoist Hongyuan and Daoist Jinyuan are kind-hearted and possess formidable strength, making it a worthy destination. Thus, I have spoken, go forth." With those final words, Fu Guang's figure silently vanished from the main seat, leaving Beis and the others behind in the hall, pondering over his suggestions. After a moment of contemplation, Beis, having regained his senses, bid farewell to the group and, under the guidance of the 4-flower fairy, departed from the Sun Star. Shortly after their departure, Beis turned to the companions who had accompanied him to the Sun Star and inquired, "As Senior Fu Guang has pointed us towards 2 destinations. I plan to seek refuge with Senior Fushi at Phoenix Nest Mountain. What are your intentions?" Upon hearing Beis's question, the group pondered for a moment before one individual stepped forward. "Daoist Beis, I shall accompany you to Phoenix Nest Mountain. Count me in." "I too." Before long, everyone expressed their desire to join Beis on his journey to Phoenix Nest Mountain. The reasoning was simple. Though Ancestor Hongyun and Immortal Jinyuan wielded great power and were undaunted by the might of the Celestial Court, their status paled in comparison. Among the 2 elders of Phoenix Nest Mountain, one was a direct disciple of a saint. This distinction clearly indicated that Phoenix Nest Mountain offered greater security. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, Beis possessed a natural talent for attracting fortune and evading misfortune. Traveling with him might not guarantee smooth sailing, but it would undoubtedly increase their chances of avoiding calamity. These companions, without needing to ask for explanations, Beis understood that their choice to follow him to Phoenix Nest Mountain was undoubtedly driven by a desire for him to lead the way. They treated him as a talisman of good fortune. Naturally, Beis felt a twinge of annoyance at this notion, yet he harbored no intention of rejecting their company. He sensed, almost as if destined by some unseen force, that he ought to bring them along to Phoenix Nest Mountain. It felt as though fate dictated that he and this group were meant to stand together in solidarity. Additionally, Beis could not shake the feeling that despite Fu Guang's apparent indifference towards their fates, he still took the time to impart teachings and provided insights into two places where they could ensure their safety. Was there some deeper purpose behind this? Could it not be seen as a form of protection in itself? Thus, Beis, with his penchant for deep contemplation, found himself pondering these matters further. Senior Fu Guang, as they journeyed towards Phoenix Nest Mountain, Beis silently affirmed his thoughts. There must be profound significance behind it all. Chapter 48. The name of the catastrophe is irrelevant. Chapter 48. Iz and his companions arrived at the Sun Star, only to depart shortly thereafter, without causing the slightest ripple. Indeed, the celestial court remained entirely oblivious to their presence. This scenario is hardly surprising. After all, amidst the vastness of the primordial chaos, countless great Luo cultivators, unwilling to align with the celestial court yet powerless to resist its might, seek refuge elsewhere. Though Baizi's group was not insignificant in number, they were but a mere drop in the ocean of the greater whole. Within the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang intercepted a portion of past information to assess the pace at which the Eastern King led the Celestial Court in establishing dominion over the primordial lands. Upon noticing that the Celestial Court was gradually encroaching upon Mount Buzhou, a flicker of delight glimmered in his eyes. Soon. It shan't be long, ere the Celestial Court shall reach Mount Buzhou, provoking the Wu clan akin to the iron-headed child. Once the Celestial Court engages the Wu clan and diverts their enmity, my concerns shall be alleviated. The Wu clan, a tribe of brutes. They eschew the cultivation of the primordial spirit, disregard the heavenly mechanisms, disdain the celestial principles, and show no reverence for the sages. Apart from the great Pangu, the Wu clan embodies a fearless essence. Once they are provoked, they will engage their adversaries with unwavering tenacity. The reason the calamity beneath the trajectory is termed the Wu Yao calamity is straightforward. It stems from the initial provocations by Di Jun and Tai Yi, the brothers who, after establishing the Yao clan, clashed with the Wu clan. Consequently, the Yao clan became their target. More crucially, after the onset of hostilities, the Wu clan unexpectedly discovered the delectable nature of the Yao clan's flesh, which significantly aided their physical cultivation, thus altering the dynamics. The Wu clan began to regard the Yao clan as sustenance. One side sought conquest, while the other treated their foes as mere food. It can be said that the Wu and Yao clans are inherently adversarial. Now, Fu Guang did not emerge to establish the Yao clan, rather, it was the Eastern King who unified various primordial races to form the Celestial Court. Hence, does the Yao clan, now regarded as mere sustenance by the Wu clan, cease to exist? Not at all. The term Yao clan merely serves as an overarching designation, established by Di Jun and Tai Yi after subjugating numerous primordial races to consolidate fortune. The races currently unified under the Celestial Court are those that were once incorporated into the Yao clan by Di Jun and Tai Yi. In other words, should the Wu clan emerge and discover the delectable flesh of the Celestial Court's diverse army, the Celestial Court, too, will be treated as sustenance. The only change lies in the shift from devouring the remnants of the Yao clan to feasting upon the remnants of the Celestial Court. Once the Celestial Court is firmly targeted by the Wu clan, this calamity shall transform from the Wu Yao calamity in Fu Guang's memory to the Wu Xian calamity. The calamity is inevitable. It is an irreversible trend of the heavenly principles. The name of the calamity is of little consequence, for the essence of the two opposing sides remains fundamentally unchanged. It is merely a matter of nomenclature. This aspect belongs to the realm of minor influences, alterable indeed. What Fu Guang awaits is precisely this alterable minor influence. Point 1 should not underestimate the significance of a mere name change. The alteration signifies that Fu Guang has preliminarily transcended the fate of calamity that he was destined to encounter. In this impending calamity, the confrontation with the Wu clan shall shift from Fu Guang to the two sovereigns of the Celestial Court, the Eastern King and the Western Queen Mother. Can the Western Queen Mother remain aloof amid the Celestial Court's clash with the Wu clan? Such a notion is utterly implausible. Having assumed leadership of the Celestial Court and reaping its fortune and resources, she must shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Is it reasonable to enjoy the myriad benefits of being the sovereign of the Celestial Court while merely overseeing its punitive measures? Such a scenario is far from equitable. I shall refrain from secluding myself for now. Initially, Fu Guang intended to retreat for cultivation, but at this moment, he felt no pressing urgency. Cultivation can occur at any time, even if he sought enlightenment. For Fu Guang, it is as simple as the basic acts of eating and drinking, yet this is a pivotal juncture in his life's transformation, a grand spectacle that must unfold. The opportunity to observe it is but a singular occurrence, and not in surplus. Thus, Fu Guang resolved to momentarily forego seclusion in favor of casually refining various elixirs and spiritual treasures, patiently awaiting the inevitable clash between the Celestial Court and the iron fists of the Wu clan. He summoned the 4 flower immortals, instructing them to monitor the Celestial Court's advancing pace and to inform him when they neared Mount Buzhou. Once again retreating to his alchemical chamber, Fu Guang retrieved a substantial quantity of spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs for potion making. Summoning forth a strand of true solar fire, he commenced his leisurely endeavor of alchemy. The verdant mountains remain, and the sunsets continue to glow. Across the primordial expanse, the Celestial Court grows increasingly formidable, with each passing interval witnessing the submission of various races and the allegiance of numerous great Luo and Taiyi golden immortals. During these recent gatherings, the Eastern King, revered as the Emperor Sovereign and the Celestial Court's Lord, has experienced a steadily improving disposition. The Celestial Court's burgeoning power has translated into an immense influx of fortune, facilitating his cultivation to soar effortlessly into the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, even severing his second corpse. Moreover, aside from the domains of those with profound abilities in the Eastern continent, he has nearly consolidated the territories under his dominion. All that remains is a gradual assimilation of the northern and southern continents, and his ambitions shall be realized. As for the western continent, since the previous calamity, it has been left in ruins, a desolate land of savagery, of little interest to anyone save for the brothers Jie Yin and Zhu Yi. As the Celestial Court's might expands, its actions become increasingly assertive. When confronting certain races for subjugation, any hint of hesitation is met with devastating repercussions, either crippling their foundations or exterminating them entirely. At long last, the formidable Celestial Court army has approached Mount Buzhou, inching ever closer. At noon, beneath the blazing sun, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, Buzz, a vanguard army of over 10,000, led by a Taiyi golden immortal, clad in celestial armor and wielding divine weaponry, traverses a swath of auspicious clouds, resolutely advancing toward Mount Buzhou. The primordial realm is vast. The number of races and opportunities therein is likely beyond the comprehension of all but the sages. Hence, the existence of the Celestial Court's vanguard army is utterly essential. Firstly, it serves to continuously scout for the presence of new forces and races. Secondly, it expedites the gathering of resources within the primordial realm to fortify the Celestial Court's foundations. Historically, the Celestial Court's vanguard army has navigated the primordial realm with unparalleled success. Given the current might of the Celestial Court, few dare to oppose its authority, much less vie for opportunities against it. However, today, the vanguard army's expedition toward Mount Buzhou is fated to encounter disastrous misfortune. Chapter 49, The Sage's Attention. Chapter 49, At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the esteemed Taiji Vanguard General of the Celestial Court orchestrated the movements of his vanguard army with remarkable poise, initiating an exploration of Mount Buzhou. His actions were deft, and his pace swift. It was evident that both the Taiji Immortal and his vanguard troops were thoroughly accustomed to such exploratory endeavors, just as everyone in the Celestial Court anticipated that this expedition would proceed as smoothly as previous ones, devoid of any peril. A sudden sound echoed through the air. Thud! 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 From the depths of Mount Buzhou emerged the towering silhouette of a colossal giant. This magnificent and formidable figure radiated an overwhelming aura of vitality, its entire being enveloped in an unmatched malevolence, which was promptly detected by the Celestial Court's vanguard. Upon witnessing this giant, the Taiji Immortal's expression shifted in astonishment. What an astonishing presence! Surely, it must be a Da Luo cultivator. While taken aback, the Taiji Immortal did not succumb to fear. After all, Da Luo cultivators were not uncommon within the Celestial Court. He soared forward, his demeanor serious yet assertive. The Celestial Court's vanguard is conducting business here. May the newcomer reveal their name. Upon hearing the Taiji Immortal's words, the approaching giant did not halt its advance. Instead, a derisive scoff resonated through the heavens. A Celestial Court? With that, the giant showed no inclination to engage in conversation with mere insects. With a resounding boom, a colossal hand struck through the air towards the Taiji immortal and his entire vanguard. In an instant, the innate spiritual energy of Mount Buzhou surged violently, as the giant unleashed an unparalleled surge of vitality and malevolence, manifesting as a destructive vortex that utterly obliterated the Taiji immortal and his vanguard. After eradicating the celestial court's forces, the giant's form gradually dissipated, revealing a proud female immortal draped in unknown beast skins, exuding a wild and untamed beauty, in stark contrast to the other celestial beings. With a disdainful glance towards the direction of the Jinwu purple mansion, the proud female immortal scoffed, "If it were not for my kin still being in the process of emergence, would such a trivial celestial court dare to act with such impunity in this realm? Soon enough. In this primordial world, only my kin can reign supreme. Without our recognition, no one can attain greatness. Not even the acknowledgement of saints or the Tao." Her declaration was delivered with an air of authority, unperturbed by the possibility of being overheard by the saints within the Chaos Purple Palace, nor did she care whether it would provoke a response from the Tao. Having uttered this proclamation, the proud female immortal turned and made her way back into the depths of Mount Buzhou. As her words faded, a sage within the Chaos Purple Palace, who had been in a deep meditative state, slightly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze devoid of emotion as he glanced towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. Subsequently, he cast a silent gaze towards the celestial court and the sun star before closing his eyes once more. Within the Golden Crow Palace, in the alchemy hall, Fu Guang sat casually, tossing various spiritual herbs into the cauldron. Suddenly, the light footsteps of Dong Mai, one of the 4 flower fairies, approached him. After greeting him, she reported, my lord, the celestial court has advanced to Mount Buzhou, and a contingent of their vanguard has been effortlessly obliterated by an unknown powerful being." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang's actions momentarily paused, his eyes gleaming with interest. Disregarding the refining process, he cast aside the herbs in his hands and instructed Dong Mai, "Prepare some items in the Fusang courtyard. I shall visit the Taiyin Star to invite my friend Shi He and Chang Shi to witness the spectacle." Dong Mai bowed in acknowledgement, "As you command." In the next moment, with a hum, a ripple of spatial power surged, and Fu Guang vanished from the Sun Star, traveling towards the Taiyin Star. He sought to witness the unfolding drama, particularly one that could signify a pivotal turn in his life. Fu Guang felt it would be unsatisfactory to experience it alone, thus he decided to invite Shi He and Chang Shi to share in the event. Among all beings in the vast primordial realm, Fu Guang's closest and most cherished connections were undoubtedly with the naturally harmonious sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi. Though the 3 had yet to declare themselves as Tao partners, Fu Guang had already determined that Shi He and Chang Shi were his ideal choices for such a bond, and the sisters felt similarly. However, Fu Guang awaited the moment when NWA would attain enlightenment, with a sage officiating their celestial union, which was why he had not yet broached the subject. Meanwhile, Shi He and Chang Shi had not mustered the audacity to pursue Fu Guang as a husband, resulting in their unique dynamic of closeness without formal commitment. For a Hunyuan golden immortal, traversing the vastness of the cosmos posed no significant challenge. Despite the Sun Star being on one side and the Taiyin Star on the other, Fu Guang's current prowess allowed him to traverse the starry expanse in mere moments. If properly prepared, he could even arrive in the blink of an eye. Before long, Fu Guang's figure appeared just beyond the Taiyin Star. Casting a glance at it, he called out, "If Fu Guang comes to pay a visit, I beseech my friends Shi He and Chang Shi to make their presence known." His voice, though not loud, resonated directly within the confines of the Taiyin Star. At that moment, within the grand world nurtured within the moon god palace of the Taiyin Star, Shi He was playing the zither while Chang Shi gracefully danced with a primordial sword in hand, swaying to the music. Suddenly, upon hearing Fu Guang's voice, both sisters halted their movements, their eyes sparkling with surprise and delight. Shi He rose, smiling as she exclaimed, "Oh, what brings this fool to our abode today? Let us go and see." Their numerous encounters had fostered a rapid deepening of their bonds, and it was clear to all observers, including themselves, that Fu Guang harbored feelings for them, just as they did for him. However, they remained perplexed as to why Fu Guang had yet to voice his intentions regarding their potential union. Thus, in private, Shi He often affectionately referred to Fu Guang as a fool, of finding him ever so passive. Chang Shi, having sheathed his sword, shared no objections. Before long, the two sisters arrived before the Taiyin Star, where they beheld Fu Guang standing amidst the cosmos. Without waiting for greetings, Fu Guang's eyes brightened, and he approached the sisters, directly extending an invitation. My dear friends, come swiftly with me." As he spoke, Fu Guang raised his hand, weaving a spatial pathway with ease, inviting Shi He and Chang Shi to step into it, revealing an air of urgency about him. Chapter 50, Shiher, I gradually comprehend everything. Chapter 50. Upon witnessing Fu Guang's anxious demeanor, one could hardly overlook the display of his formidable prowess as he directly opened a spatial passage leading straight to the Golden Crow Palace. Not only Shi He, but even the typically indifferent Chang Shi, exhibited a flicker of surprise on their faces. Soon enough, Shi He regained her composure and inquired, "What has transpired?" In response, Fu Guang smiled and said, "I have invited you both to witness a splendid performance. Let us go to my Golden Crow Palace, where the grand spectacle is set to commence shortly." As he spoke, Fu Guang gestured invitingly towards Shi He and Chang Shi once more. Although they were puzzled about what kind of performance Fu Guang wished to showcase, neither Shi He nor Chang Shi had any intention of declining, given their lack of pressing matters. The two followed Fu Guang into the spatial passage, and before long, they arrived at the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace. At that moment, Dong Mai had already arranged an ethereal table adorned with an array of delicacies, including various pastries, spiritual fruits, snacks, and even sunflower seeds and peanuts. These items, spiritual fruits, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and the like, were all products of the spiritual roots Fu Guang had discovered. For him, they held no significant value in enhancing his cultivation. Their only purpose was to serve as delightful treats and to imbue the occasion of watching a performance with a sense of ceremony. After all, how could one indulge in a theatrical viewing without sunflower seeds and peanuts? As for soda, Fu Guang could certainly procure it, but what could possibly rival the satisfaction of laurel wine or fire mulberry nectar? Once seated, Shi He glanced at the array of offerings on the ethereal table, her curious gaze shifting to Fu Guang as she asked, "Is it time to reveal what kind of grand performance awaits us?" With a subtle smile, Fu Guang summoned a high-grade postnatal merit spiritual treasure, the Time Chronicle, and activated it. In a gentle golden light, the scene from earlier, where the audacious female cultivator annihilated the vanguard of the celestial court at the foot of the Mount Buzhou, was vividly replayed, capturing even her final words verbatim. Upon witnessing this, Shia's expression turned grave. This fellow cultivator is exceptionally arrogant. Even the usually indifferent Chang Shi concurred with Shia's assessment. This suddenly appearing audacious female cultivator was indeed more brazen than most male cultivators of the Honghuang realm. Such an existence had never been seen among the female cultivators of Honghuang. Even the haughty NWA had never displayed such audacity. While slaying the vanguard of the celestial court may be momentarily gratifying, trouble is surely looming on the horizon. Is this the grand performance you wished for us to witness? Reflecting on the situation, Shi He regarded Fu Guang with a hint of curiosity. Shaking his head, Fu Guang replied with a smile, "Of course not. The Time Chronicle can recreate events from the past that have not been deliberately obscured by powerful beings, and it can also directly display occurrences currently unfolding across the Honghuang lands. My invitation for you both is to witness the forthcoming grand performance. What you see before you is merely the opening act of the grand performance." With a slight glimmer in her eyes, Shia's thoughts began to unfurl. What kind of performance could be deemed grand in Fu Guang's eyes? The calamity must surely involve a significant event, for only a catastrophe of such magnitude could be classified as a grand performance in Fu Guang's perspective, and Fu Guang indicated that this was merely the opening act. In other words, this incident would certainly not conclude with the demise of the audacious female cultivator. Moreover, one who dares to proclaim her race's rejection, even if acknowledged by saints and the heavenly Tao, would undoubtedly possess formidable strength, and her race would harbor substantial confidence. At the very least, they would not fear the celestial court. This implied that the abruptly appearing audacious female cultivator and her proclaimed race would be formidable adversaries of the celestial court. The celestial court was among the key players instigating the calamity, and any race capable of challenging them would emerge as another principal player in the impending disaster. Thus, Shi He gradually grasped the entirety of the situation. Indeed, this promises to be a grand and captivating performance. Upon reaching this understanding, he smiled and remarked, noticing that he had comprehended the situation. Fu Guang chuckled. "It is wonderful that you understand." Har har har. Among the trio present, the only one still struggling to comprehend was Changshi. However, her lack of understanding stemmed from her disinclination to ponder such matters deeply. After taking her seat, she skillfully grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, peeled some peanuts, and began to feast. After a brief exchange among the three, Fu Guang focused the time chronicle on the Celestial Court's stronghold in the eastern sea. Jinwu, however, given the presence of numerous formidable beings in that place, even as a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the time chronicle could not penetrate the inner workings of the Jinwu Celestial Court. Nonetheless, Fu Guang did not seek to observe the internal affairs of the Celestial Court. Rather, he was eager to witness the Celestial Court dispatching their forces to eradicate the witch clan, only to be met with the explosive retaliation from the 12 ancestral witches who had already emerged. Crack, crack, crack. As he leisurely observed the live broadcast from the vicinity of the Jinwu Celestial Court, Fu Guang, even adept, cracked sunflower seeds. At that moment, his demeanor exuded a sense of relaxation and anticipation, which even Shihi and Changshi could easily perceive. Fu Guang's ease was something Shihi found difficult to comprehend. Calamity loomed, and under such dire circumstances, who could remain unperturbed? Yet, inexplicably, Fu Guang appeared entirely at ease. What was he anticipating? What could one possibly look forward to at such a time? Surely, it was the true commencement of the calamity. Fu Guang was not a malevolent being. On the contrary, he was quite benevolent, treating friends and fellow cultivators with kindness. This trait was impossible to feign. Such a person could not possibly relish witnessing the bloodshed of the strong or the suffering of the innocent. Yet, he was eagerly awaiting the curtain to rise on the calamity, anticipating its genuine arrival. This scenario suggested that the grand scheme Fu Guang had been secretly devising would also commence alongside the unfolding calamity. Only for reasons tied to his own path and the monumental endeavors he had planned could Fu Guang's character lead him to eagerly await the calamity's onset. I see now, as he remarked, her lips curling into a slight smile as she instinctively spoke. I understand. Fu Guang's grand scheme was intricately linked to the calamity. With the calamity poised to unfold imminently, the plans Fu Guang had orchestrated would soon come to fruition. He felt a surge of curiosity. How would he strive to attain the singular exalted position in the heavens and the earth? Chapter 51, Concerns from Various Parties. Chapter 51, In the Palace of the Golden Crow. Fu Guang, accompanied by his two beautiful confidants, awaited the grand performance. Similarly, other powerful sects were quietly observing the direction of the Celestial Court. The incident where the vanguard army of the Celestial Court was annihilated in an instant by a sudden appearance of a formidable being could not be concealed from those mighty beings attentively monitoring the shifts in the primordial realm. Kunlun Mountain. The three pure ones convened in the Jade Void Palace, each having ascended to the quasi-saint realm. As for the specifics of how many corpses were severed and at what level they stood in the quasi-saint hierarchy, that remained an enigma. Upon reaching such heights, would a cultivator choose to hide even the slightest fraction of their power? The myriad immortals of the primordial realm are certainly no fools. The first force to openly resist the Celestial Court has emerged, a Tongqian remarked, a hint of sentiment in his voice. Beside him, the composed Yuansha spoke. If the trial has commenced, chaos is about to erupt in its entirety. The expressionless Laozi casually uttered two words, a calamity cycle. The three brothers fell silent, a subtle tension creeping into their hearts. This was not the first calamity cycle they had encountered, yet their current esteemed positions within the primordial realm, coupled with their formidable reputations, made it uncertain whether this cycle would indeed involve them. Presently, they were still the amicable trio, exchanging glances before collectively deciding, seal the mountain gates, remain indifferent to worldly affairs. As their thoughts converged, a thick veil of mist enveloped Kunlun Mountain, obscuring the interior and preventing entry. Mount Wanzhou, beneath the ginseng fruit tree of Wushuang Temple, Hongyun was engaged in a game of chess with Chen Yuanzi. Meanwhile, a shimmering projection beside them displayed scenes from the Jinwu Celestial Court. As Fu Guang mentioned, the adversary of the Celestial Court has appeared, Hongyun said, a grave expression adorning his face. In response, Zhen Yuanzi nodded solemnly. Yet, we remain unaware of the nature of this adversary. A grand battle is inevitable. Previously, many powerful races existed within the primordial realm, which both Hongyun and Jinwu had scrutinized, hoping to determine if any could stand against the celestial court. However, none could. Upon witnessing the might of the celestial court, they barely sought to secure their own interests post-integration. Such races, even with ancient ancestors alive from primordial times, could not possibly take center stage in the calamity cycle. Lacking the courage to engage in battle, what could they possibly contribute? This is no jest. There were indeed races that had risen in rebellion, but their strength was insufficient, leading to an obvious outcome: extinction. Yet, there were those capable of opposing the celestial court, such as the currently low-profile primordial 3 races. Who knows how many ancient beings still reside within the Dragon Tomb, the Phoenix Nest, and the Chelene Cave? Of course, while the primordial 3 races cannot be said to be despised by all, no force is willing to embrace them. Perhaps 1 or 2 could serve as mounts, but joining? Impossible. The inclusion of the primordial 3 races would burden them with immense karmic debt, inevitably inherited. Who could withstand that? Not even the celestial court could. Thus, the celestial court has waged war across the seas and conquered the eastern lands, yet they have never extended an invitation to the primordial 3 races. Should such an invitation be issued, while the primordial 3 races might not join, they would certainly send forth many promising descendants. The vast fortune gathered by the celestial court would suppress the overwhelming karmic burdens upon these descendants, allowing their talents to flourish and enabling them to grow stronger. Eventually, they would return to their respective races, replenishing the fortune of the 3 races and reinforcing their foundation. Regrettably, the celestial court does not cover the primordial 3 races. Among the myriad races of the primordial realm, the primordial 3 races stand aside. Hence, despite the celestial court's rise to prominence, there has yet to be an instance where a vanguard army was directly obliterated. Thus, at this moment, both Hongyun and Jinwu concluded, the true adversary of the celestial court had indeed emerged. What remained was to observe the celestial court's response and discern the nature of its opponent. North Sea, Kunpeng gazed coldly, harboring no desire to join the celestial court or to oppose it. He simply wished to cultivate in tranquility within his North Sea. Coincidentally, the ancestor of the river of blood within the endless sea shared a similar sentiment as Kunpeng. Western spiritual mountain Jin and Zhuanti took notice but remained unresponsive, diligently attending to their own affairs, teaching the beings of the West and mending the fractured land. At this moment, the location closest to the vortex's center was undoubtedly the Daoist temple on Phoenix Nest Mountain, near Mount Buzhou. Of course, while it was the closest, should a cataclysmic battle erupt at the foot of Mount Buzhou, as long as it did not resemble the colossal collapse of the heavenly pillar, Phoenix Nest would remain unaffected. Within a pavilion, Fuxi and Baze engaged in a chess match. Although Baze was merely a novice Da Luo cultivator, their shared path in the innate art of divination fostered an instant rapport. Thus, despite the significant disparity in their cultivation levels, Fuxi willingly referred to Baze as a young friend. Iran often played chess with him, occasionally offering guidance in his cultivation, an experience not afforded to other cultivators seeking refuge at Phoenix Nest. As for Nuer, after a growing influx of cultivators seeking sanctuary at Phoenix Nest, her naturally aloof and proud demeanor became somewhat unsettled. Consequently, she chose to seclude herself. Though proud and distant, she was not devoid of compassion. Most of the male immortals were taken in by their own brothers, making it difficult to dismiss them. Preferring not to see them, Nuer retreated into seclusion, awaiting the time of the 3rd sermon at Sashir Palace before emerging to venture into chaos. While placing his pieces, Fuxi smiled and inquired, "A young friend Baze, how many individuals do you believe the celestial court will dispatch to confront the female immortal who struck out and her associated race?" After a moment's contemplation, Baze responded, "A few Da Luo cultivators." Upon hearing Baze's assessment, Fuxi smiled mysteriously before placing his piece. No, it will be a great adept, accompanied by several Da Luo cultivators. Chapter 52. Keep your eyes wide open and observe. Chapter 52 EO. The words of Fuxi elicited a raised eyebrow from Baze, who then inquired, given the current might of the celestial court, does it truly necessitate such grandiose measures to effortlessly quell a mere rebel? In response to Baze's counter-query, Fuxi merely smiled and remained silent, not articulating his thoughts. Observing this, the inherently astute Bays fell into a momentary contemplation, his mind beginning to unravel the underlying reasons. It soon became apparent to him. The situation was not particularly difficult to comprehend. Since its inception, the celestial court has stirred tumultuous waves across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, resulting in a surge of malevolent energy between heaven and earth, culminating in the formation of an inevitable calamity. Any discerning individual could readily recognize this truth. The celestial court as emperor, provided he is not a fool, must be acutely aware that both he and the grand institution of the celestial court have entered into a period of tribulation. Those who dare to oppose him are undoubtedly adversaries arising from this very calamity. Any emperor with a modicum of self-awareness would never underestimate his opponents. A conflict has already arisen, whether for the sake of the celestial court's reputation, to better understand the enemy, or to pursue his own path. It is imperative to engage in this initial confrontation. And this first engagement, while not necessarily requiring full exertion, would certainly not involve casually dispatching a few Luo cultivators. Thus, it is both reasonable and prudent to send forth formidable beings accompanied by Luo practitioners to probe the situation. I understand now, Bays remarked with an enlightened smile, lifting his gaze towards Fushi, who returned the expression with a beaming countenance. In the vast wilderness, these 2 masters of innate numerology shared a moment of profound understanding. At the focal point of attention, Yingju Celestial Court, the true high-ranking leaders and decision-makers gathered in assembly. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu took their places of authority at the head of the table. Below them, a female quasi-saint sat to one side, flanked by 2 male quasi-saints on the opposite side. The true decision-maker of the celestial court, Dong Wanggong, who presided over all affairs excluding punishment, wore a grave expression. He spoke solemnly. The events that transpired at the foot of Mount Buzhou are now clear to all. This signifies what, I trust each of you has already surmised. Upon utterance of these words, the 5 formidable beings present adopted expressions of mild seriousness. Being masters of great power, they understood well the implications of the celestial court's vanguard being completely annihilated for the first time. More critically, the brazen words of that defiant female immortal, who disrespected the heavenly path and disregarded the saints, yet evoked no retribution from the heavens or accountability from the saints. This alone was an extraordinary signal. Regardless of one's essence in the primordial wilderness, whether a chaotic demon god, an innate divine, or a postnatal insect, one must not speak lightly of the heavenly order, nor treat the saints with irreverence. This is an unyielding law that all beings must abide by. Yet, after that female immortal uttered her audacious remarks, the heavens and the saints remained unresponsive, signifying that she and her race were indeed unafraid. Dong Wanggong's demeanor was equally serious. An adversary to the celestial court has emerged. Next, it is time for those who have been observing the celestial court to witness our true strength. Regardless of the identity or ability, however, the question of who would go remained. Certainly, neither Dong Wanggong nor Shi Wangmu, the 2 sovereigns of the celestial court, could engage at this moment. Thus, only the remaining 3 masters of great power were eligible for the task. The 3 masters contemplated quietly. All information regarding the enemy was unknown, yet the mere words of that defiant female immortal were sufficient to command their attention. The unknown signifies danger. While the potential rewards for action were considerable, the risks were equally great. Therefore, careful consideration was essential. Before long, the quasi-saint female immortal among them rose from her seat. She bowed respectfully to Shi Wangmu and Dong Wanggong, declaring, Your Majesty, Emperor, allow me to undertake this task. Upon hearing this, Shi Wangmu's gaze remained calm, a glint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Without uttering a word, she turned her attention to Dong Wanggong. Friend, you may decide on matters concerning the external affairs of the celestial court. Initially surprised that this quasi-saint female immortal would take the initiative, Dong Wanggong, upon hearing Shi Wangmu's suggestion, nodded slightly. He responded, if that is the case, let my friend take the lead and conduct a probe. But do not exert yourself too much. If you encounter insurmountable force, feel free to retreat. This conflict was not a true battle but rather a demonstration of the celestial court's prowess, along with an assessment of the adversary. Hence, should anything seem amiss, retreat should be immediate. After all, the opponent is a formidable entity competing against the celestial court, and in the face of the unknown, one must exercise caution. Understood. The quasi-saint female immortal accepted the command with a serious expression. Subsequently, she turned elegantly and departed. Watching her leave, Dong Wanggong raised his gaze to the void beyond Jinwu celestial court, a cold smile gracing his lips. If you wish to observe, then do so with keen eyes. At this moment, the eyes of all beings across heaven and earth converged upon Jinwu celestial court, a fact that was well acknowledged by all. However, Dong Wanggong remained unfazed, though the calamity was on the verge of unfolding and the crisis was imminent. Fraught with unpredictable perils, it also harbored immense opportunities. Crisis, while fraught with danger, undoubtedly presents opportunities. This was the Celestial Court's first encounter with a crisis, as well as the moment for the Celestial Court to genuinely showcase its strength. Dong Wanggong was aware that many watched from the sidelines, eager to witness his downfall, to revel in his misfortune, and to enjoy the spectacle of the Celestial Court. He remained indifferent. If you wish to see, then you must watch closely. Regarding Dong Wanggong's words, Shi Wangmu and the other two quasi-saints did not offer any further comments. Despite the hierarchical distinctions within the Celestial Court, their strength was sufficient to maintain their dignity before Dong Wanggong. To compel them to act required mutual agreement. As long as their strength was adequate, they possessed both confidence and standing. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums suddenly resonated within the Celestial Court. Following this, the grand formation enveloping Jinwu Celestial Court was unveiled, and a steady stream of the Celestial Court's forces emerged in succession. They bore vast clouds spanning millions of miles, while banners billowed, creating a terrifying spectacle that obscured the very sky. Heavenly immortals, Shenxian foot soldiers, Jinxian commanders, Tai generals, Da Luo sovereigns, numerous powerful beings emerged in an orderly fashion from the Celestial Court, arranging themselves in the heavens, manifesting an overwhelming and fearsome aura that stirred the winds and clouds of the universe. Chapter 53, Ancestral Shaman. Chapter 53. As the celestial army of the immortal court fully assembled, a resounding cry echoed through the air core. The majestic sound of a divine bird resonated as a colossal war chariot, drawn by 9 majestic phoenixes of the Tai golden immortal rank, surged forth from the realm of Jinwu. Upon this chariot, surrounded by divine radiance and flowing with the profound rhythms of the Tao, sat a veiled figure, a quasi-saintess whose form remained shrouded in mist. The moment she appeared, a thunderous roar erupted. The terrifying pressure of the quasi-saint directly stirred the energies of heaven and earth, amalgamating with the overwhelming might that the immortal court's army had been cultivating, creating an imposing aura that swept forth with great momentum. It was truly awe-inspiring, and utterly formidable. Advance! With her beautiful eyes gleaming with divine light, the quasi-saintess declared her order with utmost seriousness. In the next instant, with a thunderous sound, boom, the grand celestial army, under the leadership of this quasi-saintess, alongside 20 Da Luo immortals and numerous Tai immortal swords and golden immortal commanders, formed their battle array, transforming into a radiant expanse of celestial light, directly heading towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. As the celestial army moved, countless eyes, keeping watch over the Jinwu immortal court, also shifted their focus towards Mount Buzhou. On the Sun Star, within the Golden Crow Palace, while casually munching on sunflower seeds and watching the live broadcast, occasionally taking sips from a cup, Fu Guang observed the movements of the immortal court's army with an air of leisure, seemingly unconcerned about the impending battle. In contrast, the two sisters, Shihi and Changxi, were visibly moved upon witnessing the formation of the celestial army. Turning her gaze, Shihi looked at the relaxed Fu Guang beside her, a single master of great power, accompanied by over 20 Da Luo cultivators. The immortal court's display is indeed impressive. What do you think the outcome of the immortal court's expedition will be? Outcome: a foregone conclusion. Upon hearing Shihi's inquiry, Fu Guang internally scoffed, yet such thoughts could not be voiced directly. Thus, he replied with a hint of delicacy, aside from that quasi-saint friend who may have a slim chance of survival, the others, will all perish. Swish! 2 pairs of astonished eyes immediately fixed upon Fu Guang. The assertion that the celestial army, led by a quasi-saintess and 20 Da Luo cultivators, would face utter annihilation left even the typically unflappable Changxi momentarily stunned. After all, this was a formidable force that no one in the desolate wilderness could overlook. That Fu Guang would claim only the quasi-saintess might survive? Surely, he jested. Both Shi and Chang Shi were skeptical. However, upon seeing Fu Guang's unwavering expression and demeanor, Shi realized that he was not speaking idly. It was simply astonishing to consider that this other protagonist of the calamity could be so overwhelmingly powerful. After a moment of shock, Chang Shi returned to her usual placid demeanor, yet her attention intensified as she continued to watch the live broadcast. As time passed slowly, the celestial army soon arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Just as they reached their destination and had yet to form their battle lines, a defiant figure of a female immortal appeared in the firmament above, her gaze dismissive and her demeanor calm as she stood resolutely before the celestial army, exuding an aura of invincibility. Within the ranks of the celestial army, the quasi-saintess's expression grew grave. She realized that she could not discern the opponent's cultivation level, only sensing the overwhelming and terrifying life force contained within, akin to the power to annihilate the heavens. She could also perceive the innate, formidable Tao principles imprinted within the flesh of her adversary, an unparalleled powerhouse, one whose cultivation system diverged entirely from that of the current beings of the desolate wilderness. While she could not gauge the opponent's realm, she distinctly felt the intense sense of danger emanating from the other party, a palpable threat. In other words, even if the opponent's cultivation did not adhere to the immortal Tao system, their strength was undeniably formidable. In a moment of focused resolve, the quasi-saintess urged her phoenix chariot forward, confronting the defiant female immortal. State your name. Roadblock. You have slain 10,000 vanguard troops of the immortal court. Provide an explanation. Neither servile nor overbearing, the quasi-saintess did not intend to engage in a war of words, for a confrontation was inevitable. Her inquiry was merely to establish a rightful claim and to ascertain her opponent's identity. Upon hearing this, the fierce and barbaric female immortal let out a cold laugh. Explain. You dare to demand an explanation from this ancestor witch? I act without the need for anyone's justification. As her words fell, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted from the female ancestor witch. With a single step, she descended like a collapsing sky, charging directly at the quasi-saintess. Witnessing this, the quasi-saintess, already on high alert, raised her hand to summon a primal spirit sword, unleashing a cataclysmic ray of sword light to meet the oncoming assault of the female ancestor witch. For any other cultivator, even a master of great power, it would be prudent to avoid the onslaught of such a sword light. The quasi-saintess thought similarly. After all, who would recklessly confront a primal spirit treasure with their flesh? Such an action would be sheer folly, even if her opponent, who claimed to be an ancestor witch, practiced a cultivation system distinct from the masses. They had undoubtedly heard of the primal spirit treasure's prowess. They would not be so foolish as to engage directly. This line of thought arose from the quasi-saintess and the many cultivators of the desolate wilderness, who still lacked a fundamental understanding of the ancestor witches and the witch clan. However, it mattered not soon. All the mighty beings of the desolate wilderness would witness the true might of the witch clan, particularly the 12 ancestor witches. As the annihilating sword light surged forth, accompanied by the fearsome aura of the primal spirit sword, the female ancestor witch's expression remained unchanged. She made no attempt to evade. Instead, she boldly advanced, effortlessly slapping her palm forward as the sword light approached. To the astonishment of all, this destructive beam of sword light shattered under the force of the female ancestor witch's palm, failing to inflict even a scratch upon her formidable flesh, let alone any substantial harm. Boom! The heavens quivered slightly as the clash of powers erupted, generating shockwaves that rippled through the air. Before the shockwaves could dissipate, the female ancestor witch retaliated with a swift backhand, striking the body of the primal spirit sword with tremendous force. Clang! The piercing sound of metal against metal reverberated as the primal spirit sword dimmed, emitting a mournful cry as it was sent hurtling back toward the quasi-saintess. This scene left all the mighty beings observing the battle utterly astonished. They could hardly believe their eyes as they beheld a single hand effortlessly neutralizing the assault of a master of great power. A thought emerged in their minds: how formidable. Chapter 54. What are you staring at? Chapter 54. The Strong-Willed. This assertion carries dual meanings: an immensely powerful physical cultivation system and a formidable ancestral shaman. At this moment, the various divine practitioners of the primordial world cast sidelong glances at the might of the female ancestral shaman's corporeal form. Simultaneously, they cannot help but ponder, this battle in the celestial court may prove to be quite challenging. The conflict at Mount Buzhou remains unresolved. After a probing strike, the quasi-saintess realizes that the strength of the female ancestral shaman surpasses her own. In a one-on-one confrontation, she is likely to face defeat. But what is this place? A battlefield. Why has she come here today? To display her prowess. Furthermore, she intends to ascertain the lineage of this female ancestral shaman and gauge its true capabilities. Not to engage in solitary combat, thus, grasping the returning innate spiritual sword, the quasi-saintess raises her hand and commands, "Form the formation." The Celestial Court's army is no mere decoration, it comprises a vast number of profound immortals, celestial soldiers, golden immortals as commanders, great celestial generals, alongside 20 great Luo immortals, augmented by the celestial formation devised by the Eastern King. The combined might unleashed is far from trivial. Moreover, the leader of the formation is a genuine quasi-saint with profound abilities. Once the formation is established, the power it bestows makes the defeat of a female ancestral shaman no idle boast. Observing the movements of the Celestial Court's army, the female ancestral shaman laughs defiantly. Is it an act of bullying to overpower the few with the many? This so-called righteous heavenly path, the Celestial Court of Jinwu, is nothing remarkable. A glint of cold light flashes in her eyes as the quasi-saintess retorts icily, merely boasting. In response, the female ancestral shaman exudes a torrent of vitality and malevolent energy, a mere formation. I, Xianming, hardly regard you as a threat. With a thunderous roar, the intertwining energies of vitality and malevolence surge forth, dyeing the heavens with a crimson glow, as a colossal figure with a human face and a bird's body, adorned with green serpents and standing upon two-headed dragons, materializes from the bloodlight. Simultaneously, the principles of water and ice, innate to Xianming, surge forth like an overwhelming tide. Instantly, a torrential downpour descends to erode the corporeal forms, accompanied by a terrifying chill capable of freezing the primordial spirit. The convergence of these two great principles utterly transforms the expanse of heaven and earth. The only ones unaffected are the Celestial Court's army, which has already completed the formation. Empowered by the formation, the quasi-saintess wields her treasured sword while simultaneously summoning a high-grade innate defensive spiritual treasure, followed by a succession of offensive and defensive innate treasures and postnatal treasures. With her gaze fixed upon the evolving true form of the ancestral shaman, she refrains from idle chatter and charges directly into battle. Boom! The two formidable beings clash fiercely at the foot of Mount Buzhou. The quasi-saintess unleashes various spiritual treasures, releasing waves of annihilating brilliance as she channels her own great path and unleashes an array of lethal techniques. It can be described as dazzlingly intricate, with a myriad of combat techniques that dazzle the onlookers. Compared to the quasi-saintess's flurry of techniques, the ancestral shaman Xianming adopts a far simpler approach. Spiritual treasure attacks, each punch and kick is effortlessly deflected. Path-based lethal techniques, her vitality and malevolent energy, combined with the innate dominion of her great path, break through with ease. She exemplifies the principle of overpowering myriad techniques with sheer force. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. This scene does not surprise the myriad divine practitioners of the primordial realm upon reaching the quasi-saint level, unless there exists a profound disparity in strength akin to a chasm. It is entirely normal for a contest of magic and battle to extend over thousands or even tens of thousands of years before a victor emerges. According to the perspectives of the divine practitioners, this battle will likely last at least a millennium. Within the Golden Crow Palace, observing the live broadcast of this battle, Shihar furrows her brow. The two sides are evenly matched. It seems unlikely that a victor will emerge within a millennium. Did you not previously assert that the Celestial Court's army would face total annihilation, with only one person having a slim chance of survival? At this moment, has your perspective shifted? Shaking his head, Fuguang tosses a peanut into his mouth nonchalantly, saying, "No change." Indeed, there has been no change. This is merely the beginning. Everyone likely believes that a being as powerful as Xianming is singular within her race, yet in truth, there are 12 ancestral shamans. Even if there are disparities in strength among the ancestral shamans, the differences are certainly not so stark. In other words, each of the 12 ancestral shamans likely possesses strength comparable to Xuanming's, that is to say, 12 quasi-saint level physical cultivators. This power need not be fully revealed. The mere presence of one more ancestral shaman would spell doom for the Celestial Court's army. while the appearance of two would guarantee their annihilation. Should they all emerge, including the quasi-saintess of the celestial court, none shall survive. It seems you have deduced a great deal. Shihir glances deeply at Fuguang, implying her curiosity. She is aware that Fuguang has also cultivated the innate art of divination, though to what extent she does not know. It now appears that his mastery of the innate art of divination is quite formidable, likely allowing him to discern many unspoken secrets of fate. In response, Fuguang offers a calm smile, refraining from addressing Shihir's remark. There is no way to respond. After all, he cannot reveal. I know there are 12 ancestral shamans. Thus, in matters that cannot be explained, a mysterious smile suffices. Others will fill in the gaps themselves. At this moment, Shihir's curiosity has been piqued by Fuguang. Her gaze scrutinizes the ancestral shaman's true form of Shenming engaged in battle, filled with intrigue about the nature of her lineage. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the fierce conflict between Shenming and the Celestial Court's army continues unabated. The vast majority of divine practitioners observing remain composed, as this is merely the commencement. Yet, some cannot contain their impatience. For instance, standing at the entrance of the Panku Temple, 11 figures clad in barbaric attire exhibit a palpable eagerness to engage in battle. A muscular man with fiery red hair, his face contorted with impatience, exclaims, "This is unbearable. The Celestial Court has come to confront our shamanic kin. Why should Shenming monopolize the glory of battle? If it were me, I would incinerate everything in flames, undoubtedly concluding the conflict far more swiftly." Hearing the words of the red-haired man, another muscular figure with blue hair scoffs derisively. "TSK, with your little sparks, who could you possibly burn?" With a flash of indignation in his eyes, Zhu, the red-haired man, glares at the blue-haired behemoth, Gong Gong, with whom he has a marked enmity. Unfazed by Zhu's fiery gaze, Gong Gong retorts, "What are you staring at?" Chapter 55, Instantaneous Refinement. Chapter 55, The thunderous clash. With a crack, a terrible surge of bloodlust erupted from within as the fist clenched tightly. Zhu stepped forward, fire igniting in his eyes, and exclaimed, "What are you looking at?" Gong Gong, a shaman not fond of idle chatter, could hardly contain his fury in the face of Zhu's provocation. With a thunderous sound, he advanced, his muscles bulging, and landed a colossal iron fist squarely on Zhu's round face, distorting his features and sending him hurtling through the air, like a comet streaking towards the celestial army's formation. Though Zhu was knocked back by the blow, Gong Gong was not satisfied and pursued him relentlessly. A tremendous wave of blood energy erupted as he unleashed the power of the water Dao, creating a vast ocean between heaven and earth. The force of the Dao raised towering waves, sweeping through the skies towards the celestial army and the already displaced Zhu. "I will drown you," Gong Gong roared, channeling his formidable Dao to wreak havoc. As Zhu collided with the celestial army's formation, the impact sent violent ripples across the protective barrier. "What?" Zhu exclaimed in surprise at the resilience of the formation, which bore the imprint of his fist. His interest was piqued, but before he could act to breach the array, the terrifying tide of Gong Gong's Dao bore down upon him, igniting his wrath. In a true blaze of fury, Zhu was engulfed in a fearsome true fire, his flaming red hair ablaze. The already chaotic realm, transformed by the powers of Shenming and Gong Gong, was further consumed by this fearsome conflagration, incinerating all in its path. "I will obliterate you," he declared, intertwining his ferocious bloodlust with the true fire, meeting Gong Gong's assault head-on. Simultaneously, he conjured a massive hand of true fire, delivering a crushing blow upon the celestial formation. A resounding thud echoed, the shockwave visible as it swept across countless mountains and rivers, wreaking terrible devastation upon the earth. Cracks began to appear in the protective barrier enveloping the celestial army, leaving all within the formation pale with dread. How terrifying! The celestial formation's defenses were utterly incapable of withstanding the assault from this sudden, formidable adversary. Before the celestial army could regain their composure, a deafening roar erupted as the ocean Gong Gong had summoned engulfed their position. The cracks in the protective barrier widened instantly, then, boom, the entire celestial formation was effortlessly torn apart, like fragile parchment, by the successive strikes of the two primordial shamans. As the formation was violently breached, a catastrophic backlash of magical energy descended upon the celestial army. The overwhelming force of the dark waters consumed all, extinguishing the brilliance of the leaders' treasures, leading to their shattering and dissolution, followed by the annihilation of their very beings. In an instant, this once formidable celestial army was nearly obliterated. Only a handful of golden immortal leaders with innate treasures and a few Tai celestial generals, along with 20 great Luo celestial lords, managed to survive. However, as they emerged from the engulfing dark waters, the sky unleashed through fire. Jinwu, standing amidst the heavens, conjured a terrifying blaze, mocking Gong Gong, who had just struck out moments before. Har har har, useless Gong Gong, can your little droplets drown anyone? It is the true fire of this primordial shaman that truly matters. As he spoke, Jinwu summoned forth a torrent of true fire, encircling the recently escaped celestial figures, relentlessly refining everything within his grasp with his ferocious blood energy and the Tao of fire. In but a brief moment, only a few withered remnants of innate treasures remained, akin to ordinary mortal artifacts. After refining the 20 great Luo celestial lords and several Tai celestial generals, Jinwu's actions did not cease. He raised his gaze towards Gong Gong, though they had feigned cooperation to enter the battle. As a dignified ancestral shaman of fire, he could not allow Gong Gong's earlier insult to go unanswered. Simultaneously, Gong Gong's gaze fixated on Jinwu. Having been called trash and a useless being, he could not tolerate such humiliation. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, the two ancestral shamans, who had just decimated the celestial army, turned their wrath upon one another instead of aiding Xianming in his fierce battle against the celestial maiden. Each blow struck with ferocity, leaving no room for mercy. In that moment, Gong Gong and Jinwu engaged in a life-and-death struggle, their exchanges showcasing a terrifying might that rivaled even the most powerful of quasi-saints. Indeed, they were even stronger than many of their peers among the quasi-saint powers. In the heavens above, without the celestial formation to unify their powers, the celestial maiden's momentum faltered, and the once balanced confrontation with Xianming swiftly turned against her. This battle is lost. A flicker of contemplation crossed the celestial maiden's eyes as she faced the relentless storm of Xianming's assaults, continuously retreating to distance herself from the terrifying ancestral shamans that had suddenly emerged below. Had it not been for the two ancestral shamans' apparent folly in turning upon each other, she would surely have been gravely injured by now. Trying to escape. The celestial maiden's thoughts were laid bare, easily discerned by Xianming as he revealed his true ancestral form. With a thunderous roar, the brilliance of his Tao surged forth, amplifying his onslaught. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Bow down before me." The overwhelming forces of two distinct Tao swept through the heavens, as Xianming's ancestral form delivered a punch directly aimed at the celestial maiden. The unmatched power stirred the celestial realm into violent upheaval, obliterating any semblance of divine fire or fierce winds that had once threatened even the Tai golden immortals. This punch could be said to shake the very heavens and earth. Chapter 56, an inconclusive conclusion. Chapter 56, the art of boxing. Each ancestral witch possesses an extraordinary proficiency. As one of the two female incarnations among the 12 ancestral witches, Xianming exhibits unparalleled martial prowess. Confronted by a formidable punch that reverberates through the heavens, the expression of the female sage of the celestial court shifts dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, she raises her hand to unleash a series of defensive spells, casting for the supreme postnatal defensive spirit treasure. Boom! The punch from the true form of the ancestral which brutally shatters all the defenses of the celestial court's female sage, ultimately colliding with the exquisite spirit treasure. This clash dims the radiance of the defensive artifact, causing delicate fissures to appear upon its surface. Then, boom, the spirit treasure explodes. Xianming's arm, torn and blooded to the bone, showers the surroundings with crimson, forcing her back 100,000 miles from the explosive impact of the supreme spirit treasure. Thus begins the battle. Xianming, the formidable ancestral witch, suffers her first significant injury with Xianming wounded. The situation for the female sage of the celestial court is equally dire. The explosion of the spirit treasure inflicts mental turmoil, causing a golden, fragrant celestial blood to rain down from the sky. Casting a glance at the retreating Xianming, the female sage of the celestial court makes no delay. Enveloped in celestial light, she vanishes without a trace, having resolved to flee without a backward glance. Of course, she would not dare to look back, for she understands not when the two ancestral witches embroiled in internal strife might join forces to assail her. Faced with three ancestral witches more powerful than herself, the female sage of the celestial court harbors no doubt. One more glance and she would meet her demise. HMPH, Jinming does not pursue the female sage of the celestial court, merely sneering coldly. Subsequently, she manifests her in a physical form, reverting to her original fierce and wild appearance. With a mocking tone, she remarks, "You certainly run swiftly." As she speaks, Jinming shakes her arm, and the wounds, flesh, and blood from the explosion heal instantaneously as if time itself rewound. Once this is accomplished, the defiant Jinming, her vitality surging like a tidal wave, surveys her surroundings. This ancestral witch is aware that many are watching, therefore, I hereby announce a decree. From this day forth, no outsiders are permitted to enter Mount Buzhou. Trespassers shall face death. If any doubt my words, feel free to test them. With this domineering proclamation, Jinming retracts her gaze and transforms into a streak of light, descending towards the foot of Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, Zhurong and Gonggong are still engaged in their fervent brawl. The chaos and destruction wrought by their clash far exceed the devastation caused by the previous encounters between Jinming and the female sage of the celestial court. Having reached the foot of Mount Buzhou, the now invisible Jinming's voice resounds once more. If you wish to fight, go battle in the chaos. Upon hearing Jinming's voice, the fervently clashing Zhurong and Gonggong exchange no further words. They continue their combat, soaring into the skies above. The battlefield of the two ancestral witches transforms. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, save for the remnants of destruction left in the wake of the battle, there is naught else stirring. Yet, within this brief span of time, all that transpired has rendered the myriad powerful beings watching in silence. The adversaries of the celestial court, having only revealed a mere fraction of their might, have already solidified their prowess. The celestial army is utterly annihilated, with not a single Daluo cultivator managing to escape the ancestral witch's grasp. The only survivor, the female sage of the celestial court, eludes serious consequences solely because the two ancestral witches turned their attention to internal conflict. Had they united against her, she would not have escaped so effortlessly. What was anticipated to be a grand spectacle for millennia has concluded abruptly. Many powerful beings retract their gazes, no longer observing the happenings at Mount Buzhou. The decree issued by Jinming regarding the prohibition of outsiders is met with indifference. How vast is Mount Buzhou? Though the ancestral witches are formidable, they are merely 3 in number. How could they possibly oversee such a colossal domain? Certainly, this is also due to the fact that many powerful beings have calculated that the calamity is on the brink of unfolding. To avoid entanglement in its consequences, they have largely chosen seclusion, thereby steering clear of Mount Buzhou. After the calamity, should the ancestral witches emerge victorious and grow even stronger, the prohibition would become moot. If they were to perish amidst the chaos, such a decree would be nothing more than a farce. The myriad powerful beings discern this truth, yet they are also acutely aware that the actions of the 3 ancestral witches have begun to alter the landscape of the primordial world. At the very least, the celestial court's previously unassailable dominance has been irrevocably shattered, never to be restored. Previously pressed for breath, those celestial beings and races unwilling to join the celestial court can now find a moment's respite. The tumultuous clash ends. Within the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang has not yet retracted the live broadcast of the temporal chart, instead readjusting its focus to the skies above the Isle of Yingju. Observing his actions, Sheher, who has only just recovered from the shock of the celestial army's total annihilation and the appearance of 2 ancestral witches, raises an eyebrow. Is this? The battle has concluded, yet he still seeks to observe the celestial court. Does this imply that the spectacle Fu Guang speaks of has not entirely reached its conclusion? After a moment of contemplation, Sheher suddenly finds this quite plausible. Having suffered such a significant loss, Dong Wanggong would undoubtedly not rest easily, and may soon launch another campaign against the 3 ancestral witches. In no time, Fu Guang affirms Sheher's speculation. Dong Wanggong follows the tyrannical path of emperors. How could he remain silent after suffering defeat? At most, within several millennia. Indeed, it may not even take that long. He will surely regroup his forces and march directly towards Mount Buzhou. Moreover, it is highly likely he will lead the charge himself. At this point, Fu Guang's lips curl into a slight smile. I eagerly anticipate the sight of Dong Wangong being thoroughly trounced by the ancestral witches. Simultaneously, he looks forward to the complete emergence of the witch clan, ushering in the era of culinary delights in the primordial world. Only then will the calamity truly commence. Currently, the witch clan has only 12 ancestral witches emerged, while the majority of their kin remain gestating within the Pangu Divine Hall. What progress has been made from here on out? Dong Wangong is in for quite the tumultuous ride. Chapter 57. The Celestial Court strikes again. Chapter 57. Will the Eastern Prince personally lead the expedition? It is inevitable, despite the terrifying might displayed by the 3 ancestral witches. Surrendering so easily would spell the collapse of the Eastern Prince's imperial path, and he would find it impossible to advance further in the future. Moreover, there are very few fools among the great powers of the wilderness. Why would the ancestral witches, who have already gained the upper hand and possess an exceedingly domineering demeanor, refrain from encircling and annihilating the female quasi-saint of the celestial court? Is it out of kindness? Certainly not. If they were truly benevolent, they would have no qualms about directly refining the armies of the celestial court. There must be some compelling reason that prevents the ancestral witches from engaging in an all-out war with the celestial court at this moment. Simultaneously, it also constrains the ancestral witches from straying too far from Mount Buzhou. This is the fundamental reason why the female quasi-saint of the celestial court was able to retreat smoothly. Once this is understood, it is certain that the celestial court will not remain idle. They will dispatch troops once more and seek to uncover the secrets guarded by the ancestral witches. Thus, another great battle is bound to erupt at Mount Buzhou. Her beautiful eyes turned toward Fu Guang. Curiosity danced across Sheher's face. Do you know the origins of those 3 ancestral witches? They seem quite extraordinary, along with the race behind them. Upon hearing Sheher's inquiry, Fu Guang did not answer directly. I do possess some knowledge, but I cannot be certain. However, there is no need to rush. After the next great battle, the true identities of the ancestral witches and the race behind them should be thoroughly unveiled. Upon hearing this, Sheher could not help but pout slightly. What you say is equivalent to saying nothing at all. Surely, she was aware that the true identities of the ancestral witches and their race would be revealed after the next great battle. This was a certainty. From the moment the Xinming ancestral witch first emerged from Mount Buzhou, it was destined that the ancestral witches and their race could no longer remain hidden. Yet the question remained, could she not acquire even a hint of information in advance? Sheher was convinced that Fu Guang, this enigmatic individual who had long been scheming and possessed remarkable innate divination skills, must surely know some information regarding the ancestral witches. Unfazed by Sheher's dissatisfaction, Fu Guang gazed at the live broadcast of the time chart, feeling a tinge of sentiment. 3 of the 12 ancestral witches had now emerged: Xinming, Zhurong, and Gonggong. Were the remaining 9 ancestral witches absent from the world, this was utterly impossible. The 12 ancestral witches would either all remain hidden or emerge together. The reason only 3 of them had revealed themselves now was likely due to a desire to conceal their true strength. After all, the ancestral witches and the witch race were indeed prone to emotional outbursts, often exhibiting a brutish demeanor. However, since they could become one of the protagonists of the calamity, the witch race could not consist solely of brutes. There must also be strategists among them. It was true that they did not cultivate their primordial spirits or comprehend the art of divination, but that did not mean the ancestral witches would not conceal their own strength. Especially considering that the members of the witch race had yet to fully emerge, it was only natural for some ancestral witches to hide their existence. If they were truly so single-minded, the witch race would not have become one of the future dominators of heaven and earth. The conflict between the ancestral witches and the celestial court would not conclude so hastily. This realization dawned upon the various great powers shortly after witnessing the retreat of the female quasi-saint of the celestial court. Consequently, these great powers, attuned to the shifting tides of the world, once again focused their attention on the celestial court of Jinwu, awaiting its next response. Thus, 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, at the celestial court of Jinwu, the sky was adorned with an array of celestial lights, casting a radiant glow across the heavens. Vast clouds bore a multitude of celestial generals and warriors. Celestial ships, drawn by formidable and fierce beasts, soared into the sky. Rows of war chariots assembled, a grand spectacle. The entire firmament was occupied by the forces of the celestial court, with countless boom. Powerful auras erupted from within the celestial court, Following this, numerous celestial lords, crowned with auspicious clouds and standing on vibrant rainbows, unabashedly unleashed their profound Tao, illuminating the heavens with countless hues of brilliance. Then, roar! The furious roars of several dragons resounded soon after, for imperial carriages, drawn by colossal dragons of the great Luo golden immortal realm, majestically emerged from the celestial court, led by the Eastern Prince, followed closely by the other three quasi-saints of the celestial court, excluding the Western Mother. The four great powers simultaneously unleashed their profound Tao, instantly transforming the atmosphere into a myriad of phenomena. Celestial light surged, the Tao shimmered, heavenly brilliance descended, and golden lotuses blossomed from the earth. As the Eastern Prince made his appearance, millions of soldiers from the celestial court, along with numerous great Luo celestial lords, bowed in reverence, collectively exclaiming, "We pay homage to the Emperor! We pay homage to the Emperor! We pay homage to the Emperor!" Their voices echoed through the 9 heavens, resounding across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. At this moment, seated atop the imperial carriage, surrounded by flowing celestial light and the shimmering essence of myriad worlds, the Eastern Prince exuded an air of supreme authority, akin to the ruler of heaven and earth, and felt an immense joy. This was precisely what he desired, this was his path. Of course, the Eastern Prince was not an individual easily satisfied, his current might was merely a beginning, he aspired for the entirety of the wilderness to prostrate beneath his majesty. Indeed, even the saints might not be beyond his governance. Saints are undeniably powerful, but if the Eastern Prince were to attain sainthood himself, once he surpassed the saints in strength, how would the saints respond to such a supreme being? After the thunderous cheers of the celestial court's army subsided, the Eastern Prince's eyes sparkled with radiant divine light. The celestial court aligns with the heavenly way, governing all beings and upholding the order of yin and yang. Yet, the 3 ancestral witches of Mount Buzhou, who do not recognize the heavenly principles, show no reverence for the heavenly way, act in defiance, and violate the laws of the celestial court. Their crimes are unforgivable and warrant execution. His booming voice reverberated through the cosmos, reaching every ear among the celestial court's forces. This proclamation merely elucidated the rationale behind the celestial court's mobilization, and although some may deem it unnecessary and a waste of time, it was essential for the Eastern Prince's celestial court to assert itself as the rightful authority, an embodiment of heavenly mandate in the wilderness. Some rationale, however flimsy, was still necessary to present. Fortunately, the words previously spoken by Xianming regarding disrespect for the heavenly way and the saints served as an excellent justification. The label of disregarding the heavenly principles was swiftly affixed, making the celestial court's military action seem entirely justified. Having articulated the reason for mobilization, the Eastern Prince had no desire for further elaboration. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "The army shall march forth, upholding the heavenly will against the rebellious." Boom, 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 with a single order, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from the millions of celestial soldiers and generals, coalescing into a formidable force that darkened the heavens and exerted pressure across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. A veil of reverence enveloped the hearts of all beings, with some trembling in fear. Witnessing this scene, the multitude of great powers observing the celestial court of Jinwu were taken aback. The might of the celestial court was already an unstoppable force. Chapter 58, The Desperate Moment of the Celestial Court's Armies. Chapter 58, The Sun Star, within the Golden Crow Palace, as she gazed at the live broadcast of the Izhou Celestial Court displayed on the time calendar, a hint of sentimentality flickered in Shaha's beautiful eyes. Previously, everyone was aware of the celestial court's immense power, which already bore the semblance of a sovereign. However, the precise nature of this power remained elusive to all. Now, with the Eastern King personally leading a campaign, mobilizing a significant portion of the celestial court's forces, the displayed might of the celestial court provided all great practitioners with an exceedingly vivid perception. 5 esteemed practitioners had perished, yet there remained over 100 Da Luo immortal lords, alongside an even greater multitude of Tai immortal generals, and this was merely the force currently revealed. Who could ascertain whether there were hidden strengths within the Izhou Celestial Court? It would be quite implausible to believe that the Eastern King, in this personal expedition, had laid all the Celestial Court's strength bare for all to see. At the very least, another sovereign of the Celestial Court, the Western Queen Mother, remained firmly ensconced within the Izhou Celestial Court, showing no intention of making an appearance. Turning her gaze toward Fuguang, Sheher once again inquired, "What do you foresee as the outcome of the Eastern King's expedition? Surely, you have calculated it." Taking a sip of laurel brew, Fuguang replied with an air of nonchalance, "A resounding defeat." Swish, swish, Sheher, along with the aloof and serene Changshi, exchanged bewildered glances at Fuguang. To them, considering the formidable strength and momentum the celestial court currently displayed, it seemed improbable that they would not achieve at least a minor victory, if not a grand triumph. How could it possibly culminate in a disastrous defeat? Aware of Sheher and Changshi's incredulity regarding his judgment, Fuguang made no effort to elaborate further, merely wearing a mysterious smile as he continued to observe the scene on the time calendar, where the celestial army marched forth once again toward the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The specifics would soon become evident. Before long, under the scrutiny of various factions, the celestial army, led by the Eastern King, once more arrived at Buzhou Mountain. The atmosphere was undeniably different from the previous encounter, when only the female quasi-saint of the celestial court had come. The sky was thick with gathering dark clouds, and the air reverberated with the sound of thunder. The trumpet of war echoed throughout the heavens and the earth boomed. The war drums resounded, igniting the spirits of the soldiers. Simultaneously, the radiant celestial light tore through the dim sky, bringing a flicker of brightness to the already darkened domain of Buzhou Mountain. The Eastern King emerged from the divine palanquin, manifesting amidst a halo of golden light. The overwhelming aura of a great practitioner was unleashed recklessly into the expanse. Presumptuous. As soon as the Eastern King and his celestial army arrived, a furious roar reverberated through the heavens. Xuanming's wrath was palpable. Concurrently, a torrent of terrifying blood energy surged into the sky, sweeping across the entire firmament and earth. Thud, thud, thud. The three ancestral witches, Xianming, Zhurong, and Gonggong, materialized from Buzhou Mountain, their true forms manifesting the four great Daoist powers, emanating a formidable, suffocating pressure that directly countered the descending might of the Eastern King and the celestial army. As Xianming emerged from Buzhou Mountain, his expression was grim. "Since you have all come, then none shall leave." Such audacity from the ancestral witch, in the face of the celestial court's formidable disposition, did he remain unfazed. Setting aside everything else, that audacity was indeed remarkable. Hearing Xuanming's proclamation, the Eastern King sneered coldly. "Har, arrogance. I had thought you ancestral witches were indeed audacious, and today, I see it confirmed. I have come here today." The Eastern King intended to deliver a few more grandiloquent remarks, for he was the rightful authority, justified in his stance, and naturally, he needed to make some declarations before the impending battle. Of course, the more pressing reason was his keen interest in the combat prowess of the ancestral witches. If he could subjugate them for his own purposes, what could possibly hinder his grand ambitions? As for the notion that both sides, as protagonists of calamity, should be irreconcilable, that was simple enough. As long as the ancestral witches and their kin were integrated into the celestial court, it would no longer be deemed a conflict of interests. Regrettably, the Eastern King was evidently yet to witness the true tyranny of the ancestral witches. His words had not been fully articulated when a domineering voice interrupted. "Why waste words with him? Just kill him outright." As the words fell, thud, 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 three more colossal figures strode forth from Buzhou Mountain, their overflowing vitality and fearsome aura mirroring that of Xianming, Zhurong, and Gonggong. This scene caused the Eastern King, seated high upon his palanquin, to feel a jolt of fear simultaneously, the female quasi-saint of the celestial court accompanying him, along with the other two quasi-saint male immortals, turned pale with alarm. Even the four great practitioners were similarly affected, not to mention the Da Luo immortal lords, Tai immortal generals, and numerous celestial soldiers below. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, without uttering any superfluous words or seeking to salvage any semblance of dignity, the Eastern King issued the command to withdraw. At the same time, he decisively summoned a shuttle-shaped spiritual treasure, opening a luminous celestial bridge in the heavens. As long as one stepped onto the celestial bridge, they could be directly transported away from the battlefield and back to the Azhou celestial court. 6 indomitable physical beings, capable of withstanding any spiritual treasure, and the terrifying great practitioners who traversed an alternate path, posed a threat great enough to bury his entire army here. Should that occur, the celestial court would suffer a grievous blow. it was horrifying. Who could have anticipated there were not 4 or 5 ancestral witches as the Eastern King had envisioned, but a full 6? This battle was utterly unfeasible. Now you wish to flee. Just as the Eastern King employed his skills and the other 3 quasi-saints of the Celestial Court prepared to cooperate in their retreat, another chilling unfamiliar voice echoed. Immediately following, the scenery of this realm warped slightly, and an exceedingly terrifying spatial fluctuation descended from the sky like a canopy, ensnaring all the celestial army and the 6 ancestral witches within its grasp. Even the luminous celestial bridge conjured by the Eastern King was severed. The celestial army was thoroughly besieged within this realm. Who? This scene left the Eastern King both startled and furious, his voice booming. Such potent spatial mastery indicated that the opponent was no ordinary foe. He could break the blockade, yet the 6 ancestral witches, radiating murderous intent, would undoubtedly not grant him that opportunity. Just as the Eastern King's words fell, a 7th ancestral witch materialized, possessing 6 legs and 4 wings, formless and indistinct, resembling a yellow pouch yet blazing like red fire, exuding an aura akin to that of the 6 ancestral witches. Another ancestral witch. At this moment, the Eastern King and the Celestial Court's members experienced a shocking realization. The great practitioner's face turned ashen, disbelief etched across their features. The Daluo immortal lords appeared pale, fear gripping their hearts. Those below were filled with utter despair. At this juncture, apart from the 4 great practitioners, the remaining members of the Celestial Court could see no glimmer of hope for escape. Chapter 59. The collective sentiments towards the ancestral shaman. Chapter 59. At this moment, the entire expanse of heaven and earth was sealed off by the newly emerged ancestral witches. The barriers were fortified to an extraordinary degree. Even the formidable might of the Eastern Prince could not hope to breach the seals within a short span of time. The 7 wrathful ancestral witches would certainly not grant him the opportunity to break through the formation unscathed. Thus, the Eastern Prince found himself ensnared in a predicament with no feasible options. Of course, in the theatre of war, circumstances could change in an instant. The ancestral witches offered no respite for the Eastern Prince to devise a strategy. As soon as the sealing of heaven and earth was completed, the prepared ancestral witches, led by Xinming, surged forth with an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, roaring, "Kill!" Without any further ado, the 6 ancestral witches simultaneously unleashed their true forms and charged forth. At the forefront, Xinming manifested the paths of rain and ice, leading the charge directly towards the Eastern Prince. Following her were the fire ancestral witch Zhurong and the water ancestral witch Gonggong, 2 entities that had once clashed violently 3,000 years ago, now cooperating seamlessly as the paths of water and fire intertwined, sweeping over the celestial army. Among the 3 ancestral witches that followed, one wore the head of a tiger and the body of a human, with 4 hooves and long arms, exuding a terrifying aura of destructive thunder, resembling a thunderous demon. Another had 8 heads and human faces, with a tiger's body and 8 tails, surrounded by a gale that could shred all tangible forms into dust beneath its might. The last possessed a human face upon a beast's body, with dog-like ears adorned by green serpents, spreading deadly poison as it moved, causing all things, even the laws of the universe and spiritual energies, to wither under its toxic influence. As the 6 ancestral witches made their move, the very fabric of heaven and earth trembled with their malevolent energy. The terrifying aura of slaughter began to erode the morale of the celestial soldiers, causing even some Tai celestial generals and golden immortal leaders to falter. Just as the celestial army teetered on the brink of chaos, a resounding wave of formidable energy, akin to that of a mid-stage quasi-saint, erupted from the Eastern Prince, countering the combined might of the ancestral witches. Having risen from his imperial seat, the Eastern Prince confronted the leading Xinming, declaring, "Fellow Taoists, let us join forces and strive to fend off the ancestral witches' assault. The sealed heavens will be entrusted to the Queen Mother to break." Yet, he held firm in his belief that the Queen Mother, who had been closely monitoring the situation, would not allow nearly 2/3 of the celestial realm's living forces to be buried here without intervention. His sole focus was to withstand the onslaught of the 7 ancestral witches, without the need for further words from the Eastern Prince. The 3 quasi-saints of the Celestial Court had already summoned their myriad spiritual treasures and commenced the evolution of their own paths, rallying the forces of heaven and earth to confront the advancing ancestral witches. Meanwhile, numerous Daluo celestial lords and Tai celestial generals were not mere spectators. they understood that they could not intervene in the upper echelons of battle, thus, they formed formations to protect themselves, ensuring they would not fall before the arrival of the Queen Mother's rescue. Boom, the battle was about to erupt. The Eastern Prince was indeed extraordinarily powerful. He had already reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. His prowess far surpassed that of the 3 quasi-saints of the Celestial Court. Thus, as he confronted Xinming, he activated his divine arts, summoning innate spiritual treasures, and managed to include Zhurong and Gonggong, the 2 ancestral witches closely following Xinming, within his range of adversaries. Facing 3 foes alone, he did not succumb in an instant. Rather, relying on his immense strength and numerous spiritual treasures, he merely found himself at a disadvantage, being suppressed without sustaining any injuries. On another front, 2 male quasi-saints of the Celestial Court clashed with the 3 ancestral witches that had emerged behind them. However, in mere moments of engagement, they were overwhelmed and battered, left only with the strength to resist, devoid of any capability for retaliation. The female quasi-saint of the Celestial Court, who had previously faced Xinming without gaining the upper hand, also made her move. At this moment, a cloud scarf radiating celestial light adorned her head, emanating the aura of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, shielding her as she grasped a precious sword, her beautiful eyes fixated on the ancestral witch sealing the heavens. Though she had yet to act, she did not dare to be negligent. Her prior encounter with Xinming had made her acutely aware of the ancestral witch's might. Even though she had received an enhanced innate defensive spiritual treasure, the 8 treasures cloud scarf, from the Celestial Court, she had not refined it with sufficient innate divine prohibitions to unleash its full potential. One could not rule out the possibility that she might still fall short against the ancestral witch. HMPH. The ancestral witch, locked in the quasi-saint's gaze, sneered disdainfully but did not make a move. He refrained from striking a woman. As the enemy stood still, so too did she. The quasi-saint did not rush into confrontation, yet remained cautious. Her target was indeed correct. In the same vein, the opposing force had successfully restrained her. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the 3 purities frowned upon witnessing the emergence of the 7 ancestral witches, feeling an inexplicable sense of threat emanating from them. Yet, the 3 purities had no apparent ties of interest with the ancestral witches. This point led to a brief discussion among the 3 purities, yet they reached no conclusion. At Fengqi Mountain, within a pavilion, the recently emerged Nuer sat upon a stone bench, observing the battle with a serious expression, her exquisite face reflecting the gravity of the situation as her beautiful eyes scrutinized the 7 towering ancestral witches, sensing an intense threat. Even for one as proud as Nuer, facing the ancestral witches did not guarantee victory. Similarly, Fuxi, standing nearby, wore a furrowed brow, as did Bai Zi, who was also present. "I cannot comprehend why," Fuxi remarked, his face filled with confusion. "I feel an adversarial sensation from the ancestral witches, akin to that of a nemesis." Upon hearing this, Nuer appeared bewildered, subsequently furrowing her brow and inquiring, "Brother, a nemesis? Why do I not share this feeling?" Logically, as siblings, they should be in sync. If Fuxi could sense a nemesis-like presence from the ancestral witches, then Nuer should feel the same. Before Fuxi could respond, Bai Zi, a small Dieluo golden immortal, hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Two esteemed seniors, to speak candidly, I too sense a feeling of an enemy akin to fate emanating from those ancestral witches." Upon hearing this, both Nuer and Fuxi turned their gazes toward Bai Zi. Fuxi expressed mild surprise. "Young friend, Bai Zi has also sensed it. This matter, it may not be simple." Given Fuxi's current level of cultivation, such a pronounced sense of adversarial fate was undoubtedly credible, with no room for misinterpretation. Furthermore, Bai Zi also shared this sentiment. In other words, the ancestral witches represented mutual disdain between him and Bai Zi, indicating a high likelihood of future hostilities. However, at this moment, witnessing the formidable power of the ancestral witches, Fuxi harbored doubts about whether he could stand against them. Chapter 60, The Queen Mother Takes Action. Chapter 60, Inside the Golden Crow Palace. As 7 ancestral witches made their grand appearance, Cher's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her expression one of astonishment. 7 ancestral witches. His, Chansha's expression also reflected a hint of shock, her enchanting gaze flickering incessantly. In contrast, having long been aware of the ancestral witch's true nature and the formidable strength of the witch clan, Fu Guang exhibited little emotional response. Instead, his gaze held a peculiar quality: these ancestral witches are still concealing themselves. Despite Dong Wangong leading 2/3 of the Celestial Court's forces into battle at Mount Buzhou, they had not managed to compel all 12 ancestral witches to reveal themselves. It was astonishing that the opposition continued to hide their strength. Goodness, even such reckless beings as the 12 ancestral witches had begun employing clever tactics of deception. One could only imagine how many hidden players existed in this vast primordial world. At this moment, Fu Guang felt immensely grateful that he had not been seduced by the allure of the Heavenly Sovereign's throne. Otherwise, he might have found himself facing this cunning assembly of ancestral witches instead of Dong Wangong. After this battle, Fu Guang observed the live broadcast of the timeline with composure, exclaiming, "The ancestral witches and their associated races will emerge as the new overlords of the primordial realm." Moreover, judging by the domineering manner of these ancestral witches, once their race fully manifests, the myriad beings of heaven and earth will find it difficult to experience a day of peace. Upon hearing this, Shiher, who had long anticipated the outcome of this inevitable battle, turned her gaze toward Fu Guang. "Indeed, the ancestral witches are exceedingly tyrannical, but as it stands, if we do not provoke them, we should be able to coexist peacefully, should we not?" Given the direct warning from Chen Yuan to the myriad beings of the primordial realm against entering Mount Buzhou, it was evident that the ancestral witches were indeed domineering. Yet, to assert that the primordial realm would be thrown into chaos seemed somewhat premature, did it not? In response, Fu Guang chuckled, "Coexist peacefully. When calamity descends, is there still room for peace?" With the Celestial Court and the ancestral witches locked in a stalemate, Dong Wangong will undoubtedly realize the shortcomings of the Celestial Court. Consequently, he will certainly strive to bolster the Celestial Court's strength, recruiting more quasi-saint powerhouses and great Tao practitioners into its ranks. Thus, following this battle, the Celestial Court's power will once again ascend to new heights. At this juncture, Fu Guang's gaze shifted toward Shiher and Changxi. Perhaps Dong Wangong will even extend an invitation to you two sisters from Shi Wangmu. If that truly comes to pass, what would your response be? Shaking her head, Shiher maintained her composure. "I am not swayed by the Celestial Court." As for Changxi, she offered no reply. Given her disposition, even if Shiher were to join the Celestial Court, it was unlikely that Changxi would follow suit. She harbored no desire to align herself with any faction. Upon hearing Shiher's words, Fu Guang smiled, contemplating. Not being swayed by the Celestial Court implied that should another force capture her interest, she would not hesitate to join, would she? This notion piqued Fu Guang's curiosity. Shi Wangmu has made her move. Just as Fu Guang and Shiher were conversing, Changxi's unruffled voice resonated. Subsequently, both Fu Guang and Shiher directed their gazes back toward the battlefield. Buzz. Beyond the vast expanse sealed by the ancestral witch's overwhelming power, Shi Wangmu's figure materialized amidst a radiant celestial light. Behind her hovered a mirror suffused with the essence of time, while her jade hand grasped a misty little banner. Her formidable aura, now reaching the mid-stage of quasi-saint, radiated grandly, illuminating the heavens with myriad rays of light and auspicious clouds ascending. Given Shi Wangmu's character, she initially had no intention of intervening in this battle. However, as the queen of the Celestial Court, she could not idly watch as 2/3 of its vital forces were obliterated here. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Shi Wangmu resolved to take action. Observing the sealed realm, Shi Wangmu's expression grew grave as she directly activated her spiritual treasure. Boom! Behind her, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Kunlun mirror, whirred with the power of time, its profound patterns igniting, celestial light bursting forth, illuminating all things. The terrifying spiritual radiance converged, akin to breaking through the clouds, forcefully striking the sealed realm. In an instant, the 9 heavens trembled, and the earth began to sway, violent ripples surging across the spatial barrier that confined the realm. Soon after, a fissure began to tear open in the space barrier under the assault of the Kunlun mirror, with her jade hand forming seals and her incantations shifting. Ultimately, crack. Accompanied by a clear sound of shattering resonating through the heavens, the entire sealed realm was thoroughly breached by Shi Wangmu's efforts. After breaking through the ancestral witch's confinement, Shi Wangmu's expression remained serious. The plain-colored cloud realm banner in her hand radiated misty wonders, cascading down myriad rays of celestial light, standing tall above the celestial army, shielding all its warriors. Thereafter, Shi Wangmu issued a solemn command, retreat. As her words fell, Shi Wangmu raised her beautiful eyes, and a golden hairpin in her grasp transformed into a divine sword, which she wielded to cleave through the space before her. Clash! A colossal iron fist erupted from the void, violently colliding with the divine sword in Shi Wangmu's hand. Boom! The fierce clash sent tremors throughout the heavens and earth. The overwhelming vitality and the offensive power of the spiritual treasure surged into the heavens, ascending to the ninth sky. The ancestral witches, concealed within the space, prepared to launch another assault on Shi Wangmu. Impudence! The celestial court quasi-saintess, who had been fixated on him, roared in fury, her celestial veil billowing above her head, wielding an innate sword, and rushed toward him, positioning herself to shield Shi Wangmu behind her. Unfazed by the quasi-saintess's actions, the ancestral witch, undeterred, launched a furious onslaught against her. Shi Wangmu's gaze shifted toward Dong Wanggong, directly extending her aid to him, who was currently at a distinct disadvantage. With Shi Wangmu alleviating the pressure of battle, Dong Wanggong managed to extricate himself and once again summoned a shuttle-shaped spiritual treasure. Buzz! The luminous bridge connecting the battlefield and the Ajou celestial court materialized anew in the realm. This time, the celestial army swiftly traversed the luminous bridge without any hindrance, completing their evacuation in mere moments. Just as the army departed, Dong Wanggong and several other powerful celestial figures unleashed their might, driving back the attacking ancestral witches, and each employed their escape techniques, decisively retreating from the battle, distancing themselves from Mount Buzhou. As everyone departed, Shi Wangmu, who had come to provide support, cast a solemn glance at the 7 ancestral witches, and the Kunlun mirror behind her tore open a rift in time and space, allowing her to leap through and retreat alongside them. Chapter 61, The Distressed Three Purities. Chapter 61, The Departure of the Queen Mother of the West. With the retreat of the Queen Mother of the West, the second campaign waged by the Celestial Court against the ancestral witches of Mount Buzhou concluded in failure. This time, the 7 revered ancestors did not pursue their advantage. Manifesting her innate Tao body, Xianming cast her enchanting gaze upon the cosmos and proclaimed, "From this day forth, Mount Buzhou is the rightful domain of us, the authentic descendants of Pangu, the witch clan. Those who dare to intrude upon Mount Buzhou shall face death. Let it not be said that we did not forewarn you." With this declaration, Xianming and her fellow ancestors made no attempt to conceal their origins, openly declaring their lineage, indifferent to the potential upheaval their words might incite throughout the realms. After casting this ripple-inducing proclamation among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, Xianming and the 7 ancestors retreated back into Mount Buzhou. Following the Celestial Court's 2 disheartening defeats, Mount Buzhou was destined to become a forbidden zone for all living beings. The magnitude of this impact is neither negligible nor insignificant. In comparison to the prohibition against entering Mount Buzhou, the significance and implications of the phrase "authentic descendants of Pangu" are evidently far greater. Within the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star, Fuguang had already retracted the temporal chronicle into his spiritual platform. Stretching languorously, he bore a relaxed expression. "This battle has come to a close, yet the calamity has merely commenced, and the days ahead shall not be devoid of intrigue." Of course, Fuguang's stemmed from another consideration. The potential reaction of the Eastern King upon uncovering their witch clan's true nature remained uncertain. However, Fuguang was certain that the ancestors would not simply let this matter rest. To be besieged twice without retaliation would render the ancestors unworthy of their title, and the witch clan likewise unworthy of its name. Although the ancestors had not suffered losses in these 2 encounters, the essence of being besieged is fundamentally different. The absence of a counterstrike thus far is merely due to the majority of the witch clan still gestating within the Pangu temple, with only the 12 ancestors having manifested into the world. Descendants of Pangu, Cher bore a look of astonishment. "I never imagined that the ancestors would actually be the true descendants of Pangu." No wonder that when Ancestor Xianming uttered those words, neither Heaven's Tao nor that individual responded. If they are indeed the offspring of the great Pangu, they possess the right to make such declarations. Upon hearing this, Fuguang smiled. "Authentic descendants of Pangu. Har har har, some individuals are surely destined to feel discomfort." At this, a flicker of understanding crossed Cher's eyes. It was evident that she had deduced who Fuguang referred to as destined for discomfort. In the Jade Void Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, the expressions of the three pure ones were somewhat grim, their gazes ablaze with indignation. The proudest among them, Yuan Shi, cast a frigid stare towards Mount Buzhou and coldly remarked, "Authentic descendants of Pangu Hum." Tong Qian furrowed his brow, feeling equally displeased. Xuanming's words, particularly the term authentic, seemed to mock the three pure ones as if they were not the true descendants. If the witch clan can claim the title of authentic descendants of Pangu, then we, the three brothers, can rightfully do so as well. Tong Qian spoke with a somber tone. Moreover, when we traversed the primordial chaos, we did so under the banner of authentic descendants of Pangu. The ancestors and their witch clan are the newcomers. We need not concern ourselves overly with their claims. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi, rare in his agreement, nodded in acknowledgement of Tong Qian's words. As the leader of the three pure ones, Laozi remained silent, yet his furrowed brow betrayed his profound displeasure. Although Tong Qian's words held some merit, the three brothers understood that the emergence of the ancestors and the witch clan had inevitably altered the situation in an irreversible manner. At the very least, they were no longer the sole bearers of the title, authentic descendants of Pangu, traversing the primordial chaos, as clouds drift in the heavens like white garments, swiftly transforming into grey dogs. It was but a fleeting moment. The Celestial Court's second expedition against the ancestors, which ended in dismal defeat, had transpired over the course of more than a Yuan meeting. During this Yuan meeting, Mount Buzhou had entirely become a forbidden zone for all beings of the primordial chaos. No celestial beings dared venture there in search of fortune, fearing encounters with the formidable ancestors and the yet-to-emerge witch clan. Following two catastrophic defeats, the Celestial Court opted to circumvent Mount Buzhou in its endeavors. Simultaneously, having witnessed the ancestors' might, the Eastern King fully opened the treasury of the Jinwu Celestial Court, embarking on an extensive cultivation of high-level combatants. The campaign against the various clans of the primordial chaos to strengthen themselves unfolded with increasing frequency. Moreover, under the immense pressure exerted by the ancestors and the witch clan, the Celestial Court seemed to have lost patience in its recruitment of the mighty practitioners and Deluo cultivators within the primordial chaos. After the defeat, the undaunted Eastern King advanced in his cultivation, leveraging the momentum to sever his second corpse. Subsequently, he personally visited several mighty practitioners, either making grand promises or exerting martial pressure, gradually drawing a number of powerful practitioners to join the Celestial Court, further augmenting its foundation and fortune. Naturally, the Eastern King refrained from wasting breath on those he deemed impossible to recruit. For instance, he held no interest in visiting Fuguang, the three pure ones, Hongyun, Jinyuanzi, Fuxi, Newer, and the likes of the ancestor of the Blood Sea and the Underworld River, recognizing that they would never join the Celestial Court. Any attempt would be futile, as the strength of the Celestial Court experienced yet another period of expansion. Beneath Mount Buzhou within the Pangu Temple, amidst a vast ocean of blood, a terrifying and extreme aura of malevolence began to gather. On this day, the 12 ancestors, stationed beside the Blood Sea within the Pangu Temple, gazed expectantly at the churning waters. Leading them was the imposing figure of Dijang, the eldest among the 12 ancestors, who had previously sealed the space during the battle with the Celestial Court. With his eyes fixed on the Blood Sea, he proclaimed, "The day of our witch clan's progeny has arrived." Dijang's words were met with the approval of the other ancestors, who chimed in, "At last, the moment has come. I have long been unable to contain my anticipation. Once our progeny emerges, we shall proclaim the annihilation of the Celestial Court to herald our clan's arrival to the world." As the 12 ancestors engaged in their banter, a resounding rumble echoed. The Blood Sea within the Pangu Temple surged relentlessly, while the greyish malevolent aura enveloping the entire temple swiftly surged into the sea. Subsequently, with a cacophony of splashes, beings of various shapes and sizes, some even bizarre in form, began to manifest from the Blood Sea. The Witch Clan has finally emerged. Chapter 62, Fuxi and Baize's visit to the Sunstar once more. Chapter 62. A continuous stream of shamanic tribesmen emerged from the Pangu Temple. Soon, under the arrangement of the 12 ancestral shamans, the countless shamans born from the blood pool within the temple, infused with malevolent energies, were divided into 12 distinct shamanic tribes. From the Pangu Temple as their central hub, they began to expand, develop, and proliferate in all directions. With each passing year, as they grew stronger, they gradually came into contact with the primordial races not far from the Jinwu mountains, as well as some solitary cultivators, who witnessed what manner of beings the shamans were, physically formidable, devoid of primordial spirits, not cultivating magical powers or divine abilities, but instead absorbing malevolent energies to strengthen their physical forms, rendering them an exceedingly fearsome race. If it were merely this, the existence of the shamans would not be particularly remarkable. The issue lies in the fact that, aside from a select few powerful shamans, such as the ancestral shamans and great shamans, who could absorb the malevolent, sanguine, and spiritual energies of the world to nourish themselves, the vast majority of ordinary shamans required sustenance through food on a daily basis. This necessity compelled the shamans to forage for edible resources each day, alongside hunting for meat to satiate their hunger. One day, a hunting party of shamans inadvertently killed a cultivator of another race, discovering that upon death, his innate form transformed into a colossal beast the size of a mountain, not only substantial in weight but also possessing exceptionally delicious flesh rich in immense energy. Consuming it could rapidly enhance the physical strength of the shamans, and thus, the situation spiraled out of control. In a remarkably short span of time, the shamanic diet became increasingly diverse, incorporating spiritual fruits, wild beasts, ancient ferocious creatures, and myriad races from the primordial realm. As the shamanic menu expanded and a plentiful source of meat became available, the overall strength and reproductive rate of the shamans surged exponentially, swiftly reaching a truly staggering number. Meanwhile, the various races of the primordial world, however slow to react, eventually discerned the irreconcilable conflict between themselves and the shamans, who were powerful and voraciously preying upon them. The shamans' diet encompassed all races of the primordial world. This revelation was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the myriad races while inciting fury in some. It was entirely normal for one or two races to regard each other as prey, but for the shamans to treat all races as food. Such audacity was nothing short of reckless. In an instant, the conflict between the myriad races and the shamans intensified at an alarming rate, erupting into battles between various races and the shamans at regular intervals. Regrettably, the myriad races, akin to a scattered heap of sand, stood no chance against the shamans in individual combat. Even those few who managed to unite found themselves facing slaughter. In this context, tens of thousands of years passed. In the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang, clad in leisurely attire, reclined against the Fusang divine tree with his eyes closed in a semblance of slumber. Since confirming that the celestial court had engaged with the shamans, a great weight had lifted from his heart, allowing him to feel utterly at ease. This period had been one of unparalleled leisure. As Fu Guang rested, his brow suddenly furrowed. A distinguished guest approaches. Go welcome them, and bring the two esteemed guests directly here. Upon uttering this command, Chunlan, now at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm and exhibiting the aura of a Tai Golden Immortal, bowed in acknowledgement. Yes. Chunlan departed, and in roughly a quarter of an hour, she returned, leading Fuxi and Baize into the courtyard. Upon their arrival, Fu Guang rose and clasped his fists toward Fuxi. Fuxi, my friend, it has been a long time. How have you been? Hearing Fu Guang's greeting, Fuxi returned the gesture while responding, har har har. Fu Guang, my friend, it's good to see you. I hope you will forgive our intrusion this time. At the same time, Baize, who accompanied Fuxi, respectfully bowed to Fu Guang, proclaiming, I, Baize, pay my respects to Elder Fu Guang. Upon hearing this, Fu Guang glanced at Baize and nodded, indeed. In such a short time, you have advanced to the late stage of the Great Luo. You are certainly a promising individual. Perhaps before long, you will become one of our peers. In response to Fu Guang's praise, Baize smiled but remained humble, modestly stating, it is merely the result of Fuxi's guidance. It is nothing worth mentioning. Nodding, Fu Guang chose not to dwell on this topic further and invited both Fuxi and Baize to take a seat. He then retrieved a set of tea utensils and began to brew tea with a fluid grace, his movements elegant and captivating, enchanting both Fuxi and Baize with their charm and curiosity. In the primordial realm, the act of brewing tea among the myriad immortals was typically accomplished with a mere thought. Thus, the elaborate yet seemingly superfluous ritual performed by Fu Guang piqued their interest. Before long, Fu Guang poured a cup of tea for both Fuxi and Baize. Gentlemen, please enjoy this tea. Upon seeing the cups placed before them, both Fuxi and Base momentarily adopted a serious demeanor. After all, Fu Guang, being a powerful figure, performing such a ritual before serving them tea, imbued the act with significance, regardless of the taste or effect being the same. To treat it lightly would be to disrespect the performance of a grandmaster like Fu Guang. Har har har, observing the serious and cautious expressions on Fuxi and Base, Fu Guang couldn't help but chuckle. There is no need for such formality. It is merely a cup of ordinary tea. The series of actions just now was simply a little ritual for my own amusement. Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, Fuxi and Base were taken aback for a moment before relaxing and smiling. After a cup of tea had passed, Fu Guang picked up a piece of pastry and leaned back against the chair, directing his gaze toward the two renowned figures of the primordial realm. In the current situation, why are you two not residing peacefully at Mountain, but instead braving the unexpected to visit my Golden Crow Palace? What brings you here? Fu Guang was not one to indulge in circumlocution, thus, unable to ascertain the reason for Fuxi and Base's visit, he opted to inquire directly. Subtlety was not suited to Fu Guang's character. Chapter 63, The Saint Provides Support. Why are you so anxious? Chapter 63, The direct inquiry of Fu Guang did not take Fuxi and Baizi by surprise. They possessed a certain level of understanding regarding Fu Guang. After a moment of contemplation, Fuxi furrowed his brow and spoke. What are your views on the ancestor witches and the witch clan? Since the emergence of the witch clan, chaos has reigned throughout the 4 seas and 8 desolations, with bloodshed rampant. The witch clan is exceedingly peculiar, seemingly born to be at odds with all the myriad races of the primordial world. Some races have even been completely consumed by the witch clan, utterly vanishing from existence. If this continues, it is likely that, apart from the witch clan, all other races will cease to exist in the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing Fuxi's grave words, a faint smile played upon Fu Guang's lips. He retorted, who would have thought that you, my friend Fuxi, possess such a compassionate heart? After a playful jab, Fu Guang continued, as for my perspective on the ancestor witches and their unique clan, I hold no particular views. It was not Fuxi's place to fret about such matters. Firstly, the rightful rulers of the 4 seas and 8 desolations are the celestial court, and with their presence, there is no need for Fuxi to be anxious. Secondly, even in the absence of the celestial court, another force would eventually rise to confront the witch clan, thus it would not be Fuxi's burden to bear. Thirdly, even in the direst of circumstances, are there not sages who would provide support? Would a sage idly observe the witch clan's growth while disregarding the heavenly way, disrespecting the sages, and ignoring the celestial order? Such a scenario is inconceivable. After pondering for a moment, Fuxi spoke candidly. To be frank, since the ancestor witches began to appear and the witch clan emerged, both Baizi and I have sensed an aura akin to that of archenemies emanating from them. Not only us, but many younger generations currently visiting Mountain share this sentiment. Yet curiously, my younger sister has felt no such resonance, which ought not to be the case. The intricacies of this matter have eluded both my sister and me. At this juncture, Fuxi cast an expectant gaze towards Fu Guang. Your divination skills are on par with mine, could you possibly discern something? In response, Fu Guang did not directly answer Fuxi's question, nor did he feign an air of deliberation. He merely organized his thoughts. I do possess certain conjectures, but I cannot disclose this information to you. This is a matter of heavenly secrets, it must not be revealed. Why do Fuxi, Baizi, and many others seeking refuge at Mountain perceive the ancestor witches and the witch clan as archenemies? Fu Guang understood this all too well. Should he embark on the path of hegemony, those who feel this resonance would serve as the backbone of his resistance against the witch clan. Furthermore, Fuxi is destined to perish at the hands of the ancestor witches during the calamity. Subsequently, he would rise as one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity. The connections of causality and the extent of fate entangled in this scenario are immense, thus, it is entirely natural for Fuxi and the others to instinctively sense an adversarial aura emanating from the witch clan upon learning of their existence. It would be more peculiar if they did not. Acknowledging this reality, Fu Guang would never divulge such information to Fuxi and Baizi. Revealing heavenly secrets could not only incur grave consequences but might also drag him back into the whirlpool of tribulation and fate that he had so painstakingly begun to escape. This was something Fu Guang was determined to avoid. Is that so? Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, both Fuxi and Baizi expressed their understanding. After all, they too were adept at calculations and were well aware of the immense price one must pay for disclosing forbidden heavenly secrets. Very well, Fu Guang declared, bringing this topic to a close. With a smile, he added, it is rare to have guests at my Golden Crow Palace. Since you both are here, why not engage in a couple of games of chess? Upon hearing Fu Guang's invitation, both Fuxi and Baizi's eyes sparkled. If you wish to play, we are most agreeable. Both were fond of Go, and Fuxi had even composed numerous game records. Over the past years, his skills had improved significantly, and he was eager to see if he could secure a victory against Fu Guang this time. The memory of his previous defeat was still fresh in his mind. Before long, in the courtyard, Fuxi and Baizi took turns playing against Fu Guang. Time slipped away gradually amidst their matches. In the blink of an eye, time passed. With the existential threat posed by the Witch Clan, the myriad races of the primordial realm incessantly sought allies and powerful beings capable of safeguarding their existence. After careful deliberation, the increasingly formidable Celestial Court, which welcomed all who sought refuge, became the choice for many primordial races. Thus, with the emergence of the Witch Clan and their display of formidable combat prowess, coupled with their irreconcilable conflicts with the myriad races, the Celestial Court did not suffer a significant loss of power or prestige due to their earlier defeats. Rather, they benefited and grew even stronger. Of course, the changes within the Celestial Court and the transformations of the myriad races bore little relevance to Fu Guang, who resided high above on the solar star. He remained indifferent to such matters as long as the Celestial Court and the Witch Clan did not provoke him or draw him into the tribulations. He had no qualms about the disturbances occurring throughout the 4 seas and 8 desolations. In fact, at this moment, Fu Guang was contemplating a significant aspect of his life, marriage. Having already taken a step out of the whirlpool of tribulation, it was high time he considered this important matter seriously. After all, one of his deep-seated desires was to marry a wife with whom he could share his life and endure together. Naturally, a wife would be the red banner of the family. As for whether there would be any other flags outside, that would depend on fate. At present, Fu Guang pondered, as a mere wandering cultivator, an ordinary solar deity, do I still possess the qualifications to attain heavenly marriage and receive? Chapter 64, The Unvarnished Primal Chaos, The Scheme for the Heavenly Marriage. Chapter 64, The Celestial Marriage. It is not solely Fu Guang who possesses this qualification. The merits of the heavenly marriage among heaven, earth, and humanity are indeed finite. Those who meet the requisite conditions are few, yet they are not entirely absent. Under the original trajectory, Di Jun was able to successfully attain the heavenly marriage and acquire the merits of the Tao of Heaven, for he was the sovereign of the demon clan and the ruler of the Celestial Court. His identity and status were sufficiently elevated to warrant the existence of a demon empress by his side, making the attainment of the heavenly marriage a matter of course. Presently, Fu Guang does not hold the identity of the demon clan's ruler or the Celestial Court sovereign. In fact, he has yet to even step into the realm of calamity. Whether he can successfully attain the heavenly marriage remains uncertain. Never mind, he shook his head, suppressing his thoughts. Fu Guang's gaze turned resolute. In any case, everything will proceed according to the standards of the heavenly marriage. If it can be achieved, that would be splendid. If not, let it serve as a celebration. As he spoke, Fu Guang, clad in immaculate attire, turned to his attendant, the 4 flower fairies, and issued a directive. After I visit the Taiyin star, I shall accompany 2 fellow Taoists to listen to the Tao amidst the chaos. During my absence, you 4 should diligently seclude yourselves within the Jinwu Palace, striving to attain the Tai Tao fruit as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the 4 flower fairies bowed in deference, responding, we shall faithfully obey your command. Once Fu Guang had left, the 4 flower fairies attended to the affairs within the Jinwu Palace before entering their secluded cultivation. To date, the 4 flower fairies were on the cusp of fully entering the Tai realm. The Tai Golden Immortal could, to a certain extent, represent Fu Guang in various matters. Thus, Fu Guang harbored considerable anticipation for the growth of the 4 flower fairies. As he journeyed towards the Taiyin star, Fu Guang would occasionally pause to collect opportunities from the stars he passed, those that held a connection to him. Thus, during the journey from the Sun Star to the Taiyin star, Fu Guang garnered quite a bounty. Upon once more arriving outside the Taiyin star, Fu Guang's expression grew earnest. Fu Guang of the Sun Star comes to pay a visit to my two esteemed friends. May I inquire if you are both present? Although he had visited previously, that time, Fu Guang sought companions for amusement, thus lacking formality. This time, however, he was genuinely here to pay respects to the sisters Shihi and Chanxi, and proper etiquette was paramount. He did not wait long before the two sisters, Shihi and Chanxi, descended amidst the moonlight, approaching Fu Guang with faint smiles upon their faces. The noble Shihi regarded Fu Guang and inquired, "Have you come today to invite us sisters to the Jinwu Palace for yet another splendid performance?" Taken aback for a moment, Fu Guang felt a twinge of embarrassment as he replied, "This time, I have come to formally visit my two esteemed friends." With a gentle nod and a smile, Shihi stepped aside, gesturing, "Please, come in." She understood that Fu Guang was indeed here as a guest, and her previous remark had merely been a jest. Shortly thereafter, beneath the laurel tree of the Moon Goddess Palace, Fu Guang and the two sisters took their seats, as an array of spiritual fruits and pastries were presented before them. Just as Fu Guang settled himself and prepared to pour himself a glass of delectable laurel wine, a fragrant osmanthus cake was presented before him by Chanxi, her beautiful eyes reflecting anticipation. Chanxi looked at Fu Guang, saying, "This osmanthus cake is made by me, do try it." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang set down his wine cup, accepting the osmanthus cake with a warm smile, saying, "Thank you." Previously, Chanxi had invited him to the Taiyin Star to sample her handmade pastries. This was something Fu Guang had forgotten, considering it merely a casual remark. He was pleasantly surprised that Chanxi had remembered. To be honest, Chanxi's gesture truly touched the tender depths of Fu Guang's heart. After witnessing Fu Guang savor the osmanthus cake, Chanxi returned to her usual composed and indifferent demeanor, quietly sitting in her place, embodying an air of detachment from worldly affairs. Meanwhile, Shihi's smile had not faded. She spoke up, "My little sister has eagerly awaited your arrival for quite some time." In response, Fu Guang raised an eyebrow, instinctively asking, "And what about you?" The moment he uttered these words, he sensed an unease. It felt as though he were a cat who sought to flirt with both sisters simultaneously. Nonetheless, Shihi and Chanxi appeared unfazed by such trivialities. Upon hearing Fu Guang's counter, Shihi gracefully nodded in acknowledgement. "Naturally, I too have been looking forward to it." Fu Guang felt as though he had first been touched by Chanxi's gentle warmth and then enticed by Shihi. After mentally reciting a calming mantra, he managed to quell the slight tumult within his heart. Fu Guang understood, when it comes to romance in the primordial realm, there is no need for roundabout proofs of affection. One merely needs to express their intentions directly. As beings of innate divinity, all were striving for the Tao, leaving little time to squander on trivial pursuits. This was commendable. After all, Fu Guang also disliked unnecessary entanglements. Thus, after 3 rounds of wine, Fu Guang spoke candidly, "Esteemed friends, I wish to propose forming a Tao partner relationship with you sisters." In an instant, 2 pairs of beautiful eyes. In the presence of the 2 divine maidens' scrutiny, Fu Guang did not falter or feel shy. Instead, he continued, "However, regarding this matter, I have some plans. Should they come to fruition, we shall not only become an enviable couple but also gain the merits of the Tao of Heaven. It is precisely, I truly lack confidence." Upon hearing this, both Shihi and Chanxi nodded lightly, indicating their understanding. Fu Guang raised his hand, compressing the numerous considerations regarding the heavenly marriage into a beam of celestial light, which he presented to Shihi and Chanxi. "The plans concerning this matter are encapsulated within. You two may take a look and then provide me with your response." After glancing at the celestial light before them, Shihi and Chanxi exchanged glances and chose to accept. Chapter 65, Lecture 3, Chapter 65, A Mere Moment. Shihi and Chanxi, the 2 sisters, exchanged a glance, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and incredulity. Instinctively, the bewildered Shihi remarked, "Is it truly possible? Is the attainment of heavenly merit so effortlessly achievable? If it were indeed that simple, why would virtuous practitioners be so scarce in the cosmos?" No, hold on. If this scheme was proposed by Fu Guang, despite its peculiarities, it remains quite plausible. The reason is simple: if one were to name the foremost virtuous practitioner in the primordial chaos, it would undoubtedly be Fu Guang. Once, he created written language, simultaneously establishing the path of literature and amassing immense heavenly merit, along with a plethora of merit-based treasures. Again, he marked the chronology of the primordial realm, determining the cosmic time sequence, and was rewarded with substantial heavenly merit, in addition to acquiring the unique title of Sun Deity and a supreme innate merit treasure, alongside a collection of time sequence treasures. With two successful endeavors, Fu Guang's methods for cultivating merit are undeniably credible. Thus, what Fu Guang had just shared with the sisters regarding the heavenly marriage merit might indeed be attainable. Naturally, to secure this merit without fail, several conditions must be met: the identities of both parties, the identity of the officiant, with Fu Guang's status as the sole sun deity, and the identities of Shihi and Changxi as the lunar star masters. They might just be sufficient to elicit a response from the heavenly path. The pressing question now is, the officiant must possess sufficient qualifications. In Shihi and Changxi's eyes, no one in the primordial realm currently holds such qualifications, unless it is that saint residing in the Purple Cloud Palace. However, to persuade that saint to step out and officiate the marriage for these two young disciples, it might not be entirely unfeasible. Contemplating this, Shihi turned her enchanting gaze towards Fu Guang. When do you wish to commence this affair? Having learned about the heavenly marriage, Shihi no longer regarded Fu Guang as a simpleton, lacking in romantic sensibilities. Rather, she felt a tinge of urgency within her heart. Instead, she had grown more composed, with an infinite lifespan as a primordial deity. As long as one does not fall victim to calamities, existence alongside the world is trivial. Therefore, Shihi did not mind if Fu Guang took additional time to meticulously plan this matter. There is no rush. Savoring the laurel wine and indulging in Osman-thus cake, Fu Guang replied, to realize this plan, we must await a special opportunity. It cannot be done at present. The reason I have shared this with you is to prevent any misunderstandings regarding your previous attitudes towards me. I am not eloquent, so I can only speak candidly. Upon hearing this, Shihi nodded lightly. My sister and I both understand your intentions. Now that we are clear about your stance, how we proceed from here is entirely up to you. Should you require assistance or collaboration, do not hesitate to voice it. Nodding in agreement, Fu Guang did not elaborate further on the heavenly marriage. Firstly, Newer is still merely a nascent saint, and the red embroidery ball has yet to be in her possession. The officiant has not yet been established, rendering the heavenly marriage a mere jest. Secondly, to confidently secure the heavenly marriage merit, he needs to elevate his own status within the primordial cosmos, as well as that of the sisters, Shihi and Changxi. This is not particularly challenging. After all, the reputation of the sun deity and the two lunar goddesses resonates strongly throughout the primordial realm. The so-called status within the primordial cosmos essentially pertains to one's renown. What is the significance of the heavenly marriage among heaven, earth, and humanity? Quite simply, it aims to instill a concept of order, ethics, and moral law among the beings of the primordial realm, so that occurrences of incestuous relationships, such as between father and daughter, mother and son, brother and sister, do not transpire. This serves as a means to clarify the yin-yang order and promotes the development and prosperity of future generations. Therefore, officiating a marriage is the only way to obtain heavenly merit. Now, the question arises, how can the process of officiating a marriage be widely remembered by the beings of the primordial realm? The answer is straightforward. Both parties to the marriage, the guests attending the ceremony, and the officiant must be prominent figures. In plain terms, leveraging the influence of celebrities will suffice. Di Jun need not exert himself to elevate his status or notoriety. As the demon emperor and the lord of the heavenly court, he is inherently a celebrity. His identity and position are established. What is said is simply following the lead of those above. If the demon emperor and the lord of the heavenly court adhere to proper marriage customs, who among the populace would dare to act recklessly? Thus, they would naturally follow suit. The ethical norms surrounding marriage would gradually take shape. However, Fu Guang is different. He commands only the 4 flower fairies as attendants, not being a power broker or a clan leader. Consequently, the only method Fu Guang can conceive to enhance the likelihood of officiating the marriage is to further amplify his and the sisters' celebrity status, utilizing their influence to inspire the myriad beings of the cosmos to emulate them. thereby increasing the chance of successfully officiating the marriage. Returning to the topic at hand, after setting aside the marriage discussion, the conversation among the three shifted to a more relaxed and mundane tone. They spoke of the myriad events transpiring across the vast seas and the 8 desolations, shared insights gained from their reflections on the Great Tao, and exchanged views on the celestial and earthly circumstances. Thus, time gradually slipped away. On this day, within the tranquil moon goddess palace of the lunar star, the sound of a bell suddenly resonated. Dong, dong, dong. Hearing the sound of the bell, Fu Guang, Shihi, and Charn Shi, who had been harmonizing their instruments, paused their activities. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in their eyes as they exchanged glances. It is time for the third lecture. With a flick of his wrist, Fu Guang stored away his ancient zither, a treasure of merit, and rose to his feet. He looked at Shihi and Charn Shi. Shall we go together? With a smile and a nod, Shihi did not decline. That is indeed my wish. As for Charn Shi, she had no objections whatsoever. Before long, the three transformed into golden rainbows and moonlight, emerging from the lunar star and heading towards the chaotic expanse beyond. In contrast to the relaxed demeanor of Shihi and Charn Shi, Fu Guang's expression bore a weighty seriousness. So much was to transpire in this third lecture. Fu Guang himself felt a slight sense of urgency. After all, this third lecture would be pivotal in determining the future saints. To be honest, Fu Guang, too, yearned to attain sainthood, yet before that, he faced a life-and-death crisis that required immediate resolution. Now that he had already extricated one leg from this peril, he found himself with the capacity to momentarily gaze upon the splendid vistas of enlightenment awaiting him. Chapter 66, Is That All? How many people yearn for it yet have not had the opportunity? Chapter 66, A smooth arrival at the chaotic Purple Cloud Palace. After exchanging the necessary courtesies, Fu Guang and his 2 companions found a spot to sit cross-legged, quietly awaiting the opening of the Purple Cloud Palace, indifferent to all else. It was as if they were accompanied by formidable beings of immense power, such as the Eastern King and the Western Queen, both esteemed Luo golden immortals. At this moment, the authority of these 2 celestial figures had reached its zenith, unparalleled in the cosmos. Indeed, they had every right to be arrogant. In the present day, with the shifting tides of heaven and earth, the dynamics among the 3,000 guests within the Purple Cloud Palace were also undergoing silent transformations. The harmony of their initial encounters had dissipated, never to return. The reason for this upheaval lay in the rise of the celestial court, which had offended many powerful beings. Some of these formidable entities had even clashed with the celestial court. Consequently, the number of guests attending this third lecture had slightly diminished. Some had fallen victim to the newly ascendant witch clan, while others, refusing to heed the celestial court summons, had met their demise. In summary, amidst the tumultuous shifts of the great calamity, everything was undergoing drastic changes. Shortly after the arrival of Fu Guang and his companions, the pair of unconventional partners, Hong Yun and Jinwu, along with the siblings Fuxi and Nuer, also made their entrance. Upon arrival, they too sensed the shift in the atmosphere among the 3,000 guests. After exchanging greetings with Fu Guang, Shihi, and Charn Shi, the 4 fell silent, waiting patiently for the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace to open. Time passed swiftly. Not long after the 3,000 guests had arrived, the grand doors of the Purple Cloud Palace swung open with a resounding clang. The young deity Hao Qian emerged from within, proclaiming, "The time for the 10 Yuan meetings has arrived. The master is about to commence his teachings. Please, enter." Upon hearing Hao Qian's announcement, the assembled guests shook off their drowsiness and quietly filed into the Purple Cloud Palace, taking their seats and awaiting the appearance of the saint to impart the Great Tao. Once the 3,000 guests were seated, the figure of the saint materialized without warning upon the high lectern. With a hum, the resonances of the Tao flowed from him, as he eloquently expounded upon the teachings, transforming the entire Purple Cloud Palace into a boundless ocean of the Great Tao and myriad images. The guests, instantly entranced, entered a state of deep contemplation, beginning to grasp the profound principles of the Tao. The content of this third lecture was rather disjointed. The saint seemed to lack a definitive theme. He alternated between discussing the cultivation of the quasi-saint realm, the practices of divine powers, and the path of saintly cultivation, speaking freely as the mood struck him. This approach left the 3,000 guests feeling bewildered and adrift, as if lost in a fog. Before long, the weaker and less qualified among the guests began to frown in distress, ultimately being compelled to withdraw from the state of listening. Upon exiting their meditative state, they initially felt lost, then silently unfurled their own Tao blossoms, striving to memorize the saint's cryptic yet exquisite teachings, intending to contemplate them further once their strength had increased. However, even their memorization yielded limited results. As time gradually ticked away, a millennium passed, and only those with superior qualifications remained able to keep pace with the teachings. 2 millennia later, only the most exceptional innate holy beings were still present, having yet to withdraw from the state of listening. 2,500 years later, nearly all of the top-tier innate holy beings had successively exited their states of enlightenment, opening their Tao blossoms to commit the saint's teachings to memory. After 3,000 years had elapsed, the saint, having spoken freely and joyously, finally came to a reluctant halt. The resonances of the Tao and the extraordinary phenomena within the purple cloud palace gradually dissipated. The guests emerged from their intense memorization of the saint's teachings. Seated upon the sunlit dais, Fu Guang emerged from his state of enlightenment, his eyes reflecting a lingering sense of fulfillment. This time, the saint's lecture had been exceptionally invigorating, and Fu Guang had followed along with remarkable ease, despite nearly stumbling at a few points. However, due to his exceptional qualifications and the protection afforded by his status as the sun god and the progenitor of literary Tao, he had managed to keep pace with the saint's teachings. Thus, among the 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud Palace, he was the only one who had fully absorbed the entirety of this third lecture. Of course, this was a fact known only to Fu Guang, the saint on the high lectern, and not to the others. After all 3,000 guests were focused solely on their pursuit of the Tao, not diverting their attention to their peers during such a pivotal opportunity. Once the 3,000 guests had regained their composure, following the precedent of the previous 2 lectures, the saint first addressed the queries posed by the 3 pure ones. Then, with a calm demeanor and a placid expression, he spoke, "I have attained the state of sainthood, aligned with the celestial mandate, and have imparted the Tao 3 times for the sake of all beings. Now, my merit is complete, and I shall merge with the Tao to replenish the heavenly order. Know this, dear listeners, without becoming a saint, one remains but an ant. All shall perish amidst the boundless calamities, reduced, ultimately unable to escape the calamities, doomed to perish." How could this be? No one wished for death. The phrase, "to hear the Tao in the morning and die by evening," presupposed that one had indeed heard the Tao. Now, none among the 3,000 guests had genuinely heard the Tao, who would willingly embrace death. In an instant, the 3,000 guests, filled with trepidation, bowed and implored, "We beseech you, Master, to illuminate our path." Even Fu Guang, who had anticipated much of this, resorted to his extraordinary acting skills, wearing a face of earnest desperation as he sought the saint's guidance. In truth, Fu Guang understood well that rather than offering guidance, the saint was more likely to directly facilitate the ascension of his chosen disciples to sainthood. Among the 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud Palace, apart from the 6 preordained disciples of the saint, there was little hope for the others. Did Fu Guang harbor any regrets? Certainly, he would not desire to attain sainthood, although there were many arguments suggesting that those who achieved sainthood would still bear the weight of Hongjun above them and be subject to the heavenly order's governance, making future transcendence ever more challenging. The reality was that without attaining sainthood, one would face not only the heavenly order and the steward Hongjun, but also the oversight of the 6 saints. In that case, the prospect of transcending would be a distant dream, and even survival would be in jeopardy. Thus, the notion that becoming a heavenly saint would subject one to the limitations imposed by Hongjun and the heavenly order was moot. After all, how many strove desperately to enter that very circle of restrictions, with so few opportunities available. Chapter 67, The Distribution of Sacred Seeds, the Myriad Forms of Existence. Chapter 67 For the myriad beings of the primordial world, becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao does not signify entry into a restrictive circle. Rather, it represents a genuine entry into the final competition. Without achieving sainthood, merely observing the celestial chessboard from the sidelines poses a significant risk, let alone participating in the game itself. If one cannot grasp even this fundamental truth, then the pursuit of the Tao becomes a mere exercise in futility. Fu Guang is acutely aware of this reality. However, the challenge he faces in attaining the path of sainthood is overwhelmingly daunting. Thus, he has opted to set his aspiration somewhat lower, co-ruling with the world. Does this title not resonate harmoniously with his identity as the sun god, Fu Guang? Although he may eventually perish amidst the endless cycles of calamity, each additional cycle he survives is a victory, and every extra day of life is a boon. Maintaining a tranquil mindset, the vastness of the cosmos unfolds before him. At this moment, despite the pleading and sorrow etched upon his visage, Fu Guang's heart remains utterly unperturbed. He is merely playing his part alongside the saints, completing the subsequent scenes of the third lecture. Though he currently occupies the role of a mere extra, he upholds a professional demeanor, mindful not to discomfort the saints. This performance, Fu Guang is determined to see through to the end. Upon the elevated platform, the saint, confronted by the pleas of the 3,000 guests, maintained an expression devoid of emotion. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Beneath the heavenly Tao, there shall be 9 esteemed saints. Apart from myself, there remain 8 other saintly positions." As the saint's words resonated, the expressions of the 3,000 guests turned grave. In a vast sea of beings, they are to compete for 8 positions of sainthood. The pressure of competition is nothing short of explosive. Without granting the 3,000 guests further opportunities to plead or speak, the saint's gaze shifted directly to the 6 disciples before him. That glance caused a jolt in the hearts of the 3,000 guests, while simultaneously igniting joy and astonishment in the faces of the 6 disciples seated upon the heavenly Tao lotus seat. Without any suspense, the saint spoke directly, "I established the mystic gate, nurturing myriad beings. My disciples shall inherit the legacy of the saints." Taiching Laozi, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, is the foremost of the 3 pure ones, endowed with the merit of creation. "In the future, you may attain sainthood. I bestow upon you the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, and the foundational essence for becoming a saint, the Hongmeng purple chi. May you soon attain the Tao and shoulder the weighty responsibility of the mystic gate's legacy." Upon concluding his words, a resonant hum filled the air as the saint raised his hand, directly presenting a swirling, ethereal purple aura alongside the treasure of the Taiji diagram, which landed before Taiching Laozi. Such a fortuitous opportunity, even the typically composed Laozi could not conceal his excitement. After earnestly expressing his gratitude for the saint's generous gift, he accepted the Hongmeng purple chi and the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. Witnessing Laozi's extraordinary fortune, not a single one among the 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace could suppress their envy. The foundation for becoming a saint and the innate supreme treasure, each alone is sufficient to drive the 3,000 guests to madness. Especially the Hongmeng purple chi, the very essence for attaining sainthood, incites unparalleled fervor. Who does not wish to become a saint? Who does not yearn for the Tao? Everyone desires it, yet, alas, the 3,000 guests can only harbor such desires in silence. Laozi, being the saint's most favored disciple, is naturally protected from any threats to his possessions. Thus, who would dare to act against him before he attains sainthood? Even if one were to triumph over the 3 pure ones, they would still face the wrath of the saint. No one dares to move. Following Laozi, the saint further bestowed upon the Yuqing Yuanshi the innate supreme treasure, the Pangu banner, and the foundational essence for becoming a saint, the Hongmeng purple chi. He also granted the Shangqing Tongqian a complete set of the exquisite sword formation and the foundational essence for becoming a saint, the Hongmeng purple chi. Moreover, after presenting the Tongqian with the 4 swords of exquisite slaying and the exquisite sword formation, he specifically cautioned Tongqian, "This formation is perilous. It must be used with utmost caution." Although Tongqian responded dutifully, whether he truly internalized this warning remains uncertain. With the 3 favored disciples having received their spiritual treasures, the saint's gaze turned to his disciple Newer. "Newer, you shall encounter a significant opportunity in the future. You too may become a saint. I bestow upon you the supreme innate treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, the red embroidery bowl, and the foundational essence for becoming a saint, the Hongmeng purple chi. May you attain the Tao soon." Compared to the gifts bestowed upon the three favored disciples, Jinwu's offerings seem considerably less grand. It is not that the map of mountains and rivers and the red embroidery bowl lack merit. Rather, when juxtaposed with the two innate supreme treasures and the formidable exquisite sword formation, they appear somewhat lacking. Fortunately, Jinwu understands that comparisons between her status as a disciple and that of the true disciples are futile, and thus she does not dwell on the quality of the treasures. With a beaming countenance, she graciously accepted the saint's gifts. I humbly thank my esteemed teacher for your generosity. The quality of the treasures is of little consequence. What truly matters is the foundational essence for becoming a saint. This is of paramount importance. It pertains to the trajectory of her future Tao. While magical treasures hold significance, one's own path is fundamental. To excessively pursue the quality of treasures while neglecting one's own Tao is to forsake the root for the branches. After bestowing Jinwu with the magical treasures and the Hongmeng purple qi, the saint turned his gaze to Jane and Junti, and before they could begin their lamentations, he also granted them each a spiritual treasure and a portion of Hongmeng purple qi. Thus, all 6 disciples under the saint's tutelage had received their blessings, and their paths to becoming saints were now assured. In other words, among the 9 esteemed positions of saints beneath the heavenly Tao, including the saint himself, 7 have already been. What remains are merely 2 positions. If it was previously daunting to vie for 8 positions, the pressure among the myriad beings has now intensified exponentially. At this moment, many of the 3,000 guests felt a profound sense of despair. 2 positions of sainthood remain, and when they glance at the multitude of formidable beings in the primordial realm, Dong Wang Gong, Shi Wang Mu, Fu Guang Dai Ren, Fushi Dai Ren, a plethora of top-tier innate divine beings are eyeing those remaining 2 positions with covetous intent. For those of middling talent and qualifications, is there still hope? Among the 3,000 guests, some remained remarkably composed, maintaining their poise and grace in the face of adversity. Others, however, were consumed by envy, their hearts brimming with resentment. Some sighed deeply, feeling that the prospect of attaining sainthood had slipped beyond their grasp. Among them, 2 individuals exhibited the most extreme reactions. The first, Dong Wang Gong, the foremost among male immortals, harbored grand ambitions and a resolute desire to attain the status of a saint. He keenly perceived the path before him, and no one yearned for the Tao more fervently than he. The second, Kunpeng, who had been usurped of his position on the heavenly Tao lotus seat due to the interference of Han Yun, now glared with a gaze filled with fury, as if his very teeth would shatter. He fixated neurotically on the lotus seat occupied by Junti, the very seat that ought to have been his, the identity of a saint's disciple, the opportunity to attain sainthood, and all that it entailed should have rightfully belonged to him. Yet, due to that imbecile Han Yun, he had not only lost his own chance at sainthood but inadvertently forfeited Kunpeng's opportunity as well. The mere thought of this ignited a murderous intent within Kunpeng, as his piercing gaze turned toward the regretful Han Yun. While he dared not provoke the saint's disciple, he certainly would not hesitate to take vengeance upon the wretched Han Yun. Chapter 68, The Sage, The World Lacks a True Sovereign, Fu Guang, precisely. Chapter 68. After distributing the sacred positions belonging to his disciples, the sage did not cease his actions. Instead, he raised his hand once more to extract a strand of primordial purple qi. This strand of primordial purple qi shall be entrusted to choose its own master. Those fated shall have the opportunity to obtain it. As his words resonated, the sage released his grip on the primordial purple qi, allowing it to soar freely, akin to a mischievous child frolicking within the halls of the Purple Cloud Palace, weaving through the throng of 3,000 guests in search of a worthy recipient. At that moment, as they beheld the strand of primordial purple qi, the hearts of the 3,000 guests brimmed with longing. Some gazed with eyes that burned with fervor. Naturally, there were also those with a more composed demeanor, refraining from exposing any avaricious traits. In no time, the strand of primordial purple qi had traversed the entirety of the 3,000 guests. Then, with a nimble pivot, it surged directly towards the red cloud, who sat upon his meditation mat, harboring no excessive desire for the primordial purple qi, and subsequently merged into his spiritual foundation. Has the foundation for sanctification chosen me? The unexpected joy left the red cloud momentarily dazed, yet he could hardly contain his elation. However, before he could revel in his joy for long, a multitude of eager, crimson gazes fell upon him. filled with envy, extreme desire, and, most alarmingly, palpable murderous intent. The 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace were not naive. When the sage released the primordial purple chi, he had already clarified, those who are fated may obtain it, whether one is fated or not is of little consequence, yet the phrase may obtain elucidated everything. This strand of primordial purple chi was indeed a prize to be contested and fought over, as long as one possessed sufficient strength to seize and safeguard this foundation for sanctification, then that strand of primordial purple chi would rightfully belong to them, marking them as the fated one. Though the Red Cloud had currently acquired the primordial purple chi, whether he could retain it remained an uncertainty. Startled by the intense scrutiny of the 3,000 guests, the joy he had just felt dissipated, replaced by a grave seriousness. The others understood this truth. As an exceptional practitioner among the great transcendents, the Red Cloud grasped it as well. This strand of primordial purple chi, indeed a tremendous opportunity, also heralded the imminent danger of annihilation. Nonetheless, it was utterly impossible for the Red Cloud to simply relinquish the foundation for sanctification he had just obtained. They were all great transcendents, all inherently sacred beings, and each held an unwavering determination regarding their own path. To abandon the foundation for sanctification solely due to the hostility of the 3,000 guests would render the Red Cloud's journey obsolete. Ignoring the minor commotion among the 3,000 guests, the sage upon the high platform spoke once more. Cultivation is arduous, and tribulations are unpredictable. Since you are all fated individuals within my Purple Cloud Palace, listen to my teachings, and I shall ensure you leave with something of value. Upon hearing the sage's words, the formerly hostile 3,000 guests turned to gaze at him with expressions of astonishment, simultaneously bowing in gratitude. Thank you for your gracious bestowal, Master. This form of address was entirely appropriate. After all, the sage was the one imparting teachings to the 3,000 guests. Within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace, addressing him as Master posed no issue. However, once outside the palace, apart from the 6 disciples of the sage, the remaining 3,000 guests were required to respectfully refer to him as sage or Tao ancestor. After summoning the attendant Haoqian, the sage addressed the 3,000 guests. At the treasure distribution cliff, there are spiritual treasures I acquired during my travels through the primordial chaos. You may go there to claim them by fate. Once the sage's words fell, Haoqian stepped forward and bowed to the guests. Please follow me. As he spoke, the throng of 3,000 guests surged forward, eager to follow Haoqian toward the treasure distribution cliff, save for one, Fu Guang. What was the final opportunity within the Purple Cloud Palace? It was undoubtedly the chance to acquire treasures at the treasure distribution cliff. Ever since Fu Guang had paused his enlightenment, he had been preparing to go to the cliff to claim as many treasures as possible to expand his collection. However, a question arose: why did Fu Guang remain seated on his meditation mat, motionless, while others rushed toward the cliff? The answer was straightforward: he had been retained by the sage. Just as Fu Guang was about to act, a gentle yet irresistible force pinned him to his mat, preventing him from rising. In mere moments, only Fu Guang and the sage remained within the grand hall of the Purple Cloud Palace. Although apprehensive about being singled out by the sage, Fu Guang chose not to resist. There was no need. It would merely take a wave of the sage's hand to deal with a mere golden crow like him. Since resistance was futile, it was wiser to remain quietly seated. Fu Guang trusted that the sage would not behave in a manner lacking decorum. There must be some matter the sage wished to discuss with him in private. With this thought in mind, Fu Guang felt increasingly calm, displaying no signs of panic. He could only lament the fact that there would likely be numerous treasures awaiting him at the treasure distribution cliff. If he did not go, the one who would seize everything, including the cliff, would assuredly take away any treasures fated for him. Such musings left him feeling regretful. Just as Fu Guang's thoughts began to drift, the sage on the high platform cast a gaze upon him, slightly turbulent yet profound. Perceiving this, Fu Guang instantly quelled the myriad distractions in his mind, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect as he awaited the sage to speak first. Without further ado, the sage, known for his forthright nature, waved his hand. Streams of radiant light descended before Fu Guang, revealing various grades of innate spiritual treasures, all fated for him. Thank you for your generous endowment, sage. As he beheld the appearance of these innate spiritual treasures, Fu Guang's eyes sparkled with joy. After expressing his gratitude, he eagerly accepted the treasures. The sage nodded slightly, then proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The emergence of the witch clan has caused a tremendous surge in the chaos of heaven and earth, with malevolent energy swirling. The age of tribulation has arrived." Yet, even with the power of the celestial court, governance remains insufficient. The realms still lack a true sovereign capable of commanding all races and ruling over the cosmos. Listening to the sage's words, Fu Guang remained silent, his brow furrowing slightly as he contemplated, imbued with a sense of compassion for the suffering of all beings. However, despite his reaction, he refrained from engaging in the sage's discourse. How could he respond to agree with the sage's profound insight? Such flattery would be too blatant for his taste. Moreover, the most crucial concern was, what if by engaging, the sage smiled and declared him the sole true sovereign of the universe, bidding him to strive forth? That would be a perilous endeavor. To go would spell certain doom. To refuse could lead to his immediate demise at the sage's hand. Thus, merely conveying an expression of helplessness born of his impeccable acting was sufficient. Adapting to the circumstances was the best course of action. Chapter 69, Fu Guang. Is this a test for the seasoned veterans? Chapter 69. The topic of Fu Guang's dismissal. The sage was not surprised. He possessed a certain understanding of Fu Guang, recognizing his cautious and composed nature, one that only seized opportunities he deemed assured and fulfilled his responsibilities dutifully. Such a temperament could hardly be swayed by a mere handful of words. Fu Guang was no fool. Most formidable beings could see clearly that the supreme throne, which unified the heavens and earth, was where a sage's fruit existed, and Fu Guang was certainly aware of this. However, the difficulties inherent in such an endeavor were immense. Destiny, strength, fate, wisdom, and support. Numerous stringent conditions were indispensable. Furthermore, one must contend with the 12 ancestors of sorcery, as well as the warlike and formidable witch clan, who feasted upon the essence of primordial beings. Moreover, one would need to face other heavenly sages who perhaps achieved enlightenment even earlier. If one could not meet these numerous conditions or endure the various tribulations, that sage's fruit would remain unattainable for the schemer. In the presence of a sagacious individual, cunning plots and verbal persuasion held little efficacy, and the sage would disdain employing such base tactics. With a mere gesture, the sage summoned forth several treasures radiating an overwhelming aura, which landed before Fu Guang. The first, the most potent in essence, was a measuring ruler adorned with the light of profound virtues, swirling with the primordial essence of chaos and nurturing unparalleled destructive power. It was the postnatal treasure of merit, the primordial measuring ruler. The sage regarded the primordial measuring ruler and said, "This treasure, while possessing formidable offensive capabilities and the ability to suppress fate, serves an even greater purpose in delineating the order and rules of the cosmos. Should one comprehend the heavenly laws and earthly regulations within, immense merit can be attained." Upon hearing the sage's words, Fu Guang's breath caught momentarily. His heart began to beat uncontrollably. The second treasure was a small cauldron exuding an aura of profound transformation, resonating with the vibrations of an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, shimmering with brilliance and infinite potential. It was the transformative treasure capable of reversing the innate order, the Qian Koan Cauldron. The sage spoke once more. The Qian Koan Cauldron possesses the ability to reverse innate properties. If one can find a complete set of postnatal spiritual treasures, it can be reverted into an innate treasure, aiding cultivators in severing their 3 corpses. While it was true that there were many innate treasures within the cosmos, the number of innate treasures ultimately remained finite. However, as the teachings of the celestial path proliferated, the pathways for cultivation would undoubtedly become more accessible, leading to a significant increase in the number of practitioners. Consequently, the innate treasures capable of aiding cultivators in severing their corpses would surely become scarce. Possessing the Qian Koan Cauldron would equate to securing a vital lifeline for numerous practitioners lacking such treasures. Though one could achieve the quasi-saint realm without severing their corpses, those who did so would be far more aligned with their own path, their strength magnified several-fold compared to those who did not. Moreover, having embarked on the path of quasi-sainthood inevitably steered one towards the expedient route of severing their corpses. How could one not contemplate the act of severing? Furthermore, the creation of humanity by Nuer also required the Jian cauldron. This effectively placed Fu Guang in possession of a stepping stone that could potentially grant him a hand in Nuer's opportunity for enlightenment. Thus, the merits of grasping the Jian cauldron needed no further elaboration. Even Fu Guang's typically composed demeanor began to falter, his breath growing heavy. The third item was a slightly damaged yet still radiating a malevolent aura capable of destroying one's primordial spirit, a pitch-black, menacing spear. This was the innate treasure of the ancient calamity's protagonist, the demon ancestor Luo Hu, the god-slaying spear. Despite having suffered damage due to the self-detonation of demon ancestor Luo Hu, which caused it to drop from the rank of innate treasure to that of a superior innate spiritual treasure, it remained formidable. The sage, unperturbed by Fu Guang's thoughts, continued, the god-slaying spear was harmed in the previous epoch, having lost a strand of its innate divine prohibition and thus falling from the rank of innate treasure, yet its foundation endures. The immortal treasures you possess, such as the immortal slaying gourd and the chaos gourd, are wondrous items. By refining these two treasures into the god-slaying spear, you can restore its essence and reacquire that strand of innate divine prohibition, allowing the god-slaying spear to regain its status as an innate treasure. As the sage's words resonated, before Fu Guang could formulate a more profound response, a vibrant stream of primordial purple energy manifested in the sage's hand. Upon release, this stream of primordial purple energy soared directly towards Fu Guang, encircling him in a familiar embrace, eagerly awaiting his acceptance. The sage added, the position of supreme being in the cosmos is that of a sage fruit. There are not many practitioners capable of matching it, but you are one, and you are the closest. With that, the sage closed his eyes and ceased to speak. The grand hall of the Purple Cloud Palace fell into a tranquil silence. Gazing at the three treasures emanating warmth towards him, alongside the eager primordial purple energy yearning to nestle within him, Fu Guang found himself enveloped in silence. To speak truthfully, his resolve was unwavering, and his chosen path remained resolute. Yet, the sheer abundance of gifts bestowed by the sage was overwhelming. Furthermore, the sage had not insisted that he contend for the position of supreme being. He merely conferred these treasures upon him, simultaneously granting him a foundation for enlightenment. Then came the unambiguous revelation that while others could also ascend to the position of supreme being, he, Fu Guang, was the closest. What was this? An overt stratagem, blatantly transparent. The gifts had been presented, and the opportunity laid bare before him. It was now up to Fu Guang to choose. To contend for the position, he would have to plunge into the cosmic tribulation and endure the trials. To refrain from contention, he could remain on the Sun Star, gradually honing his foundation for enlightenment. As for whether accepting these treasures was a loss or gain, for the sage, on the verge of merging with the Tao, unless they were pivotal treasures concerning cosmic tribulations, these treasures held little significance. Thus, the question of loss or gain was moot. Otherwise, the sage would not have directly initiated the division of treasures. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Guang gently waved his hand, seamlessly incorporating the primordial measuring ruler, Jian cauldron, and god-slaying spear into his spiritual realm. Simultaneously, he accepted the affectionate primordial purple energy. He then bowed respectfully to the sage, expressing, "Thank you for your gracious bestowal, esteemed teacher." Although he had yet to reach a definitive decision, it was clear that the treasures conferred by the sage were irrevocably his. Thus, Fu Guang had no reason to refuse. As for whether he should vie for the position of supreme being, allow him to return and contemplate this matter thoroughly. There was no rush regarding cosmic tribulations. Presently, the Eastern King was at the peak of his arrogance, and no matter how poorly Fu Guang fared, he could still engage the Celestial Court in a few rounds against the Witch Clan, enduring a few condescending jibes. Having accepted the treasures and feeling his heart racing with anticipation, Fu Guang could not help but marvel. Indeed, the sage was a sage, his every move a display of unparalleled finesse. Subtly orchestrating his involvement in the tribulation, such tactics were beneath the sage. Instead, he generously offered sweet incentives upfront, then clearly indicated that by participating, one could attain even greater rewards. This left Fu Guang to make his own choice, whether to engage in this grand game. Regardless of his decision, he had no choice but to express gratitude. It was profound, unfathomably so. Chapter 70. The Sage unites with the Tao. The Crimson Cloud seeks assistance. Chapter 70. The profound silence within the Grand Hall did not linger for long. The 3,000 guests who had ventured to the treasure cliff began to return one after another. Each individual gains varied significantly. Those fortunate enough to be disciples of saints, such as the three purities and newer, were naturally beaming with delight. Conversely, those who acquired less, like Jane, Junti, and the renowned yet impoverished cultivator Kunpeng, wore expressions devoid of joy. Nevertheless, as the saints proclaimed, each person had indeed received some opportunity for spiritual treasures. The distinction lay in the fact that some were content, while others remained unsatisfied. Why did you not go to the treasure cliff? Upon returning to her mat, Sheher noticed that Fu Guang had not gone and inquired with a hint of surprise. In response, Fu Guang merely shook his head in silence. He could not reveal that he had been retained by the saints. Fortunately, Sheher was not one to pry deeply. Seeing Fu Guang's reticence, she chose not to press further. Opportunities have been obtained, you may depart. As the guests returned, the saint atop their high platform spoke with an air of indifference. In the future, the great desolation shall remain unchanged, and Hongjun shall not emerge. As his words echoed, the saint's figure vanished from the high dais. The throng of 3,000 guests bowed and took their leave. Once all had exited the Zashir Palace, the saint's voice resonated throughout the chaos and the vast expanse of the great desolation. The way of heaven comprises 50, the heavenly cycle consists of 49. One must elude its grasp. I, Hongjun, have attained the ultimate Tao, and I must adhere to their heavenly mandate, merging with the Tao to restore the heavenly order. In the future, Hongjun embodies the way of heaven. The way of heaven does not exist for Hongjun. The way of heaven, unite. As the final words resounded, a thunderous boom reverberated through the chaos and the great desolation, and almighty transcendent beings could distinctly perceive an ineffable transformation occurring in the realms above and below. With the completion of the way of heaven, all sentient beings shall now dwell beneath it. Feeling the subtle shifts, Fu Guang reflected, a complete way of heaven is also a flawed one. Their path to transcendence is fraught with challenges. With that port, Fu Guang swiftly retracted his musings. What was he contemplating? He was still far from achieving completeness on the path of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, had yet to certify his Tao, and had not even aspired to attain the saintly fruit position. Was it not overly ambitious to ponder transcendence at this juncture? Clearing his mind of distractions, Fu Guang turned to Sheher and Changxi, who had been following him closely. Let us return to the great desolation, he declared. The saints had already merged with the Tao, and this empty Zashir palace was about to vanish into the chaos, unlikely to reappear soon. Remaining here offered little more than the peril of absorbing chaotic energy, with no other benefits to be had. As Fu Guang, Sheher, and Changxi prepared to leave together, a gravely concerned Hongyun, Jinyuanzi, and several quasi-saint transcendent beings closely allied with Hongyun approached them. Fu Guang, Sheher, Changxi, Hongyun greeted, first bowing respectfully. He then directly stated his intent. I fear there may be some tribulations on my return journey. I humbly request your assistance, and I assure you that a substantial reward shall await you upon the successful completion of this endeavor. Barely had his words left his lips when the honest and straightforward Jinyuanzi interjected, Esteemed friends, I too beseech your aid. I shall ensure a generous recompense. In truth, Fu Guang had anticipated that once Hongyun acquired the primordial purple energy, his journey back to his abode would not be simple. He pondered whether Hongyun would trust in his character enough to seek his assistance, given that it was the foundation of becoming a saint. To be candid, considering Hongyun's connections, the only ones willing to assist him now were Jinyuanzi and a handful of transcendent beings, highlighting the immense allure of the foundation for sainthood among the 3,000 guests. As for the great Luo cultivators among the 3,000, they had long since lost the qualification to partake in such matters. With a hint of amusement, Fu Guang gazed at Hongyun and remarked, I had thought you would doubt my character and refrain from seeking my aid. Upon hearing this, a shade of shame crossed Hongyun's countenance. He bowed again. It was indeed my folly to underestimate your virtues. Regarding this matter, it was my error. I shall certainly offer a token of apology afterward. With a dismissive wave, Fu Guang maintained his smile. There is no need for that. After this affair, let Jinyuanzi host a banquet, and you may simply self-punish with 3 cups. At this, guilt deepened on Hong Yun's face. "You possess a noble spirit, my friend, I am in awe." Nodding, Fu Guang glanced at Jinwu and the four transcendent beings who had set aside their temptations for sainthood to offer assistance. He contemplated the potential allies who might join them on this journey ahead. "Though our numbers are somewhat few," he remarked, "if it is merely to escort you back to Wuzhuang Temple, it should not pose a difficulty. Let us proceed." Having pledged his support, Fu Guang would not go back on his word. Even if the numbers were slightly diminished, given his cautious nature, he need not involve himself in this affair. However, regardless of his involvement, Hong Yun would ultimately return safely to Wuzhuang Temple. His time of demise was certainly not imminent. Thus, while the journey may entail risks, the potential rewards were not insignificant. First, there was the promise of compensation from perhaps one day, this debt could prove advantageous. Second, remaining low-key would eventually lead the powerful beings of the Great Desolation to perceive him, the sun god Fu Guang, as weak and easily manipulated. To maintain stability, he needed to occasionally reveal his principles, ensuring that others understood he was not to be trifled with. Third, in the previous celestial marriage scheme, Fu Guang had contemplated that enhancing his and Sheher's and Changshi's reputations would increase their chances of success. In the Great Desolation, there were few methods to gain fame more impactful and swift than directly confronting a host of transcendent beings. Of course, it must be acknowledged that such actions bore considerable risks, drawing deeper suspicion from Dong Wanggong and entangling with the karmic consequences of those who intervened. Moreover, there was a chance of inadvertently becoming entangled in the calamities they faced. Nevertheless, having been stirred by the saints' overt intentions, Fu Guang found himself in a restless state and recognized the need to release the turmoil within. Engaging in a battle with the incoming party would undoubtedly serve as a fitting outlet. Furthermore, it was widely known that he was allied with Hong Yun, and taking action now would bolster his image as a benevolent figure. Should the day come when Hong Yun's demise was imminent, others would be deterred from striking him down. At that point, Fu Guang could withdraw from Hong Yun's unavoidable fate. It would be misleading to label his considerations as sinister plotting. Although Fu Guang was not devoid of compassion, all actions were predicated on ensuring his own interests and safety. Thus, weighing the numerous factors and consequences, Fu Guang resolved to lend his assistance to Hong Yun. Chapter 71, Who is so valiant? Chapter 71, Fu Guang leading the way. Since their initial acquaintance during the first lecture, Sheher and Changshi have been inseparable shadows of Fu Guang, following his lead in silence whenever he made an appearance in public. Subsequently, there were the solemn and grave expressions of Hong Yun and Jinwu Zizi. Among others, the journey from Zhixiao Palace back to the primordial universe was devoid of any significant disturbances. In the chaos, the uncertainties of battle are manifold. Thus, those who aspire to seize the primordial purple chi are not so foolish as to launch a direct attack on Hong Yun amidst the tumult. Upon entering the primordial universe, Fu Guang continued to forge ahead towards Wuzhuangguan. As for Hong Yun's Huiyin Cave, no, thank you. Though it is also a top-tier dojo, its security is considerably inferior to that of Wuzhuangguan, which boasts the protective advantage of the Earth Book and the formidable array formed by the Mount Wanshou and the ginseng fruit tree. Moreover, given the profound bond between Hong Yun and Jinwu Zizi, it is evident that Jinwu Zizi would insist on bringing Hong Yun along to Wuzhuangguan, and Hong Yun would surely not decline the invitation. The crowd silently followed Fu Guang. Although they were ostensibly supporters of Hong Yun, he should have been the one taking charge. Yet, for reasons unknown, everyone here instinctively deferred to Fu Guang's arrangements and actions, without a hint of dissent. Beside Fu Guang, Sheher maintained a tranquil demeanor, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a soft light as she occasionally glanced at Fu Guang, who was lost in thought and contemplation. In truth, she felt no trepidation regarding the imminent outbreak of war. Her curiosity lay more in what dilemma was preoccupying Fu Guang's mind at this moment. Typically, Fu Guang was quite the conversationalist, and his current silence and lack of interaction with others were decidedly uncharacteristic. As someone well acquainted with Fu Guang, Sheher understood that he was undoubtedly troubled by something of great significance, to the point of being oblivious to his surroundings. As for whether Fu Guang might be apprehensive about battle, Sheher firmly believed that was impossible. A true powerhouse like Fu Guang, with depths of strategy and cunning, could never be daunted by the prospect of conflict. This point should not be in question. No one comprehended the elusive nature of the sun god Fu Guang better than she did. Just as Fu Guang pondered, and the group remained silent on their way to Wuzhuangguan. Fu Guang, who had been immersed in refining the three treasures, raising an eyebrow, he halted his steps, his keen golden eye scanning the surroundings before casually addressing the solemn Hongyun beside him. Hongyun, friends are coming. Upon hearing this, Hongyun nodded knowingly. He too had sensed it, albeit not as swiftly as Fu Guang. The others shared a similar sentiment. Hongyun then stepped forward, surveying the vast empty sky. Fellow Taoists, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves? As the words left his lips, a resonant hum echoed. From within a celestial glow emerged the imposing Kunpeng, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence, having reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixed upon Hongyun. Hongyun, you wretch, you have caused me to lose my sacred position. This grievance shall not go unresolved. Before Hongyun could react, another figure emerged from the void. Clad in blood-red robes, crowned with a lotus platform, and wielding two fearsome swords, the strikingly beautiful ancestor of the Blood Sea and the Nether River made his entrance, his intentions crystal clear. Hongyun, surrender the primordial purple chi, and I may spare your life. With the appearance of the ancestor of the Nether River, a succession of formidable beings stepped forth from the ether. Among them, the most conspicuous was Dong Wanggong, draped in imperial robes and accompanied by several powerful figures. Hongyun, relinquish the primordial purple chi, and I shall grant you a position in the celestial court, second only to one among thousands. These were merely the openly declared powerful beings vying for the primordial purple qi. In the shadows, numerous others lurked, biding their time. They would not act until an opportunity arose, leaving one to wonder how many would seize the chance to strike. Thus, these hidden individuals also warranted caution. Once no further figures emerged from the shadows, Hongyun spoke. Since you have all gathered here, I presume you will not readily back down, and I have no intention of relinquishing my hard-earned foundation for sanctification. In that case, whether you can wrest this primordial purple chi from me shall depend on your abilities. Initially, Hongyun had intended to exchange pleasantries, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. Many of the powerful beings present were clearly intent on seizing the primordial purple chi, and further pleasantries would yield no benefit. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable. Upon hearing Hongyun's declaration, the expressions of the assembled powerful beings turned icy. Stubborn and foolish, the primordial purple chi shall be claimed by the one destined for it. Hongyun, you are fated to be without it. You court death. Yet, despite their furious retorts, none were willing to strike first, for Hongyun's side boasted considerable combat strength. Jinwu Zizi needed no introduction, being a formidable figure among the powerful. The two Taiyin goddesses were among the earliest to achieve quasi-sainthood, their prowess long since reaching the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The four powerful allies of Hongyun, while not as renowned, were no mere weaklings, having attained quasi-saint status. Most notably, Fu Guang, whose infrequent but powerful interventions were widely acknowledged among the powerful, was also present. Furthermore, Fu Guang was equipped with an immense wheel of heavenly merit. To confront such a presence, a loss would be catastrophic, and a victory would yield little reward. In summary, no one wished to engage with Fu Guang, a veritable hot potato. As long as Fu Guang was present, a battle would not be easily initiated. After all, who would dare to contend with Fu Guang? Realizing this, the leading powerful figures turned their gazes towards the composed Fu Guang beside Hongyun, their eyes flickering momentarily. The ancestor of the Nether River, proud and formidable, known for the endless Blood Sea and the undying Nether River, felt little trepidation towards Fu Guang. However, he preferred to avoid entangling himself with such a formidable adversary, to prevent incurring a great karmic debt. Just as the ancestor of the Nether River was about to step forward to inquire about Fu Guang's stance, whether it was possible to persuade him to withdraw, someone reacted faster than him. Fu Guang, will you involve yourself in this matter to protect this scoundrel Hongyun? This declaration resonated throughout the heavens, leaving everyone momentarily stunned as they instinctively searched for the speaker. Who could this be, so audacious? Chapter 72, the old ancestor of the Nether River quietly retreated behind the crowd. Chapter 72, all eyes turned towards him. It was the Eastern Sovereign. At that moment, clad in imperial robes and adorned with a crown, the Eastern Sovereign stood surrounded by several formidable beings, his countenance exuding an aura of authority tempered by calmness. He gazed at the Daoist Fu Guang with a serene expression and declared, Daoist Fu Guang, your acquaintance with Hongyun is but a mere nodding relation. I advise you to refrain from wading into these murky waters. Live peacefully on your sun star and fulfill the duties of the sun god. Do not mislead yourself. These words echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the area enveloped by the presence of powerful beings fell into an eerie silence. And no one uttered a word, no one made a move, even the hidden formidable beings, poised to act, remained still. The two seemed destined to clash, as if their very existences were at odds from the outset. Years ago, when the Zashir Palace appointed the foremost male immortal, the initial glance was directed at Daoist Fu Guang before the Eastern Sovereign was confirmed. What was originally a trivial matter gradually magnified alongside the growing might of the Eastern Sovereign, who tread a path of tyrannical imperial power. The once inconsequential issue became increasingly significant. It seemed that unless he reclaimed a sense of superiority over Daoist Fu Guang, he would find it difficult to let go. Similarly, while Daoist Fu Guang was known for his amiable demeanor and gentle disposition, an inherent pride resided within him. Though he appeared indifferent to competing with the Eastern Sovereign, he seemingly never regarded the multiple identities of the Eastern Sovereign, chief male immortal, ruler of the Celestial Court, as worthy of his concern. The two were, it seemed, fated adversaries. This palpable tension was felt by the 3,000 guests and formidable beings within the Zashir Palace, leading to a collective anticipation of the unfolding scene. However, one question lingered. None of the formidable beings anticipated the Eastern Sovereign's blatant disrespect. Such a confrontational and threatening attitude would be intolerable to any powerful being, let alone the well-regarded and inherently proud Daoist Fu Guang. The atmosphere had undeniably turned hostile. The old ancestor of the Nether River, who had initially lifted his foot to approach and inquire of Fu Guang, silently retracted his step. Feeling the situation remained precarious even after stepping back, he retreated further. If someone were to confront the difficult Daoist Fu Guang, he would simply remain in the background. After all, while he was reclusive and eccentric, he was not foolish enough to draw fire from a formidable being on behalf of another. Upon hearing the Eastern Sovereign's threat, Daoist Fu Guang, who had been standing leisurely without intent to overshadow Hong Yun, fell into a moment of silence. The easy smile on his face gradually faded as he regarded the Eastern Sovereign with his golden eyes. With a casual bow, he replied, "Thank you for your warning, dear friend. However, as cultivators, we must act with purpose and restraint. Daoist Hong Yun is a dear friend of mine. Since he has requested my assistance, I cannot turn a blind eye. Here, I also advise all fellow Daoists, I am determined to protect Daoist Hong Yun's passage into the Wushuang Temple, to avoid any discord amongst us. Withdraw now, and all shall be well. Advance a step further, and the consequences are dire." Pausing for effect, Fu Guang's gaze swept across the gathered formidable beings before settling on the Eastern Sovereign, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Let it not be said that you were not forewarned." At this utterance, all present momentarily froze, their expressions shifting to one of bemusement as they turned to look at the Eastern Sovereign. Years ago, after the Eastern Sovereign's ill-fated expedition, the ancestral shaman had used a similar phrase to caution the beings of the wilderness. Now, as Fu Guang invoked it once more, memories of the Eastern Sovereign's embarrassing retreat from the unyielding mountains resurfaced for all to recall. A chuckle escaped someone's lips, but sensing the inappropriateness of the moment, they stifled their laughter. Daoist Fu Guang, undeterred by the Eastern Sovereign's might, still maintained a healthy respect for his authority. Nevertheless, with the first laugh breaking the tension, others could hardly conceal their amusement. Despite the collective mirth directed at Fu Guang's sardonic retort, the Eastern Sovereign's expression remained unchanged. After all, as the leader of a premier power, he was adept at maintaining composure. Today, the Eastern Sovereign stepped forward, his voice resonating. "Hong Yun must leave behind the foundation for his sanctification. If you, Daoist Fu Guang, cannot protect him, so be it." With that proclamation, a terrifying aura emanated from the Eastern Sovereign, signifying his mid-level quasi-saint status. The myriad paths he had cultivated erupted in a stunning display of cosmos. Simultaneously, treasures of spirit emerged from the blossoming manifestations, radiating brilliance. In this initial display of power, the Eastern Sovereign revealed not only considerable strength but also a depth of cultivation that far surpassed ordinary formidable beings, evoking admiration. Truly, the ruler of the Celestial Court and one of the dominant forces across the realms. Even Daoist Fu Guang could not help but exhibit a glimmer of appreciation. One could not deny that the Eastern sovereign, having stirred the tides during the calamity and held his own against one of the protagonists of the demon race, possessed genuine prowess. In that case, contemplating these thoughts, Fu Guang spoke again. Are you all prepared to engage with us? Since you have chosen to disregard my counsel, we shall have no choice but to show our capabilities. With that declaration, Fu Guang unveiled the numerous treasures known to all, his garment transformed into the robe of virtue, the protective shadows of the black umber and the ink sea enveloped him, and the autumn feather pen was grasped with nonchalance. The treasures of merit manifested, while the Daoist treasures appeared in succession. The celestial slayer gourd floated placidly at his side. Finally, clang, the exquisite innate treasure, the sun wheel, materialized behind Fu Guang, radiating with the essence of the sun and brimming with a fierce aura of slaughter, poised to strike down his foes at a mere thought. Though the number of innate treasures Fu Guang summoned was modest, each one, save for the celestial slayer gourd, was undeniably a treasure of virtue. This spectacle caused all present, both visible and concealed, to involuntarily twitch their lips. After the division of the gourd vine's treasures years ago, they had heard whispers of Fu Guang's vast collection of virtuous artifacts, but never did they expect him to possess such an extraordinary array. Before the astonished gazes could settle, a brilliant golden light flooded everyone's vision, illuminating the heavens and earth, cloaking all in a resplendent golden sheen. Chapter 73, Lord Dongwang, shall I strike Fu Guang? If so, let it be. Chapter 73, Blinding Light, who has activated the golden wheel of merit. After adjusting, everyone turned their gaze towards the figure enveloped in the auspicious golden light of the golden wheel of merit, resembling a small sun, obscuring the true visage of Daoist Fuglite. Oh, so it is Daoist Fuglite who has opened the golden wheel of merit. Well then, all is well. After directly employing his well-known techniques, Fuglite emanated a radiant light of merit. He addressed the crowd, including the Eastern Prince. Which of my fellow Daoists wishes to engage me in 1 or 2 rounds? As soon as Fuglite's words fell, a twitch appeared at the corners of many mouths. Who on earth would want to spar with you, a mere golden figure of merit? Losing would be distressing, and winning would bring no benefit. In the arena, the once formidable assembly of powerful beings exchanged glances, their attention falling upon the Eastern Prince, who had just stepped forward to threaten Fuglite with veiled hostility, as if he were born to oppose him. Silently, all the mighty beings, including formidable figures like the River of Souls and Kunpring, retreated a certain distance, leaving the Eastern Prince and the other powerful beings of the Celestial Court exposed. This scene darkened the Eastern Prince's expression. How outrageous! What do these fellows mean? Do they expect him, the Eastern Prince, to face Daoist Fuglite alone, bearing the karmic retribution and heavenly punishment for attacking a great benefactor? Truly, shameless to the extreme. Yet, despite his burning rage, the Eastern Prince found himself at a stalemate, unable to advance or retreat. Suppressing his fury, he fixed his gaze on Fuglite. I am the leader of the celestial beings, the ruler of the Celestial Court. Others may fear you, Daoist Fuglite, but I do not. Everyone, join forces and subdue him. With that, the Eastern Prince, steeling himself, launched a fierce assault on Fuglite. Boom, the means of a quasi-saint unfolded, and immediately, divine light swept across the heavens and earth, dissolving everything in its path. Various Daoist techniques, myriad divine powers, and flowing spiritual treasures erupted with terrifying might, directly striking towards Fuglite, who stood surrounded by the heavy aura of the great Tao, exuding a preternatural holiness. Simultaneously, several powerful beings who had joined the Celestial Court followed the Eastern Prince's lead, their combined might shaking the very skies. Alas, in the face of the Eastern Prince and his allies' aggressive onslaught, Fuglite maintained his calm and relaxed demeanor. He sighed and remarked, "My dear fellow Daoist, you are indeed mistaken." Though he spoke thusly, his actions were swift. With a flick of his pen, he unleashed the 100 flowers of the literary Tao, conjuring ethereal mountains of books. The mountains of books became an insurmountable barrier they needed to traverse, while the ink sea became a chasm they had to cross. The degree of their mastery over their own great Tao would determine the speed with which they could break through Fuglite's methods. However, as long as Fuglite's command of the literary Tao was superior, the more techniques they broke through, the more formidable barriers Fuglite would erect, requiring their utmost efforts to cement. Indeed, powerful spiritual treasures could breach these methods, yet, the might of such treasures depended on the strength of their wielder. If the wielder was inadequate, even an abundance of treasures, regardless of their quality, would be of no avail. Just at this moment, the many spiritual treasures conjured by the Eastern Prince and his allies were effortlessly suppressed by Fuglight's pen, vanishing into the mountains of books and the seas of ink, with only a few remaining in the hands of the others. Observing the Eastern Prince and his companions ensnared in his quagmire of attacks, Fuglight did not relent. The treasures of the literary Tao radiated brilliance, and the power released by the set of merit treasures was unparalleled. He urged forth the treasures of the literary Tao of merit, one book, one world. I invite all fellow Taoists to wander within my tome. Buzz, the luminous treasures of the literary Tao of merit shone brilliantly, illuminating the expanse between heaven and earth. Subsequently, a grand world emerged from the interplay of the literary Tao treasures and Fuglight's manipulation, transforming from the heavens to the earth in a seamless union. In the blink of an eye, the Eastern Prince and the other powerful beings of the celestial court were drawn directly into that grand world. With a mere gesture, Fuglight suppressed the Eastern Prince and the celestial beings into the pages of his tome. Such strength from Fuglight left the many powerful observers in a state of shock, their scalps tingling. They acknowledged Fuglight's might, yet, wasn't this a bit too overwhelming? It felt as though both sides existed on entirely different planes. Were they truly all practitioners of the same celestial system? And what of the Eastern Prince, the foremost male celestial and ruler of the celestial court? Was he truly this feeble? As the numerous powerful beings observed in bewilderment and astonishment, the battle erupted in earnest. The river of souls charged towards the red cloud, only to be firmly blocked by Jinwu wielding the earth book. Kunpeng, filled with murderous intent and deep resentment towards the red cloud, recklessly lunged at him, engaging in a fierce battle. The others, including the sisters Shihar and Changxi and other friends of the red cloud, made no progress against their foes either. This battle could be deemed the first of its kind in the annals of the primordial era, a chaotic clash among quasi-saint powerhouses. However, many, having initially come to encircle and attack, began to feel the futility of their endeavor upon witnessing Fuglight, Shihar, and Changxi aiding the red cloud. Thus, among the myriad powerful beings engaged in battle, apart from the fervently vengeful Kunpeng, who charged forward in a frenzy against the red cloud, the rest, including the River of Souls, refrained from exerting their full might. Yet, to depart at this juncture was impossible. They could only wait for the inevitable conclusion of the clash between Kunpeng and the red cloud, otherwise, this battle would surely not reach a resolution. Fuglight refrained from further action, maintaining the grand world within his tome, firmly suppressing the Eastern Prince and the celestial powers therein. Simultaneously, he surveyed the various battlefields, his keen golden eye scanning the heavens and earth, noting the hidden positions of the other powerful beings. Upon observing this, those powerful beings who had initially concealed themselves and harbored certain thoughts shook their heads, suppressing their intentions, and began to withdraw. This matter is untenable, better to retreat. Enough? This opportunity is not fated for me. Today is not auspicious, but Daoist Fuglight cannot protect the red cloud indefinitely. There will be opportunities in the future. Let us depart. One after another, the multitude of powerful beings retreated, and soon, nearly all had vanished. This exodus could not be concealed from others. Upon sensing the departure of the concealed figures, the River of Souls, engaged in combat with Jinwu, frowned. He glanced at Kunpeng, who was still struggling against the red cloud, and at Jinwu, who could easily restrain him, while the Taiyin sisters effortlessly defended against the other celestial beings, as well as Fuglight, who had firmly suppressed the Eastern Prince and his companions. With a silent sigh, he realized that this was merely a hasty alliance and assault. Had Fuglight and the two Taiyin sisters not intervened, there might have still been a possibility of success. However, it was now evident that continuing was unnecessary. Today, the matter was untenable. With this thought in mind, the River of Souls began to entertain thoughts of retreating. He then unleashed the full power of his abyssal dual blades, forcing Jinwu back. I shall withdraw, this matter ends here. As his words fell, the River of Souls transformed into a beam of blood light, unhesitatingly retreating. This left Jinwu momentarily stunned, his expression one of bewilderment. Is he leaving just like that? No further contest. Upon recognizing the futility of the situation, he departed without hesitation. Truly, the River of Souls was renowned for his aversion to risk. Chapter 74, The Art of Rescuing Light and Embracing Death. Chapter 74, The Departure of the Ancient Ancestor of the Underworld River. As the formidable figure departed, the battlefield saw the remaining great powers one after another disengage from their opponents and swiftly retreat. Before long, only the bloodthirsty Kunpeng remained. However, even he could discern the shift in the battlefield and understood that this time, he could not vanquish Hong Yun. How infuriating! Kunpeng roared, his countenance a mask of fury. He glared at Hong Yun, declaring, "You are fortunate today, Hong Yun, I shall spare you this time." With that, Kunpeng raised his hand and wielded the forces of yin and yang, unleashing a tremendous attack that forcefully repelled the defensive spiritual treasure summoned by Hong Yun, sending him staggering backward. After pushing Hong Yun back, Kunpeng transformed into his true form, the majestic bird, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he soared billions of miles away, and with another flap, he vanished beyond recognition. Yet, as he departed, he left behind a chilling proclamation, "I shall return. Daoist Fuguang cannot protect you at all times." Upon hearing Kunpeng's menacing words, Hong Yun remained momentarily silent before responding, "Then I shall await your esteemed visit." The conclusion of the battle between Hong Yun and Kunpeng marked the successful resolution of Hong Yun's crisis. Upon returning from the Purple Cloud Palace to the vast expanse of the primordial universe, Hong Yun, who had been tense throughout the ordeal, finally exhaled in relief. He gathered his spiritual treasures and various divine techniques, then bowed deeply in gratitude to those who had assisted. Jinwu then stepped forward, extending an invitation, "Esteemed friends, please join me at my Wushuang Temple, where I, along with Hong Yun, shall extend our hospitality." In response to this invitation, several great powers nodded in agreement. Excellent. As Fuguang surveyed the rapidly disintegrating grand tome of the myriad worlds, he remarked, "This is not a place for idle chatter. Shall we take our leave? What do you all think, esteemed friends?" Upon hearing his words, the others glanced at the crumbling tome, their expressions revealing their unease. Subsequently, they all nodded in agreement with Fuguang's suggestion and, utilizing their divine abilities, swiftly departed from the realm. Not long after their departure, a beam of pure yang celestial light erupted from within the grand tome, and in mere moments, the world devoid of its spiritual treasures was completely shattered. The expression of Dong Wanggong turned ashen, and the great powers of the celestial court, their faces tinged with fear, reappeared in the world. It was overwhelming. Before they struck, no one had anticipated that a mid-stage quasi-saint, along with several early-stage quasi-saints, would effortlessly be suppressed by Fuguang, who had not even shifted his stance. This level of power far surpassed their own. When an opponent exceeds one's capabilities slightly, many may muster the courage to pursue. When the opponent is significantly stronger, some may still bravely chase after them. However, when the adversary is utterly out of reach, all that remains for most is sheer panic. Having faced defeat in this battle, Dong Wanggong and his companions, upon emerging, understood the gravity of their situation as they did not witness the grand confrontation among the celestial beings. "Let us depart," he barked through gritted teeth, his countenance dark. Why linger here to become the subject of ridicule? He, Dong Wanggong, was the foremost male celestial, the master of the celestial court. Having personally led an expedition, he was bested by a host of ancestral witches. Were it not for the timely intervention of the West Queen Mother, the celestial court would have suffered a devastating blow, severely diminishing their strength. Now, having faced yet another crushing defeat in the struggle for the primordial purple chi, Dong Wanggong felt not merely humiliated, but as if someone were viciously scraping his skin with a blade. The news of today's events would undoubtedly spread, reducing him to a mere laughingstock among the denizens of the primordial realm, and severely undermining the celestial court's authority, thereby jeopardizing many of his plans. The phrase "stealing a chicken only to lose the rice" aptly described Dong Wanggong's current plight. This matter, Dong Wanggong's expression darkened as he seethed inwardly, will not end here. Once he had strengthened the celestial court and unified all beings of the primordial realm, excluding the witch tribe, under his dominion, the immense fortune he would gather would undoubtedly enable him to effortlessly break through to the late quasi-saint stage. At that time, he would return to seize the primordial purple chi from Hong Yun, unravel its mysteries, and achieve enlightenment, when that moment arrives, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold to Daoist Fuguang. Though he had initiated the assault on Hongyun and stirred the ire of Daoist Fuguang, he was still the male celestial designated by the sages, the recognized master of the celestial court. Who would dare disrespect him, who would dare show him contempt? That Fuguang was merely a wandering cultivator, how dare he fail to honor him? Such insolence was courting death. Within the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Fuguang and his companions were warmly received by Jinwu and Hongyun, seated in a courtyard where tables were adorned with spiritual fruits, celestial brews, and pastries. Jinwu had instructed his attendant to procure the exquisite ginseng fruit. This delicacy could be consumed directly or used in alchemy, representing one of the finest spiritual fruits in existence. In terms of value, the ginseng fruit surpassed even Fuguang's innate spiritual root, the Fusang divine tree, which bore fire mulberries. The reason for this disparity lay in the uniqueness of the spiritual root. The ginseng fruit tree was singular and irreplaceable, incapable of yielding another ginseng fruit tree. Conversely, the Fusang divine tree could propagate. The Golden Crow Palace had already cultivated a variety of superior, medium, and inferior qualities of pre-celestial fire mulberry groves. As the gathering settled, they engaged in spirited conversation amid the clinking of cups. After a delightful repast, Hongyun raised his glass and stood. It is thanks to the assistance of all you esteemed friends that I have successfully returned to Wuzhuang Temple. I am immensely grateful. Words cannot express my appreciation. All gratitude is contained within this cup. I shall drink it down in respect. With that, Hongyun drained his cup, and the others, eager to show their goodwill, indicated that no thanks were necessary. After the toast, the forthright Hongyun did not shy away from addressing his other friends directly, solemnly bowing to Fuguang. In particular, I am indebted to Daoist Fuguang for your help. Your great kindness shall be etched in my heart. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon me. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, the others did not take offense. Rather, they nodded in agreement. Had it not been for Fuguang and the two lunar goddesses, the situation would have been exponentially more perilous, and they surely would not have returned to Wuzhuang Temple unscathed. The lunar goddess's assistance was only rendered because Fuguang was present. Thus, Hongyun's earnest gratitude towards Fuguang was well understood by the assembly. Chapter 75, Red Cloud. Wait until I attain sanctity. I shall shield you. Chapter 75, Heartfelt Gratitude and Solemn Commitment to Hongyun. Fuguang wore a cheerful expression. It is but a trifling matter, my friend need not be so formal. Your safety in this endeavor is the result of our collective efforts. They all raised their cups in a show of camaraderie, drinking heartily. Soon, the atmosphere of the banquet was filled with clinking cups and joyous exchanges. After their lively conversations, the gathering turned to the essential activity for the assembly of the myriad immortals, discussing the Tao. Although they had recently attended a lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, this third discourse covered only a minuscule portion concerning the quasi-saint realm, focusing mainly on the cultivation parts of the saints. Even though the attendees grasped some insights, they were yet unable to fully assimilate them as their own. Conversely, discussions among peers proved to be far more enriching, especially since Fuguang, a pinnacle among the 3,000 guests, was present. Following the previous battle, even though Fuguang had yet to engage with the universally acknowledged strongest among the immortals, the Pangu and the Three Clear Ones, he had already begun to exhibit the aura of being the foremost beneath the saints. Thus, to engage in discourse with Fuguang was indeed a significant blessing. Before long, the entire Wuzhuang Temple resonated with profound Tao sounds, and wondrous phenomena unfolded. As auspicious signs converged in the skies, discussions among the great powers had naturally invoked a resonance of the Tao. The scenery within Mount Wanshou remained unchanged, while the seasons outside flowed seamlessly. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. After the extraordinary phenomena of the Tao discussions in Wuzhuang Temple gradually subsided, the guests began to depart in succession. Fuguang, Shihi, and Changxi were the last to leave. Hongyun and Jinwu escorted them to the temple's entrance. They clasped their hands and said, "Travel safely, esteemed friends." After Fuguang returned the gesture, he turned to Hongyun and cautioned, "As you traverse the vast wilderness henceforth, do exercise utmost caution." This was merely a customary reminder. Fuguang understood that Hongyun could not remain in Wuzhuang Temple indefinitely, yet, as Kunpeng had said, he could not constantly keep watch over Hongyun. Thus, it was incumbent upon Hongyun to be vigilant. Of course, after the setback a millennium ago, even if the myriad immortals wished to act against Hongyun, they would proceed with meticulous planning, otherwise, they would not dare to act lightly. Fu Guang was even certain, before the return of the celestial saints, any crises Hongyun faced would likely be manageable, albeit not entirely absent. The greatest tribulation for Hongyun did not stem from the myriad immortals nor from the primordial purple energy. Rather, it was the two Western saints, Jin and Junti, who bore an insurmountable karmic burden for their colossal saintly positions. As long as Hongyun remained alive, Jin and Junti would owe him a saintly fruit position, at the very least one, or more significantly, two. Who could bear such a debt? Even selling these two brothers would not suffice. Moreover, they had achieved sainthood by making 48 great vows and borrowing vast merits from the heavenly Tao. With their own debts to the heavenly Tao, how could they contemplate shouldering the karmic debts of two saintly positions? Thus, eliminating Hongyun was indeed the most prudent choice for the two Western saints. With his demise, the karmic ties would dissipate. Even if Hongyun's true spirit were to return, the immense karmic repercussions of the two saintly positions would vanish entirely. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Fu Guang's warning and counsel, Hongyun responded earnestly, "Thank you for your reminder, esteemed friend, I understand." Nodding, Fu Guang chose not to prolong the conversation. He conjured a cloud beneath his feet, lifting himself, Shihi, and Changshi into the sky. After bidding farewell to Jinyuanzi and Hongyun below, they transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the starry expanse. Observing their departure, Hongyun mused with a touch of sentimentality, Fu Guang and his companions are truly inseparable, as close as brothers in arms. Have they formed a Daoist partnership? Upon hearing Hongyun's inquiry, Jinyuanzi instinctively tightened his grip on his beard, pulling it slightly. He cast a bemused glance at Hongyun. "If you are so curious, why not directly inquire with those three?" Shaking his head, Hongyun replied, "I shan't. I fear I might get beaten." Although he shared a good rapport with Fu Guang, to rashly pry into such personal matters would be foolish. Hongyun was not so naive. The two continued their banter as they walked toward Wuzhuang Temple. "When do you think I will fully comprehend this primordial purple energy?" "I do not know." "Oh, why are you so indifferent?" "I see now, you are envious of my fortune." "Not at all. Rest assured, once I grasp the foundation of sainthood, I will surely protect you. At that time, you could traverse the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses with pride." "I thank you for that." Har har har. On the return journey amidst the clouds, Fu Guang wore a slight smile, feeling much more at ease, unlike the heavy-heartedness he had experienced a millennium ago. Noticing Fu Guang's demeanor, Shihi smiled gently. "Have you resolved the matters that once troubled you?" At this, Fu Guang paused for a moment before smiling back at Shihi. "You noticed, did you?" Nodding, Shihi did not deny it. "It is not just me. Anyone familiar with you would surely perceive it. Wouldn't you agree, sister?" Changshi, standing nearby, affirmed Shihi's observation, adding, "Indeed, I sensed it as well." In response, Fu Guang remained unfazed. "I have indeed come to understand certain matters and made some decisions. However, I cannot disclose the specifics. I hope you can understand." With a gentle nod, Shihi smiled. "Do you think we sisters lack discretion? You can rest easy." After a brief pause, Shihi continued with a smile, "By the way, what do you think of the promise made by Hongyun and Jinyuanzi to you?" After a moment of contemplation, Fu Guang replied, "A favorable development." Previously, Hongyun and Jinyuanzi had been unable to offer Fu Guang any substantial reward, thus they could only make a commitment that they would not refuse any requests from him in the future. The promise of 2 great powers, even if it could only be utilized separately on 2 occasions, was indeed a valuable reward, even if, considering the current circumstances, Hongyun was ultimately destined for demise. For Fu Guang, utilizing this promise before that eventuality or having Jinyuanzi honor it afterward posed no issue. Given the relationship between Jinyuanzi and Hongyun, it was unlikely Jinyuanzi would default on his word. Observing Fu Guang's composed expression, Shihi pondered, a simple act in return for the gratitude and promise of both Hongyun and Jinyuanzi. Moreover, after the battle a millennium ago, Fu Guang's renown has surely spread throughout the wilderness, coupled with the benevolence he previously displayed. In light of the current situation, should he raise his voice, who knows how many would respond. His actions this time were truly masterful. This maneuver has yielded significant benefits, which is indeed remarkable. Shihi's reflections were not mere speculation. Rather, from her perspective, she could easily discern the numerous tangible and intangible gains Fu Guang had accrued from the unfolding events, prompting her to feel a profound sense of admiration. Chapter 76, Allow me to enlighten you, dear friends, on the true essence of surprise. Chapter 76, Shortly after, the three arrived together at the celestial expanse. Fu Guang turned to the two sisters, Shihi and Changxi, and inquired, "Shall we visit the Golden Crow Palace for a while, or would you prefer to return to the Moon Goddess Palace for seclusion first?" Given their current close relationship, there was no need for formalities. Thus, a direct question sufficed. After a moment of contemplation, Shihi made her decision. Let us first return for seclusion. Having engaged in discussions at the Wuzhuang Temple, I have garnered some insights, and I likewise gleaned a few understandings during the previous experience in the chaos. It is indeed a perfect time for retreat. She paused for a moment, her beautiful eyes turning toward Fu Guang as she spoke. Your strength is unfathomable. If we sisters do not strive diligently, we may find ourselves unable to keep pace with you. Fu Guang was momentarily taken aback, observing the earnest expression on Shihi's face and the silent demeanor of Changxi. He had never anticipated that his own prowess would place such immense pressure on these two sisters. This revelation was, to say the least, somewhat unexpected. Of course, Fu Guang would not dampen the mood by, "I will shield you." Although both parties understood each other's sentiments, the pursuit of cultivation remained the fundamental aspiration for the great powers within the primordial realm. Acknowledging Shihi and Changxi's intentions, Fu Guang nodded gently, "I wish you both a successful retreat. May you overcome your tribulations and achieve another breakthrough." Currently, both Shihi and Changxi were at the stage of slaying their second corpse, and should they succeed in slaying a third, they would ascend to the rank of quasi-saint. At that juncture, even if their realms did not advance, their combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass their current capabilities. "Thank you for your kind words," Shihi smiled, expressing her gratitude to Fu Guang before the two sisters transformed into beams of moonlight and set forth toward the moon star. After a brief pause, Fu Guang stepped forward, conjuring a spatial passage before effortlessly entering. Moments later, he found himself back within the Golden Crow Palace. In the Fuso courtyard, Fu Guang had scarcely taken his seat when Chunlan, one of the four flower fairies in attendance, approached him. Bowing respectfully, she greeted, "My lord, you have returned." Raising his gaze, Fu Guang noticed the Tai golden immortal fruit that Chunlan had successfully cultivated and nodded in satisfaction. "You have harvested the Tai golden immortal fruit. Well done. Take your time, accumulate gradually. I eagerly await the day you attain the Tao fruit of the great Luo." Chunlan's face beamed with joy at his words. "I shall certainly not disappoint you, my lord." Waving his hand, Fu Guang gestured for Chunlan to withdraw. "You may leave for now. After a brief rest, I too must enter seclusion. As for matters within the palace, let them proceed as usual." Upon receiving his instructions, Chunlan bowed and respectfully exited. Fu Guang waved his hand again, summoning a plate of sunflower seeds, a bowl of peanuts, and a cup of celestial brew to his table. Savoring these treats, he began to organize his forthcoming plans and arrangements in his mind. The affairs of the Witch clan, the matters of the Four Seas and Eight Wastelands, the issues of the Celestial Court, and so forth, are of no immediate concern. At this moment, it is of utmost importance to perfect my mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm. Presently, Fu Guang's mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Tao fruit was nearing completion, equivalent to the realm of a fully realized quasi-saint. This formidable strength, which far surpassed that of 3,000 guests and truly positioned him in the foremost echelon beneath the saints, was the very foundation of Fu Guang's willingness to take even the slightest risks. Were it not for such power, he would undoubtedly exercise greater caution. With just one step remaining to achieve the completion of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Tao fruit, Fu Guang was confident he could accomplish this during his upcoming seclusion. As for the path to follow after the fruition of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Tao, he had yet to fully grasp it. Throughout the vast primordial realm, countless powerful beings across the ages, with the exception of the enigmatic Yang Mai Lao Zu who had long since vanished into chaos, along with the saints themselves, remained unaware of the path that lay beyond the completion of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. After all, while the saints had attained the mixed Yuan Da Luo Golden Immortal Dao fruit, they had traversed their own self-forged path of slaying 3 corpses. Thus, the post-completion path of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal would fall solely upon Fu Guang's own insights and conclusions. Moreover, after taking a sip of the moonlight brew, Fu Guang raised his hand to retrieve the 3 artifacts he had recently acquired. These 3 treasures must be refined without delay. Especially the God-slaying spear, once refined, it can be wielded against 1 or 2 individuals who particularly irk me during future encounters. And then, the shall be employed to mend it, restoring it to the rank of a primal treasure, before facing adversaries again. What a delightful surprise that would be. Imagine, when opponents believe that the God-slaying spear in Fu Guang's possession is merely a top-tier primal spiritual treasure, only to witness it transformed back into a primal treasure upon his next unveiling. Such a surprise would indeed be remarkable. Naturally, Fu Guang preferred to reserve the use of the God-slaying spear until he encountered a worthy opponent. At the very least, among those currently harboring grievances against him, none warranted the summoning of the God-slaying spear. Buzz, a hazy purple light enveloped Fu Guang as he extracted the primordial purple energy he had obtained from his body. Releasing his hold on the primordial purple energy, it seemed to cling to him, immediately gravitating back toward him. Fu Guang had no doubt that should he cast this primordial purple energy into the sun star, it would find its way back to him. There is no need to rush the refinement of the primordial purple energy. As he poked at the energy with his fingers, there was no need for it. This energy, once he achieved enlightenment, could be refined directly. There was no point in squandering time and effort on it now. Should he fail to attain enlightenment, refining it would be futile, and again, there was no need to waste time on the primordial purple energy. Furthermore, Fu Guang had another critical task to accomplish, refining the Chaos Bell, currently among the top-tier powerhouses of the primordial realm, following the opportunities presented at the dividing treasure cliff, barring a few Originally, Fu Guang had enough spiritual treasures to get by, but he now felt them to be insufficient. Hence, he needed to expedite the complete refinement of the Chaos Bell to ensure a solid foundation. Only a fully refined supreme treasure could offer true peace of mind. Chapter 77, Fushi and Bei's Great Minds Think Alike. Chapter 77, Leisurely Years. With a soft clink, Fu Guang set down his wine cup and rose leisurely to his feet. He strolled unhurriedly towards the grand hall of Jinwu Palace, where he often secluded himself for meditation. With a resounding thud, the heavy doors of the hall closed behind him, and once again, the Jinwu Palace returned to its tranquil and undisturbed state. As the serenity enveloped the palace, the tumultuous events of a millennium ago began to echo through the ranks of the mighty in the vast wilderness, gradually becoming widely recounted. Many formidable beings who had not witnessed the battle turned slightly to regard it. In the Western Spirit Mountain, the ancestral root of the West, stood the sacred grounds of the 2 supreme practitioners, Jin and Junti. This place was revered as a paradise by the beings of the West. However, the 2 brothers had yet to open their mountain gates or establish their teachings, resulting in a scarcity of Western beings able to ascend the mountain for cultivation. Nonetheless, the periphery of the Spirit Mountain still hosted a number of practitioners with reasonably good potential, albeit in the impoverished West. At this moment, Jin and Junti were gathered together, having recently learned of the outcome of the battle from a millennium prior. As they exchanged glances, Junti furrowed his brow and remarked, with Fu Guang Daoist's protection, it seems the karmic ties with Hongyun will be difficult to sever. Indeed, from the outset, the 2 brothers had not intended to repay Hongyun's karmic debt. Rather, they aspired for this overwhelming karma to dissipate with Hongyun's downfall. Jin, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded unhurriedly, my younger brother, you are overly concerned. At this moment, our foremost task as brothers is, I had indeed been too fixated. As long as we attain sainthood, even with Fu Guang Daoist's protection, the karma between Hongyun and us will surely dissipate. Achieving sainthood was the greatest assurance for Jin and Junti. For once they both attained this exalted state, few in this world could stand against their combined strength, hence, there was no need to fret over such matters. With this thought, Junti's heart found tranquility once more, and he continued his discourse with Jin, diligently refining the primordial purple energy. In Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the three pure ones, who had begun to proclaim themselves as the authentic lineage of Pangu, remained indifferent upon receiving the news. The three brothers were engrossed in their own respective palaces, each in seclusion. They had much to accomplish, refining treasured artifacts, comprehending the primordial purple energy, and assimilating the teachings gleaned from the Purple Cloud Palace. They had no inclination to concern themselves with the movements of others. Today's disturbances were of little significance, only the attainment of sainthood remained their eternal pursuit. At Fengchi Mountain, after returning from the Purple Cloud Palace, Niu immediately entered seclusion. With the foundation for her ascension to sainthood firmly established, her desire to unravel the mysteries within the primordial purple energy surged. As for Fuxi, having found the teachings from the Purple Cloud Palace too intricate to fully grasp in the short term, he lacked the fervent desire to enter seclusion, thus opting for a more natural approach. At this moment, upon learning of the events from a millennium ago, Fuxi frowned. In silence, Fu Guangdaoist has indeed outpaced us all, truly remarkable. However, given his composed nature, even if he aids Hong Yun, he would not readily confront the sovereign of the orthodox celestial court, the Eastern King. Unless Fu Guangdaoist has devised some plans of his own. All these interpretations stemmed from Fuxi's earlier deductions regarding Fu Guang's supreme and noble fate. As a master of the innate numerical principles, Fuxi held great weight on destiny and karma. It was precisely for this reason that he had never doubted Fu Guang's future success. As Fuxi's thoughts wandered, Baizi approached him. Senior Fuxi. Snapping back to reality, Fuxi turned his gaze to Baizi and congratulated him. With your attainment of the great Luo Dao fruit, you are but a step away from entering the quasi-saint realm and joining the ranks of your fellow practitioners. Congratulations, young friend. At this moment, Baizi emanated an aura of completeness, clearly having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Hearing Fuxi's words, Baizi expressed his gratitude with a bow. Thank you, Senior Fuxi, for your guidance and teachings over the years. Otherwise, I fear I would have squandered much more time before achieving my current level. Gesturing for Baizi to sit, Fuxi did not deny his assistance, viewing it as a minor matter. However, he was more concerned with one question. Young friend Baizi, your reason for coming to Fengchi Mountain was because you received guidance from Fu Guangdaoist on the Sun Star, correct? This question left Baizi momentarily taken aback, but he quickly nodded in affirmation. Indeed. After Fu Guang Sr. imparted teachings to us, he directed us towards Fengchi Mountain and Wenshou Mountain. We unanimously chose to come to Fengchi Mountain in search of the protection of the two seniors. Upon hearing this, Fuxi nodded in understanding. I see, I may have guessed wife. As Fuxi recounted the tale, Baizi focused intently on Fu Guang's role. After listening to the entire account, a contemplative expression crossed his face. If Fu Guang had indeed brought them to Fengchi Mountain, it must hold profound significance. Regrettably, his understanding was not as profound as that of Senior Fuxi. Regardless, Baizi held no grievances regarding Fu Guang's arrangements. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. Senior Fuxi, I must confess. When I first met Fu Guang, I sensed he was a naturally born emperor destined for greatness. In comparison, the current sovereign of the celestial court, that self-proclaimed leader of the male immortals, truly pales in comparison. The clash of destinies between Fu Guang and the Eastern King may not be a mere coincidence. Pausing briefly, Baizi looked at Fuxi with significant intent. I believe Fu Guang is the true embodiment of destiny. I wonder what your thoughts are, Senior. In response, Fuxi smiled gently. In the past, I calculated Fu Guangdaoist's fate to be of the supreme and noble 9-9 heavenly mandate. Understanding dawned upon Baizi as Fuxi's words resonated with him. Though not explicitly stated, Fuxi's message was unmistakable. Great minds think alike. With this realization, Baizi and Fuxi exchanged knowing smiles. Among intelligent beings, everything is understood without the need for words. Chapter 78, The Celestial Court of Transformation. Among the Stars. Chapter 78, The verdant mountains remain, while the sunset sets in repeated cycles. Time swiftly passes, and yet another Yuan festival has slipped by unnoticed. At this moment, within the Fusang courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang leisurely peruses the temporal calendar, observing the tumult and upheaval across the vast expanse of the universe. In his current state, having emerged from seclusion, Fu Guang enjoys the privilege of utilizing the auspicious Lingbao, the primordial temporal calendar, to witness the real-time happenings on the primordial land. What a fierce battle it is, he muses, smiling as he watches the unrestricted advancement of their witch clan amidst the numerous wars afflicting the myriad races. To him, the survival of these races holds little significance, it is merely a natural selection, a testament to the principle of survival of the fittest. The witch clan feeds upon the myriad races, while the myriad races slaughter the witches for their blood to refine treasures. The conflict between the two factions is fundamentally irreconcilable, however, in stark contrast. Despite their bellicose nature and relatively smaller numbers, the witch clan, characterized by their internal unity and formidable individual prowess, consistently maintains the upper hand in this irreconcilable discord. One might even assert that they hold an absolute advantage. The reason for this is that, while the myriad races may seem impressive, they are ultimately nothing more than a scattered assembly. Occasional alliances are marred by mutual suspicion, externally threatened and internally fractious. It is a wonder that the myriad races have yet to be completely annihilated by the witches, for the latter's population has not yet reached its peak. Each hunt for the myriad races merely extracts the necessary amount of tribal population. Once their witch clan's numbers reach a critical threshold and enter another explosive phase, the myriad races will inevitably face a far graver predicament. Although the current situation is perilous, it has not yet reached an existential crisis. This is evidenced by the fact that the great witches are still selecting the most succulent and energy-rich races for hunting. When food becomes scarce, the witches will have no luxury of being choosy. The Eastern King has quietly made significant progress. After a brief reflection on the circumstances of the witches and the myriad races, Fu Guang shifted his gaze towards the direction of the primordial celestial court. Presently, endowed with the full power of a perfected primordial golden immortal and aided by the fully functional innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, he is able to glean insights into the fortunes of sentient beings. Within this realm, the witch clan, with its particularly radiant fortune, and the celestial court, certainly draw considerable attention. In recent times, the Eastern King seems to have been spurred into action, departing from his previously ostentatious demeanor. The Celestial Court has quietly embarked on a path of development, diligently nurturing potential cultivators within its ranks, recruiting great Luo cultivators, extending invitations to powerful beings, and placing greater emphasis on the accumulation of its own foundation rather than obsessing over territorial gains as in the past. Fu Guang finds this transformation quite agreeable. It appears that after suffering defeats at the hands of the ancestor witches and myself, the Eastern King has learned to bide his time and endure humiliation. Yet, I wonder, in this flourishing transformation of the Celestial Court, how much credit can be attributed to the Eastern King, and how much effort has the seasoned strategist, the Western Queen Mother, contributed. While others might perceive this as the Eastern King rising from the ashes after repeated failures, Fu Guang harbors a different perspective. He believes that a significant portion of the Celestial Court's changes may be directly or indirectly facilitated by the Western Queen Mother. Given the Eastern King's temperament, while change is to be expected, such a comprehensive transformation could not have occurred so effortlessly. I must devise a way to deepen the bond between the Western Queen Mother and the Celestial Court. With a contemplative expression, Fu Guang stroked his chin. The combination of the Western Queen Mother, the Eastern King, and the multitude of powerful beings joining the Celestial Court should be sufficient to withstand the Witch Clan. Yet, there may still be deficiencies. Perhaps we should consider drawing the Kunpring into the Celestial Court. Given the temperament of the 12 ancestor witches, a confrontation with the Celestial Court is inevitable. As for why they have not acted yet, it is likely because they do not regard the Celestial Court as a significant threat. Moreover, the Witch Clan is currently in a phase of rapid development. They are evidently more concerned with the growth of their own kin than with the destruction of a mere Celestial Court. A small Celestial Court can be dealt with at any time, but nurturing their own people, who are continuously growing, requires careful protection from external threats. Faced with the evident presence of the seasoned strategist among the witches, even with the Western Queen Mother fully committed, the Celestial Court may not prevail. However, should the Kunpring join their ranks, they might stand a fighting chance. Yet persuading the Kunpring to join the Celestial Court will pose a considerable challenge. Convincing him, the Eastern King lacks the strength for such a task and can only offer enticing promises. There is no rush. This matter can be deliberated over time. Fu Guang raised his cup and drained it in one go. His desire to assist the celestial court stems from a singular motivation, an irresistible allure presented by the saints. It is undeniable that he is an outsider, yet he has also traversed the endless years of cultivation within the primordial realm as a seeker of truth. The opportunity to attain enlightenment lies before him. While his status as an outsider instills caution, the seeker within him finds it difficult to relinquish such temptation until he formulates a path with a 98% success rate and solidifies his resolve. The Eastern King and the Celestial Court must be afforded some measure of support to shield him from the forthcoming storms of tribulation. Never did he anticipate that one day, Fu Guang would find himself concerned about the inadequacy of his adversary's strength. With a decisive gesture, he set down his cup, rising to collect the primordial temporal calendar. I shall take a stroll. You all tend to the affairs of the palace and cultivate diligently. He turned to the attendant, Xiaoju, and issued his command. Upon hearing this, Xiaoju bowed respectfully, yes. Without further ado, Fu Guang stepped out, departing from the Golden Crow Palace to traverse the vast and mysterious expanse of the primordial starry sky. Once Fu Guang had left, Xiaoju performed a respectful bow, tidied up the remnants of Fu Guang's cup and other belongings, and then retreated to the Four Seasons Hall within the Golden Crow Palace to enter seclusion. The primordial realm has endured several tribulations, beginning with the cataclysm brought forth by the ferocious beasts at the dawn of creation. The three innate races garnered merit and fortune amidst this beastly calamity, leading to their flourishing development and gradual ascent towards dominance, thus inciting the tribulation of the three races. Concurrently, the calamity of Tao and demons erupted, instigated by the former demon ancestor, Luo Hu, as many chaos demons and powerful beings contended for supremacy. While the battlegrounds of these tribulations predominantly unfolded upon the primordial land, it is an undeniable truth that the starry skies have also faced their share of calamity. As the supreme deity of the sun star, having attained the position of the sun god, Fu Guang stands as the sole sovereign of the current primordial starry sky. Even the sisters, Shihi and Charnshi, pale in comparison to him in terms of status. After all, there are only two true celestial positions birthed from the primordial starry sky, the sun god and the moon god. The genuine moon god, the great deity Wang Shu, had perished in the previous calamity, thus leaving Shihi and Charnshi, who merely hold the rank of the moon star sovereigns, lacking the legitimacy to govern the primordial starry sky in the same manner as Fu Guang. At this moment, as Fu Guang traverses the starry expanse, he draws upon the essence of the main and minor stars, extracting materials from the constellations. Simultaneously, he employs his authority over the stars and his immense magical prowess to mend the damaged regions of the primordial starry sky, restoring the disordered celestial phenomena between the stars. Before Fu Guang could complete his tasks, two beams of lunar light descended from the direction of the moon star, enveloping him. The figures of the sisters, Shihi and Charnshi, emerged from the moonlight. Upon witnessing Fu Guang's actions, an expression of astonishment crossed Shihi's face as she inquired, "Are you repairing the starry sky? How can you be so leisurely?" As the moon star sovereigns, Shihi and Charnshi are acutely aware that many regions of the primordial starry sky have been adversely affected by calamities. However, for them, mending the starry sky is no simple feat, especially given that numerous powerful beings within the primordial realm possess means to manipulate the forces of the starry sky, further complicating its operation. Their efforts to repair it have proven woefully inefficient. Perhaps the speed of their restoration pales in comparison to the rate of destruction, which is why the sisters have refrained from undertaking such a Sisyphean task. Logically, Fu Guang should be in a similar predicament. It is only upon witnessing Fu Guang's actions that Shihi felt the surprise. Chapter 79. Share, sister, the water here is quite profound. Chapter 79. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shihi's demeanor also turned serious, for she understood that Fu Guang had been scheming regarding the supreme position among the heavens, even including the Eastern King and the currently reclusive celestial court within his calculations. Thus, upon hearing Fu Guang's words, Shihi recognized that this deeply enigmatic man was on the brink of seizing the opportune moment he had awaited. At this juncture, revealing his intentions to them undoubtedly indicated that he regarded them as kin, eager to embark on grand undertakings together. However, Shihi had already contemplated deeply her involvement in Fu Guang's grand designs, merely awaiting his invitation. Should he express his desires, she would eagerly comply, yet she harbored concerns for her sister Changxi, known for her exceedingly innocent disposition, to the point of being blissfully unaware of worldly affairs. Changxi exhibited a naivety akin to a blank canvas regarding matters that failed to pique her interest. Venturing into Fu Guang's intricate schemes might lead her into peril. Although the mid-stage quasi-saint realm was indeed formidable, the grand ambitions Fu Guang was orchestrating entailed cataclysmic events. Amidst such upheaval, even a saint could find themselves mired in chaos, let alone a quasi-saint. With this thought, Shihi took a deep breath and spoke, "I have no objections." Then, with utmost seriousness, she turned to Changxi, earnestly advising, "Sister, this is of great consequence. Please consider it carefully. The waters here run deep. Your character may struggle to navigate it." Upon hearing this, Changxi's previously serene expression grew slightly solemn before reverting to her usual cool and detached demeanor. Then, she cast a glance at Fu Guang. "I am willing." Recognizing Changxi's unwavering determination once she made a decision, Shihi nodded in understanding and ceased her urging. Turning her gaze back to Fu Guang, with a serious countenance, she inquired, "What is it that you wish for us to assist you with?" As she asked, Shihi had already mentally prepared herself for any outcome. Even if Fu Guang intended to lead them into a battle against the celestial court, she would not flinch. To achieve great ambitions, one must not fear conflict. Faced with the solemn expressions of Shihi and Changxi, Fu Guang found himself momentarily taken aback. He sensed that the sisters might have misconstrued his intentions as requiring them to undertake an arduous task, which explained their serious demeanor. While the sisters did not refuse to assist him, Fu Guang, a lifelong bachelor, felt a swell of appreciation and emotion. However, he preferred to clarify this misunderstanding. Thus, Fu Guang smiled and explained, "You need not feel anxious. The task I wish to entrust to you is not particularly challenging, though it will require considerable time." With such gravity, I feel somewhat embarrassed to voice it. This task was not difficult, yet the sheer volume was overwhelming. The time required would undoubtedly commence in epochs. Though unaware of Fu Guang's motives for gathering the primordial essence and gold, Shihi, who rarely questioned matters, nodded in agreement. "This task is simple. It merely requires some time. At most, we will complete it within 10 epochs. I hope this will not delay your plans." Shaking his head, Fu Guang casually replied, "There will be no delays." After receiving this affirmation, Shihi nodded, "That is good." Then, exchanging a glance with Changxi, she declared, "Time is of the essence. My sister and I shall procure these items for you at once." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang smiled, "I appreciate your efforts." Without further ado, Shihi and Changxi bid farewell and transformed into two beams of moonlight, vanishing into the vast expanse of starlight. Once they departed, Fu Guang resumed his work of restoring the celestial configurations of the main stars. Meanwhile, a subtle smile played upon his lips. "Delay my plans. It seems Shihi has discerned my intentions to restore the celestial realm. Truly, they are renowned for no one among them is foolish." Har har har. High above the starry canopy, indifferent to worldly affairs, the myriad beings and their fates upon the vast earth remained untouched by the celestial bodies that hung majestically overhead. Restoring the celestial configurations of the main stars was a colossal endeavor. Even with Fu Guang's current prowess, it would demand a considerable amount of time to accomplish. Moreover, sheer strength alone would not suffice. Were it not for Fu Guang's position as the sun god, an actual sovereign of the stars, the time required to achieve such feats would multiply exponentially. The challenge would naturally intensify. On this day, beside a principal star radiating a shimmering starlight, Fu Guang sat cross-legged atop a sphere of solar flames, multitasking. He was simultaneously repairing the celestial configurations while using the solar flames, along with the Jinwu cauldron and the primordial essence and gold he had gathered, to forge the corresponding spiritual treasures of the main stars. Forging the celestial spiritual treasures was Fu Guang's primary undertaking, whether it involved gathering the primordial essence of the stars or the gold of the myriad stars, along with restoring the celestial configurations among the principal stars, all served the purpose of crafting the celestial spiritual treasures. The existence of these treasures was integral to a grand formation he had begun to comprehend and deduce, the great formation of the celestial stars. Chapter 80, Fuxi and Bei's Return, News from Phoenix Nest Mountain. Chapter 80. A millennium has passed. Buzz, within the Jinwu, radiant celestial light emerged. Following this, a small flag imbued with the power of the stars, exuding the aura of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, soared forth from the Jinwu, landing directly in Fugong's hand, which he then deftly tucked away into his spiritual platform. This truly is a tedious and time-consuming endeavor. After stretching lazily, Fugong expressed his sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. Given his reclusive disposition, even he found the task of mending the stars and restoring celestial calculations to be monotonous and laborious, requiring an extensive amount of time. Thus, it is no surprise that the former figures of destiny, Emperor Jun and Tai, did not undertake such tasks. Why bother repairing the starry vault when one could gain power more swiftly through conquering the myriad races of the wilderness and establishing oneself as the sovereign of the primordial world? However, after a brief respite, Fugong resumed his alchemical work. It is precisely because this task is so tedious, laborious, and fraught with difficulty that its successful completion will yield immense rewards. The Tao of Heaven is just. The greater the effort and the higher the difficulty, the more profound the rewards upon completion. What Fugong sought to achieve was certainly not as simple as merely constructing a successful Juqian star formation. He desired much more, including but not limited to acquiring heavenly merits, the authority of the Juqian stars, the auspiciousness of the myriad stars, and an upgraded version of the Juqian star formation that he could activate single-handedly. If he merely intended to refine the Juqian star formation, why would he toil so diligently to repair the starry vault and restore celestial calculations? As Fugong resumed his work, approximately a century passed. Buzz, two beams of celestial light approached from afar. Just a short distance away from Fugong, two figures emerged from the celestial radiance. They were none other than the Fuxi Daoist from Fengqi Mountain and Bai Zi, who was currently seeking refuge at Fengqi Mountain. From a distance, Fuxi clasped his hands in salute. Fugong Daoist friend, do you have a moment to converse? Bai Zi bowed respectfully but remained silent. Buzz, after Fuxi's words, in but a fleeting moment, a surge of spatial Tao power enveloped both Fuxi and Bai Zi, and before they could fully comprehend the situation, they found themselves standing not far behind Fugong. Without pausing his movements, Fugong continued to refine the star spiritual treasures within the Jinwu, simultaneously using his formidable powers to restore celestial calculations, all while facing away from Fuxi and Bai Zi. Rarely, he did not return the greeting, stating without turning, as I am amidst the starry void and rather occupied at present, I apologize for my lack of courtesy. I hope Fuxi Daoist and young Bai Zi can forgive me. Upon hearing this, Fuxi's eyes flickered momentarily, another instance of spatial manipulation. Years ago, having witnessed such techniques in the Golden Crow Palace, he couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and jest. Wasn't it said that such privileges were confined to the solar star? How could Fugong Daoist, in this far-off starry expanse, so effortlessly transport him a billion miles in the blink of an eye, leaving even a mid-stage quasi-saint completely bewildered? Thus, the previous claim that this ability was exclusive to the solar divine authority was nothing more than a ruse, wasn't it? With his thoughts whirling, Fuxi quickly composed himself, smiling as he replied, not at all, it is I and young Bai Zi who have intruded upon your time, dear Fugong Daoist, how could we dare to blame you? Beside him, Bai Zi maintained his customary deference, bowing again, my apologies for the disturbance, senior. Without turning, Fugong casually responded, no matter. There is no need for formalities. I wonder, what brings you both here to seek my counsel? Upon hearing Fugong's inquiry, Fuxi cast a glance at Fugong's back, noting the Jinwu and the transformations of the stars and celestial calculations laid bare before him. In particular, upon seeing the Jinwu, Fuxi's pupils narrowed slightly, a wave of astonishment rising within him. The Jinwu, this renowned treasure of creation, capable of reversing innate transformations, was unexpectedly in the hands of Fugong Daoist. Until now, he had received no prior information whatsoever. Moreover, due to Nuer's dedicated pursuit of the path of creation, the siblings had once collaborated to search for this treasure. Never did they imagine it would end up in the possession of Fugong Daoist. It must be said, Fugong Daoist was exceptionally adept at concealing such treasures. Were it not for this serendipitous visit with Bai Zi, who knows how long it would have taken for them to discover this. However, Fuxi harbored no ulterior motives. Firstly, as a master of innate calculations, he held a profound belief in destiny. The fact that the Jinwu had fallen into Fugong's hands indicated that both he and his sister Jinwu were fated to be without it. Secondly, Fuxi was not the sort to covet the treasures of his friends. Thirdly, anyone daring to entertain thoughts of the treasures in Fugong's possession was likely courting disaster. Fuxi had no doubt that should he even hint at such desires, the momentary camaraderie they shared would be shattered, with Fugong unleashing his wrath upon him. Coveting another's treasure in the primordial universe was undoubtedly a grudge that could only end in death. Lastly, Fuxi felt a deep-seated unease at the thought of opposing Fugong, as though it were an affront to the heavens, an act of treachery. Thus, he held no desire for the Jinwu whatsoever. After deducing what Fugong was presently engaged in, Fuxi's expression grew solemn and earnest as he addressed Fugong's inquiry. "We have come to discuss a few matters with you, Fugong Daoist. However, the timing may not." Besides Bai Zi, there were several other great Luo golden immortals at Finchi Mountain. This Finchi Mountain was indeed remarkable. Instinctively, Fugong remarked, "Indeed." Upon hearing Fugong's response, Fuxi's lips curled into a smile, and Bai Zi's face lit up with joy. The two exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts unspoken yet clearly conveyed. Chapter 81, The Eastern Prince has set forth once more. Chapter 81, The unnoticed movements between Fuxi and Baize. With an expression of anticipation, he tentatively asked, "Pray tell, Fuguang, what is your perspective on the dramatic changes that have unfolded since this Yuan Hui?" As Fuxi posed his question, Baize's face also bore a hint of expectation. He and the venerable Fuxi had long reached a consensus. They believed that Fuguang was the only one capable of unifying the primordial world and becoming the supreme sovereign of all beings. The ancestral shamans of the Wu clan, they cannot ascend to the supreme throne while preying upon the lives of others. The East Wangong, lacking the requisite strength, he is a self-important figure, oblivious to his own limitations, and should he even aspire to greatness. Only Fuguang, destined by fate, of the highest and most noble lineage, and recognized as the foremost individual beneath the saints. He has created written language and established the path of culture. He has set the calendar and defined the temporal sequence, accruing the most heavenly merit and becoming a favored figure of the Tao of Heaven. It is he, Fuguang, who is truly worthy of the title of sovereign over heaven and earth. This individual is the one Baize wishes to follow, the one with whom Fuxi seeks to collaborate on grand endeavors. Indeed, before this visit, Fuxi and Baize had already reached an understanding. They aimed to demonstrate their worth in hopes of entering Fuguang's grand plans. Why pursue this path? It pertains to their own Tao. The innate art of divination hinges upon deciphering the heavenly secrets and intercepting the tides of the future. The heights one can achieve depend on whether the practitioner, traversing this great path, can perceive more clearly and calculate more thoroughly amidst varying circumstances. If the two of them could leverage the opportunity to collaborate with Fuguang on his grand designs, they would also be stepping into the current calamity that has commenced. As two primordial shamans walking the same path in different directions, they would undoubtedly glean deeper insights into the mysteries of the. When Fuguang completes his plans and ascends to the supreme throne of heaven and earth, it is likely that their own paths will reach the completion of the quasi-saint level. At that point, they could anticipate the glorious achievement of the Tao fruit of the great Luo golden immortal. However, a question arises: since they are destined to enter the calamity, why select Fuguang over the currently resurgent East Wangong? The answer is quite simple. Both Baize and Fuxi merely wish to strategize within the calamity, navigating its vicissitudes while cultivating their innate art of divination, rather than seeking a foolhardy demise. As for the ancestral shamans, Baize and Fuxi would likely find themselves as mere fodder after their arrival, especially Baize. Although the flavor of his true form remains unknown, the ancestral shamans would certainly relish the opportunity to sample him. Returning to the matter at hand, after Fuxi concluded his account, both he and Baize awaited Fuguang's response, refraining from any movements or utterances so as not to disturb his contemplation. At this moment, Fuguang was equally taken aback by the news brought forth by Fuxi. The Wu clan has commenced their migration. Though only 6 major tribes have moved, this indicates that the population of the Wu has reached a critical point. In other words, a resurgence of the calamity is anticipated in the not-so-distant future. It is a message neither wholly good nor bad. As for East Wanggong achieving the late quasi-saint level, that was to be expected. Under the immense fortune of the Celestial Court, even the most inept would eventually break through to that level. It is fair to say that while East Wanggong may not be remarkable, one cannot deny that his foundational qualifications are among the pinnacle of innate sanctity. The fact that Kunpeng and several Grand Masters have joined the Celestial Court was indeed surprising to Fuguang. As for the price East Wanggong offered that persuaded Kunpeng to join willingly, Fuguang could speculate. Firstly, it must involve spiritual treasures. Who in the primordial realm is unaware that Kunpeng is a destitute Grand Master, lacking any suitable spiritual treasures. Even during the distribution of treasures at the Zashir Palace, he hardly acquired anything of worth. Secondly, it likely pertains to Hongyun. Kunpeng's desire to eliminate Hongyun aligns closely with his ambition to obtain the primordial purple chi. Should East Wanggong promise assistance in slaying Hongyun, Kunpeng would undoubtedly be tempted. However, the notion of promising the primordial purple chi is utterly implausible. East Wanggong is neither so generous nor so confident that Kunpeng cannot comprehend the primordial purple chi. After all, Kunpeng has once held a Presently, the Celestial Court is thriving, teeming with talent, and its own power has grown significantly. Furthermore, it now boasts 10 Grand Masters, including formidable figures like Kunpeng. Can East Wanggong restrain his urges, suppressing the desire to seek vengeance? It is unlikely he will be able to contain himself, having recently lowered his tail. It is only a matter of time before it is raised again. Once East Wanggong, fueled by a desire for retribution, seeks to confront the ancestral shamans and the Wu clan, the Celestial Court shall be met with the formidable might of the ancestral shamans and a tsunami of retaliation from the Wu clan, resulting in a devastating counterattack against the newly empowered Celestial Court. The outcome awaiting the Celestial Court is certain: a crushing defeat, a calamitous rout, bloodshed in torrents, and an irreparable downfall. The East Wanggong, who has been so arrogant for eons, may soon face his demise. Chapter 82, A Plight of Suffering Beings. Alas, Chapter 82. After a moment of contemplation, Fuguang reined in his increasingly wandering thoughts. He then spoke in a relaxed tone: the calamity has commenced. The two titans are at odds, and the land shall undoubtedly be shattered, bringing devastation to all beings across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Oh, how tragic! Yet, the grand design of the heavens surges like an unstoppable tide, beyond the capacity of mere mortals to overturn. After a brief pause, Fuguang continued: my esteemed friend inquired about my perspective on these. However, Fuguang, preoccupied with his own affairs, had no intention of extending hospitality to his guests at that moment. Thus, he courteously inquired, do you two have any pressing matters to attend to? If there is nothing further, I find myself unable to entertain guests at this time. Once I am free, I shall undoubtedly extend an invitation for you both to visit. I wonder how you both feel about this. At this, Fushi and Baze, still mulling over their thoughts, regained their composure and understood Fuguang's subtle implication of dismissal. They bore no resentment. Their visit had already been an interruption to Fuguang's endeavors. Being granted an audience was already a considerable honor. Moreover, Fuguang was merely politely requesting their departure. If they had encountered someone with a worse temperament, they might have been cast into the vast cosmos without a second thought. Neither Fushi nor Baze would have dared to protest. To be fair, if the roles were reversed and they were engaged in significant matters, they would certainly not entertain visitors, nor would they treat them with any semblance of courtesy. If disturbed too harshly, a confrontation could even arise. Fuguang had already shown utmost patience. To nitpick now would only provoke him and reveal their own lack of awareness regarding the situation. My apologies for the intrusion, esteemed friend. Once the two had left, Fuguang casually raised a hand, causing his exclusive broadcasting artifact, the Great Wilderness Time Calendar, to materialize beside him. As celestial light flowed, it reflected everything surrounding the Great Wilderness Jinwu Celestial Court before him. With the time calendar at his disposal, he would remain aware of any significant movements or unforeseen events occurring within the Celestial Court. He glanced at the tranquil cosmic energies of the Jinwu Celestial Court, then withdrew his gaze to continue his tasks, while his mind pondered, in the imminent climax of this calamity, the Eastern Curiosity flickered within him. So, will the saints intervene once more? This question is pivotal. The Eastern King has continually leveraged the authority of the saints to recruit numerous powerful beings into the celestial court. Even those who do not join are hesitant to provoke the celestial court, fearing the repercussions of crossing paths with such a formidable entity, should the impending battle between the witches and the celestial court unfold without the saints' intervention. The Eastern King's fate would surely be dire, potentially leading to his demise. Simultaneously, the celestial court would lose the significant backing of their saints' endorsement, which had previously attracted a multitude of powerful allies. The same mighty beings who once refrained from confronting the celestial court due to the saints' influence would no longer feel compelled to show deference. Do you claim to have the saints' backing? Call upon a saint and see if they respond. However, if the saints were to intervene, their presence would instantly transform their saints' endorsement into a genuine protective shield. It is likely that, aside from the witches, no one would dare defy the celestial court's commands. Even the disciples of the saints would have to show respect to the celestial court. At the very least, they would not openly oppose it. After all, their saintly mentors are in support of the celestial court. How could a group of disciples dare to contradict their own masters? Thus, the celestial court would inevitably become an unassailable force. Having the saints as a backdrop is simply too magnificent. If a saint, having attained unity, were to join the fray in the conflict between the witches and the celestial court, Fu Guang would unhesitatingly extinguish any lingering thoughts he had entertained. He would then retreat to the Sun Star, resolutely dismissing any notion of participating in this calamity. Once a saint stands by the Eastern King, it becomes exceedingly difficult to doubt that the heavenly principles favor the celestial court and the Eastern King. In such a scenario, what purpose would there be in pursuing wealth and danger? It would be far more prudent to remain as the sun god, living a life of ease and comfort. As for the primordial purple chi he has already obtained, and the path to his future enlightenment, he would endure. His Tao fruit of the primordial golden immortal has already reached perfection, and he has a clearer understanding of how to cultivate the path that follows. He fears not that his future may be entirely severed. Additionally, he could gradually refine the primordial purple chi using his own merits, fortune, and strength. However, whether he could completely refine this primordial purple chi before the arrival of the boundless calamity remains an unknown variable. Moreover, if this calamity does not lead to enlightenment, then once the 6 saints return to their positions, both Fu Guang and the many mighty beings within the great wilderness must tread carefully and remain low-key in their actions. In the future, it would not be unusual for his cultivation and Tao fruit to be matched by the disciples of the saints, placing them on equal footing with their younger generations. Let us not speak of seniority. True power is the foundation upon which all actions are built. If it were possible, who would wish to lower their head and act obsequiously before others? Fu Guang mused calmly, retracting his myriad thoughts into a single focus. He resolved not to dwell on this matter any longer. Now, he would simply await the saints' decision. During his time in the Purple Cloud Palace, the saints had bestowed upon him numerous gifts, allowing him to make his own choices. Yet choices have always been reciprocal. Now, it could be said that Fu Guang is offering the saints a choice in return. Will they safeguard the already established Eastern King, or will they favor Fu Guang, the sun god, who has yet to accomplish anything? It all hinges upon whether the saints will intervene in the forthcoming conflict between the witches and the celestial court. Chapter 83, Fuxi, Reckless. Chapter 83, Above the auspicious clouds. Not long after bidding farewell to Fu Guang, Fuxi and Baizi were making their way back to Fengji Mountain from the vast expanse of the starry sky. At this moment, Baizi, filled with curiosity, turned to Fuxi and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed Fuxi, might I ask if you have discerned Fu Guang's sentiments regarding the Wu clan and the celestial court?" Upon hearing this, Fuxi, who exhibited the refined demeanor of a cultured middle-aged man, stroked his deliberately maintained goatee, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. After a significant pause, he finally spoke, "Based on the tacit understanding and mutual recognition between myself and Fu Guang, I have indeed grasped some of his innermost thoughts. It is not particularly difficult. If you, my young friend, were to engage more frequently with Fu Guang, your intellect would surely enable you to comprehend his intentions." Upon hearing Fuxi's words, Baizi's eyes reflected a glimmer of admiration. He gazed earnestly at Fuxi and said, "I humbly beseech you to illuminate my path." Nodding with a confident smile, Fuxi proceeded to elucidate Bai Zi's doubts. In essence, after a brief pause, Fuxi continued to elaborate. Did not Fu Guang himself declare? Be it the Wu clan or myriad races, what of the celestial court? In the grand scheme of things, they are all but mere pawns. We have long been aware that Fu Guang harbors deep-seated strategies and ambitions, already calculating his moves toward the position of supreme dominion. Now that the great calamity has commenced, Fu Guang's assertion that the active forces are merely pawns speaks volumes. This undoubtedly indicates neither the Wu clan, nor the myriad races, nor the celestial court can influence his grand undertaking in the slightest. At this moment, Fuxi appeared composed, stroking his beard with a look of certainty. Thus, this upheaval is merely a ripple in Fu Guang's grand design, insignificant and not to be feared. No wonder Fuxi spoke of the myriad beings across the seas and the realms, who are filled with trepidation, yet Fu Guang remains unfazed, serenely seated amidst the stars. I fear that Fu Guang's remark, "You and I are but pawns in the face of great forces," was a display of humility. Powerful yet modest, noble yet gentle, truly a supreme being. As they exchanged knowing smiles, a wave of sentiment washed over the two. After a considerable time, Fuxi, regaining his composure, remarked with a smile, "In this instance, we have been rather impetuous." Given Fu Guang's capabilities, how could he possibly be oblivious to the happenings across the myriad realms? Our visit was not only an unwarranted intrusion but also utterly unproductive. Henceforth, we must refrain from such rashness. Bai Zi nodded in earnest agreement with Fuxi's sentiments. Indeed, after careful contemplation, he felt a sense of embarrassment. What were they thinking, to presume that a being who orchestrates the calamity as a chessboard would be unaware of the shifting tides within the realms? This visit to convey a message left Bai Zi feeling somewhat foolish. Coincidentally, Fuxi harbored similar sentiments, though he chose not to express them. Instead, he spoke with gravity. "Upon our return, let us urge everyone to diligently cultivate their skills. Our current abilities, should we wish to partake in Fu Guang's grand endeavors, are woefully insufficient." Upon hearing this, Bai Zi nodded solemnly. "Your words ring true." Upon their return, they immediately sealed the mountain gates, awaiting the momentous upheaval among the Wu clan, the celestial court, and the myriad races. Time flew swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, a Yuan meeting had passed. During this time, the malevolent aura of the calamity within the primordial world intensified, impacting every facet of existence. Most cultivators, adversely influenced by the malevolent energy, found it challenging to attain tranquility, their paths to cultivation hindered. The myriad beings, affected by the celestial malevolence, gradually became restless, the flow of fate became entangled and obscure, even the fortunes of heaven and earth began to waver in uncertainty, the omnipresent spiritual essence appeared tainted by the malevolence. In this calamity, only those cultivators who were either endowed with immense fortune or sheltered by the merits of the heavenly Tao could evade the malevolent influences, continuing to refine their cultivation. Thus, among those scattered cultivators persevering through the calamity, aside from Fu Guang and a few disciples of the saints, none remained unaffected. Meanwhile, cultivators within powerful factions, shielded by the fortunes of their respective forces, naturally experienced minimal impact. The mightier the faction, the lesser the influence. Dominant powers such as the Celestial Court and the Wu clan not only remained unscathed but, rather, thrived due to the aggregation of fortune, seizing vast resources, with their cultivators advancing at an accelerated pace compared to ordinary times. Strengthening their might and expanding their influence inevitably birthed insatiable ambitions. Every member of a faction, having tasted the benefits, yearned for more, yet to obtain more, one must contend. Letting go is a profound wisdom that many understand, yet few can practice. For instance, among the Celestial Court, the great powers, including the esteemed Luo immortal lords, have long recognized that they are ensnared within the calamity. They see clearly that they are among the protagonists of the great upheaval. Naturally, they aspire to capitalize on their heavenly mandate, scheming for greater gain, leveraging the blessings of being the protagonists of the calamity to further their own paths. Moreover, with the subtle influence of the malevolent energy, the likelihood of them retreating to a corner for quiet development is non-existent. Particularly as the prime instigator of such ambitions is none other than the celestial court's male sovereign, the Emperor Lord, Dong Wanggong. Thus, a trickle-down effect ensued. During this period, the internal war fervor within the celestial court has surged, verging on an uncontrollable peak. Chapter 84, Lord Dong, to follow me is to follow heaven, to oppose me is to oppose heaven. Chapter 84, the celestial court of Jinwu. Here, the clouds swirl and the mists are infused with ethereal energy. It is far more magnificent, grandiose, and resplendent than when the celestial court of Jinwu was first established. The vast celestial aura rises, with neatly arranged celestial generals and soldiers standing guard. Exquisite celestial maidens flit in and out. The celestial palace, adorned with clusters of glazed tiles, reflects the heavenly light, exuding an atmosphere of grandeur and majesty. At this moment, the main hall of the Jinwu celestial court, the divine Xiaojiang Gate, rises with cloud-strewn steps. 10 supreme beings, each holding the rank of emperor, occupy their thrones, their quasi-saintly essence flowing around them, drawing forth numerous resonances of the Tao, with true meanings circulating in a dazzling display. The great Luo immortals stand upon the lotus platforms below, showcasing their own unique Daoist charm. Even the exalted emperors cannot entirely overshadow their brilliance. Descending further, the Tai Golden Immortals serve as generals, while the Golden Immortals lead the soldiers. As for the soldiers and celestial troops beneath their command, they are simply unqualified to enter the main hall of the Jinwu celestial court. Of course, even if they did enter the hall, the celestial generals and leaders would not be permitted to participate in the deliberations. They are merely there to convey the orders of the great figures. At the pinnacle of the celestial court's throne sits the Eastern King, adorned in imperial robes and a crown, unabashedly emanating the aura of a late quasi-saint, towering above the assembled celestial beings. Beside the Eastern King, the regal Western Queen sits with a composed demeanor, her essence also restrained. Despite exuding the power of a great being, her true level remains elusive. Her presence seems less formidable compared to that of the Eastern King. In truth, many practitioners within the celestial court do not overly regard the Western Queen, who is also a ruler of the court, were it not for her authority over the court's punishments and her management of numerous celestial maidens. Her presence would be diminished to a mere whisper within the court. After all, in comparison, the brilliance of the Eastern King, as the ruler of the court, truly shines with an overwhelming radiance, effectively overshadowing the light of the Western Queen. Of course, such a situation may well be what the Western Queen wishes the populace to perceive. Those with true discernment within the celestial court hold a reverence for the Western Queen that surpasses even their admiration for the resplendent Eastern King. This is not without reason. Her solitary display of power during the battle against the 7 great ancestors on Mount Puzhou serves as ample evidence of her might. To underestimate such a powerful figure who conceals her presence is to invite calamity. Returning to the matter at hand, at this moment, gathered in the celestial court, all eyes are fixed upon the ruler of the court, Emperor Eastern King. Without further ado, the aura of imperial authority flows from him, exuding a majestic presence as his eyes shimmer with divine light. He speaks with a resounding voice. I have received the decree of the sage, with the heavens' recognition. Since the establishment of the celestial court, I have diligently managed the primordial chaos and the order of all beings, commanding all to comply with few exceptions. However, though the power of my celestial court is vast, it remains tainted by the disgrace of 2 consecutive defeats. From the outset, the Eastern King broaches the subject of the past 2 defeats at the hands of the There is no denying the formidable strength of the ancestors and the ferocity of the witch clan. Aside from the myriad races of the primordial chaos, it is they, the celestial beings, who feel the impact most directly. The celestial court has suffered 2 defeats at the hand. The great Luo immortals display an air of pride, while the multitude of Tai celestial generals and golden immortal leaders stand tall with excitement. Subsequently, the celestial beings bow in reverence and acclaim towards the elevated figure of the Eastern King. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Once the chorus of praise from the celestial beings reaches a crescendo, a thunderous wave of imperial might emanates from the Eastern King, enveloping the entire celestial court in an overwhelming aura of dominance. His voice resounds once more, the ancestors must be eradicated, the witch clan must be defeated. Moreover, from this day forth, all beings of the primordial chaos shall respect the decree of the celestial court. Those who dare defy shall face the consequences, with no mercy shown. With a swift motion of his hand, the Eastern King issues his orders: prepare for battle. There is no need for any subterfuge. Boldly announce to the beings of the primordial chaos, clearly informing all who defy the celestial court: submit to me, and you submit to the heavens. To resist me is to resist the heavens, and you shall surely perish. As the Eastern King's words conclude, all the great Luo immortals, Tai celestial generals, and golden immortal leaders display expressions of fervent excitement. One by one, they raise their voices in unison: submit to live, resist to die. Submit to live, resist to die. Submit to live, resist to die. This harmonious chant did not fade behind the great formations of the Jinwu celestial court. It reverberated outward, shaking the heavens. Before long, a multitude of astonished, curious, and incredulous gazes turned towards the direction of the Jinwu celestial court. Simultaneously, the bearers of those gazes clearly heard his proclamations. The straightforward declaration, devoid of ambiguity, left many great beings with grim expressions, and it cast a pall over numerous races. The great beings were relatively unfazed. This declaration did not directly target them. Yet, for the myriad races yet to align with the celestial court, it provoked a profound sense of discomfort and indignation. Submit to live, resist to die. The implications were glaringly evident. The most vehement reaction came from the witch clan, who were currently on the brink of a resurgence. The great witches from various tribes murmured discontentedly, swiftly relaying the news of the celestial court's impending actions to the ancestral grounds of the witch clan at the base of Mount Buzhou, reaching the ears of the ancestors cultivating within the Pangu temple. Chapter 85. This individual is exceedingly cunning and treacherous. At this moment, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, within the Pangu temple, boom, a surging and violent aura of malevolence erupted from the Pangu temple, reverberating throughout the ancestral land of the witch clan. Immediately afterwards, the remaining members of the witch clan, who had not yet migrated, all heard the furious roar of Ancestor Zhurong. The sound was deafening, arrogant. Upon hearing Ancestor Zhurong's furious shout, all the members of the witch clan were filled with fervor, turning their gazes towards the direction of the Pangu temple. Experience told them Ancestor Wu was enraged. Either the ancestors were about to engage in combat, promising a spectacle, or some foolhardy ingredients were resisting, sparking a brawl. However, according to custom, when an ancestor exhibited such great wrath, as for outsiders, they were mere insignificant creatures, nothing more than a dish on the dining table of the witch clan. How could they truly provoke an ancestor to such an extent? Many powerful witches exchanged excited remarks. It's Ancestor Zhurong, he is furious again. I wonder which ancestor he is going to clash with this time. It must be Ancestor Gong Gong. I think it will be Ancestor Xianming. Gong Gong. Xianming. Oh, are you itching for a fight? Har, watch your tongue. Get lost. I'll teach you a lesson. Some of the great witches, unable to persuade one another regarding the cause of Ancestor Zhurong's fury and with whom he would engage in battle, soon resorted to physical confrontation. Before long, a chaotic melee erupted among these formidable witches, far more fearsome than ordinary Luo cultivators. Many who had initially not participated, upon witnessing the spectacle, decided to join in as well. The witch clan was no stranger to such scenes, as their daily lives revolved around hunting, training, procreation, and, of course, finding someone to fight. The minor disturbances occurring within the clan grounds did not affect the 12 ancestors residing within the Pangu temple. At this moment, the fiery essence of the great Tao engulfed Ancestor Zhurong, reflecting the anger swelling within his heart. He roared, a mere celestial court, and the insect-like Dong Wangong dares to be so audacious. I shall demand his head right now. As he spoke, Ancestor Zhurong rose furiously from his seat, ready to charge out of the Pangu temple towards the celestial court of Jinwu. However, just as he made a move, the eldest among the 12 ancestors, known to all beings of the primordial wilderness as one of the 7 great ancestors, the ancestor of space, Dijiang, fixed his sharp gaze upon Zhurong. In a cold tone, he commanded, "Sit down. And rein in your flames." Who are you putting on such a display for us, your siblings? Hearing his elder brother's words, Zhu Rong's expression stiffened, and he bristled, ready to retort. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the unfriendly stares of the other ancestors directed at him. His mouth twitched, and he begrudgingly sat back down. Fine, I'll restrain it. Why shout so loudly? As he spoke, Zhu Rong had already returned to his seat, refraining from any further outbursts. Though he had a volatile temper and was reluctant to be subjugated, he still held a deep respect for his elder brother Dijiang, the head of the 12 ancestors. Moreover, he was no fool. Recognizing the unfriendly glares from the other ancestors, he understood that if he pressed on, he would surely be overwhelmed. Even if he was not cowardly, there was no need to provoke unnecessary conflict. Once Zhu Rong resumed his seat, Gong Gong, sitting opposite him, flashed a mocking smile at Zhu Rong, inciting the already irritable Zhu Rong to furrow his brow in agitation, ultimately deciding to close his eyes and ignore it. What a celestial court! Among the 12 ancestors, one with a rugged appearance yet eyes gleaming with the unique wisdom of the 6th brother, spoke with a cold laugh. Upon hearing his words, the gazes of the other ancestors turned towards him. This ancestor was none other than the wise one among the 12, the ancestor of time, Zhu Juyin. Throughout history, all actions of the Witch clan had been orchestrated and arranged by Zhu Juyin. Although the Witch clan did not cultivate their primordial spirits, lacked understanding of divination, and did not recognize the heavenly cycles, as the ancestor of time, Zhu Juyin could vaguely sense the tides of fortune and misfortune, as well as glimpse fragments of the future. Subsequently, based on his judgments regarding fortune and misfortune, along with the glimpses of the future, he made reasonable arrangements for the affairs and development of the Witch clan. Dijiang's gaze shifted to Zhu Juyin, inquiring about his plans. The celestial court comes with great force. How shall we respond? Shall we send out a few of us? After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Juyin directly replied, let us send out 2 more. Swish swish swish. Upon hearing Zhu Juyin's words, several ancestors who had yet to engage in battle, their existence still unknown to the world, brightened with excitement. Their eyes sparkled with fervor and anticipation as they looked towards Zhu Juyin. They, too, yearned to venture forth, yet, for the sake of the Witch clan, and to confront the true adversaries that Zhu Juyin had foreseen shortly after the Each time they witnessed Xian Ming, Zhu Rong, Dijiang, and the other 7 siblings walking boldly in the open, displaying their might before the world, the 5 ancestors who were required to remain hidden within the Pangu temple, aside from Zhu Juyin, were growing increasingly restless. They longed to do the same. Finally, an opportunity had arisen to walk openly in the primordial wilderness, to showcase their might and confront the arrogant beings of great power. Naturally, they were filled with tremendous anticipation. Ignoring the eager gazes of the other 4 ancestors, Zhu Juyin continued, it has come to my attention that the master of that celestial court, Dong Wanggong, has attained the late-stage quasi-saint realm, and his strength cannot be movements from all sides as the Great War approaches. Upon hearing Zhu Juyin's analysis, the assembly of ancestral witches nodded in unison. Of course, a nod does not necessarily indicate comprehension. Only the ancestral witches themselves could gauge their understanding. Their thoughts were rather simplistic. Whether they understood or not was of little consequence, however. At this juncture, failing to nod would reflect poorly on their intellect, rendering them foolish. Zhu Juyin, indifferent to whether the ancestral witches grasped his words, had long since lost hope in their analytical abilities. As long as they followed his directives, that sufficed. It is settled then, the eldest brother, Dijiang, was able to comprehend Zhu Juyin's words. While his strategic prowess was somewhat limited, it was not entirely absent. He spoke, the celestial court comes with great force, let them come. Let the 6 great tribes that have already migrated gather their kin to confront them. After this battle, apart from Zhu Juyin, the other 4 were eager to participate. It was evident that none wished to remain cooped up in the Pangu temple, passively watching other ancestral witches display their might and gain renown. The decision of 5 to choose 2 was a difficult one, and Dijiang found it hard to show favoritism. Yet, as the eldest among the ancestral witches, he had his own clever method of selection. Let the 5 of you engage in combat. The one who loses shall remain within the Pangu temple, while the victor shall venture forth into the wilderness. In the witch clan, among the ancestral witches, there was nothing that could not be resolved through a fight. The victor takes all, while the vanquished are left to lick their wounds. Such is the simplicity of the matter. I shall abstain. Zhu Juyin waved his hand and stated, since it was I who proposed to conceal our strengths, I must naturally lead by example. This opportunity to venture forth, I shall relinquish it to you all. Upon hearing this, Dijiang nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. After all, he merely needed to await the outcome of the skirmish to issue commands. However, while Dijiang held no objections, the other 4 ancestral witches were decidedly displeased with Zhu Juyin's words. What does that even mean? They were well aware of Zhu Juyin's indifferent stance regarding the matter. If he would not fight, then conceding was all that was required. What was this talk of relinquishing? We, Zhu are you Shou, Shizi, and Hu too, do not need your concession, Zhu Juyin. It was nothing short of absurd. In the next moment, boom, the Pangu temple erupted with overwhelming waves of battle energy. The 4 ancestral witches sprang into action, engaging in combat. However, they shared an unspoken understanding. At the very first moment of conflict, they directed their strikes toward Zhu Juyin, leaving him bruised and bewildered. Following this shock, Zhu Juyin was consumed with rage, his energy surging violently. He roared, "This is too much. You are truly going too far. I have already offered this opportunity to venture into the wilderness to you, yet you still dare to strike me. This is intolerable." Hearing Zhu Juyin's words, the 4 ancestral witches, who had previously been locked in combat, momentarily halted their actions, their tempers flaring anew. They once more turned their attention to Zhu Juyin, launching a combined assault. Simultaneously, they hurled insults. "Relinquish to me, what utter nonsense. I, the ancestral witch, require no such concession from you. Come fight me. Fool, I will bring you down. Come, let me see what strength you possess, Zhu Juyin, to speak of concession. All of you, bow down." As Zhu Juyin faced this onslaught, the other ancestral witches could no longer stand idly by. They joined the fray. "You are going too far, count me in. Zhu Rong, you scoundrel, a sneak attack, you can't handle this, you little coward. Har, I will make you regret your mockery, I will show you just how formidable I am." Fortunately, the Pangu temple, having been formed from the heart of the great Pangu, was nearly indestructible. Its fortitude was such that even if the primordial world were to shatter, the Pangu temple would remain unscathed. Otherwise, with the sheer force of the 12 ancestral witches' battle, it would surely have been obliterated long ago. Time is of little value, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed. With the celestial court's preparations for war laid bare, the entire primordial realm fell into an eerie calm. Apart from the witch clan, everyone understood that the celestial court's primary target was the witch clan, which had previously bested the Eastern King. Though the 12 ancestral witches were embroiled in conflict, they did not forget their purpose. Thus, the vast witch clan, now at a critical juncture, began to fervently prepare for the impending war. The 2 colossal forces appeared poised for imminent battle, causing the myriad races within the primordial realm to tremble in fear, reluctant to stir up trouble during this tense time. Each closed off their territories, watching the situation unfold with anxiety and trepidation. Similarly, the innate deities were not exempt. Even those great Taoists who had yet to break through to the quasi-saint realm vacated their sanctuaries, seeking refuge among the mighty beings they had once listened to in the Zashir Palace. Some of the great Taoists who lacked absolute confidence in their own strength also sought the company of friends, choosing to band together. The reason was simple: the celestial court's might was overwhelming. With great sovereigns holding dominion over the situation, numerous great Luo immortal lords managed various affairs, while Taiyi immortal generals led the Golden Immortals to execute plans with remarkable efficiency. Their actions were both effective and fearsome, leaving everyone feeling a sense of apprehension. As for the witch clan, no words could adequately express the strength of the ancestral witches. The valor of the witch clan was already well known. Even more terrifying was the fact that compared to the celestial court, the witch clan was far more domineering and unrestrained. Encountering the witch clan upon the primordial earth meant either avoiding them at all costs or preparing for an unending struggle after a confrontation. Countless innate beings had suffered at the hands of the witch clan. Indeed, many innate beings who had escaped the clutches of the witch clan and sought refuge spoke of them with trembling fear. They had all experienced such a scenario. While walking along the road or resting in their sanctuaries, they were suddenly confronted by a singular witch or a group of them. After sizing them up, the witch would smile broadly and say, "Brother, you smell delightful." The terror evoked by such a scene is indescribable. Consequently, the areas inhabited by the witch clan were deemed forbidden zones by the denizens of the primordial realm. When the witch clan began to stir, these innate beings, races, and even the physically manifested innate deities would do everything in their power to avoid them. Who would dare remain foolishly in their sanctuaries? They fled. They could not provoke them, nor could they hide. After all, the witch clan lacked foresight in their strategies. As long as one found a location far from the witch clan, they could live without fear. Chapter 87, The Ascendance of the Eastern Sovereign. At this moment, the tempestuous energies converged upon the celestial court of Jinwu and the domain of the witch clan. The gaze of the powerful has remained fixated on these two realms. Undoubtedly, however, the majority of attention is directed towards the celestial court of Jinwu, not without reason. Compared to being treated as mere prey by the delectable witch clan, the celestial court, albeit somewhat tyrannical, can at least engage in rational discourse. Attempting to reason with the witch clan, they would swiftly deliver a crushing blow, leaving you prostrate. Should they have meat, they would consume you. If not, they would indiscriminately slay you, casting aside your lifeless form. Only then would they impart a grim lesson. In the witch clan, their reasoning is the only reasoning that holds merit. In the vastness of the starry sky, Fu Guang was not occupied with forging celestial treasures nor mending the cosmic constellations or deciphering the celestial omens. Instead, he leisurely indulged in sunflower seeds, peanuts, and divine brews, observing with keen anticipation the celestial court of Jinwu, which was on the brink of mustering its forces for battle. Sipping a draught of laurel brew, Fu Guang nibbled on a handful of seeds, his eyes gleaming with expectation. Given their confidence to engage in combat, it is evident that the Eastern Sovereign possesses ample assurance to confront the 7 primordial witches. Moreover, having faced setbacks on multiple occasions, even the most foolish would surely have learned their lesson and concealed some trump cards. It appears that this conflict will compel the Celestial Court and the Eastern Sovereign to unearth the hidden powers of the other primordial witches. As for whether the Eastern Sovereign would emerge victorious, it was inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. With the current might of the Celestial Court, should all 12 primordial witches unite, they could obliterate the court in an instant, unless a sage intervened. Following this battle, the Celestial Court would undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of the 12 primordial witches. Such a significant juncture of catastrophe, despite the critical importance of crafting celestial treasures and comprehending the celestial array of the universe, Fu Guang found it worthwhile to pause and witness the unfolding spectacle. Simultaneously, he sought to observe the formidable prowess of the primordial witches. Fu Guang was well aware of their might. The terrifying essence of the primordial witches could contend with the power of divine treasures in a fleeting moment. Yet, knowledge alone was insufficient. Having never witnessed the primordial witches in the throes of battle, Fu Guang lacked a concrete understanding of their formidable strength. This confrontation also presented Fu Guang with a prime opportunity to gauge the precise combat capabilities of the 12 primordial witches. He earnestly hoped that the Eastern Sovereign and the Celestial Court he had painstakingly nurtured would exhibit sufficient strength to reveal more of the primordial witches' hidden cards. Ideally, he wished to compel the 12 divine slaughter formation into play, forcing the 12 witches to summon even their true trump card, the avatar of Pangu. At that moment, he could tangibly assess the might of the Pangu avatar, allowing him to form a basis for understanding. After all, as Fu Guang prepared to enter his tribulation to ascend to the supreme position of heaven and earth, he found himself unable to evade the challenges posed by the 12 primordial witches and the Pangu avatar. Faced with such circumstances, it was only prudent to gain advance knowledge, ensuring he was not naively overestimating his opponents, only to be ruthlessly defeated by the Pangu avatar's overwhelming force. Returning to the matter at hand, after Fu Guang had idly observed for several centuries, an explosive sound reverberated within the live broadcast of the great calendar of the wilderness. A formidable aura suddenly surged forth from the celestial court of Jinwu, reaching towards the heavens. Subsequently, a series of resounding clangs echoed, dongs, 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 a total of 9 reverberations that resonated throughout the cosmos. Then, the protective array enveloping the celestial court of Jinwu abruptly opened. Following this, a multitude of golden immortals, leading the celestial army, emerged from the celestial court, employing their cloud-riding abilities to conjure vast auspicious clouds that enveloped the entirety of the Eastern Sea. An innumerable host of celestial soldiers swiftly assembled in formation. The aura surrounding these celestial troops emanated from the numerous battles they had endured, naturally coalescing into an overwhelming martial essence that darkened the very skies above. The fluttering banners danced wildly in the wind, their rustling forming a symphony that resonated throughout the firmament. If the previous 2 deployments of the celestial court could be described in terms of millions, this time, the sheer number of the celestial army could only be articulated as countless, obscuring the very sun and sky. Following this, a cadre of Tai celestial generals rode upon dragon steeds, emerging from the celestial court, arrayed before the legion of celestial forces, unabashedly exuding their Tai golden immortal auras. Soon after, hundreds of great Luo celestial lords manifested, standing upon lotus platforms in front of the celestial army. But it was not over yet. Led by the Daoist Kunpeng, a total of 8 celestial sovereigns materialized upon their imperial thrones, appearing in the heavens above. The vast aura of quasi-saints reverberated with the resonance of the great Tao, and the entire expanse of the Eastern Sea echoed with the profound sounds of various Daoist harmonies, showcasing the strength and uniqueness of these great practitioners. Upon the appearance of the 8 formidable beings, the multitude of great Luo celestial lords, Tai celestial generals, golden immortal leaders, and the countless celestial soldiers arrayed across the skies of the Eastern Sea all bowed in deference, collectively proclaiming, "We honor the sovereign. We honor the sovereign. We honor the sovereign." With a roar, the dragons bellowed angrily. 9 dragons of the great Luo golden immortal caliber pulled forth a resplendent and magnificent imperial palanquin from the celestial court of Jinwu. Upon this imperial carriage, adorned in a purple golden imperial robe and crowned with a diadem, radiated the supreme aura of sovereign authority, enveloped in a golden halo of imperial grandeur, seated with dignity and majesty. At this moment, all the celestial beings bowed deeply, roaring with respect, extending their utmost reverence, embodying a display of unparalleled power and authority. This was indeed the zenith of the Eastern sovereign, master of the celestial court, the emperor of the East, who basked in the glory of his highest moments since his emergence into the world. As the celestial radiance flowed, the countenance of the Eastern sovereign, concealed from the eyes of the celestial beings, inadvertently bore a smile of satisfaction. Behold, this is the might of the Eastern sovereign. This is the authority of the Eastern sovereign, this is the dominion of the Eastern sovereign, with a vast army and a plethora of mighty beings, possessing such tremendous power at his disposal. What concern could he have for the success of his grand ambitions? The myriad clans, merely a disarrayed multitude, the witch clan and the primordial witches, a faction with a modicum of strength, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of his hand should he choose to exert himself. The myriad powers of the wilderness, a collection of indecisive, self-preserving individuals unworthy of opposing the Eastern sovereign. Fu Guang, the foremost among those beneath the sages, merely a desiccated corpse, a grasshopper come autumn. The disciples of sages, once he achieved his grand ambitions and ascended to the supreme position of heaven and earth, he would undoubtedly attain enlightenment. At that time, even the sages themselves would be unable to meddle in his affairs, let alone their disciples. In this moment, the Eastern sovereign envisioned the future where he unified the realms, commanding the wilderness with none daring to defy or disrespect him. He was truly overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 88, Fu Guang, has he become so arrogant in his actions now, sitting majestically upon the imperial carriage, the Eastern prince, brimming with fervor, exuded, and it was as if he were proclaiming to all the mighty beings currently observing the celestial court of Jinwu that in this primordial universe, he was indeed the unequivocal center of authority. Oblivious to the fact that his present conduct might inadvertently offend countless powerful entities of the primordial chaos, he withdrew his gaze from the heavens and solemnly declared, "The army shall march forth, directly towards Buzhou. Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish." His command resounded with the force of thunder, echoing throughout the cosmos. And the next moment, the sound of drums boomed, thud, thud, thud. A malevolent aura surged with the fierce winds, causing countless banners to flutter violently, akin to thunderous war drums reverberating through the skies and resonating across the vastness. The overwhelming forces of the celestial court advanced, shrouded beneath the massive clouds that loomed over the East Sea, purposefully heading towards Buzhou Mountain. They pressed onward, disregarding whether they were traversing the sanctuaries of mighty beings or the territories of formidable clans, resolutely making their way toward the lands of the Witch Clan. Such audacity was truly remarkable. In the starry expanse, Fu Guang observed the brazen and unrestrained maneuvers of the Celestial Court's army. A look of astonishment etched upon his face, causing his hand, which was previous. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and instinctively murmured, "Has the Eastern Prince and the Celestial Court truly become this audacious in their endeavors?" Such unbridled arrogance, soaring above the sanctuaries of numerous mighty beings and the territories of countless clans, was tantamount to delivering a slap to their faces. After this display, even if the Eastern Prince were to miraculously survive the forthcoming great battle, the Celestial Court would undoubtedly pay a heavy price for offending so many formidable entities of the primordial chaos. It seems, after the murmur, Fu Guang found himself increasingly filled with anticipation. Gazing at the Eastern Prince, who had reached the zenith of his career, he mused, "This old rascal must be concealing a great deal. This battle truly warrants my eager anticipation." As he spoke, Fu Guang savored a sip of laurel brew, eagerly looking forward to the moment when the Eastern Prince would compel the 12 ancestor witches and their hidden trump card, the 12 heavenly gods and fiends formation, into the open. If he could achieve this, the Eastern Prince would indeed be considered a remarkable figure. East Sun. Fu Guang's expression turned serious. "Do not disappoint me." In the vastness of the cosmos, it seemed that only Fu Guang harbored fervent hopes for the Eastern Prince. The pace of the army's advance was, of course, significantly slower than that of an individual powerhouse. However, this was merely relative. The Celestial Court's forces surged forth like a stream of light, propelled by a multitude of Luo golden immortals, Taiyi celestial generals, and the formations they formed, making their way toward Buzhou Mountain. Before long, under the leadership of the Eastern Prince, the Celestial Court's army effortlessly entered the territory of the Witch Clan after their migration. According to the traditional image of the Witch Clan, upon the Celestial Court's army entering their territory, they should have encountered fierce resistance. However, this time, as the Celestial Court's forces pressed into the Witch Clan's domain, they met with no opposition whatsoever. Not even a single witch, powerful or otherwise, was in sight. Upon witnessing this, a mighty being furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Given the nature of the Witch Clan, how could they fail to resist upon realizing that our Celestial Court's army was approaching? They would not simply withdraw without a fight. Those savages would rather die than yield. This is not how it should be. As he spoke, the mighty being turned his gaze towards the Eastern Prince atop the imperial carriage. "Your Majesty, the situation with the Witch Clan seems peculiar. Should we investigate further?" Upon hearing this, the Eastern Prince initially frowned, sensing an anomaly, yet in the next moment, he shifted his thoughts. "No need to concern ourselves. My army is advancing. What regard would there be for the Celestial Court?" After a brief pause, the Eastern Prince continued, "Do not concern yourselves with the movements of the Witch Clan. As my army approaches, the petty antics of these savage tribes will dissipate beneath the might of the Celestial Court." Upon hearing this, the mighty being who had offered the suggestion instinctively felt that the Eastern Prince's reckless course of action was somewhat inappropriate. However, upon reflection, the formidable configuration of the Celestial Court's army, 9 mighty beings, hundreds of Luo golden immortals, nearly 10,000 Taiyi celestial generals, and a vast number of seasoned elite troops, instilled a sense of confidence. More importantly, the Witch Clan only cultivated their physical forms, lacking insight into the celestial order and understanding of strategy. They were but a horde of savages preoccupied with physical training and combat, devoid of any clever stratagems. Thus, the mighty being refrained from further urging caution upon the Eastern Prince, yet, a lingering doubt remained in his heart. Would the witch clan truly be afraid? Before long, the Celestial Court's overwhelming army thoroughly penetrated the heart of the witch clan's territory, positioned neither too far nor too close to Buzhou Mountain. The journey continued with an eerily calm demeanor. At this moment, not only the mighty beings but even the Da Luo Golden Immortals began to sense an unusual and ominous atmosphere. The Eastern Prince atop the Imperial carriage slightly furrowed his brow. Upon perceiving a shift in the cosmic energy, he narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Halt!" The army of the Celestial Court immediately ceased its advance. The Eastern Prince scanned the surroundings, seeking any signs of the extraordinary. However, just as he began to take action, a vast and terrifying force of spatial laws erupted in the cosmos, distorting the heavens in an instant. In the next moment, from all directions surrounding the Celestial Court's army, waves of dreadful malevolent energy surged forth unexpectedly. One after another, towering forms of ancestor witches materialized around the army, manifesting in 6 distinct positions. These were the 6 ancestor witches, including Xianming, whose existence was already known to the myriad beings of the primordial chaos. Not only did the 6 ancestor witches appear, but alongside them, numerous powerful witches and members of the witch clan emerged, their energies soaring, each displaying various forms, sizes, and bizarre shapes of witch manifestations. Here, a terrifying wave of malevolent energy coalesced, forming a colossal encirclement that trapped the Celestial Court's army within. Simultaneously, the vast and unfathomable power of spatial laws twisted the skies, resembling a dome descending upon this land, effectively sealing it off. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment when the Eastern Prince first fell to the hands of the ancestor witches, surrounded and subjected to similar cosmic sealing techniques. However, unlike that previous occasion, this time the Eastern Prince was filled with unwavering confidence. Chapter 89, The Wealthy Kunpring. His expression remained unchanged. The Eastern King looked coldly at the spatial dome that sealed heaven and earth, directing his gaze towards a certain point in the celestial sphere. "Once again, you resort to such unrefined tactics. Is this all you have to offer?" Ancestral Witch, Dijiang. With a thunderous roar, the imposing figure of Dijiang, resembling an iron tower, emerged from the very space that the Eastern King was observing. He remained silent, offering no response to the Eastern King's words. In the eyes of the ancestral witches, the position of the Eastern King, the foremost among male immortals who had never relied on the sanctification of saints to develop his power, was of no significance. Dijiang cast a disdainful glance at the celestial army, his voice icy. "Is this all there is?" "Well, it's somewhat adequate." After a brief pause, a tremendous force emanated from Dijiang, his aura brimming with profound killing intent, an overwhelming bloodlust surging within him. He raised a hand, pointing at the celestial army, "Annihilate them." With that command, all the witch clan's great witches and their kin were filled with fervor, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They roared as they charged towards the encircled celestial army. "Kill. Slaughter them. Grandfather has seen the fat serpent, the taste of the broth is simply delightful. Mine, all mine." The great witches and the witchkin clamored, their mouths watering as they eyed the golden immortal leaders, Tai celestial generals, and even the great Luo celestial lords among the celestial army. In their eyes, the celestial army was not a military force, nor were they their enemies, but rather a feast of fresh, delectable ingredients delivered to their doorstep. Stubbornly ignorant. Faced with Dijiang's disregard, the Eastern King's countenance darkened. He roared in fury, "You ancestral witches, blind to the heavenly order, shall be eradicated. You witch-kin, unyielding to enlightenment, shall be enslaved." With a sweeping gesture, the Eastern King issued a battle command: "Exterminate the ancestral witches, subdue the witch clan. Kill." As his words fell, the Eastern King raised his hand and summoned his supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, radiating with the vast power of the Imperial Tao and the pure Yang Tao, manifesting the visage of a quasi-saint. It surged forth towards the sealed Dijiang. "Dijiang, come forth and fight." The Eastern King's voice thundered through the heavens and the earth. In response to the Eastern King's challenge, Dijiang, refusing to regard him with even a passing glance, spoke not a word. With a resonant hum, the terrifying bloodlust surged from his body as he met the Eastern King's spiritual treasure with a single punch. With each strike, he effortlessly neutralized all of the Eastern King's spiritual assaults. Then he advanced, employing both fists and feet in a grand display of power. He struck with such force that the brilliance of the Eastern King's spiritual treasures swiftly dimmed, shattering the terrifying imperial Dao and pure Yang power that had reached the late quasi-saint stage. It was an overwhelming display of dominance. At this moment, the Eastern King, who had initiated the challenge against Jiang, found his once mighty aura diminished, his imposing presence waning. Despite controlling countless spiritual treasures and utilizing various quasi-saint techniques, he was still forced into a retreat by Jiang's unyielding fists. To say he could even counterattack was an exaggeration. Merely defending himself had become a formidable challenge. This scene left all the watching great beings of the primordial era utterly stunned. What was happening? When the Eastern King faced the ancestral witch Jiang alone, he was utterly outmatched, suffering such a dismal defeat. This man was the foremost male immortal, sanctioned by the saints. How could he be so feeble? Fortunately, even if the Eastern King was not a match for Jiang, as a powerful quasi-saint, he could not simply be defeated so readily. At worst, he would only sustain injuries, appearing disheveled and battered. The battle between the Eastern King and Jiang unfolded, and simultaneously, the clash between the Celestial Army and the Witchkin erupted into true chaos. Their heavens trembled with the reverberations of battle, the world shuddering under the weight of strife. Blood flowed freely, and countless lives were lost, both among the Celestial Army and the Witchkin. However, in comparison, the casualties among the Witchkin paled in comparison to those of the Celestial Army. This was due to the overwhelming number of Celestial soldiers, which far exceeded that of the Witchkin. Moreover, the combat prowess of the witch giants was extraordinarily formidable. Often, a single manifested witch giant could take on 3 or 4 celestial soldiers with ease. A great witch could easily overpower 3 or more great Luo celestial lords in combat. Although they did not emerge unscathed from these confrontations, it was still exceedingly difficult for the great Luo celestial lords to gain an upper hand against the true form of a great witch. At this moment, the rumors circulating in the primordial era regarding the Witchkin's bravery and martial prowess became vividly apparent to all observers of this battle. Indeed, it was true, a single great witch could contend against 3 or more great Luo practitioners. Ordinary Witchkin could face enemies that vastly outnumbered them. If this did not exemplify bravery in battle, what could? However, the battlefield that the great beings were focused on was not the one with the highest casualty rates among the lower ranks. Rather, it was the clash between the celestial great beings and the 6 ancestral witches. The outcome of these top-tier combatants would ultimately determine the victor of this grand conflict. At this moment, as the third strongest in the celestial court, Kunping approached the ancestral witch Xinming with a grave demeanor. Above his head floated a primordial cauldron, cascading defensive celestial light to protect himself, while he wielded 2 interlinked innate dual-sided swords of yin and yang, reaching the pinnacle of craftsmanship. These 2 swords, embodying the dual energies of yin and yang, were exceptionally well suited for Kunping, allowing him to wield them with remarkable proficiency. Simultaneously, powerful spiritual treasures shimmered around Kunping, floating and undulating. Since entering the celestial court, Kunping, once considered a true pauper among the great beings of the primordial era, had begun to enjoy a life of abundance, armed with numerous innate spiritual treasures. While the treasures were splendid, an unfortunate predicament arose. In the face of the ancestral witch Xuanming's terrifying physical form, the innate treasures Kunping had just acquired proved to be of little effectiveness. They could not penetrate the formidable defenses of Xuanming's true form. Even if he managed to inflict some damage upon Xinming, those minor injuries were inconsequential, having no impact on her combat capabilities. Thus, it was quite unfortunate, even with an abundance of innate treasures and newfound prosperity, when confronting Xinming, Kunping inevitably resorted to his most familiar means of combat, relying on his own physical prowess and martial skills. Nevertheless, the fact that he could withstand the onslaught of an ancestral witch and remain evenly matched made Kunping the most striking presence in this battle. No other reason, when comparing him to the Eastern King, who was being ruthlessly beaten by Jiang, and observing Kunping, who was evenly matched with Xinming, even inciting her furious roars while leaving her momentarily helpless, one could not help but find Kunping more captivating. Aside from Kunping, the other 7 celestial great beings faced off against the remaining 5 ancestral witches. Even in a 7 against 5 scenario, they failed to achieve significant results. While they did not suffer immediate defeat, they were nonetheless pressed into a corner, and it was only a matter of time before they succumbed. Boom, 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 the series of collisions sent the Eastern King staggering backward through the celestial expanse, the glow of his protective treasures dimming, his robes disheveled, and his aura in disarray. Even his quasi-saint visage appeared momentarily darkened. He was being thoroughly beaten by Di Jiang, undoubtedly. The protective treasures were effective, however, against Di Jiang's relentless assault. A portion of the force penetrated through the defenses of the protective treasures, landing squarely upon him. As a result, the Eastern King was now injured, left dazed and bewildered. He roared in rage, his eyes bulging. How is this possible? How could it be so? I am the Emperor of the Celestial Court. A quasi-saint at the peak of power who has severed the two corpses. How could I not be your match, you barbaric savage? How could this be? Chapter 90, Di Jiang, no rush, let us toy with him. At this moment, the fury of the Eastern King was beyond words. This was entirely different from the overwhelming strength he had envisioned. Indeed, he had been crushed, but the one being crushed was none other than he, the Eastern King. Under the formidable onslaught of Di Jiang, the Eastern King, left with little more than the capacity to defend himself, seethed with rage, roaring in a fit of fury. His wrath was palpable, felt even by the great powers of the primordial world, yet, amidst this tumult, the assembly of mighty beings could only sneer, coldly observing the Eastern King's pitiful state, wounded and frenzied. This is what you get for your arrogance. Now that you're getting beaten, do you finally understand the pain? At that moment, as they watched the Eastern King being mercilessly pummeled, the faces of the great powers bore expressions of cruel amusement. This fellow truly resembled a drowned dog. Had it not been for the concern of becoming entangled in the calamity and its consequences, many among these formidable beings would have relished the opportunity to kick a dog when it's down. While mocking the Eastern King, all the great powers were gravely focused on the 7 ancestral witches. This marked the first occasion when the myriad great powers of the primordial world gained an acute, first-hand understanding of the true combat prowess of the witch clan and its ancestral witches. They were indeed formidable. In the absence of saints, the strength of the ancestral witches stood tall among the elite. Within the vast expanse of the primordial universe, only beings of the same caliber as Kunpeng Daoist could confront a single ancestral witch head-on. And even among those of equal standing, or perhaps surpassing it, the vast primordial realm contained but a handful. Moreover, even among the ancestral witches, disparities in strength existed. Undoubtedly, the most powerful at this moment was Di Jiang, who was ruthlessly beating the Eastern King. Although the Eastern King appeared as a wretched jester, it must be acknowledged that his strength remained formidable, ranking prominently among the many great powers of the primordial realm, with few rivals. On the battlefield, bang, the Eastern King's dragon-headed staff collided once more with Di Jiang's iron fist. In an instant, a cataclysmic radiance surged forth, spreading towards the heavens and the earth, shattering the firmament and rending the ground asunder. Everything in its path was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Buzz, amidst the golden pure yang radiance, the disheveled Eastern King leaned upon his dragon-headed staff, golden celestial blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the blood, his eyes burned with fury, and a terrifying malevolence emanated from him. With fiery eyes, he roared, "Form the formation." As his words fell, the Eastern King swiftly retreated, in the blink of an eye positioning himself above the celestial army. Simultaneously, Kunpeng and the other celestial powers erupted with an overwhelming force, momentarily breaking free from the grasp of the 6 ancestral witches, retreating behind the Eastern King. In tandem, numerous Dieluo celestial lords and Tai celestial generals swiftly took their positions. Boom, as the Dieluo celestial lords and Tai celestial generals steadied themselves in their respective places, an immense surge of quasi-saintly power enveloped all the great powers, Dieluo celestial lords, and Tai celestial generals from above. The collective strength of the celestial assembly coalesced, and a terrifying aura surged forth from the formation, transcending the late quasi-saint stage and reaching, in its entirety, the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Some even sensed it might surpass that. However, in the current primordial universe, no being had yet achieved the perfect quasi-saint realm. Thus none of the great powers dared to ascertain that the strength amassed by this formation indeed exceeded the complete quasi-saint stage. The only one bold enough to affirm the formation's power surpassed the complete quasi-saint level was Fu Guang, who quietly observed from the primordial starry sky. After all, Fu Guang was now on the path beyond the perfection of the mixed element golden immortal. Harnessing the great power of the celestial assembly to empower himself, the Eastern King felt invincible at this moment. With a wave of his hand, a vast and unmatched force descended upon the battlefield, drawing all the celestial troops into the formation. With the inclusion of countless elite warriors from the celestial court, the amassed strength of the celestial beings grew even more formidable, enhancing the power of the formation. This is getting interesting. With arms crossed, Jiang, who had refrained from intervening to halt the Eastern King's actions, bore a slight smile of intrigue. At last, he cast a discerning glance at the Eastern King, an opponent he deemed beneath his notice. You possess some skill, but that is all there is to it. Not only Jiang, but the other 6 ancestral witches also commented on the formation created by the Celestial Court. The power is somewhat impressive. Barely adequate. What is this? I could break it with a single punch. All talk and no action. If you have the ability, go try. HMPH, let us give it a try. Enveloped in true fire and adorned with red scales, Jinwu, with a beastly head and a human body, gleamed with eager anticipation, ready to directly confront the celestial army's formation. However, in the next moment, Jinwu's movement was halted by Jiang. No rush. Jiang's gaze fell upon the celestial formation as he spoke. Let us toy with him. As he spoke, Jiang's eyes shifted towards the direction of the Jinwu celestial court, his expression betraying disdain. Tell the boys to be sharp. He still has a few tricks left in his old home. Upon hearing Jiang's words, the ancestral witches exchanged puzzled glances, yet soon dismissed such convoluted thoughts, each fixing their gaze hungrily upon the celestial formation that was brewing and gathering strength. Since their elder brother suggested to play with the celestial court, then they would play. As for how to play, unclear, they would just follow their brother's lead. Meanwhile, the Eastern King, feeling once more underestimated by the 7 ancestral witches, wore a grim expression but also felt a sense of relief. Fools! Knowing that I still have hidden cards, yet daring to be so presumptuous. Oblivious to their own impending doom, they continued to watch, completely disregarding my presence. While speaking, the Eastern King raised his head, casting a piercing gaze at the spatial dome that sealed the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a vast surge of imperial power, a pure yang force converging into unparalleled celestial radiance, surged towards the heavens, violently crashing into the spatial dome erected by Jiang's spatial path. Bang! The celestial canopy trembled, resembling a tranquil water surface upon which a massive meteor had plunged, creating towering waves. Crack! Bang! Following this, Jiang's method of sealing the heavens and earth was shattered. Seeing this, the Eastern King's face lit up with triumph. Then, his bloodshot eyes turned towards Jiang and the other ancestral witches, just as everyone thought the Eastern King was about to strike. The Eastern King instead directed his gaze towards the Jinwu celestial court. The witch clan runs rampant. Mother Wang, lend me your strength. Chapter 91, The Queen Mother of the West. This child is unworthy of counsel. As the Eastern King spoke, all the powerful beings who were focused on this place were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, their gazes shifted towards the direction of the Jinwu celestial court. Meanwhile, within the Jinwu celestial court, after the Eastern King led the majority of the celestial forces into battle, the Queen Mother of the West, who remained to oversee the court, observed the grand formation that had been established and the Eastern King seeking her assistance. With a deep sigh, she lamented, alas, inept at achieving success, yet adept at causing failure. Truly, the Eastern King is a waste. Having already formed a grand array, why does he not directly engage the ancestral witches? With his own strength, supplemented by the power granted by the formation, it would not be unreasonable to say that while he might not defeat the 7 great ancestral witches, he could certainly hold his ground for a considerable time. During that interval, she, the Queen Mother of the West, could seize an opportune moment to deliver a devastating blow to the 7 great ancestral witches, thereby securing victory. Additionally, she could ascertain whether the 7 great ancestral witches were concealing further powers, to prevent any irreparable misfortune should the celestial court. This was an opportunity that promised manifold benefits, yet, what transpired the moment the Eastern King spoke? he drew the attention of all powerful beings in the world, including the 7 great ancestral witches. After this, even if she restrained herself from acting and sought an opportunity later, it would be impossible. The 7 great ancestral witches, renowned for their unparalleled combat prowess, and not fools. Knowing that the Queen Mother of the West harbors formidable hidden cards, how could they possibly neglect to guard against her? Utterly foolish. With a slightly grim expression, the Queen Mother of the West rose from her throne and intoned solemnly, "To presume upon the mandate of heaven, this child is unworthy of counsel." The Queen Mother perceived clearly, this individual was not incapable. Rather, he had been thoroughly intimidated. His once bold spirit in the face of formidable foes had been shattered. Previously, when he first suffered defeat at the hands of the ancestral witches, the Eastern King had fought valiantly against many, and although he was still quite dishevelled, it could be said he retained some honour in his defeat. However, this time, he faced the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang alone. He was mercilessly beaten. No matter what tactics he employed, he was utterly crushed by the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang, who did not even need to unleash his most powerful true form. This starkly illustrated the disparity between their strengths. Thus, it was evident that the Eastern King was indeed terrified, considering that since his designation by the sages as the foremost male immortal, he had faced only a few renowned adversaries in the primordial realm, all of which had ended in crushing defeat. It was only natural that he would be left in fear. Despite the Eastern King's outwardly assertive demeanor, those with discerning eyes could easily perceive the deep-seated insecurity and trepidation within him. This man is destined for failure in his grand ambitions. Regardless of the circumstances, with her gaze flickering slightly, the Queen Mother of the West resolved to take action. The Celestial Court cannot afford to suffer defeat at the hands of the ancestral witches or their witch clan again. One defeat can be endured, 2 can be tolerated, but a 3rd would lead to utter ruin. Should the Celestial Court fall a 3rd time to the ancestral witches and the witch clan, the immense fortune, the vast power they had gathered, and the destinies that both she and the Eastern King bore would crumble in an instant. Without the mandate of heaven, devoid of the Celestial Court's considerable fortune and might, the titles of the foremost male immortal and foremost female immortal would become mere shadows of their former selves. Furthermore, the opportunity to pursue the path of enlightenment would vanish entirely. Matters concerning the path of enlightenment are of utmost importance, even as one seeks to strategize meticulously. The Queen Mother, fully aware of her deep entanglement in calamity, was reluctant to relinquish her ambitions. Moreover, she had certain confidence, namely, in the sages. Even in the face of potential ruin, the sage who had designated her and the Eastern King as the foremost male and female immortals would not idly witness their downfall. As long as that sage remained, even at the cost of great sacrifice, she and the Eastern King would still possess the means to escape their tribulations. Thus, even the usually composed and cautious Queen Mother of the West resolved to strive for her path once more. With this thought in mind, the Queen Mother stepped forth, her form materializing above the Jinwu celestial court. A resonant hum echoed as the exquisite light of Shihua shimmered forth, accompanied by the power of divine retribution, manifesting Purian energy in the heavens. The blossoms of the great Tao bloomed resplendently, and the laws coalesced into a celebration of clouds, the realm of the quasi-saint, bearing the esteemed title of a saint, naturally accompanied by profound mysteries. Behind her hovered the Kunlun mirror, one hand holding the ethereal cloud banner, while the other wielded the innate sword of the primordial. The billowing clouds surrounded her, exuding an air of unmatched elegance, regal and unattainable. As the Queen Mother of the West appeared above the Jinwu celestial court, she proclaimed with clarity, "Form the array." No sooner had her voice dissipated than a resounding hum filled the heavens, as 5 early-stage quasi-saints, masters of great powers, emerged successively from various corners of the Jinwu celestial court. Additionally, a contingent of Da Luo celestial lords and Tai Yi celestial generals manifested, although their numbers paled in comparison to those the Eastern King had taken to the Buzhou mountain. The emergence of these celestial forces still caused the eyes of many powerful beings observing the scene to narrow in astonishment. Yet another 5 formidable masters, within the celestial court. There were indeed a total of 15 such masters, such a terrifying depth of power. Furthermore, the celestial court had concealed this far too well. The 5 formidable masters who had just emerged had previously not garnered even a whisper of rumor. In other words, had the Eastern King not faced defeat in his battle, the Queen Mother of the West and these 5 masters would have remained hidden within the Celestial Court, waiting until the true crisis of annihilation arrived. At that moment, the sudden appearance of these 5 masters would deliver a devastating blow to any enemies of the Celestial Court. In that instant, the gazes of all powerful beings turned towards the Queen Mother of the West, their expressions shifting. With the Eastern King's flamboyant and domineering personality, it was clear he could never orchestrate the concealment of 5 such masters. The only one capable of such a strategic maneuver, one who maintained a low profile within the Celestial Court, rarely intervening or showcasing her prowess, was the Queen Mother of the West. No one could have anticipated that the gentle, humble, and self-effacing Queen Mother, who appeared content to play the supporting role to the Eastern King, would possess such depth of character. Truly, she is a master of strategy. At this moment, numerous powerful beings of the primordial realm, including many great masters, silently reflected on whether they had inadvertently offended the Queen Mother of the West at any point. If so, it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to resolve any lingering grievances. There was no way around it. It is not the strength of the Queen Mother that instills fear, but rather that she possesses both strength and the cunning to conceal it. A sudden move from her could easily overwhelm even the most formidable of masters with her intricate schemes and stratagems. Concurrently, those who had already suspected the Queen Mother of harboring great depths nodded in silent agreement, secretly admiring their own insight. After all, how could someone like the Queen Mother, who monopolized a third of the Celestial Court's fortune and resources while maintaining her position as one of the 2 sovereigns, possibly be a mere supporting figure? The Queen Mother surely harbored many secrets. What had been revealed thus far may only be the tip of the iceberg of what she truly concealed. Chapter 92. The celestial being striving for recognition. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West served as the focal point of the formation, flanked by 5 deities of immense power positioned at the cardinal points, while numerous Da Luo immortal lords and Taiyi immortal generals were arrayed according to intricate patterns. Ultimately, the entire Jinwu celestial court below formed the foundation of this grand array. Commenced the formation. Once the celestial beings took their positions, the majestic power of the Tao coalesced around the Queen Mother, resonating with the assembled immortals within the array, forging a unified force that invoked the resonance of the Tao. It reverberated like the might of the heavens, echoing with a divine intensity. A terrifying aura emanated from the Jinwu celestial court, enveloping the entirety of the eastern sea. Boom! Radiant celestial light surged into the sky, harmonizing with the array being formed on the battlefield by the Eastern King. The powers of the 2 grand formations intertwined, merging pure yin with pure yang, imperial authority with heavenly retribution. Following this fusion, the originally displayed aura of the Queen Mother, which was at the late stage of quasi-saint, steadily ascended to the peak of quasi-sainthood. In conjunction with the equally complete quasi-saint aura of the Eastern King, the intensity of their presence escalated to unprecedented heights. At this moment, the heavens and the earth were suffused with a magnificent jewel-colored celestial light, the overwhelming auras of the 2 lords of the celestial court spanning the cosmos, compelling all powerful beings to take heed. This formation is truly remarkable. In the starry sky, the composed Fu Guang observed the 2 grand formations orchestrated by the Eastern King and the Queen Mother. Golden light flickered in his eyes. 9 yang and 6 yin, supplemented by the combined strength of the celestial beings, along with the mutual enhancement of their pure yang and pure yin Tao, the might of this formation is quite impressive. Upon witnessing the Eastern King's array, Fu Guang initially assumed it would be the renowned 10,000 Immortals Great Formation from his memories. After all, this formation was said to be crafted by the celestial master Tongqian, and others claimed it was the protective array of the Eastern King South Celestial Court. In terms of reference value, even if the Eastern King were to employ the 10,000 Immortals Great Formation, Fu Guang would not find it surprising. However, it now appeared that the protective array of the Jinwu Celestial Court was a formidable amalgamation forged by the Eastern King and the Queen Mother. Each on their own, they were extraordinary arrays. Now, with the 2 great formations resonating, it seemed that their combined power was even more terrifying. It seems 15 quasi-saints, TSK. This level of power lives up to the celestial court's fated status. Although 15 quasi-saints may seem insufficient before the 12 ancestor witches, bolstered by the array, they would not be easily manageable by the likes of Emperor Jiang and the other 7 ancestor witches. Other ancestor witches, this battle would certainly draw them into the fray. At that time, the myriad beings of the primordial world, especially the myriad races, would come to understand the terrifying nature of the witch race. This would thoroughly shatter their inner thoughts of "I can do it too, I am capable, if we join forces, the witch race may not be able to annihilate us before being exhausted," and similar notions. Then, when the opportune moment arises, Fu Guang would raise his banner and launch his establishment, undoubtedly attracting numerous forces to sincerely seek refuge and protection under his banner. By that time, there would be no need to establish the demon race. Fu Guang could effortlessly acquire a formidable foundational power. Subsequently, with careful planning, he would cultivate this power to grow and flourish. The position of the supreme being of the heavens could then be gradually pursued. At this moment, Fu Guang's plans were gradually taking shape, and they appeared exceedingly promising, as long as the Celestial Court and the Eastern King proved sufficiently formidable, allowing the myriad beings of the primordial world to witness the unparalleled. On Kunlun Mountain, the 3 Pure Ones were also closely monitoring this battle. They were indifferent to the outcome between the two sides. Naturally, if given a choice, the 3 Pure Ones would hope for a victory for the Celestial Court. After all, they held a strong disdain for the witch race, disapproving of their barbaric style, and looked down upon their ignorance of destiny and the greater trends. While they observed, Laozi and Yuanshi focused on the 7 great ancestor witches, while Tongqian's attention shifted to the formidable and adaptable formation forged by the Eastern King and the Queen Mother. A formation combining the strength of the celestial beings is rather intriguing, Tongqian contemplated. If I could create a formation of this caliber, perhaps I could earn the admiration of my elder and second brother. Currently, the 3 Pure Ones remained unified, maintaining a harmonious relationship, akin to being inextricably linked. However, in the eyes of Laozi and Yuanshi, Tongqian was merely the younger brother, not to mention his lack of influence and the insignificance of his opinions. Due to his temperament, he had often faced admonitions and reprimands from Yuanshi. Laozi, as the elder brother, paid no mind to such matters and certainly did not find it inappropriate to prevent Yuanshi from disciplining Tongqian. Thus, Tongqian, who was still enduring, merely harbored thoughts of earning the respect of his 2 elder brothers. Beyond that, he had no further plans. Secretly, Tongqian began to deduce the formation composed of the celestial beings, preparing to present it upon completion to garner the admiration of Laozi and Yuanshi. On Fengqi Mountain, Fuxi's expression was grave and solemn. Upon witnessing the emergence of 15 formidable beings from the Celestial Court, he found himself thus, even though among these powerful beings, many were merely at the initial stage of quasi-saint, the sheer number was indeed somewhat daunting. Despite the fact that after the teachings at the Zashir Palace, the great Luo Golden Immortals were no longer the apex of power, the situation brought about by the calamity had led Fuxi to remain in seclusion at Fengqi Mountain, rarely traversing the primordial world. He had not anticipated that the number of powerful beings would proliferate like bamboo shoots after a rain, akin to the great Luo cultivators. Soon, Fuxi regained his composure and began to reflect. One must not underestimate the beings of heaven and earth. Although the number of powerful beings was few, in this era, they were not rare. Underestimating the beings of heaven and earth would lead to dire consequences. Thereafter, Fuxi maintained a balanced mindset, continuing to observe the battle without any sense of urgency. Among the powerful beings, there were disparities. Some differences were even as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, Fuxi had always believed that the one with a similar destiny in the starry sky would undoubtedly perceive all of this. After all, that was the infallible Fu Guang. The reactions of various powerful beings varied widely. At this moment, the 2 sides at the center of the universe were too engrossed to attend to anything else. As the formation solidified, the Queen Mother of the West stood atop the celestial dome of the Yingju Celestial Court. In a cool and measured tone, she reminded the Eastern King, who was immersed in the overwhelming power, Imperial Sovereign, the formation is established. If not to engage in battle now, then when shall we? Chapter 93, The Uniqueness of the Witch Clan. Tongqian, I shall become great. On the battlefield, as the words of the Western Queen Mother reverberated through the air, the Eastern Prince, positioned at the heart of the grand formation and imbued with an unprecedented might, once again donned a confident and flamboyant smile. He burst into hearty laughter. Har har har, with such formidable power at my disposal, I shall unify the primordial chaos and ascend to sanctity, who else but I? As he spoke, a thunderous roar erupted. The Eastern Prince waved his hand, unleashing the complete force of the Immortal Court's protective formation. The vast, pure young celestial light surged forth, sweeping across the heavens and directly dispersing the malevolent aura emitted by the 7 ancestral witches and the multitude of witch clan members, restoring some semblance of clarity to the world. Simultaneously, a pressure surpassing that of a perfected sage descended upon the 7 ancestral witches, shrouding them in its overwhelming presence. Buzz, the pure young celestial light illuminated the skies, and the Eastern Prince's sage-like visage resembled that of an emperor surveying the realm, casting a downward gaze upon the 7 ancestral witches. The Eastern Prince declared, "Zhejiang, I grant you 7 ancestral witches, as well as your witch clan, one final opportunity. Submit, or perish." Upon hearing the Eastern Prince's proclamation, the 7 ancestral witches fell into a heavy silence. The many watching masters were rendered speechless. The Western Queen Mother, who was maintaining the formation and assisting the Eastern Prince in preparation for battle against the ancestral witches, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, nearly unable to restrain her urge to curse aloud. Foolishness, arrogance, what a damn fool, with the formation activated and such power at hand, why waste breath on a tribe of barbarians? Just engage in battle. Does maintaining the formation not consume resources? Is the power of the immortals truly inexhaustible? How long can everyone sustain such might? In a battle amidst calamity, even the briefest moment can spawn countless unforeseen events, yet here you are, wasting time attempting to persuade them to surrender. If there is to be persuasion, it should come only after thoroughly defeating the opponent. Just recently, you, Eastern Prince, were treated like a mere dog by the ancestral witch Zhejiang, and now you think you can successfully coax them. The Western Queen Mother's expression darkened. Fortunately, the 7 ancestral witches were indeed a group of brash warriors, utterly intolerant of the Eastern Prince's hubris. Thus, the instant the Eastern Prince's words fell, boom. The true fire emanating from Zhurong surged dramatically, the momentum of the ancestral witch's true form escalating. He roared, "You are quite audacious. This ancestral witch shall meet you in battle." As his words echoed, Zhurong's colossal true form swept. Simultaneously, with a resounding boom, the previously silent water ancestral witch Gonggong also unleashed his path, conjuring an endless ocean of true water. Joining Zhurong in the assault, Gonggong bellowed, "I'll take you down." With Zhurong and Gonggong leading the charge, the remaining ancestral witches could no longer remain idle. One after another, they unleashed their might, converging upon the Eastern Prince and the assembled celestial army. He, Zhejiang sneered coldly, casting a glance toward the direction of the Immortal Court. In that moment, Zhejiang, the Immortal Court's hidden cards had nearly all been revealed. Even if there were remnants, they would hardly warrant excessive caution. Crack, shifting his joints, Zhejiang's eyes burned with battle intent, his vitality surged. An overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from him, soaring into the skies and shaking the firmament. The terrifying true form of the ancestral witch materialized. Zhejiang roared as he charged toward the Eastern Prince. "Kill!" Amidst his roar, Zhejiang, in alliance with Xinming, Zhurong, and the other 6 ancestral witches, encircled the Eastern Prince and the celestial forces, channeling their innate powers to relentlessly erode every measure the Eastern Prince currently employed. On the periphery of the battlefield, all the great witches of the witch clan, unable to participate in the fierce battle, erupted with overwhelming might, their tremendous vitality swirling and drawing forth vast amounts of calamity energy from the heavens. The witch clan members shouted in unison, rallying for the 7 ancestral witches. "Witch! Witch! Witch!" Boom, accompanied by the fervent shouts of the witch clan and the terrifying vitality coalescing around them, an inexplicable momentum began to rise within the heavens. This extraordinary momentum felt as though the very heavens were responding to the witch clan's furious howls and roars. As the malevolent energy surged ever more fiercely on the battlefield, all the powerful beings observing the clash could distinctly sense, with the gathering of the malevolent energy, the aura of the 7 ancestral witches grew increasingly formidable and fearsome, their combat prowess escalating to unprecedented heights. This spectacle left all the powerful beings in a state of astonishment. They were utterly captivated by the uniqueness of the witch clan. Merely through their unified cries of encouragement, they could evoke a response from the heavens itself. Is this the true worth of the descendants of Pangu? The primordial chaos itself was shaped by the great deity Pangu, so it is only natural for the heavens to respond to the authentic descendants of Pangu. Truly, they are the rightful heirs of Pangu. Anyone witnessing this scene could not help but exclaim such sentiments. Amidst their awe, the many formidable masters cast their mocking gazes toward Kunlun Mountain, observing the witch clan, who, through their unified cries of encouragement, could elicit a response from the heavens. Yet what of you, the three purities of Pangu? Though you claim to be the true lineage of Pangu, have you ever demonstrated such phenomena, capable of summoning a response from the heavens as the witch clan does? No, absolutely not. While it is widely acknowledged that the three purities are indeed the result of Pangu's essence divided into three, transformed from the primordial pure chi that opened the heavens, it is undeniably accurate to refer to them as the true heirs of Pangu. However, comparisons bring forth stark contrasts. With the witch clan's ability to invoke responses from the heavens before them, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. The three purities are indeed connected to Pangu, yet to claim authenticity, the witch clan holds a more valid claim. At this moment, within the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the tranquil Laozi furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering as he observed the 7 ancestral witches and the witch clan. Though silent, it was clear to all that Laozi harbored deep dissatisfaction toward the witch clan. Beside him, the ever-proud Yuansha wore a slightly grim expression, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Even without uttering a word, it was evident that Yuansha was contemplating the witch clan's actions. Finally, Tongqian noticed the stirrings of the witch clan, yet he remained unconcerned. In his view, the three purities are Pangu, and Pangu is not the three. Therefore, there is no need to quarrel over such trivial matters. Would the existence of the witch clan diminish their identity as the three purities? Absolutely not. What is rightfully theirs shall never be lessened. Rather than fretting over the witch clan, Tongqian was enthusiastically observing and analyzing the immortal court's protective formation. When he succeeds, he would surely garner the admiration of his 2 elder brothers, receiving their sincere praise, rather than being relegated to the status of the least among the three purities, with his opinions disregarded by his elder brothers. Tongqian shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. Chapter 94. Do these brutes still have a backup plan? Celestial light surged, divine powers and spiritual treasures were unleashed simultaneously. At this moment, upon the battlefield, the 7 great ancestors of witchcraft joined forces to launch a relentless assault, each subtly occupying a unique position. The overwhelming vitality and malevolent energy emanating from the 7 seemed to be on the verge of merging under a special aura. This nascent energy, not yet fully ascended, caused the combat prowess of the 7 great ancestors to increase exponentially. Soon, their strength reached an apex. At this moment, facing the 7 great ancestors, Dong Wanggong, initially bolstered by the power of 2 grand formations, managed to fend off their assaults. However, as time passed, he quickly fell back into a passive position, losing the upper hand. This turn of events left all observing powerhouses in stunned disbelief. Furthermore, it rendered Dong Wanggong utterly dazed. As the lord of the celestial court and the foremost male immortal, his dignity was once again ruthlessly pressed into the ground by the ancestors and the witch clan. Shame, rage, resentment, and disbelief, these emotions flooded Dong Wanggong's heart. He bellowed in defiance, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Even if you ancestors are the true descendants of Pangu, the gap between us cannot be this vast." Simultaneously, the disparity in divine powers, could it truly be so great? Dong Wanggong was unwilling to believe, nor dared to accept, despite exhausting all his trump cards while facing the siege of the 7 great ancestors, he found himself being effortlessly overwhelmed. He yearned to unleash a counterattack, to strike back, yet he could only muster a defense. Most crucially, each time Dong Wanggong defended himself, the combined might of the 7 great ancestors would equally descend upon all the celestial beings forming the grand array. At this moment, a multitude of celestial soldiers at the base level of the celestial court could no longer withstand the horrific pressure being redistributed among them, resulting in their bodies exploding on the spot, falling one after another. The heavens and earth were shrouded in a mist of blood, staining both the sky and the ground crimson. Simultaneously, within the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, a more terrifying calamity was brewing. Above the Yuzhou celestial court, although she did not face the 7 great ancestors directly, the West Queen Mother, operating the Grand Formation to assist Dong Wanggong, was likewise absorbing the brunt of the ancestors' assault. The losses among the celestial troops on the battlefield were staggering. Likewise, the situation on the Yuzhou celestial court was dire. Blood rain fell as the East Sea rapidly turned red, malevolent energy swirling ominously above the magnificently adorned celestial court, casting a pall over the realm. Activating the treasure, she prepared to open a rift in space-time, intending to rush to the battlefield from the Yuzhou celestial court. However, just as she took a step forward, boom, a wave of terrifying malevolent energy burst through the sky above the Yuzhou celestial court, the power of spatial pathways erupting. This giant, humanoid with a serpent's tail, possessing 7 arms behind it, and wielding 2 fierce, menacing serpents in its grasp, the overwhelming vitality, the towering form of the giant, and the terrifying malevolent energy akin to that of the 7 great ancestors all unmistakably revealed the identity of the newcomer, an ancestor. This was undoubtedly an ancestor, among the myriad cultivators of the primordial chaos. Who else could possess such formidable vitality and an incessant torrent of dreadful malevolence? At the moment this ancestor manifested, this abrupt turn of events transpired in the blink of an eye. The many powerful observers had yet to shift their gazes from the clash between Dong Wanggong and the 7 great ancestors when a terrifying wave of combat erupted in the skies above the Yuzhou celestial court. Boom, various pathway forces clashed, the laws of heaven and earth resonating in a terrifying melee. In an instant, the multitude of celestial beings under the West Queen Mother's command met their demise, transforming into a downpour of blood raining upon the resplendent grounds of the Yuzhou celestial court. Simultaneously, the malevolent energy surrounding the Yuzhou celestial court intensified. At this moment, the many powerhouses observing the battle turned their astonished gazes toward the Yuzhou celestial court. Goodness, this group of brutes from the Witch clan still had a backup plan. The rear of the celestial court was also under attack. Today's spectacle is truly remarkable. Moreover, it has taken many unexpected turns. The numerous powerhouses watched, transfixed, their expressions turning solemn. This is calamity. Yuzhou celestial court, surging Purian celestial light illuminated the skies, the power of heavenly punishment evolving into a myriad of divine thunder. At this moment, the West Queen Mother, her countenance grim, hovered beside her radiant cloud world banner, her protective celestial light impenetrable, immune to all forms of assault, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon the newly emerged ancestor. In a solemn voice, she declared, "Another ancestor. You Witch clan have concealed yourselves well. To think there are 8 ancestors, no, that's not right." As she spoke, a realization. Finally, the celestial light of the Kunlun mirror locked onto a specific spatial location. The West Queen Mother's beautiful eyes focused. "Since the 9th ancestor has arrived, why hide? Reveal yourself." As her words echoed, yet another ancestor, brimming with overwhelming vitality and malevolence, stepped forth from the void. Upon seeing this ancestor emerge, the West Queen Mother's breath became heavy, her expression visibly tense. 9 ancestors. The Witch clan actually possessed a total of 9 ancestors. One ancestor could suppress 2 or more divine powers in combat. What of 9? Damn the Witch clan, the West Queen Mother couldn't help but curse inwardly, her fury igniting, to think they still concealed 2 ancestors. This miscalculation was undeniably catastrophic. Moreover, she had never even considered such a possibility. This should not have been the case. Now it appears, if all goes as expected, it is due to her deep entanglement in calamity that she has unwittingly been influenced by the malevolent energy of the calamity, leading her to lose some of her caution in planning certain matters. Yet, fortunately, although the revelation of the Witch clan's possession of 9 ancestors was indeed shocking and exhilarating, the West Queen Mother was not without her own contingencies. Chapter 95:2 Fists shatter the dream of the Celestial Emperor. It is not yet the end. That was already impossible. The only goal now was to guarantee that her side did not lose. With this thought, the Queen Mother of the West severed her connection with the Grand Formation supporting the Eastern King, reclaiming the power of her own formation. At the same time, a resonating hum filled the air. Within the pure and mystical light of Yin, the Queen Mother exuded the aura of a fully realized quasi-saint. She did not augment the power of the Grand Formation. She was already at the perfected quasi-saint realm, revealing her true cultivation. The now unmasked Queen Mother radiated an overwhelming presence that pressed upon the heavens and the earth. She transmitted a message to the Eastern King on the battlefield of the Witch Clan. Your Majesty, hold on. Once I have driven back these two ancestral witches, I shall come to assist you. Her words echoed through the... In the next moment, the Queen Mother summoned her immense magical power, and the ethereal cloud flag in her hand shimmered with brilliance, enveloping the sky, shielding her with divine light that was said to exorcise evil and resist all. This directly maximized her defensive capabilities. Simultaneously, the temporal power of the Kunlun mirror became even more formidable. As its light illuminated the world, time in this area became disordered and chaotic, trapping those within as if caught in a quagmire, unable to move free. With these two supreme treasures, combined with half the power of the protective formation, the combat strength of the Queen Mother reached a level that even the most powerful beings of the primordial realm would find hard to attain. Prepared and resolute, the Queen Mother aimed to strike directly at the two ancestral witches standing defiantly before the Ajo Celestial Court. Their intentions clear, they sought to prevent her from providing the Eastern King with any assistance. She understood all too well, if she did not drive these two ancestral witches back first, once the Eastern King could no longer hold out, she would soon face the onslaught of 9 ancestral witches. At that moment, it would truly be beyond salvation. However, just as the Queen Mother was about to take action, a cry of anguish and rage pierced the air. Queen Mother, you have betrayed me. Amidst the battlefield of the Witch Clan, the events unfolding in the Ajo Celestial Court transpired with alarming speed. By the time the Queen Mother made the decision to temporarily assist the Eastern King and retracted half the power of the protective formation, the Eastern King, who was under attack, had yet to react. Then, seizing the opportunity, Dijiang, the adversary of the Eastern King, roared with ferocity, "Jumang and my little sister have already made their move. The worries behind me have been alleviated. Assist me in slaying the Eastern King." Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches Xinming, Zhurong, and others responded in unison, "Good." With that, the 6 ancestral witches, stepping with profound... In an instant, Dijiang emanated an overwhelming aura reminiscent of the wild, far surpassing the Eastern King, who had lost the support of the Grand Formation and had fallen to the perfected quasi-saint realm. Die. Roaring, Dijiang absorbed the terrifying murderous energy of the heavens and the earth, coalescing with the power of the space pathway, boundless vitality, and overwhelming murderous intent. He fiercely obliterated the quasi-saint manifestation of the Eastern King. Simultaneously, the numerous innate spiritual treasures summoned by the Eastern King were rendered dim and lifeless by even the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, could not withstand Dijiang's onslaught. Boom! With this strike, the Eastern King, exerting all his strength to defend, ultimately managed to withstand it. However, the cost... Even the Golden Immortal Commanders and the Tai Celestial Generals suffered considerable casualties. This single punch directly annihilated a large portion of the Celestial Army of the Ajo Celestial Court. Those who survived were left grievously wounded. Even the 8 great beings, including Kunpring, were not spared from this calamity. Simultaneously, one of the previously robust protective formations of the Celestial Court shattered. With the formation broken, the celestial beings who had participated in its arrangement were... Meanwhile, the Eastern King, as the focal point of the formation, suffered more grievously than any other. His aura diminished. He roared in defiance, "Why did you retract the power of the formation? Our Queen Mother, you have betrayed me." As the anguished cries of the Eastern King echoed, Dijiang, having shattered the formation with a single punch, advanced with... He raised his fist once more, to unify the primordial realm. "Do you even deserve it? Die." With these words, a punch even more terrifying than the last hurtled toward the Eastern King, who was reeling from his injuries and unstable in his aura. This punch filled the Eastern King with the chilling dread of death. His eyes widened in desperation, but his expression was frantic. He bellowed, "I am the male immortal designated by the saints, personally sealed by the Tao ancestor, the one ordained by heaven. Dijiang, do you dare to kill me? Can you kill me?" Upon hearing this, Dijiang offered no reply. Far from pausing for the Eastern King's boastful claims, he intensified his assault, his strikes faster and more ferocious. In an instant, Dijiang's iron fist of slaughter shattered all of the Eastern King's desperate defenses, striking fiercely at the Eastern King. Boom! This punch shattered the Eastern King's physical form, the accompanying powers of the pathway and calamity obliterating his quasi-saint Tao fruit and primordial consciousness. At the same time, it shattered the Eastern King's aspirations for enlightenment, dominance. In the midst of immeasurable calamities, whether this fragment of true spirit could ever return remained an uncertainty. Boom, 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 the fall of a quasi-saint being resonated with the Tao and echoed through the heavens. The thunderous cries of lament filled the air, and blood rained down from the heavens, enveloping countless beings in a shroud of sorrow, their tears flowing freely as they wept and wailed. This scene sent shivers down the spines of all the great beings observing the battle. Had the Eastern King truly fallen, this marked the first time a quasi-saint had perished within the primordial realm. After truly becoming serious, the ancestral witch Dijian shattered the Eastern King, a powerful quasi-saint, along with his ambitions and dreams. With mere fists, the ancestral witches were indeed formidable. The witch clan was truly formidable. Simultaneously, many great beings realized, perhaps the quasi-saint realm could no longer guarantee one's life. The desire for enlightenment became increasingly urgent in the hearts of these great beings. Chapter 96. How infuriating! A fallen wretch, lord of the celestial court, supreme male immortal, the imperial sovereign, Dong Wanggong, has perished. At this moment, the celestial calamity caused by the demise of a quasi-saint has evoked a profound sense of dread among all great practitioners. A disaster indeed. In this era, after the saints have achieved unity, how could a quasi-saint, situated at the pinnacle of the primordial world's hierarchy, be slain? Moreover, this was a late-stage quasi-saint, fortified by a formidable protective array, whose combat prowess had reached the consummate level of a quasi-saint, perhaps even surpassing that of the most elite practitioners. And yet, he was vanquished by a coalition of several ancestral witches. If even Dong Wanggong cannot withstand the ancestral witches, what hope do these practitioners, who are even less formidable than him, have? One can only fear that in a direct confrontation with the ancestral witches, they would meet an inevitable demise. The mere thought of this sent a chill of fatal threat through all the great practitioners, many of whom wore grave expressions. At Vinci Mountain, Fuxi bore a solemn and serious countenance, celestial wisdom swirling in his eyes. Upon witnessing the fall of Dong Wanggong, an alarm resounded within his mind, elevating his vigilance and apprehension towards this height could only be described as an impending catastrophe. Could it be that I too am destined to perish at the hands of the ancestral witches? Stroking his beard, Fuxi's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it perhaps because I intend to partake in the grand endeavor of my friend, Fu Guang, that I am now entangled in a fate where the risk of demise looms, ultimately leading? In other words, should he choose to proceed with his previous plans, he might very well meet his end at the hands of these powerful, lethal ancestral witches in the unfolding cosmic scenario. After a moment of contemplation, a hint of a smile graced Fuxi's face as he spoke. I am within the Tao, how can I retreat? If I can transcend this impending catastrophe, then my Tao shall be established. Conversely, even if I were to perish, my Tao could still come to fruition. Moreover, he possessed unwavering confidence in his innate ability to discern fate, firmly believing that he could manipulate the unfolding cosmic events to seize a sliver of hope amidst this cataclysm. The fall of Dong Wanggong, stroking his beard, Fuxi was currently employing. Smiling silently, after Dong Wanggong lost the mandate of heaven and perished, where did the celestial court's lost destiny go? The answer was self-evident. Was this also part of your calculations? Fuxi expressed with a sense of admiration. Truly remarkable, my friend. Fuxi could not believe that the fall of Dong Wanggong was not accounted for in Fu Guang's calculations. In fact, Fuxi suspected, behind Dong Wanggong's demise, there might very well have been Fu Guang's subtle manipulations. After all, the primordial realm could scarcely accommodate two sovereigns. Dong Wanggong's existence undoubtedly obstructed Fu Guang's ascent to the throne of ultimate supremacy, even if Fu Guang did not directly scheme against Dong Wanggong, facilitating his downfall. To all beings, he wielded both authority and compassion. To friends, he was magnanimous and benevolent. To foes, he was ruthless and merciless. Such an existence was destined to be the sovereign of the cosmos. Within Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Void Palace, Pangu's three pure ones reacted with solemn gravitas to the fall of Dong Wanggong. However, their thoughts diverged. Laozi harbored concerns regarding whether the might of the witch clan and the ancestral witches would, should this confrontation occur, although the three pure ones would not fear the 9 ancestral witches, they would undoubtedly become an exceedingly troublesome adversary. Yuan Shi was particularly incensed. His ire was not directed at the ancestral witches' lethal prowess or formidable strength, but rather at their blatant disregard for the heavenly order. How audacious of them to act with such brazen disrespect towards the saint after Dong Wanggong had proclaimed, "The saint is ordained, and the heavenly path is acknowledged," yet still proceed to ruthlessly slay him, defying the celestial decree. Tong Qian was also somewhat enraged, yet his anger stemmed from the fact that the 9 ancestral witches had shown utter contempt for his own master. This particularly vexed Tong Qian, who was deeply sentimental. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the formidable strength of the 9 ancestral witches. At the very least, if it came to a one-on-one duel, Tong Qian would likely stand little chance against them. In the starry sky, Fu Guang gazed in bewilderment at the scene of Dong Wanggong's fall, having forgotten to place the sunflower seeds in his mouth. He is dead. The boom, an overwhelming force, transcending the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal, enveloped the infinite starry sky, stirring the energies of the cosmos. Simultaneously, the distant sun star seemed to sense the wrath of the sun god, its radiance intensifying. Yet, in the next moment, this overwhelming aura dissipated as if an illusion, and the sun star's disturbance instantly subsided, returning to its original state. I and the starry expanse, Ban Fu Guang, retracting his aura. All his plans, meticulously calculated countless times, were now rendered moot due to Dong Wanggong's incompetence, necessitating a complete re-evaluation. Were it not for the presence of his rationality, he would have exploded in fury. Chapter 97, Even in death, one must face judgment. After venting his frustrations, Fu Guang waved his hand, restoring the overturned celestial table to its original state, and resumed his seat. At the same time, having calmed his emotions, the complexity swirling within his golden gaze spoke volumes. The Eastern King had fallen, yet the sage had remained passive throughout. This signified that the sage had indeed made a choice. Thus, it was time for Fu Guang to immerse himself in the grand game of the heavenly calamity. Although the sage had neither coerced him nor forced his hand, the multitude of benefits presented had illuminated a path to sanctification that Fu Guang had previously deemed unattainable. Even knowing the perilous nature of entering the calamity, where failure could lead to demise, Fu Guang remained irresistibly drawn to the prospect. He was, after all, an outsider from beyond the heavens. His mind was replete with knowledge of future trends, yet, since the dawn of creation, Fu Guang had tirelessly cultivated his spirit, striving upward, motivated both by a desire to break free from fate and by his inherent nature as a seeker of truth. The distinction lay in Fu Guang being a prudent seeker of the path. Prudence did not equate to complacency or being utterly reclusive. One must not act without assurance, nor embark on a course of action without due consideration. To act decisively and with full commitment was the essence of Fu Guang's understanding of prudence, a principle that governed his actions. Otherwise, given his qualifications, status, and position within this calamity, he would not even be worthy of pursuing the teachings at the Zhixiao Palace. After all, numerous accounts suggested that the sage's teachings were delivered with ulterior motives. Now, with the prospect of achieving sanctification laid bare before him, Fu Guang was naturally eager to act. The sheer force of hope is indeed formidable. You are indeed remarkable, Fu Guang remarked, his voice tinged with admiration, uttering words comprehensible only to himself and the sage. Then, having finally attained tranquility, Fu Guang shifted his gaze back to the battlefield, yet his thoughts continued to wander. He needed to re-strategize. Meanwhile, on the battlefield near the Wuzhou mountain, following the fall of the Eastern King, the remaining celestial beings were utterly devastated. Even Kunpeng, witnessing the 7 fearsome ancestral witches brimming with malevolent energy, felt a chill run down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, Kunpeng instinctively acted. His massive hand swept forth, claiming all the dimmed primordial treasures left behind by the Eastern King. Subsequently, Kunpeng unleashed his innate divine ability, transforming into a streak of light and fleeing into the distance. His speed was astonishing, and his resolve unwavering. Even the 7 terrifying ancestral witches were caught off guard. At that moment, the formidable Emperor Jiang, empowered by the strength of 6 ancestral witches, was momentarily stunned. By the time he reacted to intercept, Kunping had already vanished beyond reach. As Kunping made his escape, the celestial beings present quickly grasped the situation. Flee! A powerful practitioner shouted in panic. In the next instant, despite their grievous injuries, the celestial beings unleashed their life-preserving abilities, radiating with celestial light as they attempted to retreat. However, just as they activated these, the heavens trembled, and the very fabric of space collapsed upon them, sealing off their escape. The 7 ancestral witches, suffused with malevolent energy, locked onto the celestial beings. Emperor Jiang's. But if I allow all of you to flee, what face would I have left to stand in the primal world? What face would I have to claim to be the progenitor of deities? All of you shall perish. With his words, the sealed realm erupted in chaos as the terrifying bloodlust surged forth, and the 7 ancestral witches, along with their kin, descended upon the celestial beings. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of battle cries, and celestial beings fell one after another. Soon, the skies bore witness to the tragic omens of the demise of powerful practitioners. Everyone understood the fate awaiting these celestial beings, great Luo immortals, Taiyi celestial generals, and others. Those who were slain were not devoid of allies. Yet, the image of the Eastern King being ruthlessly vanquished by Emperor Jiang remained fresh in their minds. Who would dare to intervene now? All were seekers of the truth, cultivators aware of the calamity's horror. Thus, having chosen to join the celestial court, they must now bear the consequences of their choices. Moreover, since these celestial practitioners had joined after, thus, it was simply a matter of death to friends, but life to the seeker. In the heart of the Wuzhou mountain battlefield, the curtain had been drawn. All eyes of the strong now turned away from the doomed domain of the witches, with attention fixed squarely upon the Jinwu celestial court. The fate of the Jinwu celestial court was of great curiosity to all mighty practitioners. The Western Queen Mother had concealed many secrets. However, with the loss of divine mandate, the absence of the sage's backing, and the witches securing victory, neither her perfected quasi-saint prowess nor the remaining strength of the Jinwu celestial court could avert its inevitable downfall. Standing against the celestial dome, unscathed and still at the peak of her power, the Western Queen Mother felt no inclination to fight. Instead, she was gripped by a chilling realization: the Eastern King had fallen, and it was at the moment. Throughout this ordeal, her greatest source of confidence, the sage, had remained absent, never uttering a word, with the heavenly laws showing no signs of disturbance. In other words, although the sage had designated the Eastern King as the male celestial leader and her as the female counterpart, there had been no intention to support them. The Western Queen Mother, who had believed the sage would stand behind them, was merely indulging in wishful thinking. Even worse, the Western Queen Mother and the Eastern King, who had leveraged the sage's decree to accomplish many things, now found themselves in a... Rather, they must express gratitude for not being reprimanded for their audacious actions. Even in death, the Eastern King had to seek forgiveness from the sage, pleading for leniency regarding his previous actions. With this thought, the Western Queen Mother's once hopeful ambitions dissipated into thin air. An overwhelming chill enveloped her entire being. Having plunged too deeply into the calamity, lacking support, and being insufficiently powerful, she realized she might be doomed. Chapter 98: The Self-Rescue Measures of the Queen Mother of the West. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was remarkably clear-headed. What grand enterprise, what heavenly mandate, what celestial court? Since her defeat was now assured, it was evident that her path should not lie within the celestial court. Thus, the singular task before her was one of self-rescue. With a swift motion, devoid of any hesitation, she disregarded the presence of the 2 formidable ancestral witches nearby. The Queen Mother of the West adopted. With a sincere voice, she proclaimed, "I, the disciple Queen Mother of the West, bearing the title of the foremost female immortal, have, inappropriately, usurped the name of the sage to engage in various absurdities amidst the primordial cosmos, thereby tarnishing the sage's prestige. Today, I have come to a sudden realization. However, a grave error has indeed been committed. I implore the Tao Ancestor to consider my unintentional misstep, and, in light of my years of diligent service to the celestial court, to forgive my transgressions. I earnestly beseech the sage for mercy. As she spoke, the Queen Mother, ever respectful, prostrated herself thrice toward. Subsequently, she rose, not lingering in her kneeling position. She dared not do so. By voluntarily admitting her wrongful appropriation of the sage's name, even as she distanced the sage from any negative impressions regarding Dong Wanggong, she effectively safeguarded the sage's reputation. She sought neither to win the sage's favor nor to plead for her life, but at the very least, she hoped to avoid incurring the sage's disdain, which could lead to punishment. The punishment from the sage was a burden too great for one as proud as the Queen Mother of the West to bear. Having reached this point, she had done all that she could. To prostrate further, for instance, would amount to a moral coercion of the sage, a forceful plea for the sage to intervene and save her life. Should that occur, whether the sage would act remained uncertain. Even if the sage were to save her in that moment, what would follow? She would be marked for death without a doubt. Thus, the Queen Mother maintained a delicate balance. One might say it was perfectly measured. This maneuver also drew the attention of numerous powerful beings observing the battle. Before the myriad beings of the primordial world, she openly knelt to admit her faults, encompassing all misdeeds, real or imagined, within her and Dong Wanggong, thus absolving the sage from any adverse ramifications. It must be said, the Queen Mother of the West was indeed astute. Furthermore, she was a decisively resolute and highly effective practitioner of great power. If one were to introspect, many of the other powerful beings would likely find themselves in the Queen Mother's predicament, perhaps opting instead to fight to the death. They would not kneel and plead for the sage's forgiveness before the multitude of primordial beings. Such behavior would be deemed disgraceful and contemptible by many powerful practitioners, even among the great Luo cultivators. Others chose to turn a blind eye, believing that each individual possessed their own path and choices. The Queen Mother's actions were merely her own prerogative. Still, a few regarded her with some admiration, acknowledging that those willing to set aside their pride for their own aims were undoubtedly endowed with great wisdom and resolve. The Queen Mother of the West, a pinnacle powerhouse on the verge of sanctification, paid no heed to the thoughts of the numerous strong beings and the primordial populace. Her actions were solely aimed at winning the sage's understanding. Upon completing her gesture, the Queen Mother turned to face the two ancestral witches who regarded her with predatory intent, inquiring, "Might I ask the esteemed titles of the two ancestral witches?" No longer daring to underestimate them, the Queen Mother had relinquished all underestimations upon realizing the existence of 9 ancestors. Their formidable power was indeed terrifying. She understood now that unifying the primordial world was far from the simplicity Dong Wanggong had envisioned. The strength of a perfected quasi-saint, combined with Dong Wanggong's late-stage Previously, she had failed to consider such complexities. It seemed she had been subtly influenced by the ominous energy of the calamity, causing her to overlook these nuances, focusing only on their might while neglecting their shortcomings. Returning to the present, upon hearing the Queen Mother's inquiry, the two ancestral witches standing above the Eastern Sea remained silent. In their eyes, this Queen Mother was as good as doomed. Why waste words on one who was destined to perish? The two siblings awaited reinforcements. What was the Queen Mother waiting for? Merely her own demise. Unperturbed by their disregard, the Queen Mother maintained her composure, fully aware of the ancestral witch's arrogance and the rebellious nature of the witch clan, which was well known among the primordial beings. The ancestral witches, having never faced defeat, held both the sage and the heavenly path in contempt. What did they care for a mere queen mother kneeling before them in supplication? With unwavering resolve, the Queen Mother declared, to all esteemed friends observing, I shall open the celestial court's treasury, allowing you to freely take from its treasures and resources. However, those who take from the celestial court's treasury must also lend. Should there be any breach, both heaven and man shall face punishment. As the Queen Mother's words fell, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, a divine thunder of the Tao reverberated ominously. This divine thunder signified that the agreement set forth by the Queen Mother had been acknowledged by the heavenly Dao. In that instant, as the heavenly Tao recognized her pledge, a relieved smile graced the Queen Mother's face. She remained the Queen Mother of the celestial court, the foremost female immortal, and this heavenly vow would indeed elicit a response from the Tao. After her moment of relief, the Queen Mother turned her gaze toward the celestial beings, her expression grave yet tinged with sorrow. This is the final path I have devised for you all. Whether you live or die depends on your own fortunes. With a wave of her jade hand, a brilliant celestial light emerged. Countless beams of treasure light soared into the sky, illuminating the heavens. Within the treasury of the celestial court lay enough treasures and resources to fill vast worlds, batches of various postnatal spiritual. As the treasury was unveiled, the Queen Mother's expression turned solemn. Flee. Upon her command, the celestial beings, regaining their senses, immediately employed their abilities, striving to escape. Simultaneously, the Queen Mother activated the ethereal cloud realm flag, its brilliance erupting as the power of time from the Kunlun mirror flowed forth, tearing open a rift in the fabric of space and time, allowing her to slip into it. However, in the next moment, the force of the spatial Tao surged forth, and the figure of the ancestral witch Dijian crossed through space, launching a powerful attack toward the Queen Mother. Your celestial court is doomed, and no one can shield you. I have spoken. Chapter 99, A startling ancestor witch Dijian strikes. Though this time his attack did not harness the powers of the other 6 ancestor witches, it was nonetheless immensely terrifying. Simultaneously, the ancestor witches Hu Tu and Jumang, who were stationed here, also took action. However, their targets were the other formidable beings of the celestial court. Shi Wanmu was the target of her elder brother, and the 2 proud ancestor witches were not so foolish as to vie for the heads of their own kin. As Dijian charged towards her with lethal intent, Shi Wanmu stood unfazed, protected by the Su-color cloud realm banner. The Kunlun mirror, which opened a rift in time and space, posed no threat to her. She was not like Dong Wanggong, whose vision was clouded by power. Her singular ambition was to enhance the strength of the celestial court, to attract more formidable beings, and to conquer the primordial chaos. For several millennia, Shi Wanmu had relied on the resources and fortunes of the celestial court, achieving the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Coupled with the Su-color cloud realm banner and the Kunlun mirror, 2 of the most exceptional innate spiritual the force of time swirled around the Kunlun mirror, its radiant light illuminating the cosmos, directly striking at Dijian. The terrifying might of the Tao of time shattered the temporal sequence in Dijian's. Subsequently, with a graceful lift of her jade hand, an immense and Purian force surged forth, dissolving all existence, erasing the laws of the Tao, and striking towards Dijian. Boom! The clash of their attacks erupted in a cataclysmic display of destructive power, enveloping both combatants. The Su-color cloud realm banner ignited with celestial light, creating an ethereal atmosphere that rendered Shi Wanmu impervious, though it did send her retreating billions of miles. Yet, she remained unscathed. Dijian, shaking his fist, felt his vital energy surge, absorbing the shock while extricating himself from the chaotic temporal flow. Just as he prepared to advance and battle Shi Wanmu once more, a far more formidable swish, the power of the Tao of time transformed into a vast celestial river, surging towards Dijian. This sudden turn of events left Dijian poised to engage Shi Wanmu, both startled and furious. Who dares? Boom, not daring to hold back, he unleashed a fierce surge of malevolent energy that soared to the heavens, drawing in the overwhelming malevolence of the cosmos. Simultaneously, Dijiang activated his own spatial Dao powers, conjuring an However, at the very moment Dijiang reacted, the celestial river twisted and effortlessly enveloped the very realm in which he stood, forcefully stripping away the present moment and casting it into the rift of time. Dijiang was swept away by the celestial river of time. The rapidity of this occurrence was such that neither Hu Tu nor Jumang could comprehend it before witnessing the manifestation of the ancestor which Dijiang being consumed by the temporal current. On high alert, they bellowed, "Who dares to interfere in the affairs of our witch clan?" Yet, while Hu Tu and Jumang were on guard and shouting, another surge of the Tao of Time descended into the treasure vault of the celestial court, dragging away a portion of the heavenly materials, innate spiritual treasures, and post-heavenly treasures into the rift of time. Following this, the realm was devoid of any further fluctuations of the Tao of Time. Observing this scene from millions of miles away, Shi Wangmu instantly understood there was a powerful being acting from the shadows, aiding her escape from the Without hesitation, she activated the Kunlun mirror, tearing open a rift in time and space, and fled without a backward glance. She had barely departed when a thunderous eruption, Dijiang, who had just been taken by the celestial river, burst forth from the rift of time, reappearing above the eastern sea, roaring in fury, "Who, show yourself!" Boom, his voice resonated through the heavens, exerting pressure upon the earth. This terrifying might was enough to shake the very souls of those present, yet no response came. As the saying goes, the first step is always the hardest. Before any powerful beings came to assist. However, once one dared to take the plunge, a multitude of powerful beings, confident in their ability to confront the ancestor witches and the witch clan, could no longer remain idle. In the next instant, a brilliant array of celestial lights manifested across the cosmos as numerous formidable beings displayed their powers, seizing heavenly materials and treasures from the celestial court's vault while simultaneously whisking away a group of remaining celestial beings. This spectacle greatly provoked the three ancestor witches. They cared not for the resources within the celestial court's vault, nor for the fates of the remaining celestial beings. What truly irked the three ancestor witches was that the actions of the mirror. Boom, the three ancestor witches joined forces, unleashing an utterly terrifying assault aimed at the myriad formidable beings who had dared to act. However, these beings had no intention of engaging with the ancestor witches. They merely invoked their powers to obstruct. Of course, Dijiang, Hu Tu, and Jumang were not without success in their attempts to intercept. Several powerful beings found their schemes thwarted, suffering losses without gaining anything, yet many others emerged victorious. The sheer number of formidable beings involved was overwhelming. In but a brief moment, the grand expanse of the Jinwu celestial court was reduced to nothing more than an empty shell, its grand formations laid bare. The three ancestor witches stood over the eastern sea, each exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. Dijiang, consumed by rage, let out a mocking laugh. "Good, good, good, since I am, otherwise you shall all perish." With a thunderous roar, Dijiang, in a fit of fury, struck down upon the Jinwu celestial court. Boom, accompanied by a tremor that shook the heavens and earth, the eastern sea erupted in towering waves. The once mighty Jinwu celestial court, which had stood for ages and once exerted dominion over the primordial chaos, was reduced to ashes, no longer existing. In the star, at this moment, his eyes swirled with golden celestial light. Dawn, the faint chime of the chaos bell resonated through Fu Guang's spiritual domain. Before Fu Guang, a series of blurred pillars of fortune, representing all sentient beings of the cosmos, materialized. The two massive pillars of fortune that had previously symbolized the celestial court and the witch clan now lay shattered and dissipated, with the vast fortune returning to the myriad races and cultivators who had joined the celestial court. Simultaneously, a portion of this fortune, alongside the resources from the celestial court's vault, fell into the hands of numerous formidable beings. After a moment, Fu Guang withdrew his gaze, turning once more to the vastness of the primordial chaos. Upon witnessing the increasingly turbulent and surging malevolence of the impending calamity, his expression turned grave. The celestial court is no more. Stroking his chin, Fu Guang. Chapter 100. How do beings recognize the greatness of the Daoist? Fu Guang, casually retracting the primordial calendar, Fu Guang stretched languidly before sauntering towards a distant star, the grand. It was time to return to the grind of work. As for the notion of intervening to rectify the myriad clans across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, or to consolidate the remnants of the celestial court, such actions were unnecessary and not yet warranted, unless the proud clans and the haughty immortals were made aware of the formidable prowess of the ancestral shaman and the dominion of the shaman clan. How could they comprehend the true strength, grandeur, and benevolence of the without enduring hardship? How could they appreciate the precious nature of the path to redemption? Thus, whether it be the myriad clans of the primordial realm or the remnants of the celestial court, these entities must be thoroughly ravaged by the shaman clan. In simpler terms, far too many of them had yet to perish. Their demise was insufficient to instill terror and panic. Moreover, the 12 ancestral. It was imperative to provoke the ancestral shamans into attracting more troublesome adversaries, compelling them to reveal their full strength and all hidden cards. Only then would beings understand their need for a true emperor. Meanwhile, at the ancestral land of the shaman clan beneath Mount Buzhou, within the Pangu Divine Temple, the 9 ancestral shamans who had recently obliterated the celestial court had returned. The 12 ancestral shamans gathered, each bearing solemn expressions. Despite the shaman clan's overwhelming victory, having completely annihilated their foremost enemy, the celestial court, this battle was not without its imperfections. Those powerful beings who had intervened to protect the remnants of the celestial court had escaped, including the perfected quasis. More critically, the first assailant, a mysterious powerhouse who wielded the power of the time path and manifested the river of time, had effortlessly exiled Emperor Jiang and his realm into the tumultuous currents of time. Even though the confinement lasted only a fleeting moment, it must be remembered that this adversary acted from the shadows. This clearly indicated that this enigmatic figure possessed capabilities surpassing Emperor Jiang. Their mastery of the time path was far more terrifying than that of the ancestral shaman, Jujuyin. At the very least, Jujuyin could not cast Emperor Jiang into the fissures of time from afar. Seated in his position, Emperor Jiang gazed at Jujuyin. Old 9, what are your thoughts? In response, Jujuyin's eyes shimmered with the essence of the time path, remaining silent. Observing this, the other ancestral shamans refrained from interrupting, fully aware that he was peering into a fragment of the future. After a considerable pause, the divine light in Jujuyin's eyes faded. He shook his head and said, I still cannot discern who our opponent is. Even their methods and treasures remain shrouded in a veil of obscurity. It is impossible to penetrate, impossible to glimpse, impossible to witness. However, Emperor Jiang, displaying a hint of impatience, urged, Old 9, stop beating around the bush. What have you confirmed? Next, how shall we, as siblings, proceed? How shall our sons develop? We must swiftly establish. Compared to the other ancestral shamans, Jujuyin's demeanor was excessively verbose. Consequently, many times, his penchant for cryptic speech irked his peers. Was this not a manifestation of the inverse nature of the divine patriarch's bloodline concentrated within Jujuyin? Ahem, clearing his no race shall dare oppose us. It is a prime opportunity for growth. During this process, we shall cultivate our kin while simultaneously seeking out this formidable adversary. Additionally, the remnants of the celestial court must be eradicated with utmost effort. His speech was rapid, there was no time to dawdle, any delay would likely provoke the impatient siblings into a collective outburst. Upon hearing Zhu Juyian's strategy, Emperor Jiang pondered for a moment before decisively declaring, "Very well, we shall proceed as..." In truth, as one of the 12 ancestral shamans, Zhu Juyian was no less explosive and formidable. "I have a question," spoke Hu Tu, one of the 2 female ancestral shamans, her aura brimming with menace. "How shall we address those powerful beings who intervened in the It must be noted that the battle at the Yuzhou Celestial Court was meant to showcase both Juman and his younger sister Hu Tu, their first appearance in the vast expanse of the primordial realm, intended to impose their might upon. Yet, what transpired, the remnants of the Celestial Court, aided by those lurking powerhouses, managed to escape in significant numbers. This utterly marred the initial debut of Juman and Hu Tu. Reflecting on the imposing successes of ancestral shamans like Xianyuan and Zhurong, the disparity was stark.